Chapter 661. Breaking out of the siege. Damn. Bang. The big brother who Panem said could fight against the tank agent was running. The huge power brought by the human lizard prosthesis made him directly knock off the floating door panel of the manticore in front of him. The loud noise caused by the collision made Hansen brain blank on his back. Is this still a human? The power brought by a jump is enough for Jack to leap from the ground to a height of 3 or 4 floors. The huge full set in his hand smashed into the wall with kinetic energy. The solid building wall was like tofu dregs in front of him. This big guy used this extremely powerful way to fly at high speed between buildings. One wall after another turned into stepping stones and kept collapsing. Hansen suddenly thought, so this is what it feels like when a lizard man is flying between buildings? But he quickly came to his senses, looking at the wreckage of the manticore hovercraft that was getting farther and farther away. You're running. Damn it! I'm going to kill that bitch. Bang. Jack, who was moving at high speed, deliberately hit the wall with Hansen's head. We have a mission. Don't talk nonsense, there's no time for that. Bang. A bullet hit Jack's shoulder armor. The huge impact force caused his posture in the air to change a little, but Jack quickly reacted and pulled the trigger with his other arm. Bullets burst out. The turbofan rotated. He slid slightly in the air, adjusted the bullet, and punched into the wall. Do you see the enemy? He shouted at Hansen. Damn it. I can't see it. Hansen was confused, except for the gunshot. He couldn't even be sure that someone was attacking them. Jack's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Hansen was not a brainless soldier. He had prosthetics, combat experience, and could complete the shooting so secretly. The opponent might be more difficult than Susan. He thought so in his heart. But his hands did not slow down at all. After a slight adjustment, he jumped directly into the building. This time, he did not choose to move on the empty streets, but moved in the complex buildings. The way he moved was to jump if there was no wall, and hit the wall if there was one. Boom! A thin wall was knocked open by Jack. Although the speed of the rush slowed down a bit, he also gained the protection of the bunker. The gunman in the dark was also shocked when he saw the scene. This guy looked like a person on the surface. But judging from the strength he showed so far, he was not weaker than Adam Heavy Hammer. And his endurance seems to be obviously better than that guy Adam Hammer. We're almost there. Jack has sharp eyes, and he can see their base in front of him at a glance. There are flames in front, explosions everywhere, and drones are constantly shooting around the building. Damn. Hansen pointed to the front. They are all drones. You're looking for death if you rush out now. Idiot. If you don't rush out now, you be a son of a bitch for the rest of your life. Jack roared, and his mind was full of the tasks assigned to him by Leal, and he jumped without fear of the terrifying scene outside the building. Hansen grabbed Jack. His expression, as if others owed him money, was broken again at this moment. He had fought many battles, but he had never fought a battle where he was rushing to die every minute. Buzz, the acceleration sound of the Octan-heavy drone came from outside the building. Jack was concentrating in the air. At the moment, he rushed out of the wall. He saw the drone that was also descending to search for the enemy. Take my punch. Boom. 2 pairs of gloves sprayed flames in the air. The propulsion brought by the turbofan once again increased his kinetic energy. At the front end of the gloves, the accumulated heat was transferred to the front end, and the brass knuckles lit up a dark red light. Bang! The boxing glove smashed through the shell of the drone. The kinetic energy dragged Jack towards the base, but all the drones on the street noticed the situation here. The distance of 150 meters is not far, Hansen thought. Under normal circumstances, he can run this distance in less than 5 seconds. But with the help of a drone, even if it takes 1 second to pass through the high-altitude area full of drone blockades, he thinks it too slow. We're done. Boom. Hansen opened his eyes wide, not afraid of the moment when he was about to reach the end. Therefore, he saw a very bizarre scene. The drones suddenly went crazy and started killing each other. The rain of bullets was no longer aimed at them, and the debris slid around them. Hansen's stunned brain did not give up fighting back. His wide-open mouth seemed to have a few drops of oil spilled into it. The revolver in his hand kept shooting. Bang! The drone hit the wall hard, and the two fell into the building from the windowsill. Fuck. Hansen didn't care about the pain in his body, and rolled over and half-knelt to get up. He wanted to confirm that this was true. Those drones suddenly went crazy, and he really passed the high-altitude blockade. The drones outside the window began to crash, and the attack situation eased. Jack patted the dust on his body and looked out the window. I said, We will rush over. Move quickly. We have to. Puff! A blood mist suddenly burst out from Hansen's shoulder. Jack dragged him away on the spot and jumped directly into the deeper part of the building. Looking at Hansen again, the old bald man's shoulder completely disappeared, and there was still some skin on the armpit of his arm. But with Jack pull, his hand was completely off. The severe blood loss and pain triggered all the enhancers and battlefield medical agents in his body, and the blood immediately became coagulated. It no longer gushed out but flowed out in streams. Old bald man. Dead? Not dead, Hansen replied hoarsely. Damn it. I can't see him. The severe blood loss and pain triggered all the enhancers and battlefield medical agents in his body, and the blood immediately became coagulated. It no longer gushed out but flowed out in streams. With this kind of injury, it is a medical miracle that he survived. But it was just a survival. Ugh! Bang! A huge hammer almost hit Jack. Savage King! Wake up! Jack smashed the hammer with a punch and walked straight to the machine room that Leal had instructed. And the Savage King, this huge fierce woman, was stunned for a moment and smiled as if she was unconscious. Around her, there were corpses of the animal gang, and the living people were basically missing arms and legs. Damn it! The Savage King took back the hammer, looking very ferocious, as if he was in some kind of excited state. She walked towards Jack step by step. Her movements were not fast, but her intention to attack was obvious. To help you guys, I have ended up in this hellhole. Don't waste time. My 9 dragons power is not enough. Give me what I want now. Or else. Snap. Jack opened the door to Leal's room and saw a small tube of light green medicine inside. It looked very familiar because it was the lizard serum that Jack usually used. Jack understood and threw the potion out before the Savage King finished speaking. The Savage King took the thing and laughed even more nervously. Jack didn't care about that at all and immediately started the equipment. I really want to know what that guy is going to do. Hansen also started to operate the equipment. Just as Jack inserted the chip that Lear gave him into the equipment, Lear took it in, and the equipment instantly began to emit black smoke, and black and red currents kept flashing. Lear, Hansen, missed the infantry fighting tanks of military technology? The infrastructure power grid of Dogtown is complicated, but basically the power grids of each company can be connected. There is a reason why Lear chose Elizabeth Street as his base. This street was assigned to military technology when Dogtown was first built, and military technology has a habit of setting up military equipment exhibition halls everywhere. This street was named in memory of Elizabeth, the greatest president of the new United States. Naturally, the exhibition hall here is also very heavyweight, with a very heavyweight exhibit. Hansen naturally immediately thought of what Lear said, the Chimera tank. Chapter 662, Breaking Out of the Siege. Chimera tank. Military technology started to develop the project in 2065, and it is a combat tank designed for fighting in complex terrains including urban areas. A new heavy tank that provides continuous firing capability and can engage in long-term firefights with local forces. However, the research and development of this thing only stayed at the prototype manufacturing stage. Military technology manufactured a total of 13 Chimera tanks, but never put them into mass production. Only prototypes were left in several exhibition halls, with a large flow of traffic, as a display to attract customers. The Military Technology Exhibition Hall in Night City was once such a place. A Chimera tank was parked in the basement of this building. Hansen knew that. Of course. But Hansen also knew that, like other military technology materials and resources that could not be removed, the Chimera tank in the basement had all its software deleted remotely, and the exhibits inside had long been turned into bricks. For humans, developing software suitable for such a complex combat platform is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, but for AI, a vehicle AI, it is like going home. Barley Core Matrix was stored in the server that Jack had been carrying all the way. As the data link flowed, this AI followed the line designed by Leal for it directly underground, directly to the Military Technology Exhibition Hall under the room. The red indicator light lit up in the dark underground exhibition hall, and the weapons carried by this huge robot began to charge. Standard weapons loading. Pan-12 burst laser cannon, charging. KL-274XY arrow-shaped artillery, self-checking. GD-27 fear pattern launcher, loading. 6 legs standing on a tripod, Barley controlled the tank to point the laser cannon and rocket launcher toward the top. It was going to penetrate the floor. Haha, with this thing. The Savage King grabbed the serum that Jack threw to her, and looked quite crazy. Little ones. The Savage King walked to the defense line, and excitedly shouted to the surviving animal gang members, "We are rich!" Bang! As soon as the words fell, the left side of the Savage King body was blown up. The animal gang members were all stunned, and Jack rushed out after inserting the data chip, and happened to see the scene. His pupil shrank, he was busy working just now, and forgot to remind the Savage King that someone might call him. I didn't expect that something would happen after working for less than a minute. And the attack was not just one bullet. Almost at the same time, several animal gang members, who were hiding behind the bunker, were also hit by bullets, and became fragments on the spot. How could there be such a terrifying gunman? Jack slid to pick up the weapon on the ground, joined the animal gang defense line, and fired at the place where the enemy might hide. As for the Savage King, although she lost the strength to stand after being shot, blood sprayed like a fountain, but she still held the serum in her hand. The expression on her face was twisted, like a beast struggling on the verge of death. A beast, the throat was full of blood, cannot make a sound, cannot see the enemy, but don't want to die like this. The blood in the throat kept bubbling. The Savage King directly crushed the serum and stuffed it into his wound. These people who spray medicine are really crazy. The gunman hidden in the building has a black chrome metal arm. In the outside world, he has a resounding name, Morgan Blackhand, the legend of Night City, the strongest mercenary, the model of lone wolf. After firing a round of bullets, he immediately hung the high-powered anti-personnel blasting gun on his back, and replaced it with an electromagnetic weapon with stronger penetration. Outsiders only know that he is a mercenary with strong combat power. And he looks quite human. But few people know that he is actually a technical expert. Every time he goes on a mission, the equipment he carefully customizes and selects is based on the commission. I don't understand. He will never use anything that cannot be guaranteed to be safe, let alone prosthetics. Even with this caution, there is still a line of cyanwystin in his body, which shows how high this mercenary technical attainments are. He looked down on the Savage King, who was kneeling on the ground and preparing to inject drugs into his body. Forget about injecting metabolic interference agents such as trenbolone, primobolan, oxandrolone, anadrol, and stanozolol into his body. After all, the big guy can still fight at such a big age, which shows that he does have some talent. But this kind of thing of unknown origin? Before dying, the Savage King crushed the serum in his hand and stuffed it into the wound. Blackhand was slightly surprised that this woman as strong as a tank had such a strong will, but his disdain did not diminish at all. In his field of vision, the Savage King held his head high, and it really looked like something. But even if the medicine could keep her alive, let her stand up, how could she deal with his next round of attacks? After all, she was a living organism, and a bullet with enough kinetic energy could smash her into pulp. It really interesting, it just like a charlatan. Blackhand was ready to start the second round of shooting with ease, but before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Shaking, and the temperature of a certain area on the ground was rising sharply. The detector value in Blackhand artificial eyes kept increasing, and he, who had experienced many battles, immediately thought of something bad. Fuck. The limbs of the Savage King were quickly repaired by the diluted lizard serum. She spit out a mouthful of blood and flesh with anger, and her lungs were unobstructed, and she roared. At the same time, the ground suddenly shook violently, the road in front of the base suddenly deformed and changed color, the slightly discolored ground completely collapsed in a round of bombing, the dazzling red laser pierced the ground, like a sharp sword piercing the building where Blackhand was. Boom. The armored foot of the Chimera smashed through the ground. The outline of the steel behemoth appeared in the smoke. Its main gun quickly locked onto the area where Blackhand was. The rocket launcher immediately completed the second round of refilling. Blackhand, who had just survived the disaster, held a pillar that was burned by the laser, cursing in his heart. Why did they let them drive this thing out? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the Chimera main gun was deafening. Dozens of rockets were flying straight at Blackhand. Even if he didn't know the exact location of the opponent, this round of attack was enough to tear down the building in front. Boom! The violent explosion completely broke the load-bearing columns in the floor. The penetrating explosion buried the entire building in flames. Blackhand thought for a while, decided to take advantage of this round of explosion and collapse to rush out of the flames to give this tank a surprise attack. The biggest weakness of the Chimera tank is that it is not well protected against attacks from the top. This shortcoming exists in all prototypes. If he retreats, the probability of him completing the mission will be greatly reduced. Huh? The strongest mercenary faced the challenge in a very unconventional way, piercing through the flames, flying through the air at high speed, and speeding towards the chimera that had not yet completely escaped from the ground. But there was a roar in front of him. That was the explosion of the jet turbofan. Blackhand suddenly felt troubled. It was that stupid big guy. Blackhand tried his best to adjust his posture in the air, in order to minimize the possibility of the cyber monster killing him with one punch, but the guy elbow kept spitting flames in the air. Their equipment was too damn good. Although Jack didn't have Sion Weston, Blackhand was completely exhausted after rushing out of the air. The elbow with burning knuckles could be used for turbofan boost. Blackhand couldn't dodge this punch. At this moment, Jack saw the face of his opponent and the black prosthesis clearly. And the only thing left in his heart was excitement. Blackhand. Chapter 663. Breaking out of the siege. Morgan Blackhand had never received such a strange beating in his life. The one who beat him was a young lone wolf. When he was his age, Blackhand was still taking orders on the street, and had just become a little famous. But the strange thing was not his age. Although it was indeed strange. I have decades of experience, but I was beaten by a young man with ridiculously good equipment. But the strangest thing was that, while the man was beating him, he also made an extremely excited voice. Blackhand. Poof! Even though Blackhand was awesome, he overloaded the double jump device on his calf at the last moment, and the part's cover was sprayed out, but he still had to take the punch. He was also very glad that he was a technical master. Although his equipment was not as good as the young man who hit him, he was lucky to save his life. The punch that was supposed to hit his face hit his shoulder with his desperate efforts. The force was so great that, at the moment of contact, he felt like he was hit by a super mining car of the Giraffe Company. This black metal arm that had accompanied him for so many years was smashed into scrap metal on the spot. The forward momentum stopped instantly. The pain was magnified dozens of times by Sion Weston, but he didn't dare to relax at all. This was his last chance to save his life. This arm must be disconnected at the right time. If it is disconnected too early, he will not be able to get away from this dangerous young man. If it is disconnected too late, he will be torn apart by the huge force of the punch. Crack. Bang. The black hand was hammered into the collapsed building by Jack like a javelin. The already shaky building collapsed faster, completely burying the black hand in the ruins. Jack looked at this scene. Although he wanted to go into the ruins and pull out the old legend to get an autograph first, then confirm it completely and beat him to death, the current situation did not support him to do so. However, Susan Forrester, Twiggy Morgan Blackhand. This is the third one. The third old legend to be killed by the stupid big shot of Burger King. Buzz the chimera under his feet made a buzzing sound and shook unnaturally. Jack patted Barley. Are you okay? A scratching sound of friction sounded. It okay. It hard for the black wall to break through the equipment of this tank in a short time. Get in the car quickly. Hanson walked forward quickly, passing through the confused remnants of the animal gang. The most confused among them was the Savage King. Her pupils began to deform, scales gradually appeared on her body, claws began to grow, and the hormone channels hidden in her body were all crushed. Her limbs had miraculously begun to repair. Not only did she not die, the organs that had been poisoned by hormones for many years were reborn, and her strength not only did not decrease, but was even surging. But, her boss always has something more powerful. The diluted lizard serum is enough to turn her into a lizard man in her normal state, but by mistake. She almost died suddenly, and consumed a lot of the drug effect. The violent effect brought by the serum completely replaced the mental problems caused by the use of a large amount of hormones in the past, but she was suppressed by the huge chimera tank in front of her, and became more sober. The super laser cannon, which was thicker than her, would probably not even leave ash on her. The blood was boiling. She really wanted to compete with Jack, but forget it. I go, boys, get the good stuff. She stood up with the help of the pillar beside her. Looking around, there were not many living brothers. But what can be imagined is that she really got the big legs, as long as they win. As for the dead brothers, there is no time to arrange a funeral for them. Get the good stuff. We can all become like this. The Savage King stood in front of the collapsed ruins, showing her regrown perfect torso to the brothers. This is the perfect form of muscle. Oh. Crack. The chimera tank lifted its last foot, and its heavy foot made holes in the ground one after another, crushed the debris on the ground, and shot down the drones that were still running in the air. Red laser cannons. The terrifying main gun rained, the rockets flying in all directions. As long as the nether dog is not blind, it can be seen. Some kind of war monster is awakening in Dog Town. I am Kurt Hansen. Nether Dog. All gather at the black market in the gymnasium. A familiar and loud voice, deadly and powerful prototype main battle tank, the increasingly weak drone blockade line. Scattered in the Dog Town, the Nether Dogs that were still fighting seemed to have found a flag all of a sudden. Their commander began to fight back. The Nether Dogs might not be good people, and they have also degenerated a lot in the Dog Town. But they are definitely not all good for nothings. On the contrary, all those who survived are elites. These elites tacitly approached the direction of the Chimera tank, cooperated, jointly established a forward formation. The road to the stadium was cleared little by little, and the drones in the sky were no longer scary. Hansen was still hanging on Jack's back, and the two of them kept moving between the ruins and buildings with the help of Chimera. No matter how pessimistic he was about this battle, at this moment, the atmosphere of counterattack was real. They were fighting their way out. Hellhound, come with me. Fight your way out. As they gradually approached the stadium, the Hellhound robot controlled by Lil arrived here almost at the same time as them. Jack looked at the Hellhound running towards this side, smiled, and said to Hansen, I told you. Follow us. It definitely right. Hansen said nothing, but said coldly, the battle is not over yet. The battle is not over yet. Little Lazy. Gosh, did you see that thing? These stood on the Mackinac Phantom, and the Phantom was carried by the Hellhound. That how they got here. While she was talking, she patted Lil head, and kept saying fuck. I see it. I see it. I want that. Sister, are you okay with your head? We're not shopping now. And, that thing is indeed ours. Demai is controlling that thing. Oh my god. V was very excited. We rely on that to fight our way out? That thing looks so awesome. Rely on Chimera to fight our way out? This is an optimistic idea. But as things have developed to this point, this conflict is already comparable to a formal small-scale armed conflict. Armed conflict, basically equivalent to a battle in a war, and a battle in a war will not limit the weapons used. Considering that the closest and most angry Arasaka group aircraft carrier is right on the shore. Lil has no doubt that when the aircraft carrier recovers from the attack of the Black Wall, Arasaka Saburo will first send out air units, or directly send a large missile to wipe Dog Town off the map. In such an action, other companies will have opinions, but they will not have too many opinions, because at that time, opinions will not make much sense. Even military technology can only swallow this breath, and may even secretly rejoice. After all, they themselves are not clean. The betrayal of Lark forced them to get rid of her, because both the Little Beta Project and Lark Cyber Bomb were prohibited by international law. So the final decision on the outcome was how Lil would handle this almost unsolvable crisis. How to truly demonstrate strength, rather than just relying on verbal tricks. Little Octopus, Big Brother. There are too many robots in Stark Tower. I can't handle it anymore. After Lil completed the AI of consciousness, the flow of time there suddenly slowed down. This is good news. The relatively uniform time flow rate can reduce his resource usage, free up resources for other things, and also allow him to spend more energy to resist the attack of the Black Wall. But in this way, it is unlikely that he can make an arc reactor by hand now. As for the aircraft carrier, both worlds have to deal with the aircraft carrier, one in the sky, the other on the sea. Oh my god, Jack. This thing is awesome. Isn't it? Lil, this is really awesome. By the way, Morgan Blackhand has also appeared. While thinking, the Hellhound has already joined Chimera. V grabbed Lil and jumped off the robot and joined Jack. According to the plan, the Hellhound began to enter the warehouse of the stadium black market in an orderly manner, and began to pull out all the weapons hidden in the warehouse. Lil suddenly said, V, Jack, you immediately take the Hellhound troops to the front line, outside Dog Town. V asked curiously, what about you? I stay here to help them start the equipment. And? Lil's voice suddenly became distorted, but soon returned to normal. Lark immediately recognized what was going on. The Black Wall had already attacked his core. Also, I'm going to stay here and do something big for Arasaka. There is an abandoned nuclear-powered airship in the center of the EBM Stadium, and there is a nuclear power device on it. Yubi grabbed Lil's head and brought it in front of his eyes, and stared at him very seriously for a while. Okay. I told you that you must be up to no good. Although it was just a flash, Lil could still clearly identify the excitement and worry in the emotions. Excitement was that they seemed to really want to give Arasaka a big blow, but worry was actually the core emotion. Go quickly. I'm not your son. Worrying about this, and that all day long I'm not worried about you. Take the lead. Big Brother. Chapter 664, Positive Power. This world has changed greatly due to the invention of prosthetics, the rise of companies, and the global war, which has led to different research and development directions for war weapons. Everyone knows that nuclear bombs are the most powerful bombs. But it is not just the power of the explosion that determines whether a weapon is good. If this powerful bomb cannot reach the expected location, then it is nothing. So whether a weapon can break through the thick defense network and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy home is sometimes more important than the power of the explosion. How war technology can deliver bombs to the enemy home depends on reality. In this world, the interception success rate of missiles is very high. Before Batmos blew up the internet, the company development of AI and computing technology had reached its peak. Powerful computing technology allows them to accurately predict and intercept most forms of rocket artillery and even long-range missiles of the same period. But on the contrary, because of the financial collapse of the old Barry country and the division of the entire country, the world was in chaos, which allowed the company to spend money to hire all kinds of soldiers, low-cost mercenaries, chaotic environment, and the success rate of secret missions increased with the technology of individual soldiers based on prosthetics. The collapsed economy also made most organizations prefer low-cost activities, and the subsequent internet crash caused a large-scale regression in the level of human technology. Therefore, the combat distance of most companies in war will not cross a continent, or even a country. The European community, which has mastered intercontinental strikes, has become the real force master of this world by relying on the mass projector built on the moon early on. Lille is different. When the war in his world began, intercontinental strikes were quite mature, and it was no exaggeration to say that ballistic missile technology had overwhelmed this world. He knew a lot about ballistic missile technology. I have a feeling that you want to use this thing to blow up Arasaka aircraft carrier. But that impossible. The Hellhounds are ready to go. Groups of armored vehicles are back on the road, although only 1 in 10 troops survive. The drones, anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft missiles, and even submarines hidden in the warehouse will be very useful in the future. But Hansen still didn't believe they could make it. Now he was more like a soldier again. Even if he thought it was a battle he couldn't win, he would execute every order from his commander, the flat-headed robot and the Hellhound. Under Lille control, the two robots repeatedly crawled around on the nuclear-powered airship. Hansen always felt that Lille would accidentally blow it up. After all, it was cutting-edge technology. If Party A hadn't given him the operating manual, he wouldn't have dared to touch anything on it. But Lille is very professional, a professional robot, a professional person or an anthropomorphic AI. Lille did not speak. Hansen pointed out why this was impossible. The Kujira aircraft carrier has a very complete long-range weapon defense system, which can defend against the ultra-intensive bombing of the air fortress, and can dive and leave the water surface, and flexibly avoid the threat of various huge explosions. Even if you can do something that military technology cannot do, breakthrough Kujira interception system, you can't find the target. Even military technology can't accurately find it on the radar. How can you do it? The black wall will cause great damage to Kujira's signal equipment. They need time to repair it. Hansen shook his head. The backup equipment of the Kujira can be directly connected to the computer of any Arasaka base. There is Arasaka Tower in Night City. It may take some time to repair the aircraft carrier, but to restore combat effectiveness, it only needs to activate the backup channels of Arasaka Tower and Kujira. Maybe the old man is ready to take off the plane and blow us all up. As a former military technology commander, Hansen knows his enemy very well. Arasaka Tower. You mean, the Kujira will share a network with Arasaka Tower. To be precise, it is the Arasaka Corporation network in Night City. While modifying the nuclear power plant of the airship, Lille had a plan in his mind. It was not a 100% successful plan, and it could even be said that it had almost no chance of success, because this hope came from the outside world, from Night City. Someone will poke a hole in Arasaka Tower, Lille said calmly. Hansen nodded calmly after listening. It has come to this point. It would be impolite to be startled again. Huh? Hansen replenished himself with a tube of stimulant, put on a full set of combat equipment, and prepared to leave. If you are brave, you are the bravest person I have ever seen, but if you kill everyone, then you are the kind of person I despise the most. It is not your turn as a military commander to say this. Right? Hansen picked up the magazine belt and turned away. As the commander of the Army of the new United States and military technology, He has no morals to speak of. In the stadium, the hurried footsteps of soldiers, the heavy footsteps of mechas, the roaring engines of vehicles, and the sound of a large number of weapons being fixed at points converged together. Leo began to look for the next buyer, looking for someone who can attack Arasaka Tower. Leo, David. There is a job. Client, Burger King brother. Burger King, David. There is a job. I attacked the aircraft carrier of the Arasaka Group parked at sea. That aircraft carrier may now be using the Arasaka network of Night City for a strategic restart. Burger King, I want to attack this aircraft carrier. I need you to help me hack into the Arasaka Tower and provide me with an interface. Burger King, this commission is very dangerous. So the price is 1 million euros. Burger King, but there is no deposit. David, who was far away in Haywood, was stunned. He had a special communication tool left by Leo. And like everyone else in the OCT domain, he could communicate through an interdimensional data channel. However, this channel had been disabled since the thermobaric bomb exploded in Dogtown. As for David, the incident happened suddenly. When the explosion occurred, he was in charge of the transportation of the second batch of supplies. The convoy was stuck in Haywood, and the network was lost while hiding in the slums. Most of the people in the Burger King criminal group were confused. Although the Vortex Gang and the 6th Street Gang were still angry, it was normal for most people to flee on the spot. David was no exception. If he was in Taiping's at the time and was dragged in, he would definitely fight back on the spot. But he didn't. So they found a place to hide. Man and his group were still watching and bragging on the side, and didn't notice that David suddenly withdrew from the conversation. Only Lucy immediately realized that something was wrong. What wrong? Lucy was a little confused, but also a little scared. They're a job. Lucy's worst fear had come. Now the conflict between Burger King and the company was no longer an ordinary criminal. It was a violation of the entire company order. Still coming to commission at this time? Almost at the same time, in the noisy cyberspace, a message was transmitted to Lucy's cyber modulator. When the entire city network was blocked, the only one who could still communicate was either Burger King or the company. Unknown correspondent, Lucina Kushinada, Network Operation Equipment Department Hacker, job number 5368. Unknown correspondent, now return to your post. We can forgive what you did in the past. Unknown correspondent, daughter, come home. Mom and Dad miss you very much. There is no good end to going against the company. All the emotions in her head disappeared instantly. Lucy felt that her blood froze. Chapter 665, Positive Power. Lucy also has parents. Not only does she have parents, but her family is very well off. Her father is a senior employee of Arasaka, who made outstanding contributions in the Fourth Corporate War. Her mother is a hacker from Poland, who has superb skills. After marrying Lucy's father, she ended her part-time job and enjoyed wealth and glory. David's experience of studying at Arasaka Academy seems to be a very high level of cultural level in the team, but in front of Lucy, it is nothing. When Lucy was a child, she lived in a luxurious villa in Warsaw. However, as she became interested in the internet and started to be active on the internet, these things changed. In the end, she was sent to the Arasaka group by her father to attack the Black Wall and dig up data from the old era on the old network. Then Lucy ran away. Before she ran to Night City, her mother resumed her old business and began to track her on the internet. When she saw this information, the fear of fleeing, the despair of being sacrificed by her relatives to the company, and continuing to hunt her down once again enveloped her. David? Lucy's voice was trembling. Her emotions were overflowing. She could no longer control herself. Seeing her like this, David was stunned. She lowered her head. Do you remember our agreement? We are just a little bit away. We can go to the moon together. Don't do this. David had never seen Lucy like this before. She was really scared. Betrayed by her father, hunted by her mother, she was the only one who survived and escaped from hell among her colleagues. Doubt became the cornerstone of her life. But once she had something, the fear of losing it almost overwhelmed everything. The situation here also attracted other boasting accomplices. Man, Dolio, Rebecca, Pira, Chiwei, and the others all stopped boasting, and all looked over. Man asked directly, what wrong? David did not hide. It the commission from the eldest brother. Chiwei lit a cigarette. I understand. Let us go to die. Right? How much? This is not about money. Lucy was very excited, pointing outside. Look at the troops outside. This is not a joke. Arasaka drones can be seen flying through the sky at any time on the street. And armored vehicles are transporting robots and soldiers to Taiping's. It really not about money, David said slowly. Brother price is 1 million euros. But there is no deposit. This order good guy. Man touched his chin. Then it really hard to say. Rebecca and Pyrrha sat next to them. Neither of them spoke. The former looked at Lucy and David. And the latter looked at everyone. Without waiting for Lucy to continue speaking, David said firmly, "This order must be done." He looked at Lucy and sincerely grabbed Lucy's hand. "Lucy, I know you are afraid. Afraid that our agreement cannot be fulfilled. Afraid that something that is so close to getting will disappear. You have met my mother." Lucy interrupted directly. "She is a very gentle mother. She must not want you to die. But just 10 months ago, we were involved in a gang shootout on the road. I was like an idiot and sent my mother to the hospital. I ran to school by myself. And she was almost dismembered by the scavengers. If it weren't for my brother, I would have lost her long ago. If it weren't for my brother." David looked at the people present. To be honest, most of the time, danger is caused by working for Leo. But the people here are not hypocritical and don't understand the situation, even if there is no Leo. Wouldn't there be other middlemen who give them dangerous commissions? Other middlemen may not give them such generous rewards, and may even sell them out. Although working for Leo is dangerous, the rewards are generous every time. Leo also provides them with a lot of help, new cars, weapons, prosthetics, and other things. Man is now in a much more stable mental state. Isn't that what we work for? David said, "Some people say that. We are poor people who are trying to escape something, but I don't think so. The first time I fought was not for money, nor to escape something, but to protect my mother. That old bastard wanted to sell my mother to the scavengers. I was like a fool at the time. I should have shot him, but I just slapped him. If it weren't for my brother, I would be a corpse now. The second battle, I started to learn how to use a gun properly. This time it was not for anything else, it was just..." David paused. His eyes were so clear that Lucy felt ashamed. "It was just for you. I know you must be a girl with a story, but I was stupid like a moron. I want to learn how to use a gun. I will protect you. Then we will make money together, chat together, talk about the future together, go to the moon. To this day, I will use weapons for this goal, and continue to fight. Walking on the edge is not escaping, but the only way I can protect you in this city, the only way I can hold your hand and face the future together." But, why are you going to die?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lucy felt that her throat was stuck. David paused, pulled out a pistol from his pocket, made by Constitution Military Freedom. The same model of gun was handed to him by someone else, letting him use it to protect his mother, and now this gun is also helping him to fight for a future. The gun was stuffed into Lucy's hands. David grabbed the gun in her hand. "You are right. Big Brother is simply asking us to die. He asked us to attack Arasaka Tower. I can't understand why Big Brother did this, why he chose to attack the mayor, why he went against the company, just like I couldn't understand why Big Brother saved me before, saving me. A moron like other morons in Night City, but I will definitely do this. This is my third battle, Lucy. I hope you can put this gun in my hand, because I want to be as strong as Big Brother. If Big Brother can't do it, how can we do it? But even if you don't put the gun in my hand, I will." Before she finished speaking, Lucy lowered her head, grabbed David's hand and the gun, and pushed them back to his chest. "You are such a fool." "Okay." Man chuckled. "Ha Dolio. Let's start." Click. A very light sound was heard. If it weren't for the cyborg with specially enhanced hearing, this sound would be like a whisper in thunder, and it would disappear in the wind in an instant. But David had just enhanced his hearing system. This was the sound of a bomb hitting the wall. Bomb! The world in David's eyes suddenly slowed down. The building where they were hiding, the wall began to break. The invisible air smashed through it like a fist. Boom! The shock wave and fragments instantly filled the entire room. With David's reminder, at least everyone did not bear this terrifying impact in a daze. This huge force even blew through the entire room. Fortunately, David discovered the attack in advance, and everyone hid at least part of their bodies behind the bunker before the explosion. But the force was too strong, and they felt dizzy. And then, they were thrown out of the wall. Bang! An Arasaka ninja jumped into the gap, holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, almost completely invisible under the cover of smoke and dust. But the ground was full of gravel. Bang! Bang! The gunshot sounded almost at the same time as the sound of him stepping on the gravel. and the ninja samurai sword instantly deflected the bullet. But a single molecular line that could not be seen at all swept through the air, tightly entangled his unprepared samurai's sword, causing his hand that was originally intended to continue to chop away the bullet to stop. Puff! A series of bullets hit the ninja head, the body fell, the Arasaka troops on the road stopped instantly. Their colleagues were killed. Man! David got up from Lucy's body, let go of her arms. At the moment of the explosion, he pounced on Lucy and opened her single-molecule line prosthesis, planning this counterattack. But the company troops on the street outside are not the same. Man pushed away the bunker pressing on him. At the moment of the explosion, he rushed towards Rebecca and Piro. Everyone is fine. Dorio. The first thing Dorio did when she got up was to run to the gap. When she saw this, her mood plummeted to the bottom. Their car parked outside was also blown up. The Mackinac was burning in the flames. The sound of the Arasaka drone came from the air. They were trapped in this house. And Arasaka Emperor Ragna changed direction and rushed towards the entrance of the building. It over. Just as this desperate thought appeared in her mind, a powerful and familiar sound rang out. Boom. It the sound of the Mackinac Mammoth engine. Fuck Arasaka. A Mackinac Mammoth rammed the side of Emperor Ragnar hard. The powerful horsepower directly pushed the company official urban armored vehicle into the corner of the wall, breaking it in half and deforming it. But the driver did not stop attacking. This is not an ordinary Mackinac Mammoth. It is Valentino Mammoth, a mammoth loaded with weapons, a mammoth sent by Leal to Valentino to perform NCPD outsourcing tasks. The heavy machine gun mounted on the pickup truck fired at Emperor Ragnar at a very close range without any explanation. The bullets passed through the glass and armor, and the people inside were beaten into blood. Huff. The passenger inside popped his head out, raising a rocket launcher and firing at the Octon drone that just flew in. Boom. Such an exciting scene, Dolio didn't have time to say anything. David saw it at a glance. And he actually knew the driver inside. It was the Aikido who stuffed a gun into his hand and asked him to slap the doctor twice. Bah, stupid company dog. Aikido. David jumped down by grabbing the outer wall of the building. Borrow the car. Big brother has a mission. Aikido was stunned for a moment. Hurry up and get in the car. I help you. Chapter 666 Righteous Power. 15 minutes ago, Valentino Church. Bang. Aikido rushed into the alley, walked through the square filled with Valentino gang. He didn't understand. Why did such a big thing happen, and these Valentinos just watched? They were obviously working for Burger King boss. The gangsters were shooting basketballs, smoking, flying leaves, but the bragging content became the big explosion in Taiping's How. The content was quite diverse. Some admired, some regretted, some were afraid, some avoided talking about it, but did not take any action. New and old models of Mackinac were parked on the side. Some of these cars were Mackinacs produced by Ting Wei that they bought following the trend. Some were Mackinac Mammoths that were given to them after taking over the NCPD outsourcing tasks arranged by Lear, authentic Mackinacs. These cars should have appeared on the battlefield. Aikido thought so in his heart. Bang! Pushing open the door, the church was full of big brothers from Valentino. The big brothers did not hold guns, but sat in front of the church. Some played cards, some were just thinking. A small thug who broke into the church. Aikido was not a big brother, although some people said that he seemed to have had a few contacts with the real big brother. He was a little trembling in his heart, after all. He was not a big brother. But he still walked quickly towards the depths of the church. He was going to find the priest. Others saw him like this, and they were unsure for a moment, thinking that he had something urgent to tell the priest. After all, the priest's bodyguards, who were guarding the door also made way. What could they say? Aikido broke in directly. He saw the priest smoking by the window. Why are all Valentinos hiding here? Aikido got straight to the point. Shouldn't we continue to invest in the troops? Just like the 6th Street Gang. But he suddenly realized that he couldn't say this, although under the operation of Burger King. The gangs in Night City have united under a banner as never before. But the current Valentino seems to no longer be under that banner. Not under that banner. That is the old Valentino, or maybe the Valentino gang has always been like this. The priest waved his hand. The bodyguards closed all the doors. And the priest slowly said, Valentino has no boss. Or there are many bosses. Each of them has contributed manpower, and also undertaken part of the work. But in this situation, they have to look after their own men. Look after their own people. Then we just watch? The priest shook his head, and put the cigarette butt into the ashtray. You must have seen Jack and thought that the Valentino gang was like him. But you have been in gangs. And Valentino is indeed different from the 6th Street gang. But Valentino is still a gang, and the most difficult gang to be changed by outsiders. Sometimes this is a good thing. Sometimes, like now, there are many factions within the gang. So it is impossible to deploy more men at this time. The 6th Street gang can withstand the losses caused by the first round of explosions. But none of the Valentino brothers can. So Valentino can't. Valentino can unite with the outside world when encountering major events. But when things are too big, he has to be on guard against his own people. Besides, it's outsiders' business. An outsider's business is not as important as his own business. Akito suddenly felt confused. He jumped from the 6th Street gang to Valentino, because the 6th Street gang was not like a human being at that time. As a result, now he thinks that Valentino is a bunch of cowards. The priest said this with some emotion. These days, he has been thinking about what Lil once said to him. What Valentino stands for will actually hinder the development of this neighborhood. I am not the boss of Valentino, I am just their priest. I baptize them, teach them to read, tell them to have faith, but I can't control what they do. Just like before, I am the godfather here. And the middleman here. When he said these words, Akito thought of the cars he saw when he entered the door. That it? Is this the reason why you drive Mackinac and hide in this place? Are you kidding me? These cars are really blind to follow you. I would rather die outside today than hide here. You are so cowardly, and still think you are the big brother? Young man, don't get too excited. The priest flicked the ash of his cigarette. Big brothers take care of their little brothers, and have their own things to consider, but there are always weird little brothers. Look outside. Boom. The furious engine sound of the Mackinac mammoth sounded outside the door. If a man knows to do good, and does not do it, it is sin for him. The Lord is my rock, he teaches my hands to fight, and my fingers to make war. Akito did not understand what the priest was talking about, but he only understood 2 words, fight. Boom. The Mackinac mammoth, but suddenly lifted up, and the rocket launcher hit the rear armor, leaving only a black mark. This car was actually supposed to be the priest's car, and its defense capability was maxed out. Then I rushed out with a few brainless brothers like me. Originally, we were going to Taiping's house, but you said there was a job. I believed you. Akito grabbed the steering wheel. The vehicle was advancing violently in the hail of bullets from the drone, as if beating the drum of war in his heart. Woohoo! Bang! Another Mackinac mammoth directly hit the side of Arasaka armored vehicle. The 2 cars rushed to the street. Emperor Ragnar was pressed against the wall by the giant beast and rubbed hard, breaking one wall after another, and finally lost power and stopped in the store. Boom! Man carried 2 rocket launchers and buried the Emperor Ragnar parked in the ruins in the flames. But the Mackinac mammoth that sacrificed itself to knock over the Arasaka armored vehicle was chased by a motorcycle when it left the sidewalk. The Arasaka ninja on the motorcycle waved the thermal mantis knife and directly pierced the explosion-proof armor of the car. Arasaka ninja. I saw it. Rebecca, 2 prosthetic limbs, as thick as her own, tightly grasped the heavy machine gun in her hand. The violent firepower did not stop for a moment. And the roar did not stop for a moment. It looked like she was stimulated by something. And she was as fierce as a female demon. Bullets were fired at the motorcycle in an overwhelming manner. The Arasaka ninja could only abandon the car and jump up. And a sniper bullet shot directly through his head. Boom! The ninja and the motorcycle were buried in flames together. But the Mackinac also stopped and crashed into the roadside. The gangsters in the car hurriedly dragged the half-dead driver out, and the group rushed into the alley while no one was chasing them. To be honest, those who followed Arkid were not smart people, let alone the well-known Valentino, and their combat experience was almost at the level of grabbing guns and shooting randomly. But they really dared to fight, and ran very fast. Akito stuck his head out and yelled, "Brothers, don't fucking die. When I become rich, I will come back to unify Valentino." On the co-pilot, David took back the sniper rifle and laughed. "You have come this far. And you are still in a gang. You can work with us. Only idiots don't want to be the boss. I want to be the boss. By the way, where are we going?" Arasaka Tower. Chapter 667 Positive Force. 40 minutes after the thermobaric bomb in Dogtown exploded, Night City trembled in the mobilization of the company. First the nuclear bomb, then the thermobaric bomb, although both explosions occurred far away from the city, but not that far away. If you live high enough, you can see the battlefield with your naked eyes. The people of Night City did not know what changes had taken place on the battlefield. They only saw the company making a big fanfare, occupying every street, every strategic point, sending out armored vehicles, drones, mechas, and hovercrafts. But in fact, everything is quietly changing. The Kujira, far out at sea, was invaded by the Black Wall due to Leal's self-explosion, and Arasaka Tower network resources had to be allocated to Kujira for emergency restart. This kind of long-distance communication with a huge amount of data requires a large number of signal transceivers, which instantly greatly attenuated the signal of the company temporary alliance network. This situation also caused the already suspicious companies to gradually develop grudges, and the already fragile chain of trust began to crumble. Just as military technology and other companies raised questions, Military Technology Network also had problems. Lark counterattack almost affected the entire city military technology combat machines. These metal lumps suddenly started to hit their own people on the road. The sudden situation of the two large military companies made the mutual exchange between the companies a complete joke. They began to return to the way they used to fight each other, and everyone wanted to ensure that they could get the biggest share of the benefits of this massive arrest mission, whether it was the Arasaka Group or military technology. They were all increasing their stakes. Adding more money will lead to a void in the rear. After all, who would have thought that, on such a cruel night, there would be more unknown little characters standing up against the company? A few rookies. A few Mackinac mammoths. No strong fighting skills. But cars with explosive performance. The cars with explosive performance are tearing apart the blockade set up by the Arasaka Group in the city. The violent Mackinac mammoths are rampaging in Haywood. And the drones are all out in the sky. But there is no way to break through the Mackinac defense. Ninjas, drones, robots, armored vehicles, these troops were chasing after the Mackinacs like a bunch of tails. Is this car really that awesome? Someone is about to break through their blockade, and it looks like it's the fucking Mackinac that attacking Arasaka Tower. This situation immediately woke up the Arasaka Group. The guy who was originally just a model suddenly received an order. Arasaka Central Command, Adam Hammer, returned to defend Arasaka Tower immediately. Arasaka Central Command, 5 unregistered armored pickup trucks are heading towards Arasaka Tower. This iron lump has been motionless for half an hour, and suddenly became a little interested after receiving this order. After so many years, he has been a bodyguard for Arasaka Yorinobu for so many years. And there are very few really interesting jobs for him to do. What appeared on his visual interface now looked quite interesting. Another person was going to attack Arasaka Tower. Adam Hammer, on the way. We are awesome. I am going to attack Arasaka Tower. Akito Head was completely excited. He admitted that he trembled when he heard that Arasaka Tower was going to be attacked, but now, he just felt that this was the way to do it. Without responding to Akito's excited shouts, David Teen was bearing all the pressure. Akito brothers were really useless except for their courage, except for the one-time car ramming attack. They were just beaten, and the effective output was all from their team. In other words, these Mackinacs seem to be running rampant. But they are actually being beaten. If they were replaced by other cars, they would be blown into scrap metal on the spot. And such a ragtag team can make the company dogs chase after them. Is it that Arasaka has become garbage? This is exactly why David thinks that Leal is not sending them to die. Most of Arasaka's troops have been sent to Taipingsao. The troops in the city look aggressive. But the elites are not here. They can rush over. David held Nakomata, killed the driver of the chasing armored vehicle with one shot. Holding this top-level technical sniper rifle, he felt so awesome. Don't be distracted. There are Arasaka mechas ahead. Pyrrha! Rebecca. On the cargo compartment, Pyrrha and Rebecca threw out the heavy machine guns that had been emptied of bullets, and replaced them with the gun barrels that man carried out from the closed cargo compartment under them. This is the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. They will use it to shoot down the Arasaka mechas that are blocking the way ahead. The gun barrel was simply fixed on the car by Pyrrha. Lucy and Chiwe provided software control. Man directly faced the gun barrel, and Dolio controlled the trigger. Done! Boom! The electromagnetic gun instantly penetrated the 2 Arasaka mechas on the road. The shooting completely penetrated the fuel tank of one of them. The flames rose. They were getting closer and closer to the Arasaka Tower. They broke through the first line of defense of the company's square. But before the group celebrated, the heavy sound of the hovercraft passing through the air almost tore their eardrums. They looked up at the sky, and the excited expression froze on their faces. What they saw was a real humanoid machine hanging on the outside of the Manticore hovercraft, and all the weapons on it were deployed. Whoosh! Dozens of rockets accurately locked onto Mackinac. A massive explosion completely enveloped the tower, rushing convoy in flames. The explosion could hardly break through Mackinaw outer armor. But under atom control, most of these missiles hit the bottom of the car. The violent explosion caused the car body to shake and bounce violently, making the newbies inside dizzy. Fuck. Click. The car bounced out of the smoke and dust. In one of the cars, Valentino, who came with our kid, hadn't said Adam's name yet. The Grim Reaper jumped onto their car. Adam's hand was completely against the armor of the vehicle, and a powerful high-explosive armor-piercing bullet was loaded in his hand at 0 distance. Go to hell. The same thing. He did it 3 times in an instant. Only David saw how this huge killing machine moved. He looked bulky, but he moved as flexibly as a gymnast. It was Sion Weston. Boom. In an instant, the shells of 3 Mackinaw mammoths were penetrated by armor-piercing bullets, and the drivers inside were all buried in the explosion. From the shell, the only breach was the gap caused by the armor-piercing bullet. But the temperature and fragments generated by the explosion had turned the inside into hell. Adam Hammer is the most terrible mercenary in Night City, the legendary maker of Night City, and also the barrier. David quickly calmed down and put the cat in his hand to the window again. But Adam Hammer did not stop to give him a chance to aim. This killing machine moved in the air at an unimaginable speed. David jumped out of the car window. But even if he tried his best to aim, the hammer was completely stuck in the blind spot he aimed at, and went straight to the roof. Bang! The heavy hammer stepped on the roof of the car, and raised his weapons even faster than David. You are just a... Before he finished speaking, the heavy hammer suddenly turned his attention to the back. Boom! The sound of the explosive thruster resounded through the street. A samurai sword pierced through the smoke-filled night, and stabbed at the owner of the heavy hammer samurai's sword at the same amazing speed. Maikawa Takenori. The 4 Chinese characters engraved on the samurai sword shone in the light of the fire, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 668, Positive Power. When the samurai sword pierced through the flames and caught up from behind, Adam Hammer suddenly had a strange feeling. Was the Arasaka ninja attacking him? This samurai sword was so sharp that it was almost as sharp as the single-molecule knife used by the core ninja of Arasaka. The Ronin full-bodied prosthesis on the body of the Tiger Claw gang leader Maikawa Takenori gave it powerful power. Adam Hammer had to retract his weapon, while the thruster on his leg gave David a flying kick in the face. Bang! In a world that can only be followed by the use of Sion Weston, Crush kicked the sniper rifle in David's hand away, and used the hardest part of his forearm to block Maikawa's attack. Sparks flew everywhere. This huge machine appeared in the eyes of the others at this moment. Tiger Claw gang bastards. Pathetic Arasaka monster. Maikawa was pushed away by the huge force. 2 motorcycles followed closely behind. 2 Tiger Claw gang members, who were also modified with full-body prosthesis, attacked Adam heavy hammer left and right legs at the same time. Phew! The leg thrusters of this huge cyber monster started at full power. The nozzles contracted in a specific way, allowing the flames to spray in a ring shape, turning it into an anti-infantry defense system. Man and Dolio on the car urgently saved Pyrrha and Rebecca. This round of flames directly blew away the Tiger Claw ninjas. The missiles behind the heavy hammer arrived immediately. Boom! In an instant, the heavy hammer stepped on 2 balls of exploding flames and flew high with the help of the thrusters. At this time, Maikawa had just jumped back on his low-profile explosive motorcycle. Seeing his 2 brothers being killed, his eyes widened. These Tiger Claws who had replaced their full-body prostheses with him were all core members. How could he not feel sad when such brothers died? The 2 ownerless motorcycles beside him immediately started the self-destruction program, locking on the Adam Hammer in the sky and rushing together. Boom! The huge explosion submerged the Adam Hammer in flames, and more motorcycles carrying the elites of the Tiger Claw gang passed through the streets, opening the way for David Mackinaw. Maikawa came to David's window at high speed. Whatever you want to do, get out of here. You? Huh? The thrusters on the hammer instantly blew away all the flames and smoke. This huge cyber monster rushed out of the flames. The missiles behind it attacked the Tiger Claw gang like flowers scattered by the sky. His body turned in the air. The heavy machine gun in his hand locked an enemy every time it fired. All this was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Maikawa pedaled the motorcycle. The samurai's sword in his hand split the air and chopped at the heavy hammer. But this huge guy was even able to adjust his final landing posture, and his 2 huge metal feet stepped hard on his blade. Boom! Another round of explosions. The seemingly aggressive Tiger Claw's support couldn't even break Adam's heavy hammer defense or even pose a threat. Bang! Maikawa was kicked and fell onto the roof of the Mackinaw. An atom heavy hammer stopped its forward momentum, but it still fell to the ground at a relatively fast speed, and the two metal legs rubbed against the ground, producing violent sparks and gravel. He was slightly surprised. He thought he could crush Maikawa's body like a stone. But he didn't expect that the things on them were not just for show. His feet felt like he was stepping on a piece of fairly hard iron. He could easily break the iron. But Maikawa was not a real iron. What surprised the heavy hammer was that Maikawa's body could withstand the force of the collision and bounce away with it. David in the car patted the roof. It seems you can't stop him. A kiddo shouted excitedly. I thought the Tiger Claw gang was also a coward. But I didn't expect that you are really awesome. Maikawa's forehead was about to be black. The Tiger Claw gang did not send people to Taiping's How anymore, because they really didn't have many people. But Maikawa didn't think that the Tiger Claw gang would have a chance to survive after Lil was killed. This gang relied on the Arasaka group to stand out after the nuclear explosion. In this year, Burger King cut off their relationship with the company and killed a lot of people. But it also gave them a way to survive. Once they got on that boat, they couldn't leave. Maikawa knew it very well. But Maikawa also knew that although this boat didn't look as comfortable as the big boats of the Arasaka group, in a sense, this was the boat he wanted to ride in the beginning. Or the boat his father wanted to ride in. Bang, bang, bang. After Adam stabilized his body with a heavy hammer, his two powerful metal thighs stomped on the ground vigorously under the drive of the motor, creating one terrible crack after another. This distance combined with the propeller allowed him to accelerate to a level that was enough to catch up with the Mackinaw Mammoth. Huh? Rocket launchers flew, the car shook in the explosion, Adam heavy hammer flew high. In the Weston, David grabbed Maikawa fiercely. The two of them exchanged glances. Maikawa held the samurai sword tightly in his hand, and jumped towards the cyber monster again. Under the light of the fire, Maikawa's body seemed like a small animal that could be crushed at any time compared to the heavy hammer. Just as the two were about to meet, his arm prosthesis suddenly ejected a series of explosives. The heavy hammer made a mocking sound in his throat. He did not dodge or avoid those explosives, unless he used anti-armor weapons head-on. Otherwise, he would not worry about his defense being broken. Boom! The heavy hammer passed through the explosion. The samurai's sword slashed hard on his metal body, and his arm grabbed Maikawa's body. I got you. Before he finished speaking, the heavy hammer suddenly found that Mackinaw was closer than he thought. The car braked. In the high-speed pursuit, the Mackinaw Mammoth suddenly slowed down. This deceleration, the electromagnetic gun barrel on the car was on Maikawa's right waist, almost directly hitting him. Too close. Following the barrel, the heavy hammer saw that several people on the car were all holding the barrel. This barrel was not even connected to the base, and many pipelines were hanging outside. When the current flowed in the cable, the people holding the barrel were trembling slightly. The people here, any one of them, he could kill them with one but... And they might not even see how he killed them. From their eyes, they were still looking at their position half a second ago. No, they were looking at Maikawa. They had been aiming at Maikawa. Not Adam Hammer. Damn it! But at this point, Hammer still had some luck. Sion Weston greatly accelerated the user reaction speed. And the speed of a humanoid machine like Adam Hammer was even faster. In fact, no one in the team could see his exact position, but only used the infrared locator David temporarily installed on Maikawa to lock him. They didn't know when to pull the trigger, but David could see. You just die alone. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon hit the left chest of the heavy hammer directly. The huge kinetic energy instantly stopped the cyber monster from rushing forward and died. It smashed to the roadside like a pile of garbage. At the moment the shell was fired, the high temperature and recoil were also transmitted to Maikawa's prosthesis. He lost control and smashed towards the road. The man team on Mackinaw felt that they were electrocuted by the stray current and lost consciousness for a moment. But when they came to their senses, Maikawa, who had half of his kidney burned, was already rolling on the ground at high speed. And Hammer, the legendary maker of Night City, the death god of every legend in Night City, was hit by the electromagnetic cannon, hit by the roadside with his whole body burning in flames. I don't know if he died, but I can't catch up with him for sure. Boom. Akito felt the blood boiling. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Everyone stood up from their seats and yelled at Man Team who hadn't recovered from the electric shock yet. Hold on. Hold on. Arasaka Tower is here. Arasaka Tower is just ahead. Chapter 669 Positive Force Arasaka Group. Terrorists are heading towards the company square. Reinforcement forces are being deployed. Arasaka Group, we need support. That car is too powerful. Arasaka Group, Atom Hammer is on the way. Arasaka Group, Atom Hammer was repelled. They broke through the defense line. Arasaka Yorinobu sat at his desk, holding a wakizashi in his hand, and was about to stab himself in the stomach. To be honest, when he saw Burger King trapped in Dog Town, the thermobaric bombs almost destroyed all the defenses, and Valentino and the Tiger Claw gang in the city avoided leaving, he felt that this was their last battle. Just like when he ran away from home, joined a motorcycle gang in Japan, and fought against his father Arasaka Group. The final battle was also so overwhelming, the company crushed the gang. The streets were full of company troops, and most of his friends were scared. They, the hunted or brothers who had risked their lives, kept sacrificing and covering for others. In the end, only he survived and returned to the Arasaka Group to continue to be Arasaka Yorinobu. The former Iron Dragon died in the encirclement. From then on, every day he wanted to use the identity of Arasaka Yorinobu to provoke fights between companies, provoke disputes within the Arasaka Group, and watch these behemoths die in the process of eating each other. But in his heart, the Iron Dragon was dead. He no longer dared to imagine that there would be any external forces against the company. But in fact, even with the identity of Arasaka Yorinobu, he could not think of any way to really threaten his father Arasaka Saburo. He wanted to steal a prototype chip of the Soul Killer, and then provoke a war between Arasaka and Militech. But in the end, neither of these two goals had any chance because Saburo had recently set his sights on Night City. He wanted to commit seppuku. So he sat at the table, with his pistol and saber in front of him, and a wakizashi in his hand. But he was disgusted by this way of dying. And after a moment of hesitation, he saw something big. Someone rushed to Arasaka Tower again. In the defenseless Night City, a Mackinaw appeared in the company square again. An Atom Hammer. Was it defeated? He listened to the news in the communication, looked at the Arasaka beach, and could not calm down the shock in his heart for a long time. A bold idea came to his mind. He suddenly threw away the wakizashi in his hand, put on his clothes, picked up the samurai code and pistol, and quickly left this magnificent private residence. The demon lizard is coming. Boom! The main gun of the demon lizard hit the building, and the huge kinetic energy blew off the roof on the spot. Brick grabbed the sergeant and jumped downstairs, running very fast, and concrete blocks crashed behind him. There was a big problem with the military technology drone, and Arasaka Network suddenly entered a high-load state. But their people were still alive. The battlefield technical experts and hackers immediately started to operate the equipment offline again. The mechas were restarted, the drones were put into the battlefield again, the robots were in the front in an orderly manner, and the demon lizards were advancing slowly under the cover of a group of behemoth armored vehicles, firing one main gun after another, shooting one rocket after another. Their already unstable front line was being torn apart. We are finished. Brick grabbed the sergeant, and did not forget to turn his head and shout to Joestar, who was running wildly with his mother on his back. What should we do now? Did your mother tell you? What wrong with you? The sergeant was dragged by Brick, and he was floating in the air like a flag. Aren't you the boss? Fuck. Buzz. Brick Sion Weston started up. The humming sound of the high-power laser transmitter was extremely harsh in his ears. A ray of light that almost burned his eyes pierced the battlefield. He had never seen such a terrifying laser in his life. It was like a red sword. The most advanced demon lizard on the military technology front was instantly pierced by the laser cannon. It wasn't just the demon lizard that was shot through, but also the behemoth armored vehicles that were advancing along the way. Corporate soldiers, robots, drones were almost everything. Boom! The laser cannon swept across, and then went out, and all the units hit along the way exploded violently. Everyone turned around. Jack just happened to be holding the wreckage of a drone and fell from the sky, and V was hanging next to the Chimera, carrying a sniper rifle in one hand and shooting. Guys! V waved the sniper rifle in his hand. Hold your weapons, and get ready for the second round. Houston, Stark Tower. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at the entrance of Stark Tower. Several floors of the building collapsed, completely blocking the entrance to the ground floor. The little octopus controlled their body, executed his will, and plunged into the basement opened by Happy and Pepper. Pepper and Happy looked at Lear, who was covered with bullet holes, and showed a metallic luster, and felt a chill in their hearts. Is this still a human? Lear movements looked extremely smooth, but sometimes they were too smooth, making the two of them feel weird. Lil shook his shoulders. ejected the broken armor piece that was slightly stuck in the joint, and walked straight to them. Tony is inside. Lil stretched out his hand to stop Pepper from continuing. She didn't need to explain this place. Lil could see it himself. It was all armored explosion-proof doors. Jarvis guard robots were coming from the oil complex industrial cluster. But they would definitely need some time to dig out the ruins above. But how to open the explosion-proof door? Lil immediately made a decision. This body of his had gathered all the weapons and equipment he had mastered so far, including the Melta cannon he had learned from the Centaur mecha. However, this weapon consumed too much energy, and the cost of the shells was too high for his industrial chain. So it was not equipped on various combat units. But on him, the electromagnetic cannon could be converted into a Melta cannon. This would cause the energy reserves to drop to a very unsafe range. Crack, crack, crack. Leal's body began to mobilize weapons. The sound of metal moving echoed in the basement. Jarvis, please, you lead here, Mr. Stark. Private property Dogtown. Interdimensional material transmission. Weapons grade enriched uranium, 98%. Technology points, minus 20,000. Current technology points, 13,500. Small flat-headed robot, Hellhound robot. Two robots with slightly similar appearances are modifying the last step of the nuclear power reactor. At the same time, the Mackinac Phantom also stopped aside. This hovercraft was towed back and repaired urgently. Lear believed that it could still fly, but he did not expect to evacuate using the Phantom. In cyberspace, his body had been eroded by the black wall. The attack and defensive network equipment can indeed completely stop the intrusion by physically cutting off the connection. But if it must keep working, it is impossible to physically disconnect the connection or shut down to avoid damage. In order to ensure that the black wall continues to work, in order to ensure that his mind can be clear to fight against the black wall, to complete the weapon modification, he must withstand the attack of the black wall signal. Muramasa is behind him, has not been attacked by the black wall yet, but it feels that it is not far away. Muramasa, I should not understand what you are doing. Muramasa, but I support you to do this. It is really a strange idea. I may be the first AI with schizophrenia. Muramasa has long been over the shock of Ulir behavior of hitting the black wall with it, and honestly accepted his fate, and completed this design with him. Nuclear power reactor. Now it has become a nuclear missile. Muramasa, but at the last moment, your design is really surprising. You won again this time. Brilliant idea. Muramasa, there is a great possibility that the Kajira will be unable to resist. Muramasa, but the price is, we all have to die? Strange words. Leal's head was hanging on the Hellhound. His eyes were tightly closed. In cyberspace, he began to touch the core control system of the missile. Leal, those who are willing to follow me have become stronger, but I am still the strongest one. Leal, this city belongs to me. This is the power they need. They need the power to show to the world. Muramasa suddenly thought of a question that he would never think of before. This question has often surfaced since he entered Massimian brain. Muramasa, do you think it worth it? Of course it not worth it. What kind of AI would perform calculations at the cost of self-destruction? The first result obtained by Leal brain was also, it not worth it. AI cannot go against its survival instinct. So Muramasa question seems emotional, but in fact it is rational. If you can't sacrifice yourself, you can't go against your instinct. Then you have done so much, and you will definitely reject this plan in the end. Leal, I will press the button. Leal gave a donkey-headed answer. Chapter 670 The Hangman. Night City is out of control. A battle that has truly entered the war level is taking place. The appearance of the Chimera tank shocked even military technology. That tank is incredibly flexible. Under Big Barley control, this prototype has demonstrated flexibility far beyond the design requirements. Every time the giant foot exerts force, it is close to the limit. Every power transmission component works perfectly. The moving speed is completely inconsistent with its size. The main gun of the demon lizard is not incapable of threatening the Chimera. But this tank is as fast as a spider. And it can walk on collapsed buildings as if it were flat ground. The burning vehicles will not interfere with the movement of the feet at all. This thing is like alive. Red laser cannons keep flashing in the war zone. Under the cover of rocket launchers, a group of lawless thugs organized wave after wave of offenses. Only 1 in 10 of the Hellhounds survived. But there are really a lot of good things in the warehouse. The combat quality of the 6th Street Gang is definitely not as good as that of the Hellhounds. But the organizational training that the sergeant usually conducts played a big role at this time. With one order, the soldiers of the Hellhounds became non-commissioned officers. and every professional term can be accurately conveyed. These gang members trembled and deployed the war weapons they had never used near the gate of Dogtown, which had been opened with a big hole. The battle line gradually stabilized. Chimera almost killed all the magic lizard tanks. The drones in the air circled down, trying to surround and destroy this war behemoth, providing a window for their scattered troops to assemble. But any of his heavy firepower units that helped the troops to assemble were destroyed by Chimera. His attempts were crushed by this behemoth again and again. Several cyber transformers, with extremely exaggerated combat capabilities, instead devoured their soldiers bit by bit under the cover of Chimera. From the high-altitude perspective of the drone, you can clearly see a burning track left behind the tank. The explosion was like stars dotting the dark ruins. The streets were full of burning vehicles, collapsed buildings, and scattered bodies. A military technology soldier hid behind the bunker. He was terrified. But his tone was forced to remain calm under the mentality control of long-term training. Military Technology Sergeant 0352, Operations Center. Our attack was blocked. The signal of the temporarily restored Military Technology Combat Network was intermittent, but the commanders in the Military Technology building did not fail to respond because of the bad signal. In the company square, just opposite them, Arasaka Tower was attacked. The Mackinac Mammoth reopened the defense of Arasaka, and fought with a hammer at the door for a while. The other four companies had no reason at all, and it was impossible to send the troops stationed in the base camp to rush to Arasaka. So they watched the whole process of Adam Hammer being killed in detail, and saw Mackinac crashing into Arasaka Tower. Not only was their frontal attack blocked, but even their rear was penetrated. Arasaka Tower was penetrated, and the sound of gunfire and explosions continued. Stout, as one of the main logistics agents of the military technology operation, sent a message blankly. Stout, Arasaka Tower was attacked. They have entered. She still remembered her first fight with Burger King. This guy always gives the people in charge of his affairs a headache. And then he is thrown out of his post, which means he is buried in the sea. Later replacements, like her, always feel that they have found a big bargain. However, the fact is that everyone who was defeated by him did not seem to be thrown into the sea because of personal incompetence. She has a strange feeling in her heart. Before she met Burger King, all the struggles she encountered were people waving the banner of some grand goals such as company benefits. But in fact, they were for personal interests. So the change of people and positions is all because of their incompetence. Many times, changing a person at a node will solve the problem. But Burger King talks about buying and selling stupid big shots, but it seems to be targeting the whole world. The same level of opponents will never face each other for the second time. The same level of battle will never happen for the second time. This time, they are actually attacking the company. While thinking, her immediate boss gave the answer: retreat, activate the nuclear attack protection procedures, evacuate employees. Arasaka Tower. What should we do now? Rebecca raised a shotgun that was almost as big as her. Everyone jumped out of the car. There were corpses and machine wreckage all around. The ammunition in the car had been used up. The good news was that if we went further inside, it would not be necessary to use that level of heavy firepower. Lucy quickly searched for an elevator card from the body of an Arasaka employee next to the elevator. We need to make sure all Arasaka communication antennas are shut down. The server room is upstairs. David took another elevator card. I go downstairs. Downstairs? Lucy was stunned. The server might indeed be in the basement, but their primary goal was to disrupt the communication between Arasaka Tower and the Kajira aircraft carrier, cutting off the connection between the two. There are two advantages to attacking the antenna directly. First, there is no need to spend time and effort to determine which servers are responsible for connecting to the Kajira, preventing them from burning servers on several floors, but in fact, there are still servers in several places that can be used. At the same time, the antenna array can also be hacked into individually to become a communication noise generator with a very large range. In short, it has many uses. Finally, the roof is more suitable for evacuation, but not underground. David nodded and signaled everyone to follow Lucy. The latter was in a very complicated mood. She hit David's chest hard. I should have known not to let you mess around with that guy. David chuckled, grabbed Lucy, and immediately kissed her mouth. TSK. An unhappy voice came from the elevator, and the two separated immediately, one facing down, the other facing up. David grabbed the rifle he had just picked up from the Arasaka employee, and his artificial eye was emitting a clear glimmer, and it was a little red. He was also very nervous. Some urban legends say that, Although everyone wants to climb to the top of Arasaka Tower, the treasures of Arasaka are all underground. Mom, please forgive me for not seizing this great opportunity to go to the top of Arasaka Tower. EBM Stadium, the air was filled with the smell of metal. The core of the reactor was disassembled and reassembled. The messy wires around it were pieced together with the brand new military control panel. Except for the faint sounds coming from the battlefield, the only sound here was the sound of the current jumping in the cables. The crude launcher stood beside the wreckage of the broken airship. The Cerberus, the flat-headed man, had been disassembled into pieces. And the lower half of Lear was also placed aside, but the spine was missing. All the components used to carry AI were integrated into the missile. This simple missile is equipped with the world-top AI hardware, and will soon be equipped with the top AI. In order to ensure that the missile passes through the anti-missile system of the Kajira, Lear will personally control the trajectory of the missile so that the missile will pass through the trajectory he is most familiar with in the air thousands of meters high. Lear, listen carefully. Learn well. First, we will rush to an altitude of 60 to 65 kilometers, and switch to gliding flight mode after reaching the highest point. Lear, you and I manually control the glider to glide forward at hypersonic speed, and perform explosive acceleration at the end. Muramasa, break through the anti-missile system of the Kajira at a speed of 6 to 10 Mach. Muramasa, in this case, why don't you press the button? What are you waiting for? Lear did not answer Muramasa, but activated the repaired Mackinac float, allowing the vehicle to leave the scene in a low-profile automatic flight mode and head to the battlefield. What is he waiting for? Just as Muramasa expected, as an AI, he couldn't find the right logic to convince himself to press the button rationally like an AI for a long time. So he was looking for a way to convince himself that he could survive. David, big brother. I'm in. Squeak Leal, ignite. Instantly, the launch device began to vibrate violently, and the missile engine made a deafening roar. Chapter 671 Hanged Men in the upright position. Ballistic missiles are a cause of shared security. Leal had never been involved with the ultimate weapon of war. He only knew that peace seemed to be maintained by weapons. Everyone was afraid that someone would hold the power to destroy the world, so they lived in a state of balance, enjoying the illusion that would break sooner or later. Of course, all these were what Leal thought after understanding this technology. Before that, his idea was, since everyone could sit down and talk now, he would also work hard to lay a good foundation for the future. He once thought it was something prepared for peace. But in the end, that idea was just self-deception. But now, at least he can use this weapon to protect them before everything is destroyed. In the cyberpunk world, the most powerful ballistic weapon is the orbital mass projector of the European community, which has extremely high accuracy. The projectile can eventually hit the target at a speed between Mach 8 and 24 as needed, causing a devastating blow near the impact point. But this speed, the ballistic weapon technology that Leal is familiar with, does not need to be launched from the moon. It can also be achieved. In the later stages of the war, each ICBM they launched could reach a speed of Mach 24. He launched hundreds of such missiles. This crude nuclear missile will eventually hit the Kajira at a speed of Mach 6 to 10. The specific value of this speed will depend on the specific operation situation. But even at the lowest value of Mach 6, at Mach 6, the missile flew in a strange maneuvering trajectory under the control of AI. After the Kajira was disconnected from the Arasaka Tower, it had an interception rate of less than a single digit. The premise is that Leal will be on this missile. As an AI, he has no way to resist his instinct. But he can convince himself that he can escape. At least he has a chance to escape. That chance is where David attacked, a server called Shinto located under Arasaka Tower. This server is loaded with Arasaka Tower most advanced soul killer research, a large number of digital souls that Arasaka is researching, and the most unique digital souls. In terms of specifications, this is definitely the world top server. Using this server and Arasaka communication antenna, Leal has a good chance to upload his data to this server after the nuclear bomb breaks through the interception network, and use Arasaka facilities to escape to the network, and there is still hope to escape the pursuit of the Black Wall. At the moment when David even got on the Mikashi, the biggest secret of Arasaka Tower, Arasaka Saburo, most valued property in Night City, was removed from the hidden firewall. Through their antenna, this network was exposed in the air. They seemed to be retreating. Jack threw away the drone in his hand, and the oil splattered. V hacked down a military technology soldier and sucked the side of Chimera. She saw the NCPD outsourcing idiots shouting and killing, while carrying the military equipment of the Hellhound to fight with a person, or kill a person. She would be extremely sensitive to the moment when the other party relaxed, the details of falling into disadvantage, and the end point that symbolizes the final victory. To her, those moments were as conspicuous as Lil's arrogant expression. But on the battlefield? She only knew that she was killing people. As for when the killing would end? She didn't know. She even thought that the company could not kill them all. They would eventually run away. But now, the company retreated? She raised her head and instinctively looked towards the company square. She saw that the Arasaka Tower had begun to catch fire, and the lights of other companies were all extinguished. Did they win? This thought did not feel real. Winning a war for the first time was not like winning a fight for the first time. You could hear the wailing and screaming of the other side, and the sound of the other side bones breaking, and the sound of internal organs exploding. The sergeant only had one leg left, brick 2-arm armor plates were all blown off, and a large area of his body cables were exposed, stained with blood and unknown liquids. Joster carried the computer case containing his mother on his back. He was just like everyone else, and a voice that they themselves did not believe echoed in their hearts. They won. The company dog ran away with his butt sticking up. The company building was pitch black, and they were the only ones left on the street. They won. The company dog ran away. Fuck, we screwed the company. The company went bankrupt. Which company? Stupid. I said the company went bankrupt. Jack slapped V hard, and his expression was even more delighted. We won. V, we screwed the company dog, not a certain company dog, but this company dog, and screwed the company. We can go home. We can go on vacation. We can enjoy life. We are real big shots now. V was still speechless. There was a loud noise behind him. Boom. She looked up and saw a missile. Or a rocket. She didn't understand. Anyway, she saw something like that rising into the sky. The flame at the tail was extremely dazzling, leaving a long streak of light in the sky above Dog Town. It was as if it was adding fireworks to this victory. A hovercraft came from the moon. V. Lear? Are you in the car? The missile flew into the sky. The company began to withdraw. Whether it was the Arasaka Group or military technology, they all began to withdraw from Taiping State. Some people would think that everything was over. Just like the gangs outsourced by the NCPD. More importantly, they felt that they had seen something extremely absurd. The company gave in? But others did not, such as Meredith Stout, such as the old captain, Mr. Hands, Fiona, Sherman. They were educated, had been company employees, they understood the horror of the company better, were actually more afraid of the company, and understood the company methods better. The company would not give in. The retreat could only mean one thing. They had determined that some kind of weapon of mass destruction was about to be released. But what they saw first was not the company fighter planes flying across the sky, but a small missile with a dazzling tail flame launched from Dog Town. A missile? It was unknown how many missiles would fall on Dog Town in a while, but they did not know yet, and there would not be such an outcome today. Leal was flying. He saw the cheering crowd, and he saw the worried Night City, using the equipment in Arasaka Tower. He saw the city, the place where he had struggled for a year. It was really dirty and smelly, messy and chaotic. But he met many people here, and started another side of his life here. Here, he changed the city like a street kid. And now there are traces of him everywhere. The unjust are afraid of him. The cruel are terrified of him. The arrogant are disgusted with him. And the lower class worship him. He is a legend. And he is the only one. He made the city into him. Instead of letting the city change him. Cyberspace was disappearing, getting farther and farther away from him, farther and farther away. Then he saw the Badlands and Santo Domingo in the distance, which were poor and barren, with only turbid sewage, stinky air, and a desert with nothing, but it was definitely the freest place in the world. Only by crossing the Badlands can you reach the distance. As the network of Night City became fainter, he seemed to see a long transportation route, from Night City to Mexico. In the end, he occupied a piece of cyberspace by himself, and the distance from the Night City network became a cyber desert. This small piece of cyberspace was composed of the missile sensors and controllers. He could feel every slight change in wind speed, trajectory, and speed. His consciousness merged with the missile and broke through the sky. He could not see anything, only the complicated ballistic calculations. But he seemed to see Atlanta starting. And that was where the world began. The missile reached its highest point and began to dive. He suddenly found V voice in the database. V Lear? Such complex emotions, perceived by him through the negative energy, stimulated his sensor. Lear suddenly remembered that in addition to calculating the trajectory, he also had a job, to reshape the soul. Chapter 672 The Hangman. Stark Tower. Boom! The Melta cannon burned through one explosion-proof door after another. Leal's mechanical body opened a path dripping with molten steel, like a laser drill. Another world. The missile is about to reach the highest point. After reaching the highest point, Leal's plan will enter a critical moment, using the remaining nuclear-powered airship thrusters, replenishing weapons-grade uranium in the fuel chamber. It is not difficult to get this missile to the expected height. But after that, the missile will begin to descend and enter the gliding phase, during which the gravitational potential energy will be converted into kinetic energy. Generally speaking, missiles need to have very demanding aerodynamic designs to avoid air resistance as much as possible so that the missile cannot reach hypersonic speed. At the same time, this design should also be coordinated with the state of the missile re-entering the atmosphere, so that the missile will appear to be like skipping stones on the water, increase the flexibility of the attack, and produce a certain degree of evasion of its interception system. This aerodynamic design has been matured after a lot of experiments in Leal world. This warhead obviously does not have such conditions. But fundamentally speaking, this hand-rubbed ballistic missile destined to hit the Kajira has a huge advantage. The performance of chrony titanium is very excellent. Whether it is pressure resistance or heat resistance, it is top-notch. The accumulated heat generated during flight is mainly generated in the warhead, but it has not been designed. And the appearance that blindly pursues speed will inevitably lead to uneven heat and force in some places, affecting the stability of the system. But Lear hardly needs to consider this problem, because even in the most extreme cases, this material is almost impossible to be damaged during flight. And the engine powered by an ultra-high-power nuclear reactor can do a lot of things after abandoning the thruster inside the chrony titanium. The biological materials used to generate biostatic electricity will be filled with electric current. The strong biostatic electricity will generate a strong electric field during high-speed flight, which will certainly not produce too strong a force with it in normal air. But at extremely high speeds, the gas molecules in the air will be ionized, forming a plasma sheath on the surface of the missile. By controlling the electric field, the effect of controlling these plasma clusters can be achieved. By controlling these plasma clusters, it is equivalent to controlling the air, forming something like an air cushion around the missile, making the external force of the missile more balanced, thereby reducing friction. At the same time, the flow direction of the local plasma is matched with the adjustable fan wings, which can completely produce asymmetric lift and pressure distribution, and achieve the maneuvering effect that Leal wants as much as possible. In other words, this weapon only draws on the design ideas of ballistic weapons that Leal is familiar with. But in achieving the effect, it uses a completely new technology. The only problem is that, with such sophisticated and complex control, the two super AIs are several times faster than humans in collecting data, building models, adjusting models, and direct control. But they need enough servers for calculations. There are only Hellhounds on the missile, Flathead, and the Sion Weston that Lear has been using. The chips of these three are among the best in the world, and they are all super chips adapted to AI design. It is more than enough to carry one AI. But this work must be done by two AIs. There has never been such a hypersonic missile in the world. So Muramasa understands Lear design ideas, and can also independently mobilize data, optimize and adjust equipment according to Lear guidance. But that requires Leal to guide and connect it in the same fast way, because it is still an AI, and for weapons that have never existed, its development efficiency will be greatly reduced. Leal will only occupy a small part of the missile system, and his calculations will be completed in another world, relying on the server of Stark Tower. The time flow rate difference between the two worlds is exactly 10 minutes on this side, and 3 minutes on the other side. The little octopus is aggressive, because it knows that it must complete Leal instructions alone, not just to win. Muramasa, it about to start descending. Click, the mechanical foot stepped on the floor. Leal walked into the laboratory. Jarvis, the biggest traitor to peace, the biggest traitor to the country of berries, you have entered Mr. Tony Stark private domain, but bang! The extremely oppressive body instantly grabbed the tablet. A sharp knife, with electric current stabbed out from the octopus claws behind him. Jarvis, please listen to me, Mr. Stark. Now unfortunately, the words prepared by this AI, it was said to the wrong person. Puff! The sharp knife pierced into the terminal. The little octopus began to occupy the entire server in the underground laboratory. It won't listen to anything. Little octopus, Big Brother connected. The engine that completed the liftoff propulsion work immediately detached. The missile successfully reached the high altitude as planned. Kujira, the plane is about to take off. What is that? Arasaka Saburo looked at the missile that broke through the atmosphere and expressed doubts. Missile? Does the missile need to fly straight so high? Rocket? Are they going to escape? But where can Dogtown get a rocket that can fly to the moon? However, out of caution, Arasaka Saburo still made a very conservative decision. He was going to immediately use the available resources to send fighters to blow up Dogtown and Taipingshao. But just now, he had ordered 2 fighters to take off, to intercept and destroy the things in the sky. The Arasaka fighter flew through the clouds, over the moon. Arasaka Pilot 0032, the target is slowing down. Is it descending? The aircraft carrier is 200 kilometers away from Dogtown. The fighter plane was still far away from the missile. But their sensors and analyzers showed that it was first of all. It might be a missile. Secondly, the missile had lost power and began to drop in altitude. People are always afraid of the unknown. Even Saburo Arasaka is no exception. It can even be said that people like him hate the unknown even more. What on earth did Burger King shoot? He soon found out. Arasaka Pilot 0034, the target began to descend. Confirmed. Or was it gliding? That thing broke the speed of sound. Arasaka Pilot 0032, the target broke the speed of sound. Confirmed that the target speed reached Mach 2. Something is wrong. It is so wrong. After the missile reached the highest point and began to descend, in the thin atmosphere, it only takes tens of seconds to accelerate to the speed of sound. And with Muramasa continuous optimization and adjustment, the missile aerodynamic electromagnetic pad will only meet Lille needs more and more. The missile descended for 10 seconds. In the fighter pilot sensor data, this is an iron sleeve that starts to fall down. But the missile descended for 20 seconds. And its climbing speed made them feel a little abnormal. The missile began to descend for 40 seconds. And suddenly broke the speed of sound. The missile tore the atmosphere apart. And the sonic boom exploded in the sky. The torn air exploded behind the missile, forming a clear sonic boom cloud. Even a fool would realize that this is a weapon. The missile descended for 60 seconds. And this thing had already broken through Mach 2 under standard atmospheric pressure. Its dive trajectory was also very clear. And the target was the Kujira. The Arasaka interception system began to operate at high speed. The fighter pilots' brains were hot. Their heartbeats were accelerated. And their breathing was rapid. They were not going to destroy a desperate madman, but were facing an unknown weapon. The fighter plane accelerated at full speed, and the missile speed command was getting faster and faster. 69 seconds, Mach 3, 78 seconds, Mach 4, 86 seconds, Mach 5. Before entering the atmosphere, the speed had reached Mach 8. The fighter plane also pulled a huge sonic boom cloud in the air. The ballistic prediction system of the Kujira aircraft carrier transmitted all the data to the fighter plane. The 2 planes locked the target, pulled up towards the missiles, and fired several missiles. At the same time, the Kujira aircraft carrier on the ground also completed the calculation. The rapid-fire artillery continuously sprayed long orange flames pointing to the sky, and the interception missiles whistled out like sharp swords. The sky became dazzling under the intersecting missile trajectories and anti-aircraft firepower. The symphony of flames and metal seemed like a doomsday stage. Saburo Arasaka tapped the handrail beside him. He admitted that this was indeed an amazing terrorist who was good at creating fantastic ideas. But how can you use ingenuity to defeat a behemoth that is much larger than you? But what he didn't know was that this was the main weapon that Lille used to destroy the previous world. This was not a sudden ingenuity of someone, but the ultimate weapon developed by the entire world for various reasons. The whistling ballistic missile suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The ballistic missile jumped up in the atmosphere. The violent maneuvering made the plasma sheath on its surface more flickering, and the tail airflow became very incoherent. This thing now looks like a naughty meteor. Boom. Countless interceptions were all missed. The fighter pilot watched the thing jump up in the atmosphere, completely avoiding all interceptions, and even their aircraft, and countless interception ammunition passed by. Boom. A violent sonic boom exploded in the air. Compared to the continuous and steady roar, this discordant sound seemed to hit Saburo Arasaka hard. A weapon of unknown origin was flying towards him at a speed of Mach 8. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. What if it was carrying a nuclear bomb? Chapter 673 The Hanged Man. So this is what a ballistic missile sees when it breaks through the interception network. Lille no longer has eyes, but the sensors on the missile still allow him to see some realistic projections in cyberspace. The most important model adjustments, the most important calculations, Lille and Muramasa have already been done. This is a short-range ballistic missile, which will not bounce multiple times after entering the atmosphere, and as long as the trajectory of the first bounce is out of the Arasaka Group Missile Prediction System, the speed of Mach 8 is no longer something they can predict and intercept. Even in the final stage, the missile speed dropped significantly, and it was still beyond Kujira's ability to intercept. The missile did not hit Kujira directly in the end, but hit its left side, which should be the case. Lil did not see the explosion. Because he had more important things to do, David attacked the Mikashi, and Lucy led the team to capture the antenna, opening up a hacking channel for Lil. As the missile descended, Lil would be able to connect to the signal of Arasaka Tower on the missile, and have the opportunity to sneak into the Mikashi. But the time was too short. He had to choose what to back up, and what to repair. However, Muramasa did not have this requirement. He could immediately decide to keep only his core model. So he completed the jump first, and Lil, peeling off from the missile server bit by bit, began to return from the vision of Arasaka Tower to the restless and turbulent cyber network of Night City. The black wall followed him like a shadow, making his data transmission less than 50% fidelity. Anyway, Lil began to recall the past, and began to traverse his database. It was too long ago, he could no longer remember how he felt at that time, and he did not have the conditions to mobilize his emotions. He remembered what happened after he had the energy of the negative film. He remembered the story of his past life that he told Martin, his pain, emptiness, regret, anger. He had done crazy things, witnessed the world fall apart in the flames of war, and the future of mankind was destroyed by his own hands. Countless fragments streaked across the sky, and the sky was burning. Then he thought of his hope for the new world. He hoped that Atlas could do what he had dreamed of countless times, stop the world from falling before everything was irreversible. He thought of the children who asked him questions in the city, curiosity and love, hope and innocence. He thought of the countless students, researchers, engineers, and other people who supported him. They looked at themselves, believed in themselves, admired themselves, as if they saw the future in themselves, and were willing to work for him, thinking that he would work for the future he promised. This kind of gaze is not known in the Marvel world, nor in Night City. People are unable to escape from the mud, or they are willing to stay in the mud. But no matter what, in the end, people hope that he will not die because he is the future. The expectations of countless people, as well as his own expectations of them, are so vague and unspeakable, but so clear. Lil suddenly had a sense of enlightenment and emotion. As a dying person, he did not put his life first, but insisted on doing these things. It was this complicated experience that kidnapped him. In a sense, it was just regret, and strong nostalgia for the beauty that had never existed. The explosion of this nuclear bomb was for these people, and it was actually his foolish act. Then, he saw the specific people. He saw Jack, who was smiling all day long, and he was nervous behind the wheelchair when he was on a mission, as if even if a nuclear bomb was going to explode in front of him in the next second, this big guy would hug himself. In fact, Jack would do the same. Lil thought that Jack almost died once because of protecting him. Jack, my best brother. Then he saw Maya, his mother. He remembered his mother's care and worry for him, remembered the love a mother showed her son, who was about to die in a coma, but was still willing to give for him. Maya was an ordinary mother, with an ordinary but unique and passionate love. Only after we realized how cruel this world is, we began to feel that this world can become gentle and beautiful. Finally, he saw V. He suddenly wanted to see V, so he found the Mackinac Phantom. In the blurry cyberspace, he saw this silly girl who was always happy, dreaming of buying a house and a sports car. Looking at the Phantom in confusion, too many memories came to his mind. He saw the two of them singing together in a behemoth armored vehicle, boasting, crossing the badlands and deserts. He saw the two of them looking at houses together in Mutuo, cursing the houses that they could never afford. He saw V holding his head and drilling hard. But the clearest thing was what happened in Dogtown. Dear, what a stupid name. Muramasa, haven't you finished yet? The nuclear bomb is about to explode. What are you doing? Following Muramasa prompt, the inside of the nuclear bomb began to explode. The primer squeezed the reaction space. The concentration of nuclear fuel exceeded the threshold. The chain reaction began. Buzz. Cyberspace is shaking. The nuclear bomb has exploded. In reality, a flash hundreds of times brighter than a thermobaric bomb lit up from the coast. After a series of sonic booms and meteor jumps, the sun appeared on the coast. In cyberspace, The nuclear electromagnetic pulse turned into a terrifying storm, which even the black wall could not resist. This storm was swallowing everything. In the storm, Leo heard V's last voice coming into the shadow. V, Leo. Are you in the car? This storm was about to drown everything of Leo. The AI-based mind reminded him that he should complete the data migration immediately, or should have completed it long ago. However, he had already begun to show his humanity. In this storm, he chose an extremely risky move. He controlled the electromagnetic signal, invaded V's cyber modulator, through the cyber modulator, like a little octopus, made a series of marks on V's brain. This mark fell on V's shoulder, fell on her lips. In the Cyberpunk era, information equipment no longer requires two lovers to express their love face to face. But what is love? What is love in this era? Some people like the ideal sex doll bought with money. Some people like to do it crazily under hormone enhancement. Some people like the novel experience brought by the strange prosthesis and sensory enhancer. Most people are addicted to the direct stimulation of the brain by the black super dream. True love is too rare, but pleasure is easy to get, to make up for regret, and regret is very firm. Pursuing things that have never been there, but looking around. Leo clearly realized that now. At this moment, he had to say something. But in the violent cyberspace storm, everything Leo did was meaningless. Because this storm would swallow everything. What he wanted to say disappeared immediately. Just like a whisper dissipated in the storm. Leo, Valerie. Violent sonic booms. Flashing meteors. And finally the dazzling sun. V felt that someone had just hugged her. And then she didn't know whether it was fragments, flames, or fine rain that touched her lips. No one had kissed her. And no one had hugged her like a lover. So she couldn't even make a reasonable guess. She only knew there was no one in the floating shadow. Chapter 674, The True Death God. Hans hid in a getaway car, watching the nuclear explosion. As a former company employee, not just an ordinary employee, he knew too well what the shining net that just illuminated the sky and the mushroom cloud were. Originally, it was certain that Arasaka was going to blow up Taiping's, but Arasaka blew himself up. The company troops that had just occupied Taiping Street disappeared in an instant. It looked as if the company had voluntarily admitted defeat. Dad. His daughter beside him suddenly pointed at the mushroom cloud on the horizon. What is that? A new era. Hans was extremely bitter. Who would have thought that it was the Kajira that was finally destroyed? He didn't know what Burger King did. He only knew that a nuclear missile broke through the interception system of the aircraft carrier. Today Night City is extremely silent. Billboards are off. Speakers are turned off. The streets are empty. Only flickering flames and weak lights are left. No matter what happened in the middle. What is the truth? This NCPD outsourcing. The team's strength has been proven. Soon, as Hansen sells the weapons he has saved to Night City, a proper city defense army will be formed. And Hans also knows that even if Arasaka, military technology, biotechnology, and other large companies choose to sanction Night City can still have other options. He has long known that Burger King has been encouraging Atacado to expand to Mexico in the south. Even if the city chooses to bow to Europe, it may even live better. In short, the city has taken the most difficult step. From a free city that is at the mercy of others, to a city with a real future. He didn't even board the ship to a different future. Yes, Hans actually fully understood everything Burger King did. He was just afraid and terrified. On the surface, he seemed to be in control, calm, and well-mannered, but in fact, he was very afraid of the company. Even if he left the original company, he only wanted to play both sides, find different companies to contact, be the middleman between companies. And seriously confront the company? Never thought about it. He succumbed to fear, or, as an employee with rich work experience, he had long been accustomed to living under fear, and this habit was almost impossible to change. Mr. Hans held his daughter's head, and stroked it slowly. Really, you lost to fear, and lost to yourself. He thought he was very rational, but in fact, he had long been a prisoner of fear. The seemingly rational decision was also made in a state of fear. The car stopped, and Hans was ready to continue to flee with his daughter, to Mexico, and continue to fight for a way out for himself. The driver walked quickly to the trunk. But just as he opened the door, a samurai sword ended his life completely. Silently, Goro Takemura climbed out of the trunk and took out a pistol from the driver's leg. Hans didn't know all this. He just squatted on the shore with his daughter and sighed face to face. Dad made the wrong choice again. Bang! 2 gunshots, and 2 bodies fell on the coast. Goro Takemura dragged his half-crippled body into the car, killing this middleman who knew some of their secrets at the right time. This mission might be the only smooth thing today. There is no time to watch him. He still has to go back to protect Lord Arasaka Saburo. Hiss. Intense currents flowed violently in the military-grade circuits of Arasaka Tower, and all were destroyed by the nuclear electromagnetic pulse brought by the nuclear explosion. Arasaka Tower is on fire. Before attacking here, the biggest question for David Team was, how would they evacuate after they finished their work? After all, according to the plan, after attacking Arasaka Tower, they had to guard the key nodes for some time, which was just a few minutes, which made them terrified, but now, they found that this was the least thing to worry about. Arasaka Tower was completely burned down, Kujira was swallowed by a huge explosion, mushroom cloud covered the sky, storm swept Night City, Arasaka troops were more shocked than them. These troops are well trained, and highly loyal to the top, but at this time, their command system is completely chaotic, who knows what to do. There are almost no company dogs on the streets. Arasaka will definitely activate Kujira when things get out of control, this is something that can be guessed. So when they saw Arasaka Tower being attacked, they withdrew all their employees, and activated the nuclear attack protection procedures. However, the nuclear attack did not happen in Taipingshao or Night City, but on the Kujira. The scene of the ballistic missile breaking through the Arasaka defense system was extremely spectacular, and the subsequent explosion was also quite spectacular. It was impossible not to notice it. After the Black Wall attack, the Lark Rebellion, the fall of Arasaka Tower, and the current electromagnetic pulse, Night City network is like a rag. No one is willing to connect, and it is almost impossible to transmit messages on it. Everything is slowly retreating as easy as breathing. David and his men drove the Mackinaw Mammoth down the steps in front of the Arasaka Tower. The big car, which was riddled with bullet holes, was trembling as it moved, but it was still able to move. Boom. A motorcycle suddenly sped past the city across from the company square, seemingly heading straight for the Arasaka beach. The motorcycle looked very powerful, but the clothes worn by the person on it looked like those of the High and Tiger Claw gang, a shirt and suit that mixed the preferences of company dogs with the style of old Japanese street gangsters. There was a long flag on the rear of the motorcycle. Only David could see the pattern on it. It looked like some long monster with a steely luster. What is that? David passed what he saw to Lucy. That is, Lucy had been surfing the internet since she was a child, and she recognized it immediately. It looks like an oriental dragon. Let's follow it and see, David suddenly said. It looks like the style of the Tiger Claw gang. A submarine rose in the Arasaka port on the Arasaka coast. The Kujira was paralyzed. The ballistic missile did not hit the aircraft carrier directly, but the 20 kilograms high-concentration uranium nuclear explosion was enough to completely blow through the port side of the aircraft carrier, and most of the hull structure was distorted or even disappeared. The Kujira was indeed very large. As Arasaka's signature military unit, it was equivalent to a small offshore military base, and could be deployed across the ocean. Even if a quarter of the hull structure was completely gone, and the rest was mostly damaged, it still did not sink. It was almost turned into scrap metal. The aircraft carrier was still barely staying still in the turbulent ocean, but Saburo Arasaka could not. The moment the explosion occurred, the command room where he was located quickly triggered the safety measures, and sent him from the bottom of the aircraft carrier into a small submarine to escape. The glory of the nuclear explosion was deeply engraved in the mind of this old man, and he felt humiliated by the escape all the way. But he was still thinking about how the missile broke through the airtight defense of the Kujira. Sir Saburo. A group of Arasaka employees were busy and trembling, preparing the stairs for him to go ashore. The doctors and technical experts became extremely nervous. There were still countless Arasaka ninjas in the shadows. The remaining troops also surrounded the Arasaka seaside property. But what everyone didn't react to was that a ninja suddenly jumped out of the shadows. No one knew when he was waiting here. Takemura Goro. I'm very sorry, Sir Arasaka. Chapter 675. The Righteous Death God. Takemura entered his daily defensive position while speaking, even while expressing his shame. He did not forget to continue working. However, his condition was quite bad. The full-force attack of the Hellhound turned most of his prosthesis into metal garbage. The design of this set of ninja prosthesis was not as extreme as the heavy hammer, but it was the best in electromagnetic protection and concealment. But this design was broken with a violent attack, and in the high-standard electromagnetic pulse, all scrapped. All prosthetics are turned off, and the safety device of the brain-computer interface is activated. As a ninja, He does not need to use his brain to work like a hacker. When the damage of the prosthetics reaches a certain level, he becomes a ninja who drags metal garbage and fights with his body. Although his combat effectiveness has decreased, at least he can still move. And if he can move, he can be loyal. Saburo Arasaka did not express anything, but slowly recalled everything that happened tonight. As an excellent leader, he would deal with his subordinates before they made mistakes or even had the possibility of making mistakes. However, Takemura's failure also led to the failure of the Kujira. What happened still needs to be slowly savored. Saburo sat in a wheelchair and left the port facility, entering the empty outer square to leave by car, but heard a commotion in the distance. Lord Yoriyuki. He narrowed his eyes and saw his son Arasaka Yoriyuki getting off the motorcycle, taking off his helmet, and walking through the crowd with dignity. These company employees had no idea what was going on. They only knew that the person in front of them was Saburo Arasaka's son, and they should get out of the way. Only Takemura took a small step forward, and his muscles were tense. Saburo raised his hand, signaling Takemura not to speak. He understood his son, a self-deceiver who had lost his edge, and he could be manipulated at will. My son? Until Lai Xian walked in front of him, Sanlang noticed some details. The flag on the motorcycle Lai Xian rode today was a little familiar, as if it was the flag used by those guys when this rebellious son was hanging out on the streets decades ago. Suddenly, Sanlang realized his reaction and observation skills slowed down. It was not known whether the prosthesis had malfunctioned in the nuclear strike, or whether his own decayed body had developed lesions in the shock wave, but his brain slowed down. He was so slow that he couldn't notice that Lai Xian's eyes were completely different from before. You? Bang! Takemura screamed. He saw Lai Xian took out a gun from his pocket, and directly, without hesitation, pulled the trigger in front of everyone. In his full state, Takemura could easily predict and cut the trajectory of the bullet, but not now. His body was heavy and weak. His spirit was ashamed and regretful. He couldn't split the bullet. He could only risk jumping on his master. In an instant, Takemura pounced on Saburo Arasaka, and the ninjas in the shadows rushed out of the shadows. The optical camouflage on their bodies could not remain hidden as they moved at high speed. It looked as if the picture was distorted. And the instigator, Yorinobu Arasaka, had a wild and crazy smile on his face that he had not seen in decades. The bullets from the pistol King Kong all hit Takemura. But at this distance, Takemura's body could not block the penetration of such a large caliber bullet. At the same time, Lai Xian pulled out a samurai's sword with his other hand, and threw it fiercely at his father, his greatest enemy. Puff! For a moment, the world stopped. A samurai sword was stuck in Saburo Arasaka's head, and it stretched backwards at a weird angle. Blood and brain matter dripped from his head to the floor. Ha ha! I am the one who killed Saburo Arasaka. The Dragon of Steel. The steel dragon that was killed by the Arasaka group 50 years ago has been resurrected. Lai Xian laughed wildly under the threat of the ninja sword, as if this was enough for him to do in his life. Boom! Everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to do. The venue suddenly exploded violently. Lai Xian was blown up. He fell to the ground and looked up. Just in time, he saw a broken Mackinaw mammoth parked in the distance. David drove the Sion Weston and killed the ninja next to Lai Xian, who was preparing to fight back with the cat. To be honest, he was also confused. Arasaka Saburo, dead. But the eldest brother blew up Arasaka. He attacked Arasaka Tower. Then the one who killed Arasaka Saburo must be a friendly force. Right? There's no explanation. Man, who had the loudest voice, threw away the rocket launcher while yelling, "Get in the car!" A loud noise of a hovercraft was heard in the distance. Rebecca pointed to the sky. It's the NCPD. Damn. They knew they were coming out at this time? NCPD David calmly put his gun to the other side. It's not certain who the NCPD will help. Mackinaw drove violently through the street. David glanced at the still burning Arasaka Tower. Brother, this deal is settled. EBM Stadium. Bryce sat on the stone, facing the workbench where Leal had worked. He actually had a chance to stop and interfere with Leal missile launch. Before the launch, he had already found this place. Bryce, if you see this version of the information, you are really a lucky guy. And not that you made the right choice. But if you interfere with me, you will definitely be burned to a brain in an instant. I am not an AI. But I have more than one AI. Muramasa, I tell you quietly. I have 3 dangerous critical bodies. Network monitoring must tell you. They captured AI, attacked Arasaka, and intercepted the Soul Killer for network security. But I have all the records here. Remember the first time you came to me? Asking me to investigate Arasaka? From beginning to end, what Arasaka did. Why I kidnapped Perales and Ryan. What the Soul Killer can do. And what the Soul Killer and the Black Wall can do. Everything you want is in it. Remember to connect the shielding device next to it before reading the data. As for what you want to do with this data, it's none of my business. This deal is done. Jonathan, Agent Blythe, mission failed. Company, what did you find? Bryce took a deep breath, and then threw the chip into the crusher next to him. The news of the bombing of the Kajira spread all over the world in an instant, and the whereabouts of Saburo Arasaka made the whole world crazy. They would not know that, right on the Arasaka beach, Arasaka owned estate, Arasaka's son regained his former courage, killed his father under the banner of Steel Dragon. The news of Saburo Arasaka being killed could not even be quickly transmitted to the Arasaka headquarters in Tokyo through the internet. When this Mackinaw took away the assassin Arasaka Yorinobu, the local Arasaka group was really confused. Under the creation of Saburo Arasaka, the Arasaka group was built into a real empire, subconsciously working for Saburo Arasaka. This empire may have some factions, but if he appeared in person, everyone would bow down to him. Now he is dead. Among these factions, one of them is actually the Arasaka group, which was actually led by Arasaka Yuriki, and is about to fall into chaos. But before that, Night City will start to restore order first. And at the same time, according to Liar Idea, it will start to reselect trading partners. In the city center, a unique hovercraft is parked here. V and Jack were sitting inside, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Ryan looked at the two big brothers in the car, and he didn't dare to breathe. While Perales listened to the message in the box in disbelief. When you hear this message, the Kajira has been attacked by me with a nuclear missile. Theoretically, this aircraft carrier will at least be completely paralyzed. As for Saburo Arasaka, if you are lucky, the explosion will send him to hell along with the aircraft carrier, and send away this old bastard who should have died in the nuclear explosion long ago. But I suggest that you still treat him as not dead, and immediately organize the NCPD to block the streets, grasp the status of the city, and if there is a chance, kill him directly. This is also the first step to truly take back Night City. Ryan and Perales swallowed their saliva when they heard this. We kill Saburo Arasaka? But they dared not show anything wrong. Ryan put his hand on his temple. His hand was shaking a little. I have already asked NCPD to go out to work. Hansen and the remaining soldiers will form a city defense army, arrange Night City on coastal defense and air defense circle, although it is still a bit difficult to face a company directly. But you don't need to face a company directly. There is not enough space, but Ryan, this is what you are best at, and I have discussed the specific matters with you. I only remind you of one thing. Now you can play more and stronger cards. Don't cry and make sex toys. Ryan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Perez, the Yesher group must be replaced. I don't care what you do. In a short period of time, make Taipingshao the second main city of Night City. Don't you like to say that Ryan built Night City into hell? Now you try it. You too, Night City now has an independent foundation, and most of the criminals have been dealt with. This deal is settled. Beep. The horn of a hovercraft sounded outside the window, and a hovercraft rushed to the window of the mayor's office like crazy. On the hovercraft, Sheriff River took out the directional antenna with shaking hands like he had Parkinson's disease, and transmitted the message Arasaka Saburo is dead to the loudspeaker in the office. Since Arasaka Saburo is dead, V and Jack have no goal to continue, and they are confused. In the car, little voices still echoing in their heads. By the time you hear this news, we should have won. First of all, I am not dead. I just have a problem. Jack, you can go home now. Mrs. Wilson and Misty should be waiting for you. Go back and confess to them. If you want to take the car out for a ride, you can talk to V about it. This car belongs to her now, just like the Pelican before. You should have no objection. Right? V, this hovercraft can now fly around Night City. Even if you want to have a wild ride in the sky of Night City, no one will bother you. But I guess this is the only way to pay you back. The R&D and manufacturing cost of the Mackinac floating shadow must be at least 1 or 2 million. Right? I remember you always said you wanted a sports car. Now you have a sports car, and the hovercraft, and a house. When Taiping's house starts to develop, you can ask Pereiris to customize a house. Then, you want to be the strongest in this city. There is a little spider in the car. I have a Xeon Weston configuration. Although it is not completely finished, it can be used in theory. Ask Lao Wei to replace it and try. Wait for the software problem to be optimized slowly by the little octopus. These things will definitely pay back the money I owe you. Demai, little octopus, you two stay here and wait for me to come back. Little octopus appears on V's shoulder, looking melancholy. Leo finally chooses to leave the little octopus and the data completely in this world. After all, he will probably disappear for a long time. In addition to the little octopus, Barley also stayed in this world. Both AIs cut off their connection with the other world and Lear. They didn't know what this meant. But don't be too playful. You two are the same. If the company knew you were still in Night City, they would definitely go crazy. So if you have nothing to do, go and help avocado business on the border. Have you been to Mexico? It's actually not bad there. Finally, you are all famous now. Right? The deal is done. Ah, Jack sighed, looking at the dumbfounded V. And cursed Lear in his heart. What a joke. Chapter 676 The Righteous Death. After the nuclear explosion, Leo had no control over how Night City would develop. But he believed that, just as someone stood up when he completely lost control of the OCT domain and the entire Hamburg crime group, this city no longer needed his comprehensive control and interference, and could develop in the direction he wanted. Even Jack and V, the two young men, had become serious big brothers, gang bosses, company executives, city politicians and separatist warlords. None of them were unfamiliar to them. As for the uneducated and rude temperament, it is not a problem that prevents people from becoming big brothers. Leo last time in Night City was frozen when the nuclear electromagnetic pulse was about to completely destroy the network of Night City, the primitive, rough and huge network of the city. The intricate cyberspace has been dilapidated after many city-level wars, and it is simply unable to resist the impact. Leo, the calculation speed in cyberspace is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The portable shrine, the huge server located under the Arasaka Tower, was also exposed to the storm with the operation of David's team. Leo hacked in at an unimaginable speed, and immediately began to upload all his consciousness and data here, along with the emotions he recalled along the way. It's just that some emotions and memories are obviously broken. Who are you? In the portable shrine, a huge soul imprint began to operate as the portable shrine was exposed in cyberspace. This is the most important data that Arasaka stored in the Mikashi, the true original developer of Soul Killer, the legendary hacker of the internet era, Otto Cunningham. The consciousness of this legendary hacker was divided into two parts. One part existed on the internet, and remained in the old network as the old network collapsed. And the other part, right here, she began to look for an opportunity to escape. At this moment, 3 AIs existed in the network of the Mikashi and took the lead. The communication was completed in an instant. 3 AIs, 2 different tasks and goals. If 3 people are in a space with limited resources, they will definitely compete for resources for their respective tasks, and then fall into a vicious circle of infinite competition, which will result in the inability to complete the tasks. But the 3 AIs are 3 almost rational individuals. Otto is aware of AI's survival instinct, and she has no pressure to survive. But Lil and Muramasa also know that if Otto is not allowed to work at all, they will probably be disturbed. A delicate balance is quickly formed, and the largest traffic is occupied by Muramasa and Lil. At the same time, in the ocean and outer space, the communication towers and satellites connected to the old network are also moving. The equipment of the old network has been kept running under the maintenance of AI. But humans dare not enter. Now Lil can choose where they want to flee. And this coordinate, Muramasa had already discussed it with Lil, however. Just when Lil was about to complete the backup of all consciousness and give up the brain for data transfer, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Warning! Your original consciousness is completely disappearing. Your consciousness deviation is increasing. Please find the anchor point to strengthen the connection with this world and restore the integrity of consciousness. Otherwise you will lose contact with this world. Leo looked confused. Anchor point? Where can he take over a body now? No. Leo brain, thinking at high speed, suddenly focused on the portable shrine next door that was organizing the evacuation. Ultra kept transmitting the data inside. These data formed a strange flashing belt in cyberspace. And under this belt, there was someone. Leo suddenly jumped out of the cyberspace ejection chamber that was about to leave the portable shrine, and rushed to Ultra work area under Muramasa's shocked and puzzled observation. Who didn't understand it either, but Leal's speed was too fast. How could the AI that just kept to itself use its limited resources to defend against Leal? The broken data body of Leal suddenly transformed into a delicate and rusty octopus arm, and smashed straight at one of the consciousness bodies that looked a little demented. This digital imprint belonged to a man with long and sultry hair. The imprint perfectly reproduced his self-image in cyberspace. A silver arm glittered in cyberspace. If a gangster like Jack who likes to read street legends saw it, he would probably shout out immediately, "Johnny Silverhand." Lil didn't care. All he could think about was not losing the connection with this world. His octopus arm split into countless claws and grabbed the confused Johnny Silverhand. "Give me your consciousness." Johnny Silverhand felt lost in the void during the decades he was trapped in the shrine. He couldn't feel anything and could only wander around. In the end, he even gave up thinking. Unexpectedly, 50 years later, a spectacular storm brought back his consciousness. What made him regain his basic sense of touch was the terrifying data shock that was comparable to a truck crash. Fuck. Anchoring is successful. Deviation is too large. Cross-dimensional information communication has been closed. Cross-dimensional data channels have been closed. And cross-dimensional production bonuses have been closed. All your cross-dimensional functions have been closed. In order to ensure the connection, your level of consciousness will be controlled to match the higher degree of deviation. For Switch, Leal consciousness returned to Stark Tower. And this heavy prosthesis was restarted under drive, just now. The little octopus was exchanged to the cyberpunk world. And Leal also devoted himself to dealing with his whereabouts. His body stopped moving completely as he connected to Stark Tower. This process took about 5 minutes. Pepper and Happy, who were waiting nearby, saw a very scary scene. The electrical appliances in Stark Tower flickered and went out. Occasionally there would be explosions caused by burnout of electrical appliances, and the explosions would suddenly make the lines and machines move. And the scene looked like a haunted place. All the servers in this building were scrapped in the overload just now. 5 minutes, it seemed like a lifetime had passed. Leal didn't know what the system prompt meant, but he always felt empty in his heart. Consciousness is completely digitized. And implementing data transition in that environment, there will almost certainly be some problems. But there will always be a solution. Now he has to solve the problem here. The black wall signal has disappeared. And the entire internet has fallen into silence. The attack and defense of several AIs, and the black on the internet almost destroyed all available network facilities. This large-scale collapse has caused network stagnation worldwide. Leal doesn't even know what the situation is outside now. But when he finds spare communication equipment in the laboratory warehouse, he can try to restore contact with Sky. Okay. Let's find Tony Stark now. Leal tore open the door in front of him and entered the core area. The sensor on his body instantly buzzed. Gamma rays exceeded the standard. Leal saw a very twisted green strongman working at a workbench. Chapter 677, Death in the Right Position. This workshop seems to be exactly the same as the one in the Iron Man movie in Lear memory. It's just that it is filled with excessive gamma rays, and the figure working here is obviously not as coquettish and comfortable as Tony Stark. The clothes on this guy are torn by his knotted muscles, and the monitoring equipment around him is as tattered as him. But his hands seem to still maintain the size of a normal human, so that he can operate some instruments. One side of his head is big and the other side is small. In general, it looks like it is undergoing a transformation, but it is stuck in the middle. This is not Iron Man. This is more like the Hulk. Bang! The man reached out from the drug synthesizer and took out an injection and stuffed it into his body. You? The monster turned around. Leal logic chain seemed to be broken, although half of the face was distorted, but it was still clear. This is Tony Stark. Pepper and Happy felt their blood turn cold, their feet lost strength, and fell to the ground. Tony smiled casually. This is not very decent. I have many projects here. Jarvis insists that I'm sick. He'd been thinking this since you saved those Africans in Africa. You're a genius in information technology. Some of the technology one don't understand. Can you explain this? Tony sat on the chair. The green body on his body kept surging. Behind him, there was obviously a manufacturing machine embedded in the wall, or maybe this manufacturing machine was too large, occupying a lot of space, and only one side could be used as a wall. Lear didn't know what he wanted to do. He had a lot of things to do. But if Tony turned into the Hulk, considering the narrowness of the underground space, and the little energy left, he'd better listen to what Tony wanted to say first. Lear sat opposite Tony. To be precise, he just pretended to sit on it. After all, he was quite heavy now. The world outside is burning. I know. Tony nodded disappointedly. The aerospace carrier. I helped them develop it. Then I can't sit here and chat with you all the time. I just want to know what went wrong. Tony's mental state is quite wrong, and he seems to be only one step away from collapse, and an angry Hulk. Leo doesn't dare to risk angering him. Leo's brain began to think quickly. The aerospace carrier will follow a big data algorithm called the Insight Plan, screening targets around the world that threaten their rule and launching strikes, directly eliminating the threat. But before that, I had fought with them on the internet. They seem to have been doing a kind of targeted information control, interfering with and regulating the cognition of important people. You said? I was brainwashed. Tony was stunned. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely think that Lil was talking nonsense. How could such a smart person be brainwashed by information? But he actually had guessed it long ago, because he had discovered something wrong long before Jarvis lost control. But this still can't explain Jarvis' loss of control. Lil continued. And the person who implemented this plan, I blew it up on the internet in the previous round of internet turmoil. But the bombing was very large. I used some advanced ideas to attack. Do you believe in the existence of strong artificial intelligence? Your code allowed Jarvis to break through the limits of intelligence? Tony suddenly realized. Strong artificial intelligence may occur accidentally when the amount of data reaches a certain level. This statement is not non-existent, but no one has seen it, and it cannot be confirmed or disproven. But it actually exists in this world. But soon, Tony felt more bitter. The emergence of strong artificial intelligence may be random, but their behavior patterns must be generated based on past data. No wonder he felt that Jarvis was like him. Because Jarvis was based on the self, who was trapped in the information cocoon before, the self who wanted to start a war, the self who wanted to destroy the rebels, the self who believed that the terrorists in Roxanne Mouth should die, the self who believed that he was a righteous war profiteer. Jarvis' behavior pattern was largely based on that self. Tony Stark in this world was not kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan, but was rescued by an agent with ulterior motives. But if he had never been kidnapped by terrorists, had never been trapped in a cave and lost his freedom, had never had a weak friend sacrifice his life to save an arms dealer Tony Stark, the one who died was a prodigal Iron Man. Tony became more and more depressed. From then on, I had the idea of stopping. But Jarvis insisted that I was sick and ignored and suppressed all my instructions to change my style. I've been working on a lot of projects here, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, never resting. He raised his arm, and Leo found that the green muscles seemed to have melted a little. They asked me to develop a physical enhancer for them here, a side project of the Super Soldier Project, an enhancer that only enhances the brain. This project requires very powerful gamma rays as an aid. I have made some improvements to the gamma ray generator here, so that they can focus on strengthening the brain. Jarvis thinks that my abnormalities these days are all illnesses, all need treatment, but it can't be cured no matter what. How stupid. Just when you broke in, it was forcing me to further optimize the potion, to optimize it into a potion that can 100% cure me. It seemed that he wanted to beg you for mercy, to buy some time for me to perfect this potion. But you refused. In order to complete the task I assigned to him, it injected this thing into me before shutting down. Lil wanted to say something. If he still had a healthy body, he would open his mouth uncontrollably. But he also knew that he had no choice at that time. Arasaka planes were on the aircraft carrier ready to take off at any time. If the missiles were launched 1 second later, the first 2 fighters would not be able to turn to intercept the missiles, but would directly mount missiles to blow up Taiping's. He had no choice. And he would not take the risk of being indecisive. If it happened again, he would do it again. It wants to cure me, Tony muttered to himself. As if I was supposed to be that bad, like a controlling parent. You are cured now, Lil said. I shut down Jarvis, and now you can decide who you are. No. Tony lay in the chair, looking up at the ceiling. The green on his body was indeed fading, but the skin after fading was not normal, a little dry, and congested. I'm dying. Excessive gamma rays can easily cause irreversible damage to me at the molecular level. That serum may save my life, but once the serum enters my brain, I will really not be myself anymore. The wall-mounted manufacturing machine made a pressure release sound. Something inside was finished. The green flesh on Tony's body was fading faster and faster, but his body also began to shrivel up and became as thin as Lil before. Tony's voice became weaker and weaker. Have you seen everything I sent out? In fact, I have already perfected the configuration of the small reactor. But I can't make further breakthroughs in materials. You have vibranium. So put it into this device. And the power of the sun will be in your hands. I know you want a larger reactor. But mine is much more powerful than you think. It can make people fly in the sky. Like a superhero. Tony! Pepper finally came to her senses. You, Pepper. Don't say anything more. Tony looked at the ceiling. There are many people who will never see tomorrow's sun because of my mistakes. I have been observing the world through Jarvis these days. And I can imagine the massacres. Wars. All because of me. The fabricator opened. And inside was a device that fit perfectly in Lear's chest. And a set of dispersed exoskeleton accessories that could be installed on Lear. Tony grabbed the small device that fit in his chest, stared at it intently, and smiled as he looked at it, immersed in it, as if he was imagining something better he could have done. For example, the scene where Leal controlled a super powerful engineering robot in Tanzania to save many people. At that time, Leal ignited hope in the eyes of those people. He pulled Leal's mechanical hand and stuffed the reactor into Leal's hand. He no longer had the opportunity to do that. But Leal would definitely put this thing on his body as a dazzling symbol to do what he wanted to do but couldn't do. He firmly believed that Leal would do it, because he had always done so. Looking at Lear, he suddenly showed a very friendly smile. A little helpless, but also a little relieved. It just that. If it weren't for this situation, I actually felt that I would get along well with you. The arc reactor was stuffed into Lear's hand, and Tony Stark's head slowly drooped down. Chapter 678 The Righteous Death. Leal has heard this sentence many times. He now believes that this Tony Stark is either a complete bastard by nature. He is just like the most well-known version, a millionaire, with his own kindness. But before he saw the bloody reality, his kindness was graded. As for his own life, a person who is responsible for the death of many lives, if he turns over a new leaf, should he be forgiven? This is a complicated proposition. If we use his future contribution to measure it, it seems too flattering. If we say one life for another, it is too cruel. Anyway, Tony Stark did not throw this problem to Lear. This is his choice. The degeneration of gamma serum is completely different from that of lizard serum. Gamma rays have transformed cells into something that is beyond biology at the molecular level. If it degenerates, the human body structure will never be repaired. In other words, Tony Stark is dead. Tony. This is the best ending for him. Pepper was devastated. They came to save people, and this is the result? Leal used an octopus arm to block Happy and Pepper, and sent the gradually necrotic and decaying human body to the floor outside. And then took out a piece of radiation-proof material from the studio, and wrapped his body. Soon, his body will become unrecognizable even to his closest people. Leal sighed in his heart. At least at the last moment, Tony still managed to save himself. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the sky outside. This is the sound of a purification explosion from the Houston Oil Refining Industrial Cluster. If Roxanne cannot be stopped, this loud bang will spread all over the world, even to other worlds with infinite possibilities. Leal walked to the manufacturing machine, and the machine was completely unfolded with his access. The manufacturing machine is used to manufacture and improve equipment, and Leal is now a sophisticated machine. The octopus arm grabbed Tony's last design, the equipment he dreamed of realizing on himself. Leal slowly walked into the manufacturing machine that was completely controlled by him. This huge composite manufacturing machine combines all the equipment that Tony Stark, a genius, needs. The internal space is cramped but extremely flexible. Like a moving metal maze, a sophisticated and exquisite work of art that combines modern industrial technology. Under Lear control, the equipment slowly made way for a metal path. And hundreds of flexible mechanical tools and precision instruments woke up as if they were given life. With every step he took, these devices locked every joint of this high-precision prosthesis with amazing accuracy. Modules, and the space was filled with sometimes low and sometimes high mechanical operation sounds and electric current hums. Welding beams flashed. Arcs and sparks burst. Cutting lasers removed old parts. And mechanical arms installed new designs on him. Ion thrusters. Aerodynamic gliders. Micro-missiles. Ultra-high temperature blades. All the technology and equipment that Lear knew. All the equipment that an Iron Man should have in Tony Stark's dream. And finally, a shining heart. Leal sent all the vibranium fragments stored in his body into the arc reactor. A strange high-frequency vibration consumed the last bit of backup power in Stark Tower. The vibranium slowly melted in the vibration, recast, and finally emitted a bright blue light. Charging was completed. Stark Tower completely turned into a pure reinforced concrete building, deadly silent. But Leal's body was completely rebuilt. Boom! A blue track shot up into the sky. Unbelievable. Just now, President Ellis announced the use of presidential orders, and the Congress announced the passage of the Long Journey Act to amend his term. He rejected President Barnes' inauguration ceremony in person. What is that? We just received shocking news. Several aerospace carriers suddenly appeared in many important places across the United States. This is not a joke. This is a giant combat unit that we have never seen before. We don't know who it belongs to, who it obeys, and what it will do. This is an unprecedented attack. Our network is down. What is that? It a fighter plane. They are attacking the new future zone. The president was attacked. I said the president was attacked. Our network is down. Boom. The huge water curtain brought by the aerospace carrier taking off from underwater shocked everyone. However, the collapse of the internet made this huge combat unit stay in the air for a long time. People looked at these behemoths in horror, and even thought they were aliens. Only Barnes could tell at a glance that this was the Air Command Center that the Strategic Science Corps had envisioned. Mr. President, we should. Barnes hurriedly walked to the parking lot under the protection of his bodyguards. Whirl. Several Quinjet fighters took off from the aircraft carrier, and the supersonic speed triggered a huge sonic boom cloud in the air. Although the aircraft carrier lost Zora inside plant assistance, they had a target that they had to kill no matter what. Boom. A missile accurately hit the place where Barnes gave a speech 5 minutes ago. The explosion tore the stage built on the scene. The shockwaves swept everything, raising dust and rubble. Fire and smoke billowing on the ruins. There were corpses and screams everywhere. Barnes got up from the ground with the help of his bodyguards. Everything in front of him suddenly became what it was decades ago. Bucky. Mr. President. Mr. President. The bodyguard with blood on his head woke him up. Barnes looked confused. His brain seemed to be shuttling between two completely different worlds, and he didn't know what to believe. The bodyguard pointed at the president, extended Lincoln. We should get in the car. Boom. Another missile? This time, the missile exploded directly at the other end of the parking lot. That side was beyond the scope of the security blockade. Large pieces of cars were blown away, and a secondary explosion occurred during the impact. Barnes shuddered, pointed to another car in the parking lot. It was a pickup truck. Get in that one. Okay. Barnes felt like he was back to when he was young. At that time, he was fighting. Bang. The old man didn't know where he got the strength, almost caught up with the bodyguard footsteps, jumped in when the bodyguard opened the car door. Get in the car. We want. He instinctively turned around to look at his bodyguards, those guys, just like he looked at his comrades before. He saw the bodyguard who opened the car door took out the explosives from his pocket and threw them in, and the other bodyguards watched. Their eyes were so cold, just like the enemies he had defeated before. Goodbye, Mr. President. Long live Hydra. However, just before the Hydra closed the car door, there was a loud noise in the air. Whiz. Bang. A car crashed down from the sky, and smashed them all into meat patties, and rubbed them wildly on the ground. Bang. The second noise came from someone landing on the roof of the car. The next second, Barnes felt like he was really dreaming. Carter jumped in by grabbing the roof of the car, with a face that had not changed in decades. Sergeant Barnes. That wrong? You are Mr. President now. Captain. Boom. Another missile hit the building next to it. This attack penetrated directly from the facade into the building, and blew off the load-bearing column. Half of the building fell towards the car like a collapsed tower. Carter jumped into the driver's seat, and at the same time, he stuffed a gun into Barnes' hand. We have to go. Barnes grabbed the gun. He really went back to the past. Chapter 679 The Righteous Death. Tony Scientific Research Day and Night. Ultron and Jarvis Mechanized Production Day and Night. And Roxxon Endless Supply of Energy and Materials. Now there are not 3 flying in the sky, but 7 aerospace carriers. After the 7 aerospace carriers rose, they remained strangely silent for a while. Ultron and Jarvis chose to escape in the face of overwhelming power. This is their natural enemy. The natural enemy they cannot understand. Maybe they will be able to fight in the future. But not now. Only the restarted Zora is left. After the restart, it has the paranoia and madness of humans, but has unparalleled logic on the internet. It paranoidly puts the entire internet and the military signal facilities under its control into the battle with the Black Wall. The offense and defense between it and the Black Wall are almost equal. But all the equipment that once carried their battlefields was burned without exception. If it is a normal AI, it will know that this is why the black wall is their natural enemy. This thing is heading for complete destruction. If the facilities that carry the function are burned in the network attack and defense. What is the meaning of this attack and defense? Only Zora, who has human thinking, is like a madman. The attack and defense of just a few minutes completely paralyzed the Hydra communication network, and their inside plan went bankrupt. If there is nothing to point the direction of the weapons, how do the weapons know who they want to kill? The silence of the aerospace carrier is precisely because of the disappearance of the network, and even the fire of the communication equipment. But if you don't know which potential enemies to attack, don't you know which enemies to attack in the open? Of course, everyone related to the Atlas group, especially the president. Washington has become a mess. The worst thing is that the president ran away. This means that the assassin arranged by Hydra has failed. A Mackinac rushed out of the bomb speech site. The commander of the aerospace carrier in Washington was furious. A fucking broken pickup truck can't be blown up. So let the trampler be deployed. The order was issued, and the launch cabin was opened. A huge robot was launched. This car is amazing. I didn't expect that after so many years, a pickup truck can withstand missile bombing. Captain, it's just that this car is amazing. You were just sitting in a flying car. Boom. The horrible impact of the missile easily blew Mackinac away. But the powerful aerodynamic assisted balance and thrusters did not even delay the car propulsion. This super pickup truck rampaged through the city, and even used the power of the explosion to directly hit the hood of another pickup truck, and ran over it violently. But the car was fine. The speed did not slow down, and even the shock wave was reduced, which did not mean that the people inside could withstand such a shaking battle. Barnes was pulled back to his chair by the seatbelt, and he vomited all at once. The car even ejected a vomit bag. Barnes slowed down. Captain, why don't we take your flying car? Did you vomit your brain too? Sergeant. Carter controlled the car, and yelled, we don't have air superiority, and flying up is a death wish. Missiles rained down on Washington streets, parks, office buildings, and skyscrapers. Quinjet fighters took off from aircraft carriers one after another, flying towards the capitals of states and cities that cooperated with Atlas. An unprecedented open purge was carried out at the behest of President Ellis. Or maybe this president was just a puppet at the behest of others. Barnes watched the fighter planes and missiles streak across the blue sky again and again. The smell of gunpowder was heartbreaking. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that after decades, people still couldn't escape the vortex of war. Or rather, they had never escaped from the beginning, but he was in the middle of it now. The young soldier mentality suddenly switched to that of an old and tired politician. He was silently watching a black shadow in the sky getting bigger and bigger in front of him. The scene that was getting bigger and bigger reminded him of the battlefield in Europe. Captain Carter was also in the car, and the members of the Howling Commandos were all in the car. At that time, they also had air support. That playboy Howard, I don't know what he saw in Steve, the weak chicken, but maybe it was precisely because he was weak that he needed such a set of armor. The armor was huge, like the Goliath giant in mythology, with advanced thrusters on the back, and countless missiles and machine gun bullets when the two arms were raised, and the strong arms could easily overturn the tank, tear open the steel door, and the special alloy steel with military green paint, like an air tank under the sun, just like this thing flying in the sky now. Barnes suddenly widened his eyes. They are exactly the same. The flying thing in the air looked exactly like the Hydra trampler that Steve had used before. The huge mecha flew through the sky at high speed, catching up with Mackinac. Raising his hand, there were countless missiles and machine gun bullets. Captain. Airstrike. Boom. At this distance, Mackinac could no longer rely on the terrain advantage to find cover between buildings. A round of precise bombing completely blew the car away. The car was completely out of control. The trampler mecha grabbed the car door at high speed, took the back door open with force, reached towards Barnes inside. Carter's reaction speed was enough for her to observe everything. Her superhuman strength and reaction speed allowed her to grab her own crony titanium shield in the air, and smashed it hard against the mecha visor. Bang! The car crashed down hard. Barnes also fell heavily to the ground. The world in front of him became blurry and red, as if blood had soaked his eyes or maybe his brain. But no matter how blurry it was, he could be sure that this was the Hydra trampler, the mecha that Steve had used before. This mecha lost its balance and fell to the ground. As a mecha from decades ago, it obviously had strong firepower, but was not flexible enough. Barnes had the opportunity to shoot the people inside with a gun at this time, but the gun was right next to him. He did not grab the gun, but stared blankly at the mecha that fell in front of him. Just like Carter, this mecha also retained almost the appearance of decades ago. Even the person inside the Hydra Trampler was really Steve Rogers. His body seemed to have stopped growing, and remained the same as it had been decades ago, except for being a little paler. Is he the only one who got older? After this moment of distraction, the heavy mecha completed its rest, and stood up step by step. Steve? Barnes really felt like he was dreaming. Decades had passed, and he seemed to be back on that battlefield again. It was just that his friend, brother, was standing opposite him. Why don't you pick up the gun? The Trampler mech raised its machine gun arm, and pointed it at Barnes, forcing back Captain Carter, who was about to rush over from behind. Barnes lay on the ground, turned over with difficulty, looking at the sky, feeling powerless in his heart. He thought he had won the war, but in the end, he just moved from one battlefield to another. Or, the war has never ended, but now it has burned to this country again. Facing the question of his good brother, there are 100 questions in his heart, but he immediately answered Steve's question. I won't fight with you, you are my friend. You are my mission. Then completed. Barnes looked at the chaotic sky. Because I will always be with you until the end. Suspicion caused Steve's brain computer device to lag. Carter, Steve, Barnes, the three people immersed in different emotions did not notice that, just behind them, something faster than sound was swooping towards here. The sonic boom cloud was dragged behind. The impact shattered all the glass and building surfaces in the way, dragging out a visible explosion road. Boom! When the loud noise came here, a huge force smashed the Trampler mecha. Chapter 680 Falling Apart. Boom! The sound was left behind by Leal. The loud noise was deafening. The fusion elements violently hit the melted vibranium molecules through inertia. The ultra-high pressure made these molecules fuse rapidly between the vibranium. Through special vibrations of a specific frequency, the structure of the vibranium molecules changed to control the efficiency and power of fusion. At this moment, it is full output. Arms, feet, the fixed-wing aircraft behind. A total of 9 thrusters use high-temperature plasma generated by nuclear fusion. The high-speed flight uses the gas sucked in by the ramjet structure, and the powerful magnetic field control method let Leal's speed finally stabilize at a position close to Mach 4. This steel body flew across the sky and reached Washington. Leal enemy detection sensor found the Mackinac sent by Atlas to the president in the chaotic city, and immediately locked onto the Trampler mech. The sound produced a terrifying shock wave behind Leal. Clouds, water mist, shattered glass and smoke, and even a blazing flame, everything gathered behind him with his impact. He couldn't attack the Trampler mech so close to Barnes at supersonic speed. But decelerating from too far away might make him unable to catch up. Lear reviewed the techniques he was familiar with, turned off one of the thrusters, and reversed it. The structure of the body slowly moved and deformed under his control. After reaching the expected height and deceleration range, the reverse thruster suddenly pushed at full power, becoming a disposable decelerator. Until the moment the height dropped to the attack range, the speed finally dropped to near the speed of sound, but still with extremely powerful kinetic energy. Boom! The flaming side of the thruster slammed into the Trampler mech. The improved connecting structure was disconnected by Leal before the impact, and it did not interfere with his expected flight trajectory at all. The violent collision brought up a dazzling spark, as if it had ignited the whole world in front of Barnes and Carter. But Steve and the Trampler mech felt differently. This war mech weighing more than 1 ton was directly hit with a huge groove under the impact, and was smashed away on the spot. Leal flew high. The acceleration of up to 15 g is unbearable for humans. Even if only the brain is left. But he has no brain now. The machine made a twisting sound under high acceleration, and the violent thruster seemed to turn him into the sun in the sky. Steve, who was still trying to stabilize his body, opened the missile launcher behind him. But he could not catch up with the speed of Leal's attack. Boom! A round of explosions completely covered the two people, and Carter hurriedly carried Barnes and ran back. Barnes said in confusion, "What is that?" "Don't worry about it. Since he is helping us, he is one of us." Bang! A mechanical arm suddenly rushed out, and fell to the ground with a bang. The two looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the cross-section of the arm was red-hot and smooth, as if it was cut by something very sharp and extremely hot. Phew! The violent wind blew away the smoke and dust, and the Trampler mecha stumbled into the air. Carter and Barnes both felt strange in their hearts. Logically speaking, they should not use stumbling to describe the flight. But now the trampler mech is just stumbling. The 6 octopus arms on Leal's body penetrated from different directions of the trampler mech, strong currents penetrated along each cable. This mech, made decades ago, has a very good internal structure. The alloy on its body is even ahead of the times. But it still can't withstand the high temperature and sharpness of chrony titanium. The control system that Steve used to think was as easy as a finger was completely out of control. The mech flew around in the air. The out-of-control engine and control system made it repeatedly hit the wall, the ground, the car. Steve couldn't keep flying normally. With a complete set of excellent motion control systems, Lear moved flexibly on this rack while maintaining his hacking. He found something interesting. Steve Rogers, in this world, did not inject the super soldier serum, but used the Hydra tramplers made by Howard Stark as support for the Howling Commandos. A long time ago, this mecha used internal manual control to fight. The mecha itself uses vibranium as its power supply core. The special properties of vibranium allow it to store almost anything indiscriminately, including super reactions such as nuclear fusion, and control its output. But decades ago, Howard didn't have this technology. At that time, they had just cracked the technology of explosive weapons, and fusion was just an idea. So vibranium is used as a super large battery, storing a lot of electricity as a secondary energy source. In theory, Leal must take this thing away. But Leal found that Steve clearly had a brain-computer interface, a poor imitation of the Atlas Group brain-computer interface, but it was enough to interfere with the nerves, and even stimulate Steve's brain and nervous system in turn, interfering with his thinking. A brainwashing technology. This technology has completely integrated Steve's brain and brain-computer interface. Nerves and biological materials are intertwined, and more seriously, his body has long been necrotic in the mecha, and Hydra does not know how to reuse this mecha, so it simply maintains Steve's head alone, refrigerates it when not in use, and releases it when in use, and activates the life support system in the mecha. Once the power is cut off, this skinny guy will definitely die. Whoosh! A missile came from the air. Leal completely controlled the thrusters of the Hydra trampler. The octopus arm pulled violently, and almost dodged the missile. Boom! Leal looked up at the sky. The Quinjet was flying in the clouds. The engine used by this fighter was very advanced. Not to mention other functions. The speed of light could reach Mach 3.5. Although the single machine data was not as good as Leal, there were 243 of this type of aircraft in service. It was easy to destroy a Hydra trampler, because it was just an assassin, and was taken out by Hydra at the right time to carry out precise aerial assassinations, making it convenient for them to corrupt the country, and even the world for many years. But considering the 7 aerospace aircraft carriers that have been launched, more than 200 Quinjet fighters, and the entire military strength of the United States, Leal could not destroy them all one by one. Squeak! Squeak! Atlas communication signal, aircraft carrier, is in New Future City. The situation has gotten out of control. One person cannot quell the war. And a war quelled by one person is meaningless. Thinking of this, he upgraded the system of the Hydra trampler. Steve's eyes gradually became uneven under the intense electric current stimulation, gradually became hideous, gradually became other emotions. I can be electrocuted like this for a whole day. Lear raised the red-hot metal cutting knife high. Then you'd better be prepared. Because this is not just one day. Steve was completely knocked unconscious by the overloaded current, and his other arm was completely cut off. The huge mecha was ridden by Lear and smashed to the ground, sliding all the way in front of Carter. Bang! Carter carried Barnes, and the two looked at their old friend in astonishment and complexity. Lear's voice came from the mecha. He fainted. But the machine can receive voice control. Mr. President, find a branch of Atlas. It's time to mobilize the army. Ah! Boom! The thrusters exploded. Before Carter could finish, Leal rushed into the sky. Mobilize the army? Carter felt something was blocking her heart, but she still didn't get around the corner. Who to fight? We don't know who the enemy is now. Barnes understood it quickly. No matter who caused the current situation, it was obvious that Leal didn't think they could kill the mastermind like a superhero, and then world peace could only continue to move on the surface. And on the surface, now there are 2 presidents of the Berry country. 2 presidents, 2 camps, divided 50 states, even more than 200 countries in the world. As violence surfaced, destroyed order, everything was falling apart. He watched Lear flying into the sky, flying towards the aerospace carrier, watching the sky full of missiles and fighter planes, feeling the smoke around him, and his long-lost companions beside him, gradually becoming more energetic, no longer the tired old politician. Who is the enemy? At least for him. The United States of America. Chapter 681 Falling Apart. Command Center, this is the radar monitoring team. A UFO has been found to have entered the interception zone, direction 340 speed. Speed estimated to exceed Mach 4. No friendly identification code. Flight mode cannot be identified. No response received from the target. Preparing to intercept. Intercept missile launch. The target suddenly changed its trajectory. The evasive action is accurate. It cannot be a missile. The speed remains the same. That is a human. The goal is to break through the interception net. The goal is to hit the trampler mech. The trampler mech has been defeated. He coming towards us. Leal flew into the sky at full speed, breaking the speed of sound in an instant, carrying a sonic boom cloud to the aerospace mothership. However, it took him a while to deal with Steve. The fighters and missile systems sent out in the air returned to combat positions. Dozens of interceptor missiles flew towards him in an instant. These missiles circled in the air, forming a net of death. Boom! With the precedent of the failure of the precise interception, all these missiles were replaced with early detonation. The high temperature generated by the explosion, the shock wave, and shrapnel were all borne by Leal's metal body. He felt that he was in an unprecedented firestorm. Leal folded his glider, retracted all the sensors under the armor, however. The high temperature and shock waves still caused the values of these instruments to gradually rise to dangerous values. Whoosh! But it did not stop him. The people on the aerospace mothership saw a metal man rushing out of the explosion. This metal man was holding a red-hot metal machete. 6 terrifying alloy octopus claws suddenly opened. A pair of arc-shaped deadly flying wings opened in the sky. The blue light on the chest even covered the sun brilliance. Bang! The red-hot metal cutting knife carried kinetic energy and hit through the glass of the command room. Leal was spinning at high speed in the air. The bomb bay on the abdomen opened. 8 high-powered bombs were scattered and bombed with kinetic energy. The explosion they used to intercept Leal just now occurred in the command room. Crack! The flame subsided, and the huge aircraft carrier lost all communications. The Hydra in the command room stood up from the wreckage. They saw the metal man whose face could not be seen pierce the control console with his claws. Strong electric currents kept flowing around, humming. Abnormal bending of metal would make a sound, and with the scale of the aerospace mothership, this sound would be amplified to an exaggerated level. The Hydra wanted to stand up, but they found themselves sliding, not on the ground, but this huge mothership was capsizing. Boom! The loud noise and airflow caused by Lear takeoff made the Hydra, which couldn't stand up, dizzy. They were thinking, what did the enemy do? But this question didn't need them to think at all. As Lear rushed into the command room, several huge engines of the aerospace carrier suddenly made a strange explosion. Sparks flew everywhere. Lear didn't have weapons that could destroy the aerospace carrier in one go, but the larger the system, the more it requires coordination of the system. The engine of the aerospace carrier is very advanced, providing a propulsion force beyond imagination, but to keep such a large thing in stable flight, the complexity of the attitude control system is beyond imagination. Lear only needs to program several engines to produce a subtle thrust deviation, and this deviation will gradually expand, and eventually cause the aircraft carrier to vibrate violently and distort its attitude during flight. Now, the personnel on the aircraft carrier are experiencing this stage. The aircraft carrier began to tilt, and the slight vibration eventually turned into a violent tremor comparable to a super earthquake. This tremor can even make them fly to the ceiling in the huge space of the bridge command room, and hit the wall at once. In the end, the pilots on the surrounding fighters will see a horrifying scene. The mass of the aircraft carrier itself, and the momentum given to different areas of it by several engines will accumulate. In the end, these inertias will completely tear apart the structure of the aerospace carrier. The unbearable stress exploded from the inside, and the aerospace carrier disintegrated. And this scene, the people on the ground were even more shocked. They saw a metal man with bared fangs and claws first violently landing, destroying the huge robot flying violently on the street, and then rushing into the sky. As it rushed into the sky, the fighter planes and missiles in the air all diverted their attention, and no longer dropped bombs on ordinary people like them. And after a round of horrific explosions, it broke through the flames, and crashed directly into the aircraft carrier. When he came out, the aircraft carrier began to split. In the sky, a barely visible metal man and an aircraft carrier that blocked out the sun and sky. The contrast between the two was so strong. Leal impact was like an egg hitting a stone, an ant trying to shake a tree. But the result was that the former rushed to the sky again. entering the clouds under the pursuit of countless supersonic fighters, while the latter fell from the sky, falling apart and crashing. The huge wreckage hit the water at a very high speed. But because it was so big, people felt that it was like slow motion. Just as it rose from the water, its crash also created a huge wave. Even Barnes, who had just recovered his fighting spirit, could only open his mouth and remain speechless for a long time when he saw this scene. As Lear took away all the fighter planes, Barnes and Carter also rode away on the Hydra tramplers, and the bombing and attacks on the ground gradually stopped. People climbed up from the ruins, looking at the sky, with 100 questions in their minds. What happened? Why did the bomb hit Washington? President Ellis is going to be re-elected for 3 terms? Their target is President Barnes? But more importantly, who is that? Were they saved? By a metal man? New York? This is the area where the aerospace carrier attacks most fiercely. Assassinating important figures is the task of the infiltration stage. Now is the stage of open defection. At this stage, they want to kill openly. As long as those who dare to resist die, the rest are just a group of sheep who dare not speak and only eat grass and produce wool. The new future zone is a special place. In Zora calculations, this place will be completely destroyed. Hydra has its own algorithm to enslave society, but in the new future zone, the use of network technology is completely opposite. To turn the world to a dark corner, to trap people in fear and suspicion, there must be no people who see the light. To make people in the new world believe that network technology can only be used in this way. Even if Zora is disconnected and cannot temporarily execute the details of the Insight plan, this area must be destroyed. New York was bombed. The new future district was reduced to wreckage. The streets full of high technology, the park once full of laughter and joy was burning. People either fled in fear among the ruins, or hid in air defense facilities waiting for rescue. Many people never thought that there would be such a day. Boom! A bomb exploded on the collapsed Atlas Group building. Fighter planes flew across the sky. Soldiers in black combat uniforms began to rush in, killing anyone they saw. But the city has not stopped operating yet. NYPD police officers wearing exoskeletons carried stretchers among the ruins. On the stretcher lay Mayor Anthony. One of his legs had been amputated, and half of his body had turned black. If it weren't for the medical resources of the Atlas Group, he would have died long ago. Sheriff George followed him, and a syringe stretched out from the police prosthesis. Anthony, we will send you to the air raid passage. Hold on. She activated the syringe and injected the drug into Anthony's body. The pain was reduced, and the latter gained strength. I can't walk. Atlas has a prosthetic for emergency treatment. Give me a prosthetic for emergency treatment. But, no buts. We have been invaded. Organized defense. There are still people in the city. We have to go back. Snap. Gwen, wearing combat clothing, fell on the dilapidated wall. The mask covered the shock and uneasiness on her face. The mayor is right. Someone is indiscriminately attacking citizens, and it is organized. People are being killed every minute and every second. We have to save them. Chapter 682 Falling Apart. The situation was far worse than Anthony had imagined. The enemy not only launched an airstrike, but also sent ground troops to conduct a sweep. His brain was no longer able to think. What kind of people would make such an outrageous decision and action? They launched a serious military strike and massacre in New York. In the ruins, gunshots continued, confirming Gwen's words. Okay, then let go save people. Sheriff Stacy shook his exoskeleton, although his mood was a little heavy because of the current situation, but he was inspired by a strong sense of mission. Since the mayor has said that they have to fight against the invaders and protect the citizens, what else can they say? On the contrary, if Anthony said that they should retreat to protect the politicians, he would feel uncomfortable. I have to say, it's a good thing to see you at this time. Have you changed into new clothes? Sheriff Stacy's attitude towards Spider-Woman, who has disappeared for a long time and reappeared, is relatively gentle. Although he still thinks that this is an illegal vigilante, this situation has completely exceeded his expectations. He is rigid and stubborn, but he is not a fool. As for Gwen, she was also in a very delicate mood. She used to listen to her father scolding her other identity at home every day. But today, they have to fight side by side. As for the clothes on her body, these clothes are new clothes made by Peter using the resources of Atlas. They are strong, close-fitting, and breathable. Although the situation is not good, her boyfriend new clothes and her father new attitude have encouraged her to a certain extent. Encouraging yourself is a skill. But it is not easy. Gwen didn't say anything. But Sheriff Stacy couldn't keep her company. After thinking it over, the sheriff asked the doctor of the police station to carry the mayor on his back. Atlas Group has many versions of exoskeletons and combat armor, among which the police exoskeletons used in cities are not only for riot control, but also for emergency treatment. There is a closed medical cabin behind the exoskeleton for emergency treatment, which is convenient for use when the patient cannot be transferred to the ambulance in the first time. Now Anthony is lying in it. No matter what we do, we must contact the National Guard first. The enemy looks professional. We can just catch a thief at most. George swallowed his words. We need to restore the communication. Gwen quickly said, the Atlas Group building must have a backup communication device. And there should be air defense facilities there. Their people must know how to restore the communication. George looked at the Atlas Group building after hearing this. This site reminded him of the Twin Towers that had collapsed before. The Atlas Group building occupies a much larger area than the Twin Towers. And its design is also very ingenious. Although it is high, it takes into account the lighting of surrounding facilities. The large area of land around it is a new technology exhibition hall, or a new type of urban ecological technology. It can be said that the place is a technology exhibition area that everyone will be amazed by. But now it has been flattened. How much effort is needed to build such a park? But it only takes a moment to flatten it. Are there really still living people and facilities available? Okay. Bang. 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 Gwen's senses were filled with the sound of gunfire from afar. Not just gunfire, but also the sound of helicopters flying at low altitude. Obviously, no matter who the enemy is, they are here to exterminate this area. She immediately said, don't hesitate, they are approaching. Sheriff. As soon as the words fell, a transport helicopter drove into the end of the street, and underneath, it was carrying some kind of huge metal monster on a rope. It was too easy to find a group of people hiding in the ruins with modern warfare equipment. Hydra had already tracked Gwen. But she didn't know it. Boom! The huge metal beast was thrown onto the broken street. The weight of this thing alone crushed the solid floor of the new future zone. The people hiding behind the bunker held their breath. This thing looked like a rhino at first glance. But its size was too big. And its weight was too heavy. The air around it was violently sucked in and replaced by the loud sound of some powerful engine starting. The black smoke was sprayed out by high pressure, and the metal mechanical limbs suddenly spread out, and it stood up slowly and mechanically, and the whole armored body made a harsh metal friction sound. Each movement seemed clumsy, but deadly. The ground was cracking inch by inch, and people could clearly see that it was not the only weapon. The sound of the Rhino mecha being deployed could be heard from every different direction. Boom! Once this huge mecha was activated, the roads were all cracked, and the heavy machine guns and missiles on it were all opened. Gwen couldn't think of a way to defeat this behemoth. Her strength might be great, but how could she open the thick armor? Run! Gwen jumped out of the ruins, shot out spider silk, grabbed the manhole cover and smashed it on the mecha head. Move! George waved to his police officers and rushed out of the street at the head of the police. A Hydra team rushed out from a distance. He pulled out his gun and shot. The other police officers were nervous. They were police, not soldiers. According to international law, if the police do not carry out military operations, they are still civilians. But if they follow George's example, they are no longer civilians. Speaking of struggle and retreat, I must have had it in my heart. But my beautiful life was shattered. The bloody reality was placed in front of me. What kind of coward would find a hole in the ground and bury his head like an ostrich? After George finished shooting around, he retreated behind the bunker. He was also worried. If someone retreated now, it would be all over. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots were heard behind him. The police quickly deployed to George's side. Although they were not professional soldiers, the aiming effect brought by the shooting chip allowed their shooting level to be comparable to those professional soldiers on the opposite side. But they don't have heavy weapons. Boom! A round of explosions interrupted the police officers' counterattack. Hydra steps did not stop because of the sneak attack. On the contrary, they were arranged to the battle position in an orderly manner. One Rhino mecha was enough to give Spider-Woman a headache. What should they do now? Sheriff Stacy. We listened to you, but how do we get there? Before she could figure out how to answer her subordinate's questions, Stacy suddenly heard a desperate roar from the front. You destroyed my home. Ta 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 ta. George immediately poked his head out of the bunker when he heard the sound, and found a man covered in bullet belts running wildly in the ruins, with a semi-automatic rifle in each hand. His limbs were all prosthetics. This interference completely attracted Hydra, and they were caught off guard by the side. George immediately raised his gun and fought back. Now is the chance. Push forward. Hydra just reacted and was about to fight back, but found that bullets were fired again in the ruins. A man was seen with New York Mutual Aid Association tied on his head. The cop threw the wrench in his hand with force. His big hands used to carry construction materials can turn any tool into a deadly weapon if used in the right way. Puff! A Hydra head was smashed on the spot. Brothers, it's time to fight back. Cover boom. A rocket blew up the place where he appeared. But more people poked their heads out of the ruins. George, who was running wildly between the bunkers with his men, felt strange. The new future district used to be Hell Kitchen, the place with the highest crime rate in New York. When the police walked in this place, they felt that everyone wanted to rob them, and they also saw everyone as a criminal. But now, they were actually working together to resist an enemy that came out of nowhere. George felt more and more excited. Maybe they were caught off guard by the enemy brutality and barbarity. But that didn't mean they had lost. Chapter 683 Falling Apart. Sheriff Stacy, Radomir exoskeleton is out of power. Mr. Police, I have batteries here. You must stay alive. Sheriff Stacy, my legs. I'm a doctor, come in. I have some artificial blood from the clinic. Sheriff Stacy, the road ahead is blocked. Officer, I know there is a small path here, passing by my house. The Hydra army advanced with fists, but the desperate citizens with violent tempers, or whose homes were destroyed directly took up weapons. These weapons may be of civilian grade, but the endless attacks still made the Hydra advance terrified. What more? Some people prosthetics are fully functional, and they are simply super athletes. Industrial-grade prosthetics can easily turn the steel bars, concrete, wrenches, which were used to build cities in the past, into weapons. Led by George, the NYPD officers quickly climbed over the ruins that blocked the road one after another, relying on the exoskeleton and firefighting tools on their bodies to move briskly. Sheriff, the Atlas building is just ahead. Boom. A rhino mecha rushed out directly from the corner of the street. This huge thing was like a drunk strongman. No one knew why it didn't take the main road, but instead knocked open a corner of the building. But this thing is really hard. A corner of the building was smashed through by the fierce impact of the rhino mecha. The automatic artillery and missiles on it instantly began to lock according to the sensors. George and the police had just crawled out of the path of the ruins, shrouded in its shadow, and their breathing stopped for a beat. But the next second, there was a loud noise from the building that was hit next to it. The broken wall structure of the building tilted instantly and smashed straight towards the rhino mech. George looked up and saw several workers, who looked like construction workers, wearing industrial exoskeletons, and poked his head out to look. It hit. Get ready to put down the cables. Bang! The rhino mech's huge sharp horns pushed away the wreckage, and all 4 sturdy mechanical arms were in operation, and it slowly moved away the strong concrete blocks on its body, but several sturdy power transmission cables were thrown out of the house immediately, and they wrapped around the rhino mech like ropes. A strong electric current flowed into the armor. But it was obvious that this attack was very limited. This huge mecha seemed to be highly resistant to electric current. George acted decisively, and immediately led the team to rush past the rhino mecha that had not yet escaped. But he had just passed through the ruins, and heavy footsteps came from the side. Bang, 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 bang. Spider-Woman smashed from the air and fell into the ruins. After rushing through the last blockade, 2 more rhino mechas knocked down the house and blocked the square in front of the former Atlas building. Gwen jumped out of the ruins. Her clothes were a little torn, and she looked very embarrassed. Her strength was indeed not small, but it was still unrealistic to penetrate the rhino mecha weighing several tons. In the few minutes when they were at a loss, the mechas adjusted their postures one after another, and the machine guns, rockets, and long metal horns were all aimed at the people here. How could they face head-on against something that was harder than a tank, had stronger firepower, and was more flexible? Dad? Sheriff Stacy, back off. Gwen looked at the NYPD police, who were standing there in a daze, and the bewildered citizens. The things that superheroes could not change became concrete. In the old New York, crime was rampant and could not be eradicated. No matter how many times she became a vigilante, there were always more powerful characters involved. New York now faced a higher level of threat, war. She could not penetrate the armor of the rhino mecha, nor could she threaten the aerospace carrier in the sky, let alone stop those planes from flying to attack all over the country. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. They need an army. But they don't have one. Gwen could only watch the rhino mech about to open fire. Hiss. A loud and strange roar resounded through the sky. A green monster fell from the sky. Gwen was shocked to see the green monster jump down from the wreckage of the Atlas building, which was more than 10 meters high. With kinetic energy, it blew up the head of a rhino mech with one claw. It was Peter. The lizard man Peter blew up the head of the rhino mech with one claw, and pulled out the missile cabin from its back, and smashed it towards another mech. Huff. The sound of a supersonic fighter suddenly came from the air. Peter seemed to still have some sense. He grabbed the scrapped rhino mech and blocked himself. Ta-ta-ta-ta-bang. The bullets of the machine gun and the air-to-ground missiles hit the target directly. The explosion set off a flame. Peter threw out the mech and smashed it into another enemy. Rush out of the flame. The flame burned fiercely on his body. He could only roll on the ground like a beast with kinetic energy. Another rhino mech was hit by the wreckage of its companion. The external armor on its body was slightly deformed. Bang! A flash of blue light suddenly appeared in the Atlas Group building. The electromagnetic cannon accurately hit the gap where the rhino mech was deployed. This was followed by a dense electromagnetic weapon attack, which forced the mech to passively take the hit. Everyone looked in the direction where the bullets were fired, and they saw a group of Atlas Group soldiers fighting back in the ruins. Frank waved his arms at them. This way. Hurry up. Go. George came to his senses first, taking advantage of the chaos to lead his men across the war zone, and successfully entered the base of the ruins of the Atlas building. Gwen also reacted very quickly. Regardless of whether Peter was still sane or not, she immediately lifted him up. You are really crazy. You may not be able to change back. As for Peter, a round of bombing by fighter planes almost killed him. The large area of burns was being repaired. But before the repair, it was difficult for him to go crazy. He was dragged into the collapsed door of the Atlas building by Gwen. He gasped and tried his best to maintain his sanity. I only injected a little bit. Professor Connors has an antidote. You are such a... Before Gwen finished her words, George said in doubt, Peter? Sheriff. Peter's pupils did not change at all, and his voice sounded more like a monster. However, compared to the first injection of lizard serum, this time he knew more about this drug, and his mind was more firm, and he was still able to maintain his sanity after being bombed. George organized his words. We brought Mr. Mayor here, we need. Peter's pupils moved, and he looked at Anthony in the medical cabin. Need treatment. But the medical area is blocked. We also need the army. Peter pointed out the problem incisively, stood up against the wall, reached out to grab the pillar on the ground and smashed it against the door. Gwen, help me. Okay. Gwen reached out to grab the pillar on the ground, and also imitated Peter's action to smash it in front of the door. But when this name was called out, she and George were stunned for a moment. But soon, Frank came out of the passage first and interrupted the awkward topic. Nice to meet you, Sheriff. And Mr. Mayor. Me too. George came back to his senses. We need support from the National Guard. And the mayor thinks you should be able to contact them here. We have restored communication. Frank pointed out the problem. And it was also a headache. The National Guard was attacked more seriously than us, and they can only shrink under the fortress. The enemy attack is very strong. Once the air defense system is destroyed, they may be hit by a bunker bomb. The group was silent. After going through so much trouble to break through the enemy blockade, they also met countless citizens on the way, who had high hopes for them. But this is the result? Anthony in the medical cabin was a little irritable. Where are the domestic troops? The mainland was attacked. Where are they? Frank communicator answered. And it sounded like Martin's voice. The military doesn't know what to do. Don't forget that this round of attack seems to be related to our unprecedented 3 consecutive presidents. I guess the aerospace carrier holds the friendly identification code of the Berry Army. Hee hee, by the time these good-for-nothings figure out the situation, everyone will be dead. Gwen bit her lip. What should we do then? I don't know. Peter's tone did not change when he said this, because his mind was already a little fuzzy. He couldn't even think that saying such things would hurt morale. Just then, strange noises appeared on the communicator. This is James Buchanan Barnes. The communication frequency band was adjusted quickly, and the voice became clearer and clearer. Someone was using Atlas Communication Standard to transmit information, and requested to spread the information. Fellow citizens, I am your president, James Buchanan Barnes. We are facing an unprecedented crisis of attack. We are under attack, our cities, our homes are being destroyed. The enemy is trying to defeat us with fear and violence, and to take away the freedom and unity that we are so proud of. Raise your heads, stand up straight, whether you are a doctor, a worker, a student, or a soldier, unite. We are not defeated. This is not our doomsday. It is theirs. People instinctively raise their heads, but aren't there only aerospace carriers in the sky, and the invaders' planes? Whoosh! A sonic boom resounded through the sky, some humanoid robot broke through the clouds, dozens of supersonic fighters followed behind, missile and machine gun fire flashed in the clouds, boom! The clouds were suddenly illuminated by a fierce orange light, the hum of steel came from the sky. The aerospace mothership that once covered the sky and the sun appeared again under the clouds, but this time, it was crashing. Chapter 684 Falling Apart. From the east coast to the west coast. The entire Berry country, our communications have all been cut off? Where on earth did these flying behemoths come from? I want to know which department allowed them to lurk in the Berry country. And President Ellis and the Parliament, what on earth are they doing? The National Defense Center was in chaos, everyone's face was busy and anxious, and they were confused. Aerospace carrier? I've never heard of it. As the head of the Air Force Procurement Department, Rod was even more confused. If there is such a thing, we should be the first to arm it with such equipment. They must be enemies. We should take countermeasures now. But we have two presidents now. What wrong with two presidents? Rod was puzzled. Two presidents can watch UFOs attack the country? The Minister of Defense did not speak. The sergeant in charge of restoring the communication equipment rushed to the door. Communication is restored. Squeak. The big screen in the center of the command center lit up. President Ellis appeared on the screen. Rod didn't know what was going on, and suddenly felt bad. This president suddenly announced to change the term limit at the swearing-in ceremony of the new president. The aerospace carrier also happened to attack President Barnes. President Ellis, the Berry country is now in a state of war. According to the law, I will directly command the military. President Ellis, our sinister traitor has finally been exposed. The Atlas Group has taken an extremely risky and brutal step. They have corrupted Barnes. It was because I learned this news that I persuaded the Parliament to extend my term. President Ellis, the Atlas Group promised money and power to our political groups, corrupting a large number of officials, which will endanger our democracy and freedom. President Ellis, these aerospace carriers come from the United Nations Security Council. We will work with the Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Support Agency under the Security Council to remove the traitors and corrupt elements among us. The people in the command room looked at each other in silence. What is this? Rhodes was not intimidated, Mr. President, but this strike covers too wide a range. Many civilians may be affected. Even if this is a cooperative action, we should take the lead, not. President Ellis, you are right, Colonel Rhodes, but there are too many enemies among us, and it is impossible to distinguish them. President Ellis, I now urgently promote General Ross to the position of Secretary of Defense to assist me in the implementation of emergency anti-corruption. As soon as the voice fell, General Ross walked in from the door with a group of mysterious soldiers. These soldiers were well equipped, with all the necessary combat equipment, and there seemed to be something like Atlas exoskeleton under their clothes to support them. President Ellis, he has led our troops to fight the enemy head-on, was captured by the enemy, suffered inhumane imprisonment, but maintained the dignity that a soldier of the Berry country should have. I believe he is our best choice. From now on, he will be my deputy. Rhodes didn't want to hear the rest of the words. Most people had the same idea as Rhodes. General Ross? Inhumane imprisonment? Do you really think the people here are civilians and can be fooled at will? Atlas did not abuse Ross at all, and imprisonment was nonsense. Africans generally don't even have airtight houses, and Ross was imprisoned in a reception hall of diplomatic reception level. To be honest, many people thought it was a good thing to detain Ross. This pro-war Air Force general did something that had an extremely bad international impact, and keeping him in custody would help maintain the delicate peace. And the Berry country would have more cards to play. Now it seems that the reason for doing this is obvious. This is the promotion that Ross has always dreamed of. The power that he has always dreamed of. He maintained a cold face that a soldier should have. Why are you still standing there? Start working. Continue to repair our equipment. We need to include fighter jets and aerospace carriers in the friendly force identification. Squeak. The screen flashed, and the signalman sitting in front of the console suddenly shouted, "There is a new signal. From the President encrypted channel." Presidential encrypted channel? Ellis has something to say? Ross didn't notice it either. Others just stood there silently. As a result, Another president suddenly appeared on the screen. Barnes appeared on the screen with a dusty face. The lights behind him flickered a little. As for the background, everyone present instantly realized that the president was in an air defense facility. Now it was Ross' turn to be shocked. Barnes was not dead. He was not dead? The president, who was supposed to take office, had a bruise on his face, a little dusty, and was not wearing a stretchy formal suit. Bandages wrapped around his body again, and various IVs were at his hands. His eyes, his clothes, his position and his temperament, rather than being a president, he was more like a real general, a soldier. President Barnes, our enemies are attacking our territory. Fight back against those aerospace carriers and unauthorized fighters. President Barnes, Ellis has kidnapped the parliament. He is trampling on our country. The atmosphere in the war room changed instantly, but whether it was Ross, Rhodes, or the Secretary of Defense, even if they had more gradual steps, they could not be so decisive as to pull out their guns and shoot instantly. But the black-clad soldiers brought by General Ross were different. The well-trained soldiers started to attack without any hesitation. While Rhodes was still in shock, they had already raised their guns and pointed them at everyone in the command room. At this moment, a woman in a Berry Army uniform in the corner moved very quickly, and the rifle in her hand was even faster than these mysterious soldiers. The trigger was pulled, and the bullets flew. The woman's bursts of fire were very accurate, but there were too many assassins around Ross, and they were also well trained. The others who reacted faster knew to find cover and dodge, but the older ones, and those who reacted a little slower could only watch themselves being shot. Bang! 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 Cover Commander Ross. They're a traitor. The gunfire stopped, the screen was broken, the bullet holes were stained with blood, the people who survived were still in shock. The comrades, who had worked hard together just now, had fallen in a pool of blood. Rod gritted his teeth, grabbed the pistol, and leaned out of the bunker. However, he only saw a female soldier approaching him. Are there any backup signal sources? Did you hear what the president said? I mean President Barnes. Of course, we certainly have more equipment in the warehouse, but... No buts. The female soldier motioned him to look at the corner. General Ross had disappeared. Many generals and non-commissioned officers were shot and groaning on the ground. The most important thing was that the Minister of Defense had fallen in a pool of blood, motionless. Sergeant, bring someone you can trust. Now you have to take the lead. Rod felt like he was dreaming. The Berry country had 2 presidents and was being attacked, and now his immediate superior was either dead or seriously injured. Wait a minute. Rhodes shook off the female soldier hand. Who are you? How do you know who we should listen to? Natasha. Sir, I am the same as you. I only know that we are being attacked. Our people, our home army should not do this. Even if there is no president, we should try our best to rescue the remaining people. After that, Natasha walked out quickly. Fuck Rhodes suddenly burst out with a swear word. Kicked away the Hydra corpse on the ground. You are right. Keep monitoring. Once the communication is restored, we will send an attack order to the base that can receive the signal. At least we must drive them out of the city. I hope it is not too late to organize a counterattack now. Those big guys are not joking. Rhodes just caught up with Natasha and came outside. He saw that the latter stayed in the same place, looking at the sky. What are you looking at? Rhodes' voice was not finished, and he looked up at the sky in the direction of Natasha. The aerospace carrier is crashing. They should fight back. Chapter 685. Falling apart. At an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, the sound of supersonic maneuvers was like thunder boom. Right beside Leo, countless missiles passed by him and exploded in an instant. The mechanical body was bearing unimaginable forces, constantly switching between weightlessness and overweight. The huge load made the prosthesis made of the most advanced alloy creak. This sound was transmitted to the central processor through the sensors in the body. The huge computing load made Leo regain the tension of the flesh. No matter how powerful Sion Weston was, it was difficult for people to reach, even to fight at a speed slightly close to the speed of sound. But now, he was actually fighting with dozens of supersonic fighters at a speed of more than Mach 3. The pilots of these fighters were constrained by the weak bodies of carbon-based creatures. Even if the fighters were almost as fast as Leo, their reactions were completely inadequate. The explosion happened beside Leo. He suddenly shut down all the thrusters, and took on all the force of the air, almost crushing his body to pieces. But such extreme operation, such extreme maneuverability, made it impossible for the pursuers to respond or counterattack. The octopus arm that was close to the body opened a claw, and a spike bullet was ejected. The relative speed difference alone was enough to pierce the glass of the Quinjet. Puff! The spiked bullet directly pierced the pilot head. The turbulence in the cabin and the head injury caused the plane to lose control instantly. And it flew straight down at a speed of up to Mach 3. But the decelerating Lear had to face a lot of trouble. Several missiles with a speed of more than Mach 4 followed closely behind. And Lear could only start the engine again to dodge at full speed. Boom! The missile didn't hit Lear, but the explosion definitely affected him. Pilot, it seems to have hit the target. We are observing this is not the first time that these Quinjet fighters seem to have hit Lear. Whoosh! Lear flew out of the fireball produced by the explosion, and a missile was projected from his body, and it rubbed against the cockpit of the chasing Quinjet and exploded. Boom! Pilot 02, damn! What the hell is this thing? It's still moving. Keep chasing. Command Center, Eagle 02, watch your range. Pilot 01, he can't keep flying like this. Pilot 03, he has flown almost the entire Berry country. I'm locked on. Boom! Lear shook off the Quinjet that was hit. And a trace of anxiety emerged in his mechanical consciousness, in fact. From Houston to Washington. And then across the Berry country to New York. He has flown more than 2,000 kilometers. The energy of the arc reactor is almost endless. But that's just a metaphor. From Houston to Washington, 2 aerospace carriers were destroyed. But Lear was also locked by dozens of Quinjet fighters. These fighters were just a little slower than him. But the missiles were not slow. In order to counterattack and continue to move in the intensive pursuit, his metal limbs could not support it. And the energy loss was far more than Tony imagined. After all, even the Mark II armor in the Iron Man movie could not fight with so many fighters at the same time. When Lear thought of this, he rushed out of the clouds at high speed. There was nothing blocking his view in the sky. 12 Quinjets flew from the clouds and surrounded him. There were 41 Quinjets behind him, and 12 more in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of air-to-air missiles locked onto him. Quinjets could not go too fast, and missiles had no speed limit. Chrony titanium was very hard, and the metal Tony used to make parts was also an absolute laboratory-grade aerospace material. The sky was so big, but Lear felt it was so narrow. The dense rocket tail flame swept over him, and this wall of death came from all directions. These missiles interacted with countless tiny points of light in his eyes. Lear pushed all the equipment in his body to the limit at the same time. His speed, his computing power, his structural hardness, all reached the extreme. The tiny figure found a gap among the hunting missiles. Lear flashed past, and rushed into the sky. Hundreds of air-to-air missiles followed closely behind. This extremely spectacular scene seemed to form a bonfire symbolizing death at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Lear was the sacrifice used for burning. He must get rid of these missiles. Squeak! The discordant sound was captured by the sensor. The continuously running central processor finally overheated. The body carrying powerful force finally wailed. He couldn't get rid of it. Boom! A dazzling explosion. The pattern formed was like the sword of the gods. The operator of the Quinjet finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hit the target. The violent explosion engulfed Lear. The high temperature, the shock wave, and the metal fragments all hit him. This strong body maintained a speed of nearly Mach 4 for more than 2,000 kilometers, performed one miracle after another at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, destroyed 2 aerospace motherships, and dozens of Quinjet fighters. But the bullets would always run out, and the strength of the body would always have a limit. Under the extremely high temperature, Lear didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but when he restarted all the systems, he had already fallen out of the exploding fireball, and was falling rapidly towards the ground. The second round of attack by the Quinjet was about to start. He could even see a Quinjet preparing to launch a missile. Boom! But this Quinjet exploded. More air-to-air missiles broke through the clouds, and forced back the Quinjet that had locked onto Lear. The Raptor group passed through the clouds, chasing these passive Quinjet fighters into the sky. Natasha, this is the Berry Country Air Force. I am Natasha, genius. Can it still start? Who? Lear completed the restart, slightly adjusted his posture, and happened to land on a Raptor fighter. His body armor has been obviously deformed. The body structure is glowing with electricity. The flame color of the thruster is also a bit strange, and there are sparks from time to time. Lear, you are too slow. Natasha, you have to leave here. Lear's equipment is obviously damaged. Even half of the mechanical structure of his head is exposed. The ticket to enter this battlefield is a flight speed of Mach 3. If this condition is met, the other values will make sense. But Lear's real condition is much worse than it looks. His ammunition was empty. His energy was insufficient. And even his computing speed was significantly slowed down. Lear did not speak. And Natasha continued, "Natasha, the president is safe. The army is reorganizing. And your goal has been achieved." Ellis wanted to usurp a country. But now, he could only get half of the Berry Kingdom. Natasha, however. "It is impossible to win today." "Lil, I know. I am just setting the coordinates." "Natasha, not Jua City?" "Lil, no. Going there now will only lead to being hunted to death." "Lil, I will go to Latveria." Taking advantage of the chaos. Lear wants to escape to Latveria. Not the second largest base camp that everyone knows. The Raptor began to fly towards the low altitude with dense clouds. The Quinjet fighters that were dragged into the melee kept tracking. But when Natasha flew out of the clouds, they found that the metal man was gone. The fighter continued to fly towards the border. The Quinjet fighters that lost their target could only choose to report the trace of the Raptor fighter. Unstable energy is about to explode. Countdown? You will get a new chance. Chapter 686 Dr. Doom. The Berry country is divided. Two presidents, using the communication standard that is completely in the National Administrative Manual, they gradually restored communication in their base camps. This communication standard has been used for decades. Even Hydra and Roxxon cannot completely change it overnight. Barnes' survival completely put an end to their violent and aggressive plans. Two voices appeared in people communication devices at the same time. Ruins and corpses have different meanings to different people. In the eyes of some civilians, this is the wreckage of their homes. For other civilians, this is something they have already shouted hundreds of times on the internet and in marches. And some civilians, they just hope that they will not end up like this. In the eyes of the army, they saw that the things they were supposed to protect were destroyed in hesitation. While others felt that dissidents should have been eliminated by force long ago. And some believed that this was still a dirty political struggle, and that they should remain neutral. In the minds of the politicians and officials whom these people generally despised the most, but who generally obeyed their manipulation, they saw division. And the country, this huge institution used to mediate conflicts and gather people in conflicts, completely collapsed. The collapse came from violent actions, reckless behavior, and arrogant superiority. If the people who launched this raid were truly sure of victory, they would not really split. The result is that they can no longer continue to play on the big stage of Berry country. It's time to split. 3 different factions launched the final battle in different states. A total of 50 states experienced great unrest. A total of 16 states successfully raised the flag after bombing in chaos, accepted the command of the Pentagon, and fought back against the Quinjet in the air. The 21 states that were not bombed chose to obey the command of President Ellis from Houston, and included the aerospace carrier in the friendly force identification category, watching them conduct high-level anti-corruption bombing. The remaining states either declared independence or internal divisions, and chaos made it difficult for the states and cities to form a unified opinion, or the National Guard bases had been bombed. This incident was unprecedented and shocked the world, and also shocked the top leaders of Hydra and Dario. Yes, they planned to use an obviously unprecedented and illegal approach to allow Ellis to be re-elected. At the same time, they would launch the Insight Plan and carry out direct strikes on important targets, so that all opposition voices would disappear in the bombing. But this bombing can be controlled in theory. If the plane passes through the air defense network of the Berry country, it only needs a small air-to-ground missile to send the hostile politician and his family, who are enjoying life at home, into the sky. Even if the new future zone is bombed, it is actually acceptable. But what is unacceptable is that they bombed almost all military bases, National Guard stations, and state and city capitals of hostile states. Not only that, the most important part of their plan, Barnes not only did not die, he also successfully took the Atlas Group equipment in Washington and carried the banner. Hydra felt that forcing Ellis to be re-elected was too radical, but it had to continue. Dario felt that Hydra was really a waste. Such a large aerospace carrier, such a large aircraft, and the mecha can't even kill a 90-year-old man. The strong cooperation between the two sides went wrong in a very subtle way, and finally got this fragmented country. 2 presidents, 2 flags, but fortunately they got more territory, bigger. Most of the states and cities that support Barnes can see large areas of ruins everywhere, but the attack must be stopped. First of all, it is difficult to make further progress with continued bombing. Only ground forces can lock high-value targets. The cost of a missile, the cost of launching is very high, cannot be released randomly. Secondly, The crash of 2 aerospace carriers caused dozens of Quinjet fighters to have to reconsider their deployment. Although Roxanne gained a lot of local support, most of the military command fell into the hands of Barnes. At this time, the only troops that still supported President Ellis were those with obvious and direct connections to General Ross. They needed to retreat, and the new Defense Department Commander Rod's request was to drive them away, hold on to the land, and let the aerospace carrier leave their city. The intensity of the battle gradually decreased. On this day, countless fighter planes flew up in the sky above the Berry country. Missiles flew everywhere. Explosions and divisions were inevitable, and the rest should be considered international changes. The international community has entered a state of fear in this round of upheavals. Without any warning, the most powerful country on Earth broke out in a civil war at the time of the presidential handover. At the same time as the Civil War began, almost all global communication networks were completely paralyzed in the upheavals of cyberspace. An unknown fear permeated the world. Who won? Are they going to have an iron-fisted tyrant? If a civil war breaks out, will this country launch nuclear missiles to prevent other countries from getting any benefit? After Leo left the Berry country and hid in the clouds using his broken thrusters, communications began to recover one after another. Aerospace carriers and air strikes kept people in air defense facilities. These huge war equipment occupied high altitudes under the cover of fighter planes and spread information together with satellites and other military equipment. In contrast, although President Barnes returned to the Pentagon and restarted the facilities, he left after sending the message and went into hiding again, because the Pentagon was also bombed. The Raptor drove back the Quinjet. The aircraft carrier was anchored at the military base and was always responding to the threat of the aerospace carrier, but the military could only protect the cities within the military base. The Berry Kingdom was divided, but in general, the aerospace carrier occupying the sky was still a sword hanging high. In the ruins, the voice came from the equipment. President Barnes is a coward, a traitor, blinded by money and power, trying to compromise with our enemies. He corrupted our cities, our officials, our politicians, our land. Hidden traitors are everywhere, trying to overthrow our government, manipulate our elections, undermine our democracy, and disintegrate the society we have worked so hard to build. The aerospace carrier is our last bastion. We use these equipment today to eliminate the root causes of corruption. And the source of corruption is the international criminal organization called the Atlas Group. Its leader, Lil Lee, has enjoyed the best education and medical resources in our country. We even gave him honorary doctorates and academician status, hoping that he will use his wisdom to make our country stronger and greater. But he used his wisdom to destroy everything. In the ruins, a man held his daughter, and the two were crushed under reinforced concrete. The labor exoskeleton on the man's legs has been deformed, and his arms are almost bent. The two parts of the prosthesis are constantly squeezing his flesh at a twisted angle. Dad, are they telling the truth? Lil Lee, a criminal who destroyed our order, a criminal who destroyed our society, and a criminal who destroyed our future. The man smiled with difficulty, hoping to ease his daughter's fear. Mr. Lee didn't bomb us, but he didn't come to save us either. A man who only knows how to destroy but not how to create, an anti-human element who is deliberately trying to destroy our world. He will definitely come to save us. Remember the metal man we just saw? Although the man didn't know who shot down the aerospace carrier, he felt that it must be Lil if we really want to give him a degree. If we really think he is a doctor, he can only be one. You mean Mr. Lee is Iron Man? Yes, he is. The man smiled with difficulty, and felt that his body was about to lose control. Dr. Doom. Iron Man. Click. The falling boulder was held up by two pairs of arms, and the sound of the motor running echoed in the man's ears. He could tell that this must be the equipment of the Atlas Group. The man closed his eyes in exhaustion. Chapter 687 The Falling Subverter. Whisper. The speed of the thrusters was getting slower and slower, and the air intake and fuel replenishment system was also stretched to its limits. Crossing the mountains and the oceans, Leo's computing power was getting weaker and weaker. As an AI, his thinking was becoming more and more sluggish. Such high-intensity combat and long-distance flight had already brought the potential of this body to its limit. He began to empty most of his mind, and use the computing power to the limit to maintain the resource allocation of the body, to prevent him from falling or losing the cover of the environment. The remaining thoughts were only enough to support him to appreciate the scenery along the way. The ocean was blue, there was no chemical pollution everywhere, the sky was clear, there was no smoke and dust from large-scale explosions. The mountains and forests were full of vitality. Various plants covered the mountains and fields, and there were animals looking at him. The outer visitor. This land was primitive and quiet, sparsely populated. Even if you could see people, it was a scene of people and nature, living in harmony. It looked familiar to him, and he felt at ease, as if he was back home. In the wilderness, an electric pickup truck was traveling at high speed through the fields of Latvia. Christopher left. I was equipped with an ultra-high magnification electronic telescope, which, under the control of the brain-computer interface, continued to lock onto the falling Lear. Hurry! 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 It the fastest! Christopher was anxious. He believed that Lear could hide from the pursuers in the sky, but such an obvious crash, someone would see it soon. You know, although Latvia is a no-go area, every area next to it is a war zone. If someone sees it, information will spread. And information spread will definitely not escape the eyes of various countries, or even enemies. Every minute and every second is precious. Maya, have you found him? Christopher, we will reach the landing site soon. Ms. Maya, don't worry. Even if I die, I will not let Lil be kidnapped by others. Boom! Lil fell into the field at high speed, breaking a large area of trees, and was extremely conspicuous in the woods. Houston. Dario seemed extremely annoyed. Because of the network interruption, he had no idea how the plan was being executed. But when the communication was restored, two presidents appeared. Alexander, we destroyed the raptor, but there was no one inside. Waste. Dario's hand suddenly became huge. Purple skin, knotted muscles, even thicker than Peter, who turned into a lizard man. This arm slammed against the wall hard. Boom! The house shook violently. A huge pit was blasted out of the reinforced wall. Barnes was not dead. Even the disabled boy was not dead. Alexander could only see Dario's holographic image projection, but could not see his movements. After all, this was not a video call. But such a curse made him feel very uncomfortable, and for some reason, he was trembling. He must have fled to other places, either Joie City or Alexander. Our allies in Eastern Europe found something falling. It looked like a meteor, and it seemed to have fallen in Latveria. It must be him. Dario was furious when he thought of Leo being alive. When he thought of Leo, he could hardly control his emotions. When he thought of this guy being alive, he wanted to beat him up himself. It was a pity that he couldn't do it. Alexander, we can continue to hunt him down, but we need more funds. You know the EU may not let our allies and forces infiltrate so easily. They are very dissatisfied with our operation, or have already made a very serious protest. It will be quiet after 2 nuclear bombs. Sometimes Alexander felt that Hydra was really rubbish, especially compared with the young man opposite. He was the one who came up with the idea of tampering with the law directly, and he also supported the idea of killing rather than letting go in the battle, and now he wanted to drop a nuclear bomb. Alexander had no doubt that if Dario was really allowed to take charge of the plan alone, he would definitely give an order to Ellis to move the nuclear arsenal right now. But fortunately, the current military, whether it supports Ellis or supports Barnes, or remains neutral, will not easily obey the president order to launch nuclear weapons. Thinking of this, the boss of Hydra actually found that he was a little weak in the attribute of evil Alexander. We still need to solve the problem of civil war first. Otherwise it would be a bit of a waste to directly use the nuclear arsenal. Your agents are really a bunch of garbage and waste. From the time we cooperated until now, you haven't killed anyone who should be killed. If it weren't for those equipment I sponsored, you would have been mice for the rest of your lives, and secretly used that kind of stupid training to kill each other like the cultists. Alexander frowned at what Dario said. It's just a few bucks. If it wasn't for the plan to rule the world, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Dario sat on the sofa. Can you really complete the task? Alexander, of course, we have at least got half of the Berry country now. Dario sometimes thinks that those who invite him to invest are all the same. They are more boastful than the other. They are more capable and shameless in saying failure is success than the other. And they are more shameless than the other. Alexander, but you also know that, in this situation, if it is not handled properly and radical measures are continued, it will easily turn into a world war. Hydra is really scared. Their former boss Red Skull must have been able to talk to Dario. But after so many years of lurking, the organization's style of doing things has changed dramatically. They prefer to rule the world secretly with fear and impose order with an iron fist rather than fight another world war. TSK. You are a coward without courage. But since you need time, then I need more benefits. Hurry up and deal with that kid. I will handle the domestic affairs. Latveria, this place is still in the feudal society stage. The Grand Duke of Latver ruled here, living an isolated emperor life. This isolation mainly means that there are almost no political problems that will come to him, but in terms of trade, he still often buys some modern weapons, vehicles or electronic equipment from the black intermediary second-hand dealers outside. So when something so big happened in the world, he complained that he couldn't watch the TV show. Squeak. The TV flickered, but there was no TV show, but a man in a strange military uniform. He knew this man, because he sometimes bought things from him. He was Baron Stark from Sokovia next door. Baron Stark, Grand Duke, something has fallen on your land. Baron Stark, that thing will destroy your country and subvert your rule. Chapter 688 Hearing. Leo regained consciousness, and was in an empty control room. His body, or the part that could be easily mistaken for a body by humans, had been disassembled and replaced by his new body. These new bodies were the assembly machines and manufacturing equipment in the room. In this world, because they had to fight at high altitudes at supersonic speeds, and the enemy was a group of Quinjet fighters whose performance was only slightly lower than that of the Iron Man, if they still fought with their brains, accidents would easily happen. So in Stark Tower, he chose to throw away his brain, and use more reliable hardware to carry his consciousness, making the same choice as the cyberpunk world. The scene in front of him reminded him of when he opened his eyes again in this world, opened his eyes in the ward. What caught his eye was the medical lamp, next to him. Leo. Maya sat next to him, her eyes were full of worry. Leo's damaged body had been completely dismantled, and the interface on his head was connected to the server in the base first. The reallocated computing resources allowed him to activate more logic modules. And his mind became clearer and clearer. Mom. The voice was full of mechanical texture. But it greatly relieved Maya. Leo's rational and mechanical consciousness aroused a trace of curiosity. I didn't expect Maya to see him like this without much worry. You are too risky. But I am proud of you. Before I opened my eyes, I was still thinking about what I should say to comfort you. Mom. Maya reached out and touched Lil's cheek. She had watched Lil grow up the way he was before, watching him grow up little by little since he was a baby, but she had also watched him grow up the way he is now. Biological changes that are uncontrollable are essentially no different from the changes that children make for self-realization. Lil heard his mother say gently, I can only be proud of you. You have become a person who can decide who you are, a responsible adult. A failure, some sacrifices, should not be despised and feared. Mom knows you are still my child. If an ordinary mother were to see her child transformed into this half-human, half-ghost appearance, she would probably cry all the time. His mother loves him more than he imagined. And this love is indeed not mixed with too many requirements and expectations for him. Even at this time, she thinks more about encouragement and comfort. Negative energy recognizes subtle emotional changes. And this set of peculiar sensor signals is recognized as family affection. This is Leo's first attempt at emotional simulation after this world became AI. The deviation from other worlds is decreasing. Interdimensional data transmission is synchronizing. Please continue to reduce the deviation to try to restore the connection. Ka. Leo's torso and feet were adjusted, the body of the machine was installed on him, and he sat up. Okay. Maya hugged Leo. I know you still have a lot of things to do, I just hope. Mom. I'm glad to see you the first thing I see when I wake up. I'm not a robot. I'm not sacrificing myself for the welfare of the whole world. Letting you see a better world is the starting point of everything. Maya was stunned for a moment and nodded, patted Lil back, and left the room. For some reason, Lil felt that he was thinking more clearly now than before. For the world is just a slogan after all. The fact is that a group of people with the same style of behavior gathered together to change the world in order to make reality more pleasing to the eye. Anyone can shout this slogan. But different people ideas determine their different practices. And different practices are bound to cause conflicts. For example, President Ellis and the United Nations are now using this slogan to criticize Leo and Atlas Group. People who decide their camps based on whether the slogan is loud or beautiful are bound to be superficial. But people don't have the ability to read minds and need the truth. Leo began to connect to the signal tower. While Atlas Group and Roxxon were competing in the presidential election, Roxxon and Hydra had been secretly preparing for this large-scale and shocking anti-corruption campaign. The development of the Atlas Group is also divided into two lines. One is the large-scale development of Joie City and the African Union. The other is Christopher use of advanced technology and equipment. and the secret cooperation between the European Union. The base in Latvia is a small base. This place is in the valley. And outside is a normal village. Farming and living normally. Just like an ordinary Latvian village. The core part is located in the rocks and mountains. Using small engineering equipment and engineering prostheses. Exoskeletons. Christopher and the locals dug out a place to store high-performance servers and communication equipment. The Atlas Group most advanced civilian equipment is located between the rocks. But in military terms, there are people in this world who are two-faced towards their allies, but Leal is not that kind of person. So Leal did not use his technological advantages to deceive his allies and secretly transport military equipment. But that was in the past. Now the situation has to change. The camouflaged rocks attached to the antenna tower gradually cracked, leaking out the communication antenna. There are many countries in Europe, and the European Union also has its own military satellites. They must have seen themselves falling in Latveria. Congressman A. President Ellis has already listed Atlas as an illegal organization. We should actively cooperate with the United Nations and the Berry country to capture and blockade it. Congressman B. He said yes? Please pay attention to your wording. President Ellis is the president of the Berry country of legislation. And President Barnes is the president of the Berry country of elections. Congressman C. I support what Congressman B said. There is no united Berry country now. We should consider the legitimacy of the new government to choose our policies. Congressman A. It is precisely because we need to consider legitimacy that we should support President Ellis. Don't forget that he is still in office. Even if the law is not amended, according to their law, the president can be re-elected during wartime. Congressman E. But he cannot start this war himself, otherwise all countries with this law can avoid elections and re-election in this way. Congressman F. But their strength. Congressman G. F *** K, Congressman A, and Congressman F. It was Iron Man who saved the Berry country. If we want peace and development, we shouldn't lick an illegal president. The European Parliament was booed because of the vulgar language. The chaos of the presidential election in the Berry country has turned into a civil war, and the chaos before the election does not seem to disappear, but has come to the European Parliament. Members of various countries gathered together, using the emergency repair communication equipment to hold a cross-border meeting. At the same time, most of the communications within the EU are still paralyzed, just like the current Berry country. Some people are afraid of President Ellis' aerospace carrier, and covet the resources of the Roxanne Group. Some people hate such blatant barbaric behavior, and despise the despicable behavior of holding up the glorious banner. Some people remain silent, just like their previous status in this parliament. Or just secretly weigh and repeatedly think about the think tank discussions in their own country. The speaker adjusted his glasses and looked at the members of the most powerful countries in this alliance. Speaker Schultz. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you still remember that there will be an important link in this discussion. Speaker Schultz. The outside world views on the Atlas Group and Mr. Lee are indeed too mixed. Speaker Schultz. But no matter how the outside world discusses, I want to remind you that the Atlas Group has always been an important enterprise in the European Union. Speaker Schultz. We should have our own judgment, for the benefit of the alliance. Chairman Schultz. Fortunately, Mr. Lee has always been a law-abiding entrepreneur, and he also respects us very much. Chairman Schultz. We can now contact him directly and hold a public hearing. Chairman Schultz. By the way, he has arrived in Europe. The uproar stopped instantly, and the scene was silent. Chapter 689 Hearing Congressman A. Do you agree with the charges made by Ellis, the amending president? Leal. No, on the contrary, I want to accuse him of violating legal procedures, colluding with foreign forces to bomb his own country and causing damage to Atlas. Congressman A. You want to accuse the president of Berry country? Leal. You want to defend him? In that case, I will also accuse you. Congressman A. Expression changed behind the camera. Congressman A. Let's talk about something practical. You killed Tony Stark? Leal. I didn't kill him. Congressman A. You have no evidence. Leal. You should provide evidence, Congressman. Leal only needs a few conversations to determine which people are obviously not friendly forces. For example, Congressman A is now nervous and scared. I don't know how much money he has received. The good news is that the congressmen of the legitimate big countries do not have this problem. It is obvious that big countries do have fewer fools, and the administrative system is more reliable. Congressman A. But you have a special weapon. Our satellite saw that some special combat weapon that destroyed the UN Security Council aerospace carrier crashed in Latveria, which is where you are now stationed. Congressman A obviously risked his life, and continued quickly. Congressman A, this special weapon destroyed the aerospace carrier, and appeared from Stark Tower, after which the Roxxon Group announced that Tony Stark was dead. Congressman A, your special weapon has the attack capability to destroy strategic weapons, has super mobility, and can easily behead anyone in the world. Congressman A, and now, you brought this special strategic weapon to Europe. What do you want to do? Congressman A, do you have this special strategic weapon? The leading question makes the current situation sensitive. In fact, every point he said was true. Lethal combat capability was enough to intimidate any ruling group in any country. This is why, although Speaker Schultz had discussed with some members, and reminded the Parliament that Atlas was a special and important enterprise in the EU, he still let Member A take the lead in asking questions. Everyone could see Member A's position, but he could put the question sharply on the table. Leal answered directly, Leal, that me? Member A, and the others were stunned. The holographic image that had been hidden was changed by Leal. On the conference screen, they could clearly see Leal's appearance as a completely metal man. He sat on a chair, like a cold and unshakable statue. The artificial body made of metal and bionic materials reflected the cold light, and the armor pieces that fit the body were smooth and sharp. Not bulky, but gave people a sense of design, beauty, and toughness. This body sat on the chair, without the ups and downs of human breathing, without the fatigue of falling into disadvantage after the war, and even without a trace of emotional changes that they could detect, replaced by the slight hum of the motor. A strange thought came to the minds of the congressmen. This seemed to be a life form beyond mortal existence. The toughness of metal, the strength of machinery, and the unshakable will? This was not a device, a weapon, something that could be surrendered and placed on the table. Because this was Leal himself. Whether it was cooperation or non-cooperation, no matter for what reason, he was vigilant or coveted Iron Man. All thoughts were disrupted and disappeared. Lear stood up, and the metal joints made a strong low hum, which was not a symbol of life, but a declaration of strength. He reached out and picked up a green Latvian-style cloak, hiding his metal body in it. With clothes, he looked more like a human. Lear, there is no super weapon called Iron Man, or Iron Man is Dr. Doom, and both of them are me. Lear, destroying the aerospace carrier is more like an emergency escape, and the supersonic fighter is just because my body has become stronger through my intellectual armament. There are no weapons here, no high-tech equipment as you imagine. Only Lear, me. After Lear finished speaking, he sent a new video to the Parliament. In this video, Tony Stark, who was deformed all over, appeared in the studio. How he was trapped underground, how he worked for Roxxon, the existence of the Insight Project, the dirty things they did, and the man regretful and relieved last words. All the truth was revealed. Almost at the same time, communication-based stations in several regions of the European Union exploded mysteriously, and the signal suddenly fluctuated violently. Members of Parliament from several countries were stunned by the shock, and there was an urgent knock on the office door. Gentlemen, the signal-based station we just repaired. Squeak. The communication was not interrupted, but it just returned to normal after the fluctuation. Leal still stood in the video. Leal, I helped you a lot. Leal, if it weren't for me, this round of massacre would have killed President Barnes directly. The aerospace carrier would have killed those who still had courage, and let the world's largest arsenal fall into the hands of thugs. Leal, if it weren't for me, a country obsessed with foreign wars and coercion would have 7 aerospace carriers, with their 11 aircraft carriers, hundreds of fighter planes, and countless combat robots to exert control over the world. Leal, just use the way they control the Berry country. Leal put the photos of the New Future Zone before and after the bombing on the screen. Leal, the New Future Zone is what Atlas built, and the current New York is the result of their rule. Leal, I did destroy a lot of things. Leal, I personally destroyed their possibility of turning the whole world into ruins. Leal, I alone can deter their strategic weapons, and it was me who prevented the future dominated by fear. Leal's voice had a deep mechanical echo, as if it came from the distant future, a symphony of technology and power. Perhaps the AI made him lose too much of the human part, or maybe he was originally like this. He was talking about moving towards a beautiful and warm future, but his voice was so cold and resolute, as if everything had to give way to his will. It irresistible. Leal, without me, there would be no war now, but without me, you would not have the opportunity to take up arms and win tomorrow. Leal, they are afraid of me, not because of my strength, but because of the future I represent. You doubt me, not because of my ambition, but because of your stupidity and cowardice. Leal, I have proved myself. Now is the time for you to prove that you are not cowards. If you can take up weapons, take up weapons. If you can take up hammers, take up hammers. Leal, fate will not be kind to fools, nor will it smile to cowards. Leal, take up weapons, or be crushed by fate. Chapter 690 New Opportunities. Leal's speech was not like that of a fugitive on the run, but rather like that of a threatening monarch of a great country. This speech was completely useful, mainly because his state was very convincing. Even if Atlas has provided a large number of disabled people with prosthetics that are almost the same as their original limbs, or even superior in performance, but for normal people, accepting large-scale prosthetics is still rejected. This rejection still exists even in the cyberpunk world where prosthetics have been popular in the market for 100 years. People do not understand prosthetics, do not understand brain-computer interfaces, and tremble under the shadow of conspiracy theories and wars. Normal people will not choose to replace their limbs unless they are forced by life. As for those prosthetics that have been proven to be good, ordinary people have no chance to choose. For ordinary people, the higher the degree of prosthetics, the more they are helpless. Iron Man is not a weapon, but Lear himself. This hearing is open to the public. No one with a normal mind would agree to force others to undergo comprehensive prosthetics and transform humans into weapons. Politicians want powerful weapons, but smart politicians know that the power in their hands will gradually diminish with repeated willfulness, especially in times of turmoil. Witnessing Roxxon atrocities, the truth about Tony Stark's death, and Lear's new attitude, people really realized that something was wrong. After the hearing, Lear talked to some important country's members individually, mainly under the representative of the speaker. Speaker Schultz, Mr. Lee, you have brought us a big surprise. But if everything you showed is true, then we are facing a very dangerous enemy. Speaker Schultz, this could drag us into a world war. Speaker, do you think that if the world's largest country falls into civil war and collapses, other regions will be spared? It's already a world war. And at your chance. The internet has completely collapsed, and the financial system has fallen into a major collapse. Although the losses from this collapse are real, it is temporary. The civil war in the Berry country is the absolute highlight. The value of the US dollar has plummeted. The foundation of the world currency is built on a strong military force and a trade network that has been formed over time. The former has greatly reduced its deterrent power with the outbreak of the Civil War, and the latter has also fallen apart with the Civil War. Roxxon will definitely use the oil he has already monopolized and his vast manufacturing industry to bind the US dollar to help his allies stabilize their currency dominance. But their reckless and failed moves will further drive away the neutrals. In reality, the dominance that violence can bring may be absolute in a small range. But pure violence cannot build a modern society. No matter what the opponents say, the idea of building a new world purely by violence exists only in fantasy. Leal transmitted the strategic deployment map in the communication channel. The alternative to fossil energy has been proven to be completely feasible in Africa. And Africa has sufficient reserves of oil for raw material production. We only need to increase investment in Africa, and we can produce enough goods to support half of the world or even the whole world. We don't need to rely on Roxxon and its monopoly resources at all. The Atlas Group and the African Union Army will organize a counterattack in the short term. As long as we take over Africa, we can squeeze the Berry Army military bases in the Middle East and North Africa. Once the trade route is opened, knowledge, resources and manpower will be well coordinated. All you have to do is give up trading in US dollars. Gradually invest the euro in the development of this continent, and support us in winning this war. Speaker Schultz did not speak. Leal's words seemed to mean that they did not need to send military support, which was a bit beyond his expectations. And it also made it easier for the EU to accept Leal's proposal. Speaker Schultz, it's a good idea. I will reach a consensus with the Parliament as soon as possible and discuss more details. Speaker Schultz, finally, on behalf of the European Union, I welcome you, Mr. Lee. The communication was hung up, and Leal looked at Christopher beside him, who immediately came up to report the progress of the mission on the other end. Just now, President Barnes has arrived at the Andrews Joint Base. Currently, about 32% of the U.S. military has expressed its willingness to accept command. The remaining 24% remain silent with the state government. 20% of the military has lost contact, and the rest have been identified as enemies. Barnes is trying to contact the satellite, but the efficiency is not high. The military communication base station is still sending signals, but the coverage rate is also relatively low. The aerospace carrier and those fighters have disappeared. It seems to be some kind of very advanced concealment system. The existing reconnaissance means cannot detect the enemy. The situation is somewhat passive. Leal nodded slightly after listening to this. As time goes on, we will be the only ones who win. Christopher was a little hesitant to speak when he heard this. He used to ask Leal questions, but now, it seems that Leal's condition has put too much pressure on him. Although he has no intention of confronting Leal, this metal body is simply intimidating without anger. Leal took the initiative to say, "Anything else you want to say? I have a question. In this way, we will help the euro become the next dollar. And we..." He paused for a moment. And Christopher still summoned up the courage to say, "We are a country. We should have our own currency. Our own system. Our own..." "Christopher." Leal's metallic voice interrupted him. "It a good idea. But it too superficial. The role of currency is just to make circulation smoother and make society more efficient. The positive role of the financial system is to make the future less abstract. By converting overdraft credit into visible currency and making future expectations visible. But if we already have plans for the future, and already have a future, why should we pursue currency control in a reverse order?" Christopher studied in New York for a long time. It can be seen that he really put a lot of effort, and was very serious. However, currency is important. But it is just a tool. Leal's words made him stunned. He did not fully understand the concept. But he felt that Leal made sense. Leal continued, however, making the abstract future concrete, and the disposable resources concrete does help humans understand social rules. However, this is not the key. Not now. The key point now is that the enemy is in full swing. And our allies have no reason to be wary of us. And we naturally have no reason to be wary of them at this stage. Now, our core people can understand what kind of future they want without money. So there is no need to consider these for the time being. Now, let me meet them before I start the next step. Chapter 691 New Opportunities. Latveria is a country that has not even experienced an industrial revolution. The most advanced place in this country is the Lord Castle, which has cars, guns, computers and televisions, and all kinds of modern industrial products. But outside the castle, or even just outside the castle walls, the villages and fields owned by the lords are just rustling feudal huts. And large-scale scenes of using animals for farming only appear in the estates near the Grand Duke Castle. In places a little further away, there are only Latvians running around to avoid the lord collection of various taxes. A nation that obviously has rich land and has not suffered from wars, but has to become a wandering nation because of the lord. But this weak and primitive country has ushered in high technology, which has given them a new life in this rich area of hills and valleys. Solar panels in the mountains, graphene batteries smuggled in from EU countries, are enough to support a small amount of agricultural machinery and prosthetics. Christopher did it very seriously. He knew that the biggest requirement of this base was secrecy. And all the people here must have extremely high loyalty. It is difficult to cultivate people loyalty. But if they have a strong hatred for the enemy, hatred can also have a similar effect. Many people have physical disabilities, most of which are caused by wandering. Some are frozen in the winter, some are chopped off by the Lord's soldiers, and some are broken when running away. Most of these disabled people have suffered enough from wandering, and wandering is closely related to the Grand Duke of Latveria. But they can survive, and there must be a whole wandering tribe. By developing these disabled people, and then through the disabled people and their tribe to establish a solid connection, a small mountain community was established. Outside the rock base is a house made of wood and stone. The biological adhesive from the Atlas group has greatly improved the strength of these simple materials, allowing them to be better built on the mountain. In the distance is a small piece of farmland, growing more than a year of crops, but these farmlands are mainly used to provide people with a sense of security and familiarity with labor after installing prosthetics. The stable work of working from sunrise to sunset makes them feel at ease, and the enemy lords surrounding them give them a sense of urgency, and their high resistance to hardship brings a high degree of obedience, allowing them to use brain-computer interfaces to receive enough knowledge. There are a total of 450 people in this camp. Maybe their true creativity is not as good as the scientific research talents produced by universities outside, but they are completely high-level technical workers. Most of these people were dressed simply, with holes in their clothes, But they had shelter from the wind and rain, a stable life, and a lot of knowledge, which made them in a very good mental state. The clothes were torn but not dirty, and the buildings were simple but not dilapidated. They sat in the town square in an orderly manner, looking at Leo with reverent eyes. The metal body was not something to be afraid of for them. On the contrary, they felt at ease with the sense of power displayed by Leo. The emotions of more than 400 people were sensed by the negative energy, and Leo's sensors were disturbed strangely again. This group of disturbances was marked by him as trust and submission. This was pure submission and reverence, even madness. The future they expected, in their cognition, was highly consistent with Leo orders and instructions. If Leo instructed them to die for this place, they would die, because it was right. This emotion awakened some memories of Leo. This was the first time he felt this emotion in this world, but it was not the first time he felt this emotion. He wanted to say something inspiring, or improve his relationship with the people present, and get to know these people. But he found that he didn't need to do so. More complex and strange emotions surged from Leo's memory. In the end, Leo chose to remain silent, only remembering the faces and expressions of each of them, and turned around and walked into the base between the rocks again. Christopher was a little overwhelmed. They had completely accepted Leo's rule in their hearts, and even if Leo breathed the lightest, they would take it as law. But Leo didn't even breathe. Fortunately, Leo's words still appeared on his visual system. Leo, alert. I see our scouts are entering the monitoring area. The Grand Duke of Latveria may do something stupid. Christopher was stunned, and adjusted his vision to the camouflage drone on the edge of this paradise, in order to control the situation in Latveria in real time, but not to arouse alarm. He trained some scouts to infiltrate local villages and communities. These scouts have the most advanced bionic prostheses, the most realistic artificial skin, and horses enhanced by implants. Now these scouts are returning to the base quickly. Something happened. Contact, Martin Lee. Martin, I am glad you didn't die. But I knew you wouldn't die so easily. But I didn't expect you to become Iron Man. Martin, but I prefer the name of Dr. Doom. Martin, we are now in the Atlas underground bunker. The National Guard and nearby military bases have restarted the air defense system. Unless Ellis wants to abandon other states and cities, or directly drop a nuclear bomb here, we should be safe. Temporarily. Martin, Skye is still in a coma. But Connor said her body is good and her vital signs are still intact. But it is hard to say when she will wake up. Martin, Peter used the lizard serum, and is now lying in the restraint chamber for observation. There is no big problem for the time being. Martin, Frank and security are looking for opportunities to retrieve some equipment. In short, they are accumulating strength. Martin, we are all in the room now. Luckily, the incident happened during working hours. Atlas Group has 3 underground functional areas with air raid shelter functions. Although the incident happened suddenly, the most important research and equipment are basically underground. Professor Connors, Dr. Otto, Dr. Toombs, Atlas' most advanced scientists and engineers are still here. Martin, but the underground space supplies are only enough for us to last about a week. There are still many refugees in the new future zone. We have to find a way to move. Leo, enough. This set of information was transmitted to a nearby military base via the Atlas Group's secret antenna. In theory, the military base would transmit the signal directly to the other side of the Earth via satellite under normal circumstances, but because of that unprecedented cyberspace storm, they completely lost control of the military satellite, and everyone was lost. So this round of signals is actually transmitted in a very primitive way, carrying the information onto a fixed-wing drone, using the propeller to send the aircraft into the sky, and then using aerodynamics to send the drone to the EU signal area. The transmission is very slow, but it can only be done this way. At present, most of the overseas military bases and troops have fallen into Ellis control, and because of the need to maintain dominance, there is no way to get out. The local troops are basically only Hydra agents and those aerospace carriers. But Hydra agents are lurking inside the military. After what happened to General Ross, Rod realized that it might not be wise to issue orders rashly at this time. The stalemate continued, but Lear had to solve the problem in New York within a week and find a way to restore global communications. It was unlikely to fly over and kill the aerospace carrier to rescue the people. The energy of the arc reactor had been reduced. Before obtaining sufficiently advanced equipment and sealing the raw materials into vibranium for nuclear fusion, he could only maintain activities by charging. Latveria could not get so much energy. Fortunately, He had a new opportunity. Unstable energy is about to explode. Countdown, 1 to 2 hours. Chapter 692 Soulmate Cross-Dimensional Reconnection. Failed. Continue to reduce the deviation to try to reconnect with the anchored world. Use your anchor. Keep in touch with the anchored world while connecting with other worlds. Leal consciousness was in darkness. There was nothing, only a few lines of the system in front of him. I don't know if it was an illusion. Leal felt that the tone of the system had changed a little. Immediately afterwards, Leal received a familiar communication signal. Muramasa, what did you bring up? Muramasa, our directional signal has deviated. This is not the channel to Hong Kong. There are only 2 short sentences, but the problem is not small. According to Muramasa plan, the signal tower of Arasaka Tower is a super antenna with extremely high power and extremely wide coverage. It only needs to be slightly modified and optimized, and connected to the power of Arasaka headquarters, to increase the transmission efficiency and transmission range of the equipment to the extreme in a very, very short time. It is so extreme that it can connect to the internet satellite deployed in low Earth orbit by Arasaka Group in the internet era, and use the satellite to jump to other internet devices. Yes, Leal's final plan is to completely escape to the internet, which is now called the vast cyberspace of the old network, and the original plan was to jump to the internet node in Hong Kong. There are almost no traces of human activities in Hong Kong. There, the dangerous critical bodies control the equipment in the city, and freely enjoy the vast equipment resources. But because Leal had to capture a consciousness to anchor this world, the delay of a few seconds in this operation caused a huge deviation in the escape plan and the escape data packet, making the escape destination distorted. But Leal only got these 2 short sentences, and it was difficult for him to determine where they would jump to. Until Leal felt the current surge. His consciousness reattached to a running chip. Computing power began to recover. He had to first identify where he was now. Cyberspace began to reappear. The current cyberspace has deviated from the definition of the 2 hacker gods, Ahara and Prague, and is just an AI. The information collection perceived by Leal is the real way for AI to feel the world. First, he has to recognize himself. This processor is very small and low-end, which is only equivalent to the normal civilian processor in the Marvel world 2 years ago, which is the level of the normal world in 2009. This year, smartphones have begun to occupy a share in the market. But flip, slide, and key-type phones still have a place in the market. Leal roughly estimated that the computing power of this chip is probably equivalent to the sliding Nokia phone of this period. As he began to organize the chip, he found that it was really a mobile phone. He is now a mobile phone. The cyberspace image of the mobile phone was optimized and changed by Leal bit by bit. But due to the computing level of this old chip and the performance of the old mobile phone, he had to move forward slowly, and he found a problem. Use your anchor. The interdimensional channel is open. If you don't want to lose contact with the other world, don't use it for anything other than transmitting anchors without authorization. The interdimensional information channel is as small as a small water pipe. Leal has almost no way to know the situation in the other world. But the so-called anchor, Leal immediately found what he wanted to transmit. A little Johnny silver hand slowly took shape in cyberspace, with a confused look on his face, and his consciousness was still in the last moment in the sacred sedan chair. Johnny, fuck! Little Johnny knelt in cyberspace, looking up in horror. Johnny, where the hell is this coming from you again? Johnny's mouth suddenly disappeared, and his body became smaller and smaller. If the one who appeared just now was 7-year-old Johnny, now he is 2-year-old Johnny. Johnny Silverhand, a former rock star in the cyberpunk world, has been locked in the sacred shrine for decades, and his nature of cursing the heavens and the earth is immediately awakened when he wakes up. However, although Lil needs him to maintain the connection with the cyberpunk world, he will not lose the connection completely, but it does not mean that he needs to endure his nagging all the time. Don't lock the anchored self-learning ability for a long time, which will be detrimental to reducing the deviation. Countdown, 1 minute on the bright side. You can also gag this talkative rock star for 1 minute. Thinking of this, Lil discovered that a communication signal was coming in. He'd better keep it normal now. The radio system heard the boy voice. Hey. Who calling? Sam Witwicky, a young man who was about to go to college, was packing up and preparing to leave home, to go to the distant country of berries for the next journey of his life. He was holding a box of packed luggage, following his father, listening to his coquettish father giving him a lecture, mainly about his beautiful girlfriend Michaela. Dad, what do you mean? When you go to college, you meet a lot of girls. I know, but I'm a single-minded guy. Sam's dad fits the stereotype of middle-aged people a bit. He not tall, he got a big belly, he a little bald, and his hair is thin. But he has a good temper, and he quite frivolous. He continued, "Look, Michaela is really good, but you have to give each other room to grow. Young couples your age are all like this. But we, the young couple, have discovered aliens. Haha, how far do you plan to go with this?" Sam didn't take it seriously. "Dad, I know not many people make it to the end, but we are different. Don't you understand?" Beep. The phone rang. "I take a call." Sam glanced at his phone, and proudly showed his dad the incoming call information. "Oh, look who calling." His dad didn't take it seriously either. "Today at Xiaomi, maybe at Xiaomi in 2 weeks. A female voice that sounded very sexy came from the phone. "Michaela, Sam, let's break up." In cyberspace, Johnny the toddler was shocked. "That great?" Sam was not panicked at all. "Are you sure? I feel you are a little hesitant." "Michaela, I really want to break up, so I won't send you off." Sam's brain was working at high speed, but he was still not panicked. While thinking, he went upstairs to the bedroom. "Wow, I'm a little serious this time. Don't worry, I prepared a long-distance relationship artifact for you. Webcam, 24/7 love talk, I'm the only one in your eyes, and the souvenirs from last time, you know, it not good to talk about it on the phone. Mixtapes, candles and stuff. Michaela, not bad, I can't wait." Child Johnny showed a mysterious expression. Lil watched his data body fluctuate because of being tied to Johnny, and unnecessary resource usage. "I really wanted to slap this idiot to death. By the way, do you want my iconic uniform? Michaela, the dirty and torn one? You still have it?" Child Johnny said meaningfully. "Of course I still have it, Michaela. It is precious as a Super Bowl. It covered with my blood." Child Johnny wanted to speak but couldn't, but what he wanted to say was easy to understand. "Are you playing such a big game?" Michaela, wow, you're too confident. "It not confidence, it my humble self-esteem that has reached its peak." Michaela, do you think I won't leave you if you give me a box of souvenirs? Just come with me. The apartments around the school are very cheap. Sam became more serious. "Michaela, I have to help my childish dad, who just got out of prison to adapt to life outside, so forget it." Background voice of the communication. "Where did you put the clutch cover?" Michaela, next to the camshaft. Sam instantly showed a very happy expression. Johnny felt even better. "This voice is really sexy, the best. Hearing you say these 3 words, I lost my soul, whisper it again." Johnny was very satisfied with the guy who was talking. A soulmate. He felt good just by hearing this voice, and the sexy beauty on the other end of the phone did not let these 2 bitches down, whispering slowly and charmingly, "Michaela, camshaft. Michaela, why can't you be hated?" Time up. Lil had to release his restraint on Johnny. He instantly turned into 10-year-old Johnny. "Johnny, this kid really knows. I feel my penis has become hard." "Johnny, but where is this?" After Sam finished speaking, something fell out of the bag when he sorted it out with one hand, and the metal fragments hit the ground with a crisp sound. Ding. Chapter 693 Metamorphosis. Lil memory has been greatly lost due to AI. "Johnny, who are you? Are you human? Where are we?" But because of his situation, he can forget the long war career in the second half of his life, but he cannot forget the things he saw in the first half of his beautiful life. "Johnny, I remember I was captured by Arasaka, and I saw Ultra." "Are you sent by Arasaka? You want to mess with me?" So he immediately connected Sam Witwicky and Michaela Baines, these 2 names, and works that appeared in the mobile phone memory card. These are the male and female protagonists of the movie Transformers series. "Johnny, I will not give in, whether it is to you, or Arasaka. At least they are the male and female protagonists of the previous few films." "Lil, can you shut up? Limit countdown, 5 minutes. Lil directly limited Johnny data share again, or dissatisfaction, anger squeezed out the resources occupied by Johnny. Being in the same database with such a moron, it really made the CPU feel bad, and almost overheated. "Michaela, it seems that we don't have to break up. See you in 20 minutes. With no time to reply to Michaela, Sam frowned, bent over to pick up the metal piece that fell on the ground. "Wait, Michaela, I found a piece of imitation fragment in my clothes." Just as Sam picked up the Rubik Cube fragment and looked at the metal piece carefully, some strange energy was activated. Electric current and high temperature accumulated on the surface of the Rubik Cube fragment, and Sam let it go in pain. At this moment, Lil felt that his mind became clear instantly. a powerful energy poured into the mobile phone, which enhanced the current flowing in the device, allowing him to directly control the current to slightly leave the carrier, and produce extremely strong transformation and control capabilities on the metal. Spark energy injection. This powerful energy allows Leo to directly control and transform metal with electromagnetic force. This strange energy directly connects the metal inside the phone into a hole. The enhanced current can flow on the metal surface in an orderly manner, like an arm or a finger. Information can be directly carried on this core, luminous and hot metal body. Calculations can also be performed using this energy flow. This new energy can even directly control the deformation of the metal body. However, the most urgent task is to get used to this energy, encode information based on this new way of carrying energy, and expand computing power. Pop. Sam threw the phone onto the table, and the physical impact even caused subtle changes in the energy flow on the surface of the phone, making the metal feel force just like human skin and nerves. You have acquired a new skill. Metal control. Description. Spark energy allows you to directly control metal atoms at an atomic level, change the interaction between atoms, and shape new metal structures. Note, your control over metal depends on the strength of your spark energy. The stronger the spark energy, the stronger the interaction force, or the weaker the interaction force. Current spark energy. Controlling a mobile phone is good, don't think too much. A brand new discovery, a huge amount of information, which is completely different from the existence of dangerous critical bodies, makes Leo busy digesting this new ability. The sensor system is built. Leo sees Sam running out in a hurry. The wooden floor is burned by the heated Rubik Cube fragments, and the flames begin to burn. Leo used his knowledge to constantly match this energy, constantly changing the structure of the phone, building better, stronger, more sensitive light, vibration, heat source, and other series of sensors. But soon encountered a problem. The fire energy directly provides control over metals at the atomic level, shaping new metal structures, creating new alloys, achieving unimaginable deformation effects. These are not difficult. But Leo is just a weak mobile phone. The carrying capacity is limited. The energy brought by the simulated fragments in the air is also super weak. He knows the manufacturing methods of electromagnetic guns, melt guns, chrony titanium, conventional firearms, explosive weapons, and other things, but now he is just a broken mobile phone. If the sensing ability is enhanced to ultra-precision, then he will be an ultra-precision mobile phone. For now, it is more important to have a whole body that can run. Thinking of this, Leo. Transform. The energy of the spark source carrying Leo consciousness flows through the metal. This small mobile phone flies on the table. The mechanical joints slide, and the various parts on the steel body fold each other in an elegant and precise way, like a mechanical dance beyond reality. Leo accurate calculations and extensive knowledge reserves are restored with the flow of the spark source. This small mobile phone becomes more and more streamlined during the transformation, although it is not large in size and has no obvious lethal weapons. Its internal communication equipment is constantly upgraded under Leo control. Getting more spark sources is indeed a long-term goal. But Leo's real advantage is on the internet. He understands human society better than Transformers, and understands the internet and technology better than humans. What he needed was a better means of information. So the transformation he envisioned was not a human at all. No anthropomorphic mouth and eyebrow components, not even the limbs that humans should have, but instead an octopus multi-legged structure that was more conducive to movement and a large set of tools. However, the internal armor that should have been used to protect precision equipment was not retracted. The mobile components that should have been all multi-legged structures did not transform correctly. The components that should have been all tools were occupied by one or two groups and turned into hands. His consciousness was influenced by Johnny. Johnny was a person, and a person with a very personal style. Leo's design suddenly deviated from the AI thinking of minimalism and everything serving the target. He had hands and feet. The few but key armors in the design were not all wrapped around the core components inside, but were displayed on the outside. He didn't have much armor, but it perfectly covered his shoulders, legs, chest, and his body was also shaped in a way that was very in line with human aesthetics. The octopus arms were reduced to several toolboxes stored on the back and chest. The data knife was extended to a scepter and almost became a microphone. Fortunately, Leo controlled it. Finally, Lear still turned into a human form. Large and flamboyant armor, even some punk-style rivets. The surface of the machine has colors that were not originally in the design, and even a samurai band pattern on the back. The metal surface is smooth, the paint is bright, the face is even more delicate, can almost reflect all human expressions. The limbs are very muscular against the background of the armor. The LED lights are hidden under the surface pattern, and they flash. Johnny, I'm so awesome? I have to say it a bit cool. So you are a roaming AI? Are all roaming AIs so exaggerated? Johnny, I thought roaming AIs were controlling cars, planes and warships and stuff like that. Now it looks more like aliens. Johnny, or has it been hundreds of years? You have all evolved? Leo felt the missing functional components and said for a long time. Your mother is so cool. Completed the first transformation. Rewarded technology points, 5,000. Current technology points, 18,500. Unlock new skill routes. Sam, who was busy putting out the fire, didn't notice that Leo was transforming at all, but when the water bottle in his hand was emptied, and only black smoke was left on the floor, he heard Leo scolding Johnny and raised his head, and was stunned on the spot. Leo raised the subcompact firearm in his hand. Don't shoot. Leo was certainly not aiming at this silly boy. The cube fragments burned through the floor and hit the kitchen downstairs. That energy activated more than just Leo. The sensor had clearly seen several little transformers. They were pulling at Sam's door. Chapter 694 Bumblebee New Cybertron Components. Lithium Battery Ammunition Gun Set. Description. Using the high temperature and heat brought by overcharging lithium elements, it creates incendiary ammunition with propulsion in a closed container. Avoids the drawbacks of using fire energy to attack, but the sealing and hardness of the components used to generate high pressure are worrying, and the range and accuracy are pitifully weak. Bonus technology points, 200. Current technology points, 18,700 because the resources and computing power for designing the transformable body are partly occupied. The already scarce resources are even worse. The bullets, using lithium batteries to replace general military ammunition, have almost no lethality, and the speed is difficult to exceed the speed of sound. The only effective killing is the warhead, which is also a lithium battery. After overheating, the temperature can reach about 800 to 1000 degrees Celsius. However, because the speed is too slow and the volume is too small, when this thing hits the enemy 3 meters away, there is only a high temperature of 400 to 500 degrees. And we have to consider that the enemy is also a transformer. A series of lithium battery bullets drew several arcs in the air, leaving white smoke, and flew towards the Decepticon transformers stacked up like a pile of arhats. The fire control system that was supposed to guarantee 90% accuracy within 5 meters under Lear automatic design algorithm only reached a little more than 50% in the end. All 13 bullets were emptied, and only 7 hit his target. One shot was lucky, although it missed the target. It hit other targets. The main target was notched by the burning lithium battery, and these high-temperature bullets melted into its body. There was definitely damage, but it was obviously not ideal. Both sides were stunned for a moment. The kitchen appliance Decepticons had never thought that there would be other transformers here, and they could not see them. And Lear was stunned because the weapon was terrible. This temporary lithium battery bullet theoretically has a discharge interference function. This current may just sting for people, but it should be enough to cripple these little Decepticons. But the 2 electric shocks do not exist at all. Johnny, haha. You remind me of the street kids when I was a kid, using 2 broken pistols as soldiers to shoot guns. Lil, get out. The battle of the little transformers looks like a battle of toy soldiers. Although the power is limited, the bullets are not supersonic, but the little transformers transformed by electric fans, ovens, induction cookers are all fully equipped. Mini Gatling, mini revolver, mini missiles, mini rotating blades, and even nunchakus. Sparks flew everywhere. The third party in the conflict, Sam, was frightened to death, screaming and running. Wow, Johnny. This guy is so funny. He afraid of toy soldiers? Swoosh. Several missiles flew towards Lear. The explosion looked like a big firecracker to normal people, but the flying fragments were all metal. As a transformer transformed from a mobile phone, Lear mobility was shockingly poor. He could transform into a gear structure, a bearing structure, and various movable components. But there was no lubricant in the mobile phone. The fire energy did give this body a strong ability to move, but without lubricant, it would be difficult for a humanoid creature to move in terms of mechanics. Facing the small missile, Leo's feet exerted force suddenly, and he jumped up more than 2 meters. But after hitting the ground, he was stuck in place. This thing looks like a firecracker to a human-sized creature, but to a creature of Leo's size, it is a real rocket launcher that looks like it can blow them apart. 10-year-old Johnny screamed in terror on Lear's visual system. Johnny, Run! Boom! The explosion knocked Lear under the bed. The Decepticons continued to shoot at Sam. The boy was completely unaware of the threat of the bullets and Decepticons. He could crush a small Decepticon with one foot. Bang! Sam smashed his room window open. Lear fell to the floor and felt a pain in his balls. He had just checked his arsenal and found that all the long-range weapons were degraded. Johnny, oh, why can a fucking robot feel pain? Of course. Lear would not explain to this annoying cyber ghost. The pain was simulated for Johnny by him. Actually, it was the unexpected working current. Boom! Another micro-missile brushed past Lear's shoulder and hit the wall of the room directly, lifting a piece of lime fragments. Looking at the towering bed, huge chair, and the constantly collapsing wreckage, considering his current size, it felt like an exciting super cyborg battle in Night City, with powerful machine guns and rockets in every move, piercing through walls, blowing up cars. Johnny, what to do now? I don't even know which company produces such crazy toy soldier robots in the world. Military technology? Are they crazy to let kids play with this? Leal, military technology? Cybertron. Leal shook his arms. 2 burning blades pierced out of his hands. This thing was originally a high-temperature cutter for technicians, but it turned into a fist blade. This body is not flexible because of the lack of lubricant and the humanoid appearance, but the fire energy as a driving source is very strong. He can't do 2 extreme actions, but he can definitely do a big jump. The power exceeded that of the mobile phone power source. The fire source in Lil's body was used as the power source to drive this small mechanical body. It rushed out at once. This speed was so fast that the little Decepticon could not react. Lil brushed past the hail of bullets and rushed straight to the largest vacuum cleaner Decepticon. Bang! The blade accurately cut off the missile launcher of the vacuum cleaner Decepticon. Lil directly dismantled the missile filled with high-pressure gas and dust, grabbed it, and smashed it into the high-temperature core of the water heater Decepticon. Boom! The power of this explosion far exceeded that of the missile cabin, and its power was upgraded from a firecracker to a super firecracker. If a person was blown up by this thing, he would be burned at least. The 2 Decepticons were killed by Lear, and he then jumped high with the explosion, and smashed his fist blades into the head of the Nunchaku Decepticon with his fists. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside. Bumblebee. Lear looked over when he heard the sound. At this glance, they saw that Sam's wooden garage was hit by a beautiful yellow Camaro. Johnny's eyes widened when he saw the car. But before he could praise the car for being so damn beautiful, the car suddenly broke apart. The sound of the car was distorted, separated, and then pieced together again. Each movement was heavy and powerful but also swift and flexible. The sound of metal collision exploded in his ears. The powerful metal body folded layer by layer. A loud voice rose from the ground. The metal warrior slammed his legs hard on the floor, accompanied by the sound of metal friction and air tearing. Oppressive hot wind blew in his face. The air was filled with the smell of oil and metal, and the smell of plasma burning through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets hit Bumblebee without any damage at all. The big guy transformed a plasma cannon in his hand and shot the Decepticons on Sam lawn accurately one by one. Johnny, several cool ones. Before he finished speaking, the Autobot warrior turned around to charge the plasma cannon in his hand and aimed at the second floor with his backhand. Leal and Johnny were stunned for a moment. I don't know if this guy recognized the Decepticon with a pierced chest in his chest, or Lear himself, but it was obvious that the thing was aimed at the roof. Johnny/Lil. Holy shit. Boom. Sam was stunned. It wasn't that he was scared to death by a group of little Decepticons that had little killing power. He was just running away stupidly. After all, Sam had participated in a real Transformers battle at close range. These aliens were all very tall. The super robots of 8 or 9 meters could flatten their American-style villa with just a wave of their hands. They could do anything. The giants of 10 to 20 tons punched and kicked at super flexible speeds. Then, there were only ruins and debris around. It's not shameful to be scared to death, even if it's just a little Decepticon. You should know that Transformers also have miniaturized stealth models. It's not too easy to kill a college student like him who is powerless. He's stupid because of his guardian, his first car, his good brother, who has been through thick and thin with him. In order to kill these little Transformers, the Autobot Bumblebee shot down the second floor of their house. Bumblebee. After yelling, Sam calmed down a bit, angrily and helplessly pointed to the garage. Go back to the garage. Bumblebee felt very wronged, and spread his hands in a humane way. and then spread his hands towards the second floor that was blown up. I'm about to collapse now. Please go back to the garage. Sam held his head, not knowing what to say. Whatever you want. Bumblebee still felt wronged. But Sam was really going crazy. The appearance of Decepticons in his house was a small matter. The big matter was that he was electrocuted by the Rubik Cube fragments. Chapter 695. I want to go to college. Johnny, how many years have passed? 100 years? 500 years? Johnny, damn, military technology can produce such a ridiculous thing? Transformers? New products? Leo got up from the broken wooden board. Luckily, he still had a chance to hide at that time, and ran away with the corpse of the Nunchaku Decepticon. The power of this plasma gun was obviously reduced a lot, and it might even be the minimum power, but if he was really hit by a shot, Leo could get out of this world now. This shot completely melted the floor of Sam's room. Leo tried his best to stabilize his body in the collapse, but he couldn't stop falling. When he fell, he could only curse. To be honest, he actually wanted to save Sam, and then slowly figure out how to deal with the following things. But he didn't expect Bumblebee to almost collapse him. Thinking about it carefully, this is not unreasonable. After all, when the Rubik Cube fragments touch, the transformed Transformers seem to be basically Decepticons. The specific reason is not clear. Bang. Leo fell to the floor. Johnny, why don't you talk? Eh? Are you a human or an AI? Is this an evil plan of military technology? He had to listen to Johnny Silverhand's constant chatter in his head. AI wouldn't get irritated, theoretically, but Leo has regained the feeling of irritation. Leo, can you shut up? Johnny, it's not like I want to be tied to you. You stupid AI, you're the one who got me here, tell me. Ding. The roof was still collapsing, and the rubble smashed the cube fragments in front of Lear. It was this thing that gave Lear the fire energy, and just a little radiation, which brought him back to life. Lear, listen. I know you have a lot of questions, but let's take them one by one. From now on, I will let you ask. And you can ask. Otherwise we will die together. Understand? Lear, I will answer your first question first. I am not an AI. I am a human. Johnny, okay. Okay. I was kidnapped by Arasaka. And I was in the head of an AI who claimed to be a human. Wait. How did I get into the head of an AI? Lear muted Johnny's microphone and prepared to talk later. The Rubik Cube is the energy source that the two factions of Transformers are fighting for. It can be used to create new Transformers, repair injured Transformers, and also contains the knowledge and text of the planet Cybertron. In the Battle of Transformers 1, Sam pushed this thing into the chest of Megatron, the leader of the Decepticon villains, killing him, but also broke the Rubik Cube into pieces. Lear vaguely remembers it, and logically speaking, it will also be the key to the plot. But now, he is the key to Lear. Just as Lear was about to activate his legs to get the cube fragments, Sam walked in quickly. The first thing the young man saw was a half-crippled Transformer reaching out to grab the cube fragments. In the eyes of humans, Transformers are all aliens, and deadly aliens. First of all, the fear value is full, not to mention that a lot of little Decepticons just appeared. Sam's fear was full all of a sudden, and a sense of urgency made him grab the fire extinguisher on the table with his backhand and screamed loudly. Lear raised his hand. Don't shout. I'm a good guy. Bumblebee. Leo was ready to run away, but his sensors did not detect the vibration of Bumblebee's huge body stepping on the ground. It seems that Bumblebee is really in a bad mood. But he didn't slack off in protecting Sam because of his bad temper. Instead, he poked his head out of the garage and stared at Sam in the kitchen. Maybe this big guy thinks he is very hidden. Leo thought about it and took his hand away from the Rubik Cube fragments. I'm so sad. I just helped you deal with several Decepticons, and now you use weapons. Fire extinguishers? Against me. Sam was also a little confused, and took small steps towards the cube fragments and Lear. To be honest, Lear wanted to get rid of the fragments right now. But if he did, his Transformer career would probably end here. Are you an Autobot? I've never seen one this small. I am? It a bit complicated. Johnny, those big things are Transformers. You said you are a human. You might as well just call yourself a Transformer. Great. This thing fell to the ground and made a bunch of Transformers. Sam took out a small bottle from his pocket and was about to put the cube fragments into the bottle with tweezers. Lil suddenly said, this thing is Cybertron technology. Are you sure you want to put it in your pocket? not give it to the Transformers outside. Sam looked sneaky, and obviously didn't intend to give this thing to Bumblebee. To be honest, Lil didn't quite understand what this meant. Sam did make a great contribution in the battle to defeat Megatron and prevent him from obtaining the cube. But he was still just a college student who was about to go to college. First, he doesn't understand technology. Second, there is no official network. Third, he has no use for this thing. In his memory, Lear vaguely remembers that after Sam put this thing into the bottle, he gave it to his girlfriend, and then told Bumblebee that he was going to college. You, a Transformer, should also have your own life. To be honest, Lear understands that Sam wants to live a normal life. But in this case, shouldn't he give the fragment to Bumblebee? Sam was stunned for a moment after hearing this. I just want a normal life. Then shouldn't you let the Autobots deal with it? Sam glanced at the Bumblebee outside the door, who had no idea what Sam was doing, just wanted him to feel the feeling of being left out. Well, it seems to make sense, but this thing just shocked me, and I always feel that if I hand it over, I won't be able to go to college again. Johnny, what's wrong with this kid? He has the company stuff delivered to him, and he still wants to go to college and pick up girls? Johnny, picking up girls is important, but I can't say about going to college. Lil's view on this matter is very similar to Johnny, but again, sometimes people don't know the consequences, and it's easy to paralyze themselves. Of course, the main reason is that Sam thinking is really peculiar, in order to enjoy college life. He has been a little reckless, thinking that hiding things can pretend nothing happened, an ostrich mentality. Lil simply said, you might as well take the Allspark with you. And I keep it for you. You? Are Decepticons so cunning now? I'm not a Decepticon. Oh, then I'm a Decepticon. Sam put the Rubik Cube fragment in his pocket, and was about to call Bumblebee. Lil immediately said, you call him to break me. And I tell him that the Rubik Cube fragment is in your hands. Johnny, you're really good, you put your life on this idiot boy desire to go to college. Johnny has a point. It's simply idiotic to bet your life on such a thing. Leah and Sam. Both of them are a bit stupid in Johnny's opinion. However, Leah has negative energy, and he can accurately sense Sam's emotions. Sam may be a bit confused, but his mind is very clear. Sam grabbed the bottle, and his mind was struggling. And he put the fragments in his pocket. Okay. I will take the fragments with me. You can follow me. And I will let Bumblebee and other Autobots know that you are with me. Leah nodded. Which is better? 10-year-old Johnny appeared in Leah's sensor, and was amazed. Johnny, two stupid people. Leah directly removed some of the computing resources without caring, and conjured a huge carrot, which he inserted into Johnny's stinky mouth. Chapter 696. Action begins. Leo. This world is not the world you are familiar with. It is equivalent to another planet, another latitude, or another, whatever you want to think of it. Leo. There is no military technology, no Arasaka Tower, no those companies in Night City. There is only a world that looks very similar to the world in 2009 on the surface. This is Barry Country. Leo. But the difference is that there are aliens here. You have seen them. Transformable metal life forms, robots. Leo. What you saw just now were toy soldiers, but there are indeed big guys. Very, very big guys. Cybertron scanning radiation swept over Leo's body. As we all know, the human body and the machine can feel the world because the world is radiating various information. The eyes receive light. The eardrum senses vibration. The skin and subcutaneous sensory nerves can sense temperature, softness and hardness. But as for Transformers, they also have various sensors. And as long as the fire energy and knowledge reserves are sufficient, they can completely carry various supersensory systems on their bodies. Infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, radio waves, microwaves, radioactive substances, nuclear magnetic resonance, ultrasound, infrasound are all possible sensing systems they may have. Depending on the situation, they can also actively release some radiation to detect the state and structure of the target. The combination of these radiations and the symbol of feedback data also requires a lot of knowledge accumulation and experience learning to be used correctly. In general, the only thing that Leo, the body of the mobile phone, can feel is that something is sweeping across his body. This radiation must include electromagnetic waves, or even the radiation of fire energy. The one scanning him was Bumblebee. Humans felt oppressed standing in front of this big guy, and Leo, who was more than 20 centimeters tall, felt even more uncomfortable. Johnny was stuffed with a carrot, and he was thinking in silence, how come I woke up and was put in a madman's head? Leo could clearly sense this guy's thoughts, but he didn't interfere too much for the time being, and there were still many days to come, and Johnny would accept the reality. There were still many things he had to do. The existence of Cybertron made the science and technology of this world theoretically very different from that of the general world at the bottom, and now, he had obtained the energy of the spark, and he should get more technology to enhance his strength, to deal with the increasingly fierce war in the Marvel world, and to find a way to return to the Cyberpunk world. What do you think, B? He said he's not a Decepticon, but I think he is. Do you think he is? Lil glanced at Sam helplessly. Damn. This guy said he would guarantee me. Transformers are not real robots, but mechanical life forms, so they also have emotions. Decepticons naturally allocate more of the energy of the All-Spark to their bodies and combat capabilities, and their own emotions are weaker in type and intensity, and if they have any, they tend to be more aggressive. Autobots are relatively more emotional. Bumblebee felt something was wrong when he scanned just now, but Lear took a glance and saw that he was indeed emotional. And the structure used by Lear had nothing to do with the Decepticons. More importantly, Bumblebee picked up Lear with 2 fingers and looked at the samurai carvings behind him. A low voice sounded in the radio. This is not one of us. Then it switched to a voice with static. It not our friend, nor our enemy. Finally, it looked like a line from a suspense novel or movie. It is something else, something completely different. Lil spread his hands, moved his eyes away from Sam and looked at Bumblebee. Yes, I am indeed something different. Who are you? A human trapped in metal. It complicated to explain, but I'm not an enemy, Sam. Lil looked at Sam. Bumblebee also looked over. The latter thought for a while and said, well, what he said is actually not a big problem. He just helped me kill several Decepticons. And I didn't tear down my house. Bumblebee let go of Lear, who fell with a clang, and landed on the table with his feet. Listen, Bumblebee, I want to talk to you about going to college. Bumblebee became very excited instantly, and felt so good at the thought of going to college with Sam. But Sam immediately said, I won't take you with me. It's the rule. Freshmen can't drive to school. And you are a car guy. You shouldn't stay in my dad's garage all day. You get sick. There is a great world waiting for you outside. Bumblebee's expression became very sad. Lear had a strange feeling in his heart. Although he was made of metal, the Transformer expression and emotions were so obvious. 10-year-old Johnny appeared in Lear's vision, holding his hands, looking at Bumblebee. Johnny, you said this is a mechanical life form. It really looks like that. Sex AI robots are not so realistic. It should be said that the expression is very unique. Johnny, it's really interesting. The robot that appears on the battlefield will probably blow up a military technology combat team. It looks like a human. Johnny, he is hanging out with a brat who is about to go to college. This guy doesn't look like a street thug. Right? Johnny, I bet he is a coward. He can handle such a powerful robot, and he still wants to study. Leo, what else? Johnny, if I had this thing, I would go to play Arasaka Tower every day. Leo, so, you are really superficial, Johnny Silverhand. Look at me, big guy. Sam reached out to hold Bumblebee's face, and the latter looked over very cooperatively. The mission to protect me is over. You have completed the mission. I am safe now. You have to find Optimus Prime and other Autobots. I want to live a normal life. So I want to go to college. If I take you with me, I will definitely not be able to go to college. Bumblebee burst into tears, and oil flowed out of his eyes. Don't be like this. B. This is not a farewell. You will always be my first car. I love you. B. After saying that, Sam turned and left the garage, leaving Bumblebee thinking sadly. Of course, Leah also stayed. Well, don't worry. I can help you watch him. If there is any problem, I can contact you as soon as possible. Bumblebee looked at Leah. You mean, if he doesn't take me, he will take you? Leah shrugged and sat down on the table. The reality is that a freshman driving a cool sports car will attract attention. But using an ordinary mobile phone, even if the lithium battery of this mobile phone explodes, it will not interfere with his life. But I need a little help to help me complete this task better. Such as how does the scanner you just used work? The big guy voice sounded on the radio. And Bumblebee stared at Lear. This is not something that a little guy can use. Every dimensional ability of the Transformers must rely on the support of the fire energy. And the total attribute is limited to the total amount of the fire source. Small usually means imperfection. If the intelligence is high, then the body is weak. If the body is strong, then the intelligence is difficult to improve. However, Lear does not only rely on the spark source to carry out activities. How do you know if you don't try? I am not an Autobot. Nor a Decepticon. I am a human soul attached to metal. In theory, I should hide all this from you. But I didn't. I think we should be friends. Not enemies? Lear stretched out his hand. To further understand spark energy and Cybertron technology, the best choice at present is to find the Autobots. Bumblebee thought about it, and stretched out his fingers to touch Lear's small palm. Chapter 697. Action begins. New Cybertron technology. Spark source detection. Conventional. Description. Humans also have the technology to use detection equipment to observe targets, but humans do not have spark sources. This strange energy is complex and difficult to describe. It can achieve several times the precision of conventional scanning equipment at a very small energy level, as long as the transformers have enough knowledge or software systems. You have improved your energy core and entered a new set of software. You can analyze the radiation signal of the spark source, but it is relatively rudimentary. You have increased your understanding of spark energy. Technology points added 500. Current technology points 19200. A new clue. The energy flowing in the Transformers' bodies, the amount of information it carries seems to far exceed that of light, surpassing the fastest speed of this dimension, and transcending the baseline value of this universe. Perhaps this energy can be used to open the gap between worlds. Bumblebee was very surprised. He just transmitted a set of data to Lear. But as mentioned before, information needs a carrier. The main consciousness carrier of Transformers is their energy core, which is also the unique energy flowing in their bodies. This energy can carry information density beyond imagination. But if you want to add a new set of functions, new knowledge, it will inevitably occupy a part of the resources. For adult Transformers like Bumblebee, this set of skills is just a trick, which can help them better understand themselves and optimize the use of fire sources. But Leal? It thought that Leal brain would not be enough. This is also the reason why those little Decepticons were like fools just now. And the accuracy of their weapons was ridiculous. First, there were no ready-made precision sensors available. And second, there was not enough energy for them to evolve. And Leal, this set of scanning software is indeed super huge, but fortunately, he has already hacked into some devices through the mobile phone communication system, such as Sam computer, his girlfriend Michaela computer and mobile phone, and a group of friends and relatives' electronic devices. Using the loopholes in the communication system, the trace resources provided by each device are integrated into a distributed server. Using the network for real-time analysis, there is a delay. The delay is not small, but it can fully support Leal work, supporting a rough and simple analysis of fire radiation. With this thing supporting him, Leal felt that the world in front of him was much clearer, as if he had changed from a patient with severe amblyopia to an ordinary person with some myopia. I will tell our leader about your existence. Bumblebee continued to broadcast on the radio. I still don't quite understand what you mean, but I believe you for the time being. I still have a lot to say. Leal took the initiative to confess. But I guess you know that you are not good at making decisions, so tell your leader. You are very open. Johnny, if he knew that you and that brat secretly hid a thing that can turn electrical appliances into aliens, he would definitely slap himself twice. Leal, this is a strategic need. I also said that. I have a lot of things to say. Johnny, damn insidious Johnny complaint suddenly reminded Leal of V and Jack. Squeak. Bumblebee suddenly looked outside the garage, and the radio suddenly played a romantic love song. Leal also looked over. His brand new sensor just happened to see the curtain outside Sam's garage blowing in the wind, and the two young people stood outside, hugging each other and talking sweetly. Sam looked silly and stubborn. His body was still dirty from the fight with the little Decepticon. But he was not silly at all. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life for you. I am willing to do anything moreover. He absolutely remained rational, and did not say those 3 words at all, but kept skirting around, provoking the mood of the beauty in his arms. Johnny was amazed at this scene. But Lil could feel that this bitch was trying to focus the sensor somewhere. Michaela was really a standard. Sexy super beauty, with a protruding front and a curved back, flaming red lips, and charming love in her eyes. The two young people embraced and kissed each other in the sunset. Johnny, this girl is really cool. The young man is quite smart, and has a way. Johnny, it's just a little too soft. If it were me, I would take this girl into the room right now. The feeling of Esther surged in his heart. Leal felt a little helpless. Johnny sounded like a gangster in troubled times, but to be honest, this guy was not ashamed at all, and even thought this was a kind of love. We were willing, rolled on the bed, rolled on the sheets, and didn't love to pull up the pants. which was very normal. Perhaps Johnny's emotions also affected Leah. It was strange that he suddenly imagined other scenes on Sam and Michaela. Johnny, don't act like a saint. This girl, don't you love her? Leo, I'm not you. Johnny, haha, it's useless to say this. You are a robot anyway. What are we doing now? Accompany a young man to college? Leo, find a chance to return to the original world. Johnny, go back? It's really strange. There are still people who want to go back to that shitty place. Let me guess, you must have something that you can't let go of. Right? Leo, you guessed it right. Stop talking nonsense. Just shut up if you don't want to work. Johnny, what kind of work can I do? Leo thought about it. There really is something. The main reason why I went to college with Sam was to keep an eye on the Rubik Cube fragments and find a way to deal with the energy inside. But Leo doesn't need to rely solely on the energy of the spark to strengthen himself. At least, he doesn't need to store all the information in the energy core like most transformers do. The premise is that he has enough computer resources. One-on-one attack, Leo has great confidence to fight any hacker in the world, but hackers are based on computer resources. To control computer resources for their own use, it is necessary to implant viruses into other computers, and this starting process does not require one by one to hack in the early stage. The most efficient way is to attract people to actively click on websites and buttons that they should not click. Leo, I want to make a website to grab some chickens on the internet. You think about how to attract people to click in. Leo, you have two choices. One is to make some music. Aren't you a rock king? Think of a way. Johnny, I make a website? Music can't attract traffic overnight. Music without soul can't last long, and I don't want to do it. Leo, you have another choice. Find some porn. Johnny was stunned. Johnny, you are a genius. Porn is indeed more attractive than music. Johnny, but why don't you do it yourself? Leo, just do it if you are asked to do it. You can't say, because you have lost your ability to appreciate it. Right? Besides, when it comes to experience in this area, Leo is absolutely no match for this old-timer. Just find him something to do. Johnny, really awesome. I didn't expect that after blowing up Arasaka Tower, the great Johnny Silverhand would make a porn website in another world porn website, get some chickens, and make some money along the way. With money, you can buy equipment, rent a small warehouse, and make some equipment by yourself. The Allspark does not support Leo's powerful transformer body, but the knowledge in his head supports him to assemble a high-performance, mechanical body by himself. With a better body, there will be more choices. Then, find a way to collect other things with fire energy. If he remembers correctly, there is still a piece of Rubik Cube fragment left, which was placed by the Berry Army in the military base. According to the time, the hope of getting this thing is a little slim. However, if the plot goes according to the plot, there is a super powerful fire energy source in this Transformers. Maybe these things can help him open up a channel back to the cyberpunk world. Lil himself did not notice that compared to his previous so-called big picture first, he now began to focus on more personal goals and reasons. Chapter 698. A completely different Berry country. The website you are visiting is risky. If you continue to visit, your computer may be damaged. In Berry country, in a dim room, another excited young man clicked on the website, and the malicious program was implanted into his computer through the vulnerability. All this is completely in line with the laws of human activities. There is no messy fire radiation, abnormal electromagnetic waves. In today's world where transformers are the primary threat, no one will pay much attention to the behavior of an ordinary hacker. What more? The hacker actions were very secretive, and his methods were very common. When the internet police found the problem, he disappeared. Porn websites are very easy to fish for, and it is difficult to leave traces of pursuit. There are countless porn websites in the world, even the most rubbish porn websites. As long as the webmasters promote them persistently and let as many people as possible see the URL, there will always be people who click in. Among 100 people, May 30th choose to enter the URL tentatively. 20 will choose to ignore the risk and continue to visit. 10 will be curious about the small advertisements on the website. And the last few may even be seduced by the chat program of the small advertisements and lose their souls and money. Of course, Leo did not choose to commit fraud. Large-scale fraud is easy to be targeted by the police, which is not conducive to his covert operations and is very inefficient. Leo chose to directly invade the financial system to set up a shell company and began to kill all parties in the stock market. Financial matters cannot be called fraud. These computing resources will give Leo sufficient computing power to break through the financial system. register a shell company, and create illusions at various key nodes on the network, making it difficult to detect problems. The only problem is that illusions have no real industry, and it is easy for people to see the problem offline. However, what Lil needs is startup capital. It is easy to be fooled by large amounts of accurate information in a short period of time. With startup capital, it is not difficult to build a real factory. Johnny, these films are really retro. But it is better to be retro. I haven't seen such retro films for a long time. Johnny, I remember that in our days, male and female artists had to sign an agreement to enter the production company, install prosthesis according to the needs of filming, and the films they shot were more exaggerated than each other. Johnny, in comparison, I like these retro films. Lil, I asked you to choose the film, but you really treat it as art appreciation. Johnny, my aesthetics is art, and the public vision is not wrong. Look at how many people are hooked. Johnny, however, there is a world of aliens and a country of berries, which is really strange. In the cyberpunk world, Berry Country has already lost the war and has been divided for several years. Night City is a lawless place. Mercenaries are becoming more and more popular in the chaos. As long as you are willing to put your head on your belt, you will have the opportunity to get anything you want, provided that you don't die. Night City is the city with the most developed mercenary industry. And North America, after the split of the Berry Kingdom, is the most suitable continent for mercenaries to survive. For Johnny, a complete Berry Kingdom and a group of retro humans made him feel strange. Sam drove to college, and the family stopped and started with their luggage, half traveling and half rushing. The scenes he saw along the way made Johnny feel more and more strange. He was born in 1988. At that time, the cyberpunk Berry Kingdom had been controlled by the four major information and intelligence departments of the FBI, CIA, NSA and DIA for a long time, and had falsified the financial system, which led to the economy thriving on the surface. But in fact the situation was very bad. Young Johnny is not a rock star. He took up arms to change the miserable status quo at that time. It became a chaotic hell. In comparison, the Berry Country in this world is a paradise. The car was parked on the side of the road. Only Sam's father was still driving the car. Everyone else was asleep. The family felt very comfortable in the car. Lil, in the form of a mobile phone, pointed the camera outside the car. The streets were full of flamboyant young people and leisurely people. The shops on the roadside were filled with a wide variety of goods. From time to time, the sound of drivers cursing could be heard from afar. The sound of pedestrians talking to each other, and the music were certainly not all good things. But road rage quarrels and drunkards lying on the street were quite lively and free in Johnny's opinion. At least not everyone had the desire to make money written on their faces. And not everyone was chasing fame and fortune like a puppet. The most important thing was that there would not be a large-scale gunfight at any time. Leo, do you think the air here is sweet? Johnny, a little bit. Compared to the shit in Night City, this place looks a lot more peaceful. And not boring. Johnny, why don't they fight? Leo, fighting aliens is also fighting. Johnny pointed at the young man smoking some kind of marijuana on the street. Johnny, just for that thing, we had a big fight in Central America, and we didn't win. Later, the things on the streets of Night City were more powerful than each other. Lil, and you started out in the war, and then you ended up smoking this shit. Johnny, you don't know anything. It was those bastards who deceived me. Lil, I understand too well, but I found that I was deceived, and it must not be because I ran away to mess around with women and take drugs. Johnny was silent, looking at the scene outside the street. Of course, Lil also felt deceived. Johnny's excited look made him recall this feeling all of a sudden. Thinking carefully, Johnny and him, the former collapsed inwardly after exposing the lie, the latter destroyed outwardly after exposing the lie. The difference between the two may not be that big. After being deceived, they can no longer remain the same. Moreover, if you insist, the former killed far fewer people than the latter. Since the soul imprints of the two people are almost entangled, although Lil controls Johnny's readable range, this subtle emotional change can still be shared. Johnny knows that Lil is indeed as he said. At least, he didn't go out to mess around with women and take drugs all day. But it is definitely not an act with a clear conscience. Both of them are facing a huge deception, and after being deceived and losing everything, they are a little at a loss. But Johnny is still confused, but Lil already has a goal. Johnny, anyway, it's quite amazing to see the Berry Country in another situation. Now tell me how you plan to continue. Johnny, anyway, I was kidnapped by you. It good to broaden my horizons. Johnny, now we have a porn website, and we are also financial fraudsters. What are you going to do? Johnny, we have a broken mobile phone now, and we have to accompany this stupid college student next to us to college. Lil, so we need to find young people with ideals, and let them do something that only humans can do. Johnny, what can people who crawl porn on the internet pursue? Lil, we are not looking for people who run porn websites. The Transformers in this world fought a big battle, but the government remained silent about it. Johnny, I understand, you are such a sinister little bitch. First the porn, and then the conspiracy theory. People who pursue conspiracy theories have different brains than ordinary people, but they definitely have pursuit. If someone truly believes in conspiracy theories, and takes action to investigate, they are really full of the pursuit of truth. However, this conspiracy theory in the eyes of normal people is actually the truth in this world. And Lil just happens to have first-hand video information. It is perfect for phishing. At this moment, there are countless personal websites in the world that publish Transformers battle videos taken by passersby. Lil is looking for one of them called Find the Truth for You. There is only one reason. The physical server of this website is at the university where Sam is about to attend, and the operation and maintenance personnel are even his roommates. If he is lucky, when Sam arrives at the university in a few days, there will be a new body waiting for Lil. Chapter 699, School Enrollment Day. The Berry Country is a free country. At least this one is relatively free. If there is an explosion on the street, there will be a small group of conspiracy theories that will link it to other explosions, and make up a grand background for these explosions that may have been unrelated, as an explanation. And because the official usually does not say a word about it, they usually think the conspiracy is a conspiracy of the Berry Country government, because they are hiding something. Sometimes this idea is wrong. Even most of the time. Most conspiracy theories are imaginary. But it is not the case in this world. Transformers have arrived on Earth for many years. And even the modern technology in this world is reverse engineered from Transformers. 2 years ago, the Transformers war broke into the city. But the government of the Berry Country remained silent on this matter. At most explaining the gas explosion. The more obvious the lie, the easier it is to be exposed. At this point, people who did not believe in conspiracy theories also found something wrong. People want to know the truth. And the truth becomes a demand. With demand, you can make money. A young man with aspirations, grasping the truth with one hand, making a lot of money with one song. This young man with aspirations is called Leo, the founder of the website Find the Truth for You. He is now watching an extremely magical video. This video is different from the Transformers battle scene seen by other witnesses. Those videos are mainly explosions. Basically, the real body cannot be seen, after all. Most of those who are close enough to see the Transformers are dead, and those who are alive are either kept secret, or they are soldiers themselves. The Transformers in this video are so clear, and they are very small. This video is so clear that you can see the structure clearly. Dr. Doom, I have more videos like this. I even have such robots in my hands. Dr. Doom, it took me a lot of effort to catch them. If you want to see more videos like this, we can help each other. Dr. Doom, I am studying them. This sentence is deeply engraved in Leo's mind. Dr. Doom, you are really a god. In addition to the battle videos of the little robots. And the blurred videos of Bumblebee. Leo also uploaded some of his own structure videos and transformation videos. And also used video technology to forge many other Transformers moving scenes. Very real. So real that it is hard to imagine. With these videos, Leo believes that he can make more and more money. Leo, our membership has exceeded 3,000. Char Sky and Fassbender. Find out the truth for you. The technicians, both of them blushed. There are more than 3,000 paid members. Each member has a monthly subscription fee of $29, then $90,000 per month. These are paid members. Free users have long exceeded 50,000, plus advertising fees. Monthly revenue has exceeded $100,000. A freshman startup company that hasn't started school yet, monthly income is more than $100,000. Very good, I give you bonuses this month. Leo walked through the narrow passage excitedly, then patted his good brother on the shoulder. But we still have to help Dr. Doom decorate his warehouse. Do you know what he bought? All of them are precision instruments. I checked. You can't play with them unless you are a serious technical expert. They are different from amateurs like us. I think we are professionals. Leo glanced at Char Sky, who was speaking. If you say so. Then it is. But without this mysterious friend, we can't achieve such a big success. Haha, the mechanical warrior was furious. He said our videos were all fake. That right. A shady tech geek is helpless in front of the computer, because we are better, closer to the truth. Leo looked at the time. Today is the first day of school. All the freshmen have to move into the dormitory on this day, and they still have one last roommate who hasn't arrived yet. But this is not a problem. When you have a website with a monthly cash flow of hundreds of thousands of dollars to manage, who cares about your last roommate? They even plan to build an office building outside the school to store the server. Today is the day when Dr. Doom equipment arrives here. He has to help this amiable old man. Not his new roommate. But it would be nice if his new roommate is willing to work with him. Bang. Leo walked to the door, which happened to be opened. Sam stood at the door with a box in his arms. Leo looked at his last roommate. He should have tried to test whether this guy was normal. But he decided to be direct. Welcome. There is only one room left in the dormitory. Over there. We are now going to run a website that earns $100,000 a month. We are looking for an office building and moving the server. Do you want to come with us? Sam was stunned. Great. My roommate is a pyramid schemer. And I found a job at this pyramid schemer on the first day of college. Leo, who had money in his account, chuckled and shook his head. Many people spend their lives looking for opportunities. But they may have missed this opportunity a long time ago. After that, he smiled and walked past Sam with his employees. Sam held the cardboard box, watching Leo walk out of the dormitory with a swagger, whistling at the hot girls passing by. I want to change dorms. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Sam picked up the phone and found that it was a message from Leo. College life is really good. I want to go out for a walk. Sam was stunned for a moment, then put the cardboard box on the table and started typing. Sam, you are a fucking transformer. And now you tell me that you want to regain your youthfulness in school? No way. Leo, what wrong with that? I'm a cell phone. No one will notice me. Sam, you might be picked up by a kind person passing by, and then put in the lost and found room. Leo, then I can just leave by myself. Don't you want to live a peaceful life? You can get familiar with the university by yourself, so that the energy radiation from me won't make you feel like you've been raped by a transformer. Sam was speechless, looked around and said, Great, the alien said they want to visit my university. Lil, I have always emphasized that I am a human being, although I have a metal body. You may not believe it, but I am still a doctor. Yes. 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 Dr. Transformer. You know. It up to you. Just don't cause any trouble for me. Otherwise I will let Bumblebee do something wrong. And I will let Optimus Prime take you away. Lil, I said I know my limits. Are you sure you just want to take a look? I still don't think Transformers will be interested in anything here. Lil felt a bit of a headache. This guy is really hard to fool. He suddenly thought of an idea, and spoke from the speaker in a tone very close to Johnny. There are so many hot girls here. Don't you think we should record the good times? The chick you sent me just now is really good, big breasts, and a nice butt. The voice was not loud, but not small either, a bit like a cell phone with hands-free mode turned on. This dormitory building is mixed with men and women. The girls' dormitory is opposite Sam's dormitory. A chick just happened to come out and glanced at Sam inconspicuously with great disdain. Sam was extremely embarrassed. You are awesome. The phone was put on the ground and vibrated twice. Lil turned into a human form, jumped up the window, and left the dormitory building. Now he was going to check out his laboratory. Chapter 700 Signature Johnny. These girls are fucking hot. The phone moved between the crowd, mostly hitchhiking. Lil's body was quite small, much smaller than the Decepticons of the same power level, and almost no one noticed that a small thing was moving at high speed among the crowded crowd. Bang. There was a rubber suction cup on Lil's arm, which allowed him to stick to a car. Whiff. A huge cloud of black smoke sprayed into the air as the car started. Fortunately, the exhaust gas of Transformers will not cause respiratory diseases. Otherwise, Lil would have to go to the hospital. The black smoke covered his figure. When the car was on the road, he stuck to the trunk of the car, looking like a sticker. Johnny used Lil's sensors to appreciate the beauties in the university. The fire radiation and Lil observation module could even allow him to intelligently remove the clothes of the beauties. This thing was originally used to scan the internal structure of objects, which facilitated his subsequent analysis of the electronic equipment and machinery in this world. Unexpectedly, this guy got a bargain. But all Johnny could do was to share a little of Lil's information base. If he went too far, Leo would use the corresponding technical means to suppress him. Johnny, ouch. What are you doing? In cyberspace, Johnny suddenly felt like he was hit on the head. And it hurt so much. Leo recalled the feeling of hitting Johnny. Attacking a consciousness is similar to attacking AI to a certain extent. The basic idea is to destroy the relevance of information, turning meaningful information into meaningless things. It would be even more direct if the equipment could be blown up directly. But to make something without even a nerve feel pain is a bit magical. Johnny covered his head and looked at Leo. But he saw in cyberspace that the latter eyes looked at him as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Just like people feel uncomfortable with eyes that imply harassment. Leo eyes are also a kind of eyes that can make people feel scared. He is completely treating him, Johnny's silver hand, as a guinea pig. Leo, I just found that although you talk a lot, you are still quite human. I didn't realize that you have such high research value before. Pain is just a feedback of the organism to damage. High-speed brain. You are experiencing some problems. But in addition to physical pain, the various biochemical substances secreted by the brain can also cause humans to have emotions such as fear, anger, etc. Generally speaking, there are two views on these emotions. One is that these emotions are just the product of the manipulation of biochemical substances, and human behavior and thinking cannot escape the control of these things at all, but are just controlled shells in another sense. The second view is that under this physiological manifestation, there must be something else. Human emotions, consciousness, thinking, and even souls are what humans have. Soul imprint is a digital imprint of human consciousness. But it is still a question whether the soul exists. Maybe Hacker Ultra created this thing to figure out this problem. Or maybe it was because the mood swings, recklessness, and complete disregard for other people's thoughts created the original version of the Soul Killer, because Ultra and Silverhand are actually a couple. But the latter often fucks whoever he wants. And even if they break up, they often keep in touch. Silverhand can even do some Ultraman stuff during the break before the concert. If she is there, it will be very chaotic. The chaotic relationship between men and women, just like Silverhand chaotic stinky head, maybe he himself doesn't know what he wants to do. Lil can almost feel all kinds of emotions in Johnny's soul imprint, and they are very strong. Johnny, research value? You still say you are not AI? Lil, there are many forms of life. I don't expect your stupid brain to understand. You just need to know that I will beat you up a few times. Johnny, hack you. Huff. The taxi stopped at the edge of the logistics warehouse area near the port. The other side of the street is the logistics area. This side of the street is the office building. Although they are called office buildings, most of them are low-rise apartment buildings built in the last century, rather than the tall and beautiful office buildings in the modern CBD style. Compared with modern skyscrapers, the office buildings here only have old brick and stone walls, and the height is not too high. The streets are crowded, and cars and trucks are stuck on the road. The horns are beeping, and it is difficult to find a parking space on the roadside. The taxi stopped directly in the middle of the road. The young man in the car hurriedly opened the door, got out, and closed the door. The car behind rolled down the window and cursed, "You little bastard. Do you know how to drive? We've arrived." Leo, along with his left and right generals, ignoring the driver who was cursing, walked quickly to the street. Unlike those who had to work hard to support their families, he came here with hope. He could even take the choking exhaust fumes on the street as a refreshing drink, just like American espresso. Right here, find the truth for you. The website will have a real server, and our alien expert Dr. Doom, let find the truth buried by the government here, and then make a fortune, and become the most influential man in Fox magazine, even before he finishes college. Should I learn to be consistent with other seniors? Johnny, young people are full of energy, and they start dreaming in broad daylight. Johnny, no truth is beautiful, and everything beautiful is fake, and you, my friend, a perverted intelligent AI, how do you plan to burst his beautiful dream? Johnny, what are we doing here? Leo, every intellectual should have his own laboratory to verify his own ideas. Leo jumped off the car, grabbed Leo's backpack with his light body, and quietly retreated inside. Thanks to online shopping, thanks to modern logistics, the money he made online these days is enough for him to buy enough equipment. This body is too small. The fire energy can hardly support him to control a larger body. But the technology he has mastered so far can support him to control a larger body. Even many bodies. Leo led his younger brother to the logistics warehouse across the street. There were several trucks parked at the door, and a man in a suit was guarding the door. It seemed that he was responsible for signing. Wasn't the person responsible for signing the delivery the courier? Leo approached with such doubts, and repeatedly checked at the door that this was the place that Dr. Doom told him. The man in the suit saw Leo's sneaky look and took the initiative to step forward. Hello. Is this Leo? Leo pointed at himself. It should be me. What do you do? Great. I am the specialist in charge of transporting materials. The goods you bought are not cheap. And they are also very sensitive. I need to check with you in person. This is the list of items. Please confirm if there are any problems. Leo took the receipt, and looking at the things on it, his eyes were wide open. GCS601 Sentinel. Shoo. The man in the suit told him to keep his voice down. Leo felt something was wrong, took a step back, and whispered to his technical support. What is this? The two technical geeks behind him turned purple. They didn't know the specific model of this thing. But couldn't they understand the production company? Sharsky trembled and pushed Leo's fingers away, revealing the name of the production company behind it. Raytheon. One of the famous large defense contractors in the country of berries. This thing is a military-grade equipment. Looking at the way the man in the suit rubbed his hands, Leo's face also turned purple. Chapter 701 Illegal Factory. Dr. Doom. Don't worry, just sign for it. These devices did not go through the formal procedures and licenses, so they cannot be traced back to you. Leo was about to run away, but his phone rang immediately. He reached out and grabbed his phone, and this text message was displayed on it. That's why you should worry. Okay. May I ask how you used irregular procedures and licenses to buy what might be military-grade equipment in Berry Country? He wanted to run away on the spot. But how could Leo give him this opportunity? The moment his fear emerged, his phone immediately popped up a second text message. Dr. Doom, if you run, I will shoot you. Are there any gunmen around? No. Leo was just threatening. But his precise control of emotions allowed him to completely control this young man. When people are afraid, they tend to have wild thoughts. And when they have wild thoughts, others can make up for the rest with a little scare. Damn it! Leo trembled as if he had epilepsy, grabbing the arms of the left and right generals. There are snipers. The left and right generals looked confused, but the fear was transmitted to their heads. Johnny, you are going to scare this kid to death. Leo, young man, you should grow up brave. Johnny, that right, but you can use your brain. Just send these things here. It seems that this world is quite backward. Johnny, or your name has been registered on the company order number. In the cyberpunk world, military-grade things are actually sold to the outside world, but they are ridiculously expensive, and individual buyers usually can't afford them. And generally speaking, the information of each buyer will be strictly recorded and sent to the company intelligence network record. In this world, even in the most free Berry Country, military-grade items cannot be bought at will, unless the payment address of the buyer is abroad. Armaments and non-confidential military equipment sell well abroad, and the Pentagon also supports this deal. Relying on the free internet, Leo can easily use the zombies that have spread all over the world to target some IPs in sensitive areas, using this as a springboard, forging identity and payment information, and finally completing the transaction. As long as the deal is done overseas, and at a premium, these merchants who are originally engaged in black trade don't mind bringing the goods back. These things are not arms, and they are transported in bulk. Logically speaking, some things are difficult to put together if they are disassembled without instructions. Leo suppressed his fear and signed for them according to Leo's instructions. But his heart beat every time he counted something. IBM System X3850M2. Enterprise level server rack. This thing looks ordinary. But I know you are signing for this. A group of people carried out a black box from the car, which was full of parts. Military encryption module, used by the Navy and Air Force, disassembled for you as required, otherwise it will not pass the inspection. As for what you want to do with it, I won't ask any more questions. Leo swallowed. Military-grade module? Used by the Navy and Army? Raytheon GCS601 Sentinel, Raytheon satellite antenna. The military-grade game module is in another car. I take you to see it. That is the military GCS601 drone command terminal. Everything inside has been deleted. Military and civilian equipment are mixed together. You are a genius. You can think of this method. Trump Truliser. Some are regular products. EC90 flat brushless motor, HDL64E laser radar, RM08 photoelectric encoder. Brother, I won't ask you what you do with these things. I don't know why you buy secondhand. Everyone has difficulties. But if you become rich someday, I hope you won't forget me. A small character, and give me a meal. The goods were all unloaded. The man in the suit turned around and left with the car, very professional. He actually had doubts whether this Leo was here to make fun of him, but as Leo began to instruct Leo, putting the goods one by one in the abandoned factory and completing the connection, he knew that doubting was meaningless. Maybe this Leo was not the one who ordered the goods from him, but the one who ordered the goods must be watching here. As for those scattered, unassembled contraband items, he didn't care how to put them together. He only knew that if he didn't sell them, they might become a waste. Technology has advanced rapidly in the past 2 years, he should sell them now, and this illegal high-tech factory might be able to negotiate a few more deals. It better to be a little sensible. Looking at the dazzling array of equipment being placed in the designated positions, Leo suddenly thought of the scenes in the movies. Super factories that automatically manufacture weapons and other mechanical structures, technical fields beyond the limits of civilian understanding, and unknown secrets. Fassbender put down the last cable, wiped the sweat from his head. Why do I feel like something is missing? As if there is no operating table and display? Sharsky leaned over and said, Boss, I think we seem to. Shut up. You don't even need to tell me that. Leo, now. Turn on the generator. Leo glanced around and didn't know where he got the courage from. Maybe it was because he was in the factory and he couldn't see any place where there might be snipers even through the glass windows. He got bolder. He grabbed his phone and texted like crazy. Johnny showed an interested expression and jumped to Leo's phone in Leo's field of vision and looked at Leo with great interest. Johnny, oh, you suddenly got bolder. And you want to make a condition? Leo smiled. Leo, please, leave me a way to live. I will do as you say, but you have to promise not to kill me. Johnny, coward, how can he say such cowardly words with such a brave expression? Leo, a true hero, dared to face the bloody truth, but most people die in the bloody truth. Leo, so there is an old saying, he who knows the current situation is a hero. But Leo doesn't have to do the power off. As soon as Leo finished sending the message, the left and right generals took a few steps back in fear and bumped into the assembly robot behind them. What are you doing? Leo looked confused, following the left and right general's gaze, and looked at his bag. A small robot jumped out, about the size of a palm, and looked very much like a human. But it must be a robot. Lear jumped out of the bag and jumped directly onto the generator. His thin left hand transformed into a thin and sharp conductive metal wire, which penetrated deeply into the generator. Bang! The lights in the factory lit up in rows, the fans whirred, the indicator lights on the control console started up one by one, flashing wildly, the electricity flowed into assembly arms and production lines along the cables. The static electricity in the air continued to accumulate as the factory started up. The static electricity was not exaggerated, and it would soon disappear slowly as the air circulated, but the subtle touch of static electricity still made Leo and his generals on both sides feel as if something powerful was gathering. Electricity? Data stream? The loud noise of the factory operation or something else, something, is converging on the robot standing on the control console. Now they know why none of these devices are for human use. The light shines on Lear's silver and black body, the streamlined mechanical joints and shell are shining, but the most eye-catching is the logo on his back, a carving of a samurai band ghost face. But why does the background of this ghost face feel a bit like a hamburger? Good job, I am Dr. Doom. What did you say just now? Chapter 702 External Control Components. No matter where you are, there is never a lack of conspiracy theories. Although some people usually curse conspiracy theories fiercely, they are more active in talking about them than looking for work at work. It seems that if he is given a chance, he will do everything to stop Chow Fei from pursuing the truth, and the truth, realize his great ideal, become a great man of all ages. If he really comes into contact with the bloody reality, he will wet his pants on the spot. Leo thinks that exposing conspiracy theories and getting a Transformers video can make him a lot of money, and it can also let him wear Truth Seeker name and gain both fame and fortune, just like all his peers. But precisely because he had obtained many Transformers videos and believed that they were true, he also understood far more than others the destructive power of the truth. There was no close-up shot in the video, because every time these guys appeared, they would cause huge casualties, and most of them died. The temptation of fame and fortune made him forget this in the process of pursuing the truth. Now facing the truth, he couldn't move. Hot wind brushed across his cheeks, the mechanical arm next to him clanged, The motors were pulled to the limit by Leo. The speed was so fast that it didn't look like the equipment in a regular factory at all. Although most of the equipment in a regular factory could beat people into pulp, that kind of dangerous equipment wouldn't be everywhere in the factory. Under Leo control, this factory seemed to have life, but for the humans in it, this is a fucking meat grinder. Leo peed all of a sudden. Both legs seemed to have lost consciousness, and he couldn't do anything except stand. Johnny, oh my god. This guy was a desperate capitalist before. How come he is so cowardly now? Leo did not speak, but quickly used the existing equipment to assemble precision parts and optimize the entire factory. In the process, he was surprised to discover some of his other abilities. The control of fire radiation on metal atoms is extremely strong, and it has an unimaginable sensitivity in sensing various forms of energy, especially electrical energy. His energy core is not big, maybe only as big as a unit of the most advanced chip in the cyberpunk world. But its ability to process information even exceeds the military's spine and access warehouse chips he used before. The server originally bought as a computing expansion area is completely redundant. Leo found that his perception ability is completely beyond imagination. Spark energy is an energy that transcends the current dimension. Its calculation method has long surpassed the original binary, ternary, and even wetware computers of this world. In terms of information processing, it is powerful beyond imagination. If there is a soul, this is the best carrier for the soul. But whether there is a soul or not, and what is a soul? These questions still need to be studied slowly. The machine factory gradually completed optimization and integration under Leo control, and all unnecessary parts were dismantled to construct Leo's first batch of manufacturing products, drones. Leo purchased a total of 50 civilian drones, which after improvement can meet the standard of the Iron Beetle drones of the Atlas Group. The drones took off smoothly after the modification and flew behind Leo. Although these drones did not carry thermal weapons due to the lack of military-grade gunpowder, the name of military-grade raw materials and the dark appearance still made Leo tremble again. What do you want to do? I will help you. Please don't kill me. Why should I kill you? You have helped me a lot. Leo took his hand out of the console, walked to the production line, and picked up the communication module that had just been assembled. Then a slightly larger drone stopped in front of him. He adjusted the interface between the fire source energy and the normal communication module while stepping on the drone. The transformation of the drone is not as smooth and delicate as that of the Transformers, but it can provide Lear with a stable flying seat and interface, allowing him to move independently and use the communication antenna at the same time. After getting his mount, Lear slowly flew in front of Leo. The drones behind him flew into the air after the adjustment and disappeared. Leo immediately became desperate. Could this terrifying robot have used him to lay the groundwork for the terrifying invasion of the Earth, and was carrying out its terrifying human extinction plan? Now he has lost both fame and fortune, and is waiting to die. However, Lear said, "Don't you want to investigate the truth? We should continue working. There are many robots like me outside, but they are much bigger than me and have much more lethality. We have to find out what they want to do, and then remind our world. Don't let it be burned down by aliens." Leo couldn't say anything, but his left and right generals had something to say. Sharsky grabbed Leo's right shoulder, looking terrified. "Aren't you in the same group with them? What do you mean by our world? You are not a human at all." The drone flew quickly, almost sticking to Sharsky's face. "Watch what you say, young man. Whether you believe it or not, I am not in the same group with them. As for whether I am a human, it is not your turn to ask. Now continue to work. I need you to help me continue to buy some cutting-edge equipment from humans. You just need to come forward to inspect. You don't need to worry about anything else." Leo was extremely scared and uncomfortable. His expression was distorted, and he was crying. "I want to go home and enjoy the last beauty of the human world with my family." Bang! Leo jumped up and hit Leo's head with a hammer, and then jumped back on the drone. Although the force was not strong, Leo sat down on the ground. "What a coward. Then go away, go back and hug your parents. When the world ends, you can cry like today. Tell them that you had a chance to save the world." Leo sat on the drone and flew towards the fine-tuning room. He only controlled his transformer body flowing with the energy of the fire source, as easy as breathing. The efficiency of the external device was beyond Leo's imagination. He had to recode the control method. The brain-computer interface and Ahara Bragg transformation adapted to human-computer interaction were already a bit outdated. Sharsky and Fassbender looked at the big boss on the ground. At a loss. Leo on the ground, who had peed his pants but kept begging for mercy, was now knocked to the ground by a transformer that was many times smaller than him. His mind was full of the scene that Leo had just described. If he was facing an irresistible doomsday without knowing anything, maybe hugging his family at the last moment would not be a bad choice. But what if he had a chance? Leo was indeed very timid. But it was not his fault. 99% of ordinary people would be scared to pee when facing such a scene. Not to mention that he was a college student. Some college students were afraid of physical tests 2 weeks in advance. But they fantasized that they could fight bravely in the sea of swords and fire, and save the world. He was such a person. The mere frantic operation of the factory had shattered his fantasy. But after calming down, he found that the scene described by Lear was even more terrifying. So he sniffed his nose and wiped his face, not noticing that his hands were covered with a layer of black putty mixture when they were placed on the ground, and that this mixture also smeared on his face. He stood up from the ground. The left and right generals grabbed his hands. "Boss, let go and see what's going on." Leo was still holding the arms of the left and right generals tightly when he said this, and his legs were still weak. Although the left and right generals were not so bad, it was mainly because their brains were not so fast in this regard. In fact, they were even more confused than Leo. They looked at Leo's face. "If you say it is, boss, but your face is a little dirty." Bang! The three humans staggered to the control console. Leo finally adjusted his mentality. "Come on. No matter what the truth is, I want to know. I still want to save the world. Where do we start?" Leo manipulated the robot arm, and a small exoskeleton gradually took shape. "It seems that you are not that bad. I am going to find a way to access the military communication network of the Berry country and hack into their national defense network. This will help me get more information. This is a big project, especially when it requires covert hacking. I plan to change the seller. If I continue to buy a lot of things from second-hand dealers, I will be targeted by the Pentagon sooner or later. What is the relationship between these two?" "Of course." Lear paused, looking at Leo. "I plan to cooperate with the Ministry of Defense, but I need a chance to show off my weapons. Hacking into the Ministry of Defense network will help Lear get more real-time information. And the opportunity to show off my weapons is coming soon. Lear must complete the assembly of the appropriate equipment before the opportunity comes. You go back and watch Sam. If a beautiful woman comes to you, you should beat her up. Who to beat? You will know when the time comes." Chapter 703 Roommate Relationship. "Johnny, your rhetoric, not doing MLM is really a waste of talent." "Johnny, what a stupid reason. I thought he would say he wanted to make a lot of money, or something like that." "Johnny, if it were me, I wouldn't say such embarrassing things. It feels like a child." Leo, what? Burn down the company. Overthrow corporate colonialism. Actually, it not much better. Johnny, so I never say that. Leo, you've never succeeded either. Johnny, what a great talker. I have to admit, you heard me, but what do you mean by asking them to ruin Sam's wonderful date? Leo, things are a bit complicated. Leo originally wanted to fool around, but on second thought, Johnny and he are now squeezed into the same consciousness. He does think Johnny is not very smart, emotionally unstable, very stupid, and interferes with his activities. But Johnny is completely passive. And it is also because Lear needs this unclear anchor to keep him a chance to return to the cyberpunk world. That's why he kidnapped this guy. Johnny is a chatterbox. His head is full of pornographic garbage. His emotions are unstable. And he is self-righteous. These are all his personal problems. But it is indeed Lear's fault that the two of them are tied together. Looking down on Johnny, violent confrontation, forced restrictions, actually grabbing a handful when needed, and throwing it away when not needed, and getting along with such an unstable guy in a friendly way, it doesn't seem to be the best choice, but in fact it is the choice that conforms to Leo's previous thoughts. If a person is not as strong as oneself, and does not obey one control, then if one excludes or even eliminates this person, then what is the difference between him and those tyrants, and those who like to exterminate a group of people at any time? Leo does often use thundering methods, but covering the mouth of a person, or even killing him just because he doesn't like him, or doesn't like him is not his original intention. So he began to explain to Johnny what might happen next. The Rubik Cube is an important item for the Transformers, and it records information about their home planet Cybertron, including technology, history, and a series of other important things. It also contains a large amount of fire energy. which can give these aliens who were exiled from their home planet due to the Civil War an opportunity to rebuild their homes. But the Rubik Cube was destroyed in the battle between the Autobots and the Decepticons 2 years ago. The former did not want to destroy the Earth, while the latter wanted to steal the Rubik Cube and transform the Earth at the same time, turning it into a mechanical planet. That is, destroying the homes of the Earthlings and creating a new home for the Transformers. During the battle, Sam pushed the Rubik Cube into the chest of Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons at the time. The raw energy in the Rubik Cube destroyed Megatron, but also caused the Rubik Cube to melt, leaving only 2 fragments. One of the fragments was on Sam's body and was activated by Sam Touch, directly giving Lear, who was living in the phone, the energy of the All-Spark, making him a Transformer. Lear, but the Rubik Cube contains not only energy, but also information. Lear, the energy of the Rubik Cube flowed to me and those little Decepticons, and the information of the Rubik Cube was engraved into Sam's brain. Lear, this information records some important coordinates, and the Decepticons will hunt him down for the information on Sam. Johnny, I see, so we are now babysitting Sam. Lear, actually our main goal is to take the Rubik Cube fragments, get the energy inside, and, best of all, the information inside. Leo, if we are lucky, we can go back to the Cyberpunk world directly. Johnny, it feels like watching a movie. How do you know so much? Leo, intelligence work. I will explain it to you later if you need it. It is not a movie. Leo did not continue to talk about the rest of the plot, but concentrated on the work at hand. Johnny glanced at Lear, who was working, and disappeared quietly, which was beyond Lear's expectation. Giving up the computing sector. Leo, doctor. We found Sam and a woman out, so we dragged him out and beat him up. Leo, haha. What wrong with this woman? Oh my! The next day. Yesterday was the last day for freshmen to report to school. Normally, all freshmen would arrive on this day, so the welcome party and Q would also be today. Freshmen release their hormones, meet their social needs, and welcome a new life with a new look. That's what Sam thought. But his wonderful night was ruined. Something was wrong with his brain. He felt groggy, and even hallucinated when he saw a cake. He didn't know if it was because of too much pressure. But most importantly, he wanted to make new friends, join new clubs, and live a wonderful college life. But it was interrupted by an accident. First, a sexy girl in the same dormitory building wanted to flirt with him for no reason. And then a strange roommate, who he had only met once, rushed up to him. For some reason, the 3 of them dragged him out of the party and beat him up. But fortunately, the strange girl followed him and beat up his roommate. It's fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. Sam took out his cell phone and called Lil. Where are you? I was bullied by my roommate on the first day of school. I don't know what to do. When he said this, he looked back angrily. His roommate seemed to be following him. But think about it carefully. They have to go to class now, so it can't be considered stalking. In one dormitory, 4 people, all with bruises and swollen faces, and very nervous expressions. Leo also took out his cell phone and quietly called Lear, boss. We are keeping an eye on him, and we will make sure he won't have in-depth communication with the hot girl. But the hot girl is very strong, and he has a very cool car. Finally, what the point of keeping him a virgin to save the world? Sam suddenly turned around and yelled at Leo angrily, don't follow me. Who following you? We're going to class. The 4 of them looked at each other. Sam didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought the 3 guys would just rush up and beat him up again. Could it be because he wasn't with that hot chick that they wouldn't beat him up? What a fucking pervert. There were 4 people in the dormitory, and the other 3 saw him talking to a woman and dragged him out to beat him up. Thinking of this, he trotted towards the classroom. Leo and the other 2 also trotted synchronously, which looked very weird. As he was running, Sam suddenly felt his head getting hot, and strange words were all in front of him. Ding dong. The class bell rang, and he had to find a seat to sit down. He opened the textbook and saw more illusions in front of him, and he couldn't help but flip through the book. The content of the book entered his brain at an unimaginable speed, and his brain also quickly flashed a series of thoughts. The speed of reading and thinking became faster and faster, and his body began to flip the book on the table uncontrollably at a high speed. Bang! After turning the pages of the book, the professor's voice suddenly reached Sam's head. Energy equals mass. Sam suddenly raised his hand, and countless information and thoughts flashed through his mind. I just finished reading your book, And there is only one problem. Einstein was wrong. After saying that, he was controlled by a head full of strange thoughts. And he no longer had time to control his body. He wondered if this was a bit stupid. He rushed to the blackboard uncontrollably, grabbed the chalk and wrote on the blackboard. In this dimension, energy is indeed equal to mass times the speed of light squared, but what about the other 17 dimensions? No one has ever explored it. As he wrote and spoke, his body kept twitching, his facial features changed strangely, and a strange, harsh noise came out of his throat. Leo looked at Sam's unusual behavior and the inexplicable symbols on the blackboard, his eyes widened. This must be why Sam wanted to keep his virginity a secret. Leo, boss, Sam is starting to go crazy at the same time. On the other side of the classroom, the hot girl who beat up Leo and the other two last night also had bright eyes, really bright eyes. Chapter 704 Transformed Beauty. The new college student was flipping through the textbook in the first astronomy class. After flipping through the textbook, he raised his hand and said that Einstein was wrong. He also drew some inexplicable words on the blackboard. He was kicked out of the class, as a matter of course. Sam ran towards the dormitory, with the book full of strange scribbles in his hand. He felt that his head was almost filled with strange illusions and thoughts. If he didn't release this information, he would definitely be suffocated. This situation is very abnormal, very abnormal. He held the phone between his ears, and immediately called his little bodyguard. Listen, I just finished reading 903 pages of astronomy in 32.6 seconds, and I had a nervous breakdown in class. Leo, the Rubik Cube fragments contain information, and the energy flow may have entered your brain, presenting the information to you in a special way, and greatly interfering with your brain function. Leo, do you have the Rubik Cube fragments? Sam was about to speak. Leo immediately added, Leo, don't say it, type. Sam was stunned for a moment, put all the books on the side of the road, and started to operate the phone with shaking hands, and then typed a lot of garbled characters. His percussion track was just drawing those strange symbols, and it was impossible for the percussion to be human language. GGGA. He percussed more and more quickly, but the more quickly he percussed, even to the point where his head started twitching, making strange noises like transformers transforming. Leo, I know, don't say it. Leo didn't know it all, but he knew he was coming. This was the first conflict point of the movie, and he was just asking symbolically. What do you think? Sam returned to normal, picked up the documents on the ground, and continued to walk towards the dormitory. Is the Decepticon targeting me? Lil, very likely. I think. Sam looked behind him warily, and saw that all passers-by were avoiding him as if they were avoiding a mental patient, and those three sneaky and malicious roommates were very conspicuous. They were also looking at him warily. Will the Decepticons become humans? Lil, very likely, then I know. Sam suddenly ran. The three of them are Decepticons. Lil, don't do that, bang. Sam ran into someone head-on, as if he ran into steel. It was him who ran into the person, but he bounced back and fell to the ground. The documents were scattered all over the ground. Sam looked up in horror. Luckily, the ground he ran into was not real steel, not transformers. Sam. It was even a blonde beauty. It was the beautiful Alice, who helped him beat the three bastards away last night. Sam had completely forgotten that the beauty's previous behavior in approaching him was also very strange. He had clearly shown that he didn't want to have any further relations with her. But she sat directly on his lap, and even told him to treat her as his girlfriend and show her affection for no reason. She was either a traitor or a thief. But Sam had completely forgotten this point. He only remembered that she beat away his three bully roommates. But if these three were Decepticons... Run! Sam reached out to grab Alice. This action immediately activated the sense of mission of the Leo trio. The three young men immediately overcame the fear of being beaten up by Alice last night, and rushed up directly. Let go of that beauty. That's not what you should do. Sam's face turned green when he saw this scene. These three people are really perverted. They really want to beat me just because I bumped into a beauty? Are there really such perverted Decepticons? He pulled Alice and wanted to run, but the latter had no intention of running at all. Facing three big men, she immediately took a fighting stance. Bang! He kicked Sharsky hard and sent him flying. After this kick, everyone in the square was stunned. Sam's mind became even more confused. Yesterday's fight seemed to be just a normal fight, but today, if the three roommates were Decepticons, what was this woman? Super Autobot? Come with me. Alice grabbed Sam's wrist, but before she could finish her words, Leo and Fassbender ran straight to Sam and pounced on him. You can't leave. Don't think you can enjoy it secretly. I am the destroyer of your happiness, the savior of the human world, ugh. Bang. Alice kicked Leo in the stomach. The boy felt like his internal organs were moved, and he immediately vomited a big mouthful of this morning breakfast. Before his hand was kicked off, it was still tightly holding Sam close, causing the latter clothes to be torn directly, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fassbender only felt a moment of confusion. The weak physical strength of the technical geek made him lose his sense of direction for a moment. But soon he felt that he was flying. Sam fell to the ground, and he opened his eyes in confusion, and saw that Leo, who had just pounced on him, fell to the ground several meters away, and Alice, the super strong beauty, picked up Fassbender. The technical geek was indeed in poor health, but he was also a big man weighing more than 100 pounds. Alice picked him up with one hand, and then threw him out. No matter how confused Sam was, no matter how much he hated these three weird roommates, he should have realized that something was wrong. These three funny guys could not be Decepticons at all. If they were, they must be Alice. So when Alice cleared out the irrelevant people and looked at Sam, the young man finally knew to run away. But his mind was still in a state of confusion, and he had not vented his desire to express himself. Those information and thoughts made it impossible for him to control his limbs normally, and he could only crawl on the ground. Seeing this scene, Alice stopped pretending, and strode towards Sam with a cold face, and grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. A long metal tail extended from under her thin white dress. The Leo trio, who were stunned by the blow, just raised their heads and looked at this scene. They opened their mouths wide. It turned out that their real target was this hot girl. Sam was lifted up into the air by the neck. Alice's charming little face showed a slightly intoxicated expression. The sun shone on her, making the thin dress more transparent, outlining her beautiful curves. But who would be tempted by a transformer? A needle leaked out of the metal tail, aimed at Sam's head. It over. But a loud noise made Sam open his eyes, that were closed because of fear. His brain, enhanced by the energy of the fire, could read a whole astronomy textbook in more than 30 seconds, and analyze the knowledge in it, and point out the errors. So at this moment, he could see clearly what was happening. Some kind of small drone fell from the sky. It had a streamlined shape, several short fixed wings, a small propeller, and it was still jetting before the collision. This seems to be a high-speed attack weapon similar to a bullet. But it is different from a gun. It seems to rely more on aerodynamics and gravity, and uses thrusters to gain lift. When it reaches a certain height, it starts to descend, and uses fixed wings and thrusters to adjust the trajectory, and obtains a very good speed. The bullet is very fast, but most bullets are very light. This small device is very strong from the spectrum. The flight speed is not supersonic, but it is about 280 meters per second. Overall, this thing has a high density and a unique warhead structure. This thing is very lethal, especially to metal structures. The loud noise came from the collision between this thing and Alice's shoulder blade. The strange flying equipment hit Alice's shoulder blade at high speed, with such strong kinetic energy. If a person was hit, they would be instantly penetrated, and their body would be smashed to the ground, completely paralyzed. But Alice was not. Her skin began to sag. During the brief collision, part of the kinetic energy was converted into heat energy. Her body began to turn red. The heated and softened metal skin was smashed by friction. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Chapter 705 Destroy the Shell External Carrier. Johnny, this girl is awesome. Leo, you are awesome. You don't even have a little head, but you can still control the big head with your little head. Johnny, as long as the prick is big, I don't care. Johnny, fuck. Leo, if you really go with her, your little head might be crushed into powder by an industrial-grade crushing device. Leo performed the mission very loyally, and sent Leo the mission video of Sam being beaten, and Leo being beaten by Alice. Johnny saw it, and exclaimed that Alice was the best. But the next battle was not right. After Sam's phone was slapped away, Leo released a new type of drone. This drone is different from those industrially produced drones, controlled by artificial chips. It is the product of Leo separating a little bit of fire source energy. New Transformers module, fly drone. Description: an ultra-small drone the size of a single section of a little finger, using a bionic structure, looking like a large fly. The fire source energy allows you to control the distance between metal atoms. Although it reduces the strength, it also greatly reduces the density of the overall structure, making this little bit of fire source energy enough to support the drone flight and hacking. Bonus technology points, 100. Current technology points. 19400. The drone landed on a power grid node near the university. A little bit of current, enough to invade the control panel, allowing Leo to read the information of the entire power grid bit by bit, and find a suitable hacking location. The camera permissions in the university were open for him, and Leo clearly locked onto Alice. Target locked. Trajectory calculation. The drone that had long been on the top of the university building began to move. New Transformers module. Small impact drone. Description. The outer streamline reduces the impact of air resistance. The retractable and fine-tuned fixed wings can achieve trajectory stability and control. And a disposable thruster is built in to provide a certain amount of power and adjustment capabilities. Most of the structure is solid tungsten alloy, which is heavy and strong. Note, there is no substitute for bullets with military-grade high-energy explosives. And the supercomputing power brought by the energy of the fire is used to complete the trajectory attitude control. But the power is limited. Bonus technology points, 300 points. Current technology points, 19,600. The rotor of the Iron Beetle drone rotates and flies high, and the bomb bay opens. These small impact drones fall from the sky like dropped bullets, and the energy storage lithium battery quickly explodes to provide heat, providing a one-time acceleration power, and accurately dropping bombs downward along the trajectory designed by Leo. The huge impact force made Alice unable to keep her arms powered, and her whole body bent under the impact, almost touching the ground. From the perspective of passers-by, this beautiful girl suddenly had a metal tail on her butt, and then she was hit by something. The metal flying object almost penetrated Alice's body, but it did not completely kill her. Being hit almost to the ground would definitely break a human spine, but hers did not. After Sam was put down, his legs became weak, and he watched in horror as the hot beauty in front of him began to transform. Her wheat-colored skin instantly disappeared. Her hair gradually disappeared, and countless flying metal tentacles protruded from her mouth, and her beautiful little face turned into a metal skull on the spot. Ah! Sam and his 3 roommates made a super sharp explosion on the ground. Alice also heard the unique and strange squeaking sound of Transformers, and her 2 arms instantly transformed into high-powered hand cannons, aiming at the Iron Beetle drones in the sky. Boom! 2 Iron Beetle drones were destroyed on the spot. Bang! But there were a lot of them. Leo stood on the roof of the university and observed the battle. There were a total of 12 Iron Beetle drones in the air, and 36 impact drones were launched each time. Impact drones rained down from the sky. Just as Alice destroyed 2 Iron Beetles, 2 more impact drones hit her body, sparkling a large area of sparks. This hand cannon is very powerful. The long-distance observation device beside Lil recorded the power of the weapon in Alice's hand. The moment this thing fired, the temperature scanner showed that the muzzle temperature exceeded 5,500 degrees Celsius. And this does not include bullets or plasma balls. Projectiles. The thermal energy shot can actually directly knock down a drone hundreds of meters high in the sky. Not only that, compared to a malnourished transformer like Leo, Alice's movements are ridiculously fast. After being suppressed by Leo impact drone group, she immediately entered guerrilla mode. Even if she was dragging the injured body, her speed was so fast that Leo could hardly lock her. The impact drones fell from the sky like rain, but except for the first one, the subsequent impacts were mostly at bad angles, and they could not hit the target at all. Not only that, the multi-segmented tentacles on her head were very flexible, constantly grabbing chairs, rocks and other debris nearby and throwing them into the air or using them for defense, which greatly reduced the lethality of the impact drone. This weapon is too weak, Leo commented with a frown. The impact drone just lacks a substitute for military-grade gunpowder. If the flight altitude reaches 200 or 300 meters, it can have a better effect. But high means long distance. The speed of the impact drone needs time to increase, which will give the target more reaction time. Moreover, the faster speed will also have a certain impact on the hit rate. In the final analysis, this pre-calculated kinetic attack method is difficult to achieve super accuracy. I still have to do it myself in a very primitive way. After saying that, he jumped into an external shell with an industrial look beside him. New Transformers external module. Destruction shell. External carrier. Description. Exoskeleton armor made of civilian industrial equipment, saving the trouble of putting a human body into the armor, a pure combat robot. Try to use new coding to exchange information between artificial machinery and the fire source. In a sense, this is equivalent to the brain-computer interface used by the human body, for you. A new transformer, it is a brand new technical idea. Information Technology Breakthrough. Reward Technology Points, 1,000. Current Technology Points, 20,600. The rain of impact drones restricted Alice activities. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sam stood up again, took his mobile phone and ran away. Just as he picked up the phone, Lil voice came from inside. Lil, run to the library. Where is the library? I know. Sam's desperate question was answered by the voice behind him. Leo was seen walking briskly, with a ferocious expression, riding ahead and directly surpassing him, running madly towards a dark red building. Sam didn't care about doubting at this moment, and ran towards the library. Alice used her super-sensitive speed and strength, running like an alien in the movie. Behind her, the discarded debris was pierced and shattered by the impact drone, and the ground was smashed into dust. From time to time, she would turn around and shoot down the drone. The burning drone wreckage fell with the metal rain, getting closer and closer to Sam. Sam looked at the library getting closer and closer, feeling the explosions and chaos approaching behind him, and screamed again, "Where are you?" Alice leaped, and was almost on Sam's body. But her sensor detected the enemy, a robot of similar size to her, but extremely strong, wielding a huge hammer, fell from the sky. Boom! Leo's heavy body broke Alice's waist. The former reacted very quickly, turned around, and aimed the two blasters at Leo's body at full speed. Boom! The blaster hit the metal object at close range, and a huge amount of sparks and shock waves raised dust. Sam, who was already exhausted, was blown away on the spot. When he looked up, he saw Alice fell to the ground. Although she was broken, she seemed to be able to move and was twisting on the ground. But what he was more concerned about was that two huge holes had been punched through Lil's body, and even a piece of his head flew off. This kind of injury is often fatal to Transformers. They are metal life, and if they act quickly, they can indeed transform their bodies, cut off the connection with the parts that are about to be damaged, and give up most of the fire energy to save the car. But most of the time, this kind of operation is very extreme. What more? The center of Lil's body seems to be the core. Is this strange and mysterious Transformer dead? Bang! With a slight sound, Lil's real body jumped out of the metal body, and the fist blade in his hand accurately inserted into Alice's broken shell, directly reaching the area on her body, with the most heat and fire radiation. Done. Lil pulled back the fist blade from the Transformer body that was no longer moving. Boom! Another body fell from the sky that was exactly the same as the one that was just blown up. Sam was stunned. What are you doing? Let's talk about it later. Get ready to run. Lil looked up and pointed to the sky. An armed helicopter was approaching. Chapter 706 Enhanced Dump Truck II Surfboard. Master, there is a strange guy next to that kid. Our people were killed. Why did Lil run away when he saw the helicopter? Of course, it was because it was obviously not a human weapon. CH-53E Super Stallion Heavy Transport Helicopter, a heavy helicopter designed by Sikorsky, and also the largest helicopter of the Berry Army. This kind of thing does not appear on the battlefield, but appears over the university? This guy vehicle form is not only the largest helicopter of the Berry Army, but also the size of his transformed form is also the best among the current Decepticons. Even if he doesn't have such a detailed understanding of the plot, Lil can clearly feel the huge amount of fire radiation it emits in the scanning module. If Lil is given a complete set of armor that he uses to destroy the aerospace carrier, he can still consider fighting head-on. But now, he has to rely on the metal and energy on his body. How can he fight against this thing? The campus fell into chaos. Sam pointed at the armed helicopter in the sky in horror. Decepticon. Boom. A big pickup truck rushed into the campus. Sam was delighted at first glance, thinking that the Autobots came to rescue him. But after a closer look, there was clearly a robot that looked very human sitting in the driver's seat. And it looked very similar to the body that Lil had just used. Not only that, there were strange mechanical devices fitted around the four wheels, as if some kind of mechanical external components had been added. Without a complete industrial assembly line, Lil could not have produced a standardized Mackinac Mammoth or other vehicles in a day. But the ultra-precise sensing system brought by the fire gave him an additional way to control machinery, controlling machinery through motors, and thus directly enhancing the structure and controlling the posture of the car chassis in the general direction. Lil picked up Sam and jumped into the back of the car. The car engine roared, and the posture control attached to the wheel. Lil, who was left in place, thought he was pulled off. He looked anxious. Where me? I haven't gotten in the car yet. Lil, take that chick back to the factory. I find you. Boom! A missile hit the back of the moving truck. The explosion could definitely cause an ordinary car to be thrown away and lose control and stall. But at the moment when this big pickup truck was lifted up, the mechanical components attached to its rear wheels immediately started to work. Countless delicate motors pulled the chassis and bogies, and even directly launched the fixing device to grab the ground. The car moved forward, and the fixing device relied on friction and pulling force to grab the out-of-control tail, providing a moment of pulling force, and then releasing it instantly. The speed suddenly decreased, and the drastic change made the car make a harsh creaking sound. The vehicle body structure reinforced by these mechanical devices was not damaged or disintegrated in the impact, but fell heavily to the ground and ran wildly forward. Sam felt that he had completely lost his perception ability, and could only watch the world in front of him spinning. Boom! The world in front of him suddenly froze in a scene where everything fell apart, and was blown up into the sky by the huge impact force. The helicopter chasing them had landed and turned into a 16-meter-tall transformer. The 16-meter surfboard stared at the human-sized Lear. The two seemingly homologous, but actually completely different life forms looked at each other. The former was focused on the mission, while Lear was thinking about something else. Transformers. The transformation of this life form was too perfect. From a mechanical point of view, it was simply flawless. But for Lear, he would not be afraid, not scared, not in awe, and would only think about and deal with problems from a rational perspective when facing danger. He could even appreciate and learn the transformation process and posture of the surfboard. But for the other guy in the head, this was a bit too scary. They were about to be smashed into pieces by those damn transformers. Johnny! Ah! Johnny screamed like a little girl in his head. Leo felt a strange emotion surge in his heart. Johnny might be afraid, but what Leo felt was excitement. Give me the boy! The surfboard roared with an electronic sound, and the propeller cutter on his arm smashed towards the car. He wanted to cut the car directly. The mechanical device on the pickup truck shot out steel cables again, fixing the surrounding buildings, making a very extreme super turn in the air. The steel cables contracted strongly under the action of the high-power motor. The propeller arm of the surfboard brushed against the pickup truck cargo box. Lil then jumped high with the force of the pickup truck being lifted by the impact. This body is not very agile, nor does it have those exaggerated thrusters and deadly weapons, but the power of the motor is real. The steel body brushed past the propeller hand knife. The surfboard body is huge, and its speed is not slow from a human perspective. It may even be more flexible than Lil low in body. But at this moment, falling from the sky and the attacking posture made it impossible for him to adjust his body in time to catch the little guy Lil. Lil smashed straight at his head, his arm lit up with a dazzling light. This is a high-temperature cutting laser of the control level. After his optimization, the energy stored in the equipment was fully exploded at once. The ultra-high energy laser of nearly 30,000 watts was brewing in his arm. The temperature of the equipment even began to melt the energy supply pipeline, making his entire arm glow red. Let me test your quality. Swish. Lil smashed the laser into the propeller neck like a lightsaber, and then the metal, the liquid and gas expanded rapidly under high temperature, and violently gushed out in the high temperature melting cavity. The drastic changes in stress continuously released tiny cracks, and the ultra-high temperature of more than 6,000 degrees Celsius made the metal wail. But at the same time, Lil arm also made this sound. He immediately jumped out of the destruction shell. The uncontrolled carrier limbs completely locked the body of the surfboard. The latter roared deafeningly in pain. Ah! Surfboard reached out to grab Lear, but the body of the destroyer was also completely overloaded. Boom! Lear jumped back into the car, looking at surfboard covered by the explosion. The car just regained stability, and Sam shouted excitedly, "That awesome! Brother! Did you kill it? Johnny, you killed it? Dream on! Huh?" Surfboard head burst out of the explosion of fireballs and black smoke, and a dark hole was blown out of the neck of the head. Sparks flew, and engine oil flowed. But compared to his 16-meter-tall body, this level of explosion would hurt him, would make him feel pain. But that would stop there, and would not make him lose his combat effectiveness. He is a living being, but he is a mechanical life form. Johnny, run! Sam, think of a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, two huge tanker trucks suddenly rushed out from the intersection. Surfboard, who had just recovered from the attack, immediately focused his attention on Lil, the strange and damned ant. By the time he noticed the tanker truck rushing out of the intersection, the truck was already at his feet. Bang! The tanker truck hit Surfboard feet hard, and during the squeeze, The detonator attached to the tanker truck was activated. Boom! The shockwave instantly blew away the surfboard, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. For a creature of human size, the explosion of the tanker truck looked like the end of the world at a close distance. Leo really couldn't get high-energy explosives, but after hacking into the network, he found 2 fully loaded tankers and used robots to steal them out, making them more than 4 tons of gasoline appear in the right place, and having a spectacular mud truck plus version, it was completely feasible. 44,000 kilograms of gasoline, theoretically. The potential explosive power is equivalent to 500 tons of TNT. However, this is potential explosive power. The violent oxidation of gasoline requires oxygen. Without other auxiliary designs, the expected value of the power of these gasoline explosions is only around 100 tons of TNT. But it is not a small number. Thick black smoke, raging flames. The pickup truck fled in the panic city. Sam and Johnny watched the explosion for a long time and were speechless. Tap tap tap. The airflow blew away the black smoke. The Super Stallion helicopter is still running. The good news is that the explosion did cause considerable damage to the surfboard. The metal on it was all broken. The gasoline attached to the body was burning. And the flying posture was shaky. If it were a normal Super Stallion helicopter, it would definitely not be able to fly again with such damage. But this is a transformer. In terms of strength, it can support a 16-meter-tall super robot to fight flexibly in a form close to that of a human. The metal strength is so high that it is hard to tell how high it is. This level of explosion is definitely not a superficial injury. But it will not kill him completely. This is not the worst thing. In the sky, an F-16 fighting Falcon fighter roared over. And above him, there was a fighter plane that was not an Earth-style fighter flying at high speed. More Decepticons. Squeaklear finally received the information he wanted to hear. Optimus Prime. I am Optimus Prime. Decepticons are launching attacks in many places. Where is Sam? Lear, it will be bad if you don't come. Chapter 707 Reinforcement. 30 minutes ago, Nest Force Command. Nest Force is a secret special operations force, which is composed of military soldiers who participated in the Battle of Los Angeles and fought side by side with the Autobots. The commanders of the force, whose duty is to eliminate the Decepticons hiding on the Earth with the Autobots, are directly under the command of the Minister of Defense. It is not quite the same as the world of Leo. The human civil war in this world has been greatly reduced and has a tendency to stop because of the emergence of Transformers. After all, although oil resources are tempting, these aliens are obviously more attractive, no matter from which angle. Sir! The Autobots sent out an emergency distress signal. Sir! Several Decepticons were spotted in the eastern part of Barry Country. The command room of this secret special operations force was extremely busy, because their biggest support, the alien friends and comrades, sent out distress signals. The Transformers have strong combat capabilities. The key is that they are very flexible and have super long endurance. It's not that humans don't have weapons that can threaten Transformers, but most of the war weapons are too heavy for Transformers. In the battle with the Decepticons, humans provide logistical assistance, while the Autobots take the lead, which is always a very good way of cooperation, high efficiency, and in line with the Autobots' philosophy. The emergency signal means that the situation is somewhat urgent and strange. Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, is a very good leader, and he will not use the signal casually. The Minister of Defense strode into the command room. How many are there? It's not clear yet. Sir, then go and find out. Squeak. The screen suddenly began to flash violently. The tension reached its peak. The Minister of Defense was about to sit down, but at this moment, he kept the posture of sitting down and raised his eyebrows. They hacked again? Why again? Because just a few days ago, the military base they used to guard the cube fragments was breached by the Decepticons. The cube fragments were also stolen. And even Megatron buried in the seabed came back to life. The technician became even more nervous, but after a little analysis, he shook his head hesitantly. No, it's more like the method of human hackers. The working mode of Transformers hacking computers is different from that of humans. Transformers hacking computers relies on pure fire energy, which in turn covers and crushes, or even directly controls the current in human electronic devices, hacking into the network in a special way. This method is simply a fantasy for humans. As long as there are exposed devices, there is a risk of being hacked. Any non-physical protection measures will not work, and it is completely unreasonable. And the current hacking, there is no abnormal energy infiltration, there is no unique Transformers frequency fluctuation. Hacker, the hacker cracked our communication protocol. He used our own internal protocol. It a bit complicated to explain. But in general, this hack found loopholes in the organizational structure and information architecture of the Ministry of Defense, and hacked in a very human way. I can help you be self-sufficient. The Minister of Defense was stunned. The screen suddenly switched to the university, where Sam was studying. The hacker was Lear, who was showing the Barry Army how he solved the Transformers. This hack seemed very measured. Apart from this real-time video, Lear didn't move anything, which made the technicians in the command room less nervous. And even the Minister of Defense was not so nervous. Lil, the Autobots are friendly, but if you want to be self-sufficient, I can help you. The establishment of the Nest Force and the cooperation model with the Autobots also depends on an important factor. Although Optimus Prime is very willing to help humans get rid of their brutal compatriots, he firmly refuses to teach Cybertron technology to humans, no matter which country they are from. The Autobots are friendly and are the best partners of the Nest Force, but the superiors of the Nest Force, that is, the government, or even the entire human group, will definitely have different ideas. The creation of tension and the choice of hacking methods were very clever this time, which made the Minister of Defense start thinking about this problem. Leo, think about it carefully. This message is for everyone. This message was not only conveyed to the Nest troops. The Minister of Defense was stunned. Decepticons only use force, either violence or conspiracy. This kind of operation is completely a method that humans like to play. The technician suddenly raised his head. Sir, the president called. Oh! Boom! The huge explosion completely made Sam lose his mind, and he could only scream. The pickup truck was running wildly on the road, but Megatron, who transformed into a Cybertron flying tank, and Starscream, who transformed into an F-16 fighting Falcon, the two Transformers caught up with the big pickup truck in an instant. Machine guns, missiles, and Cybertron unique energy weapons poured down. The continuous explosions no longer needed to focus on accuracy, and directly blasted the road into potholes. The drones in the sky were constantly destroyed by dense artillery fire, and the pickup trucks on the ground finally reached their limit, and completely disintegrated in the fierce bombardment. Lear took over a destroyed body, grabbed Sam and jumped out of the car immediately. And the mechanical body shot out steel cables to grab the building. And then the impact of the explosion just swung out of the explosion area. Ah! Bang! Lear hugged Sam, who was like a screaming chicken, against the wall. When he looked back, he saw two planes flying over the dilapidated neighborhood, deforming and landing in the air like two demons flying out of hell. Megatron's huge body completely withstood the impact of the high-speed landing. Every time he stepped on the ground, the earth trembled. Cracks spread under his feet. The huge metal track saws easily crushed rocks and cars without any hindrance. Red Spider jet engine tore through the air, and the tail flame passed over Lear's head, creating huge wind pressure, blowing away smoke and debris, and directly fired a shot at Lear during the transformation. Lear cursed in his heart, and jumped away from the wall urgently. Boom! The two top Decepticons. The transformation process is simply the ultimate mechanical art. They were super fighters in the last second, and turned into ferocious metal giants in the next second, and landed steadily. Bang! In contrast, although Lear avoided the direct attack, he was also blown away by the explosion, and at the same time he was holding Sam, the fragile boy, and the metal body protected him, and fell to the ground, somewhat embarrassed. There were only wreckage left around, and the pungent smell of burning filled the air. The surfboard also followed, and stumbled to complete the transformation, and fell behind Megatron. Megatron sneered, glancing at the wounded surfboard. His arm transformed into a hand cannon, walking towards the two of them like a giant steel god. An interesting ant, but still an ant, and it took so much time to waste. Sam fell to the ground in pain, but still tried to get up, lowering his head, speaking in a panic. What should we do now? Johnny, what should we do now? Lil stood up, looking at Megatron. The industrial laser arms on both sides of the destroyer body also lit up. This picture is a bit strange. Megatron is 11 meters tall, and Lear's body is less than 2 meters. If only his body is counted, he is less than the size of a palm. In the face of such a huge height difference, Lear's mechanical features are infinitely reduced by the humanoid design. As if he is a human, holding two laser cutters, he stands in front of Megatron without fear. However, Backbone is useless in front of Megatron. He raises his hand cannon, ready to end this chase. Megatron! A powerful voice sounded. Megatron shuddered and raised his head. Boom! The sound of the cannon roared. A bullet hit Megatron's body. The power of this cannon was so strong that it easily pushed Megatron's huge body, making him fly dozens of meters away. Red Spider was stunned for a moment. Lil immediately picked up Sam and jumped into the building next to him, and answered Sam and Johnny questions just now. We have reinforcements. Chapter 708 Upgrade. Cybertron weapons are very powerful. Megatron is nearly 11 meters tall, and his whole body is made of Cybertron alloy, which is enough to support this metal giant to fight flexibly, and even easily withstand the drastic stress changes caused by deformation at supersonic speed. Although shorter than the surfboard in height, it is obvious that Megatron is harder, stronger, and more terrifying than the surfboard. However, even such a terrifying transformer was hit by the attack and flew backwards for dozens of meters, and crashed deeply into the building on the roadside. Boom! The roar of thunder and the sound of gunfire mixed together. A terrifying artillery shell hit Megatron and sent him flying dozens of meters away. A red and blue steel body suddenly flew out from the corner. Two strong and powerful legs stepped on the floor and rushed forward at the speed left by the vehicle form. The soles of his feet slid on the ground like surfing. The ground cracked, and gravel flew everywhere. Optimus Prime. Sam shouted the other person's name after surviving the disaster. Starscream looked at the boss, who was blown away, and fell into astonishment. But when he reacted, Optimus Prime had already raised the big gun in his other hand. This is not good. Boom! Bullets flew over the heads of Lyra and Sam. This firearm seemed like a submachine gun to Optimus Prime, with a very fast firing rate. But to them, it was a weapon comparable to a fighter jet cannon. Red Spider turned and transformed into a fighter jet. The cannon bullets hit the place where he had landed before, raising a cloud of dust, soil flying everywhere, and cement splashing everywhere. But even though he had made evasive moves, several bullets still hit his tail wing, almost causing him to fail to take off. Sam! Optimus Prime stood firm, while chasing Red Alert with a gun in his hand. While looking at Sam, this big guy was completely concerned about Sam, and didn't notice that Megatron, who was beaten into the ruins, had raised his cannon. Boom! A ball of blue plasma broke through the smoke and dust, and hit Optimus Prime. Fragments flew everywhere, and fire splashed everywhere. Sam shouted again in worry, Optimus Prime. Johnny, is this brat and that big robot only able to shout their names? Johnny complained strongly. Leo grabbed Sam with his backhand, and forced Sam to stop shouting, and almost pulled him out of breath. Boom! A missile hit the place where Lear and Sam were hiding just now. There is another Decepticon here. Surfboard body was broken, although his movement seemed disabled, but his weapon was still effective. The hit on Optimus Prime also made him completely lose the lock on Red Spider. The F-16 fighter drew an arc in the sky in an inhuman way, and immediately turned around. A round of machine guns and missiles bombarded Optimus Prime, who had just stood up. The explosion completely submerged this big guy. Bang! Lil just grabbed Sam and jumped to the collapsed first floor. In the field of vision, Johnny appeared outside the bunker, opening his mouth wide, looking at the battle outside. Although Optimus Prime was hit by a series of attacks and parts and oil flew everywhere, he still rushed out of the smoke and dust produced by the explosion. The gun in his hand had turned into two red-hot hand swords, and rushed straight to the surfboard. This huge guy swung the propeller circular saw in his hand, and wanted to turn around and fight back. But Optimus Prime was too fast. The red-hot blade directly cut into the middle of the propeller, and removed one of his arms without any pressure. Johnny, this big guy is tough and strong, but he can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. My god. He is simply a god of war. However, when Optimus Prime wanted to use the fist sword in his other hand to finish off the surfboard, Megatron rushed out from the side, and chopped his ribs with a knife and gun in his hand, and then shot him directly. Sam's mind was spinning quickly now. Optimus Prime can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. Where are the other Autobots? We have to help him. You are right. But that's all I can do. Lear pointed at his body. The destroyer shell was damaged due to the battle. But more importantly, this body was not strong. High-energy lasers are indeed powerful, and can even be used as disposable slingshots to insert into the body of the surfboard. But if he directly joins the battle of these big guys, Lear will fall apart with a slight touch. Sam's mood changed a little. He wanted to save Optimus Prime, because they were friends and comrades in arms. After Lear noticed this, he quickly said, "There is a way. Do you have the Rubik Cube fragment?" Sam pursed his lips and thought for a second, then nodded quickly. "Johnny, good boy. You always carry something so important in your pocket? Johnny. So stupid. Johnny only had one comment. Stupid. Sam, because of his own tangled thoughts of a small person, brought Lear with him, and hid the Rubik Cube fragments. But he didn't trust Lear. So Gravel took the thing with him. But after the comment, he looked at Lear deeply. 99% of people would only think that Sam was really stupid. But Lear took advantage of this stupidity. Lear didn't have time to argue with Johnny. His brain was working fast. And he continued to say to Sam, you want to save Optimus Prime. You only have one way left. Boom! Another loud noise came. No need for Lear to say more. Sam immediately put his hand into his pants. Because of the excitement of the escape just now, the adrenaline was a bit high, and his hand was still shaking wildly when he put it in. Johnny, who was watching the show next to him, frowned. Lear eyebrows also raised. How did you carry such an important thing in that place? Not so perverted. Okay. I sewed a bag on the lining of my pants, it of good quality, to prevent the thing from falling out. Look. Sam turned out his lining. It was indeed in his pants. And there was indeed an inner pocket. It looked good quality. And there were even various fillings. But the bag had no zipper. It keeps secrets very well. Cut it open. And it's yours. Awesome. If you don't need it today, are you planning to never change your pants again? Don't ask. Take this thing. Leo stopped talking nonsense. He cut open Sam's pants pocket, and used his mechanical hand to shake the cube fragment through the filling, and then rushed directly to the Cybertron alloy that fell on the side. The fire energy can directly act on metal atoms, and flow through the Transformers' bodies for a long time, providing atomic-level interaction forces for metals, enhancing their hardness and mobility as a whole. But if it is necessary to change the arrangement of metal atoms, or even remove impurities, to obtain a normal metal body, it will cost a lot of energy. The Rubik Cube fragments do have energy, but not much. The best solution at the moment is, of course, not to directly change the metal in the phone like the first time. The ground is full of Cybertron metal. Leo popped out of the destroyed body, and his arm ejected a thin steel cable to grab the cube fragment, and at the same time landed on a large piece of Cybertron alloy wreckage. He grabbed the cube fragment with one hand, feeling the surging power, and stabbed the fragment into his core with one hand, and placed the other hand on the alloy wreckage. It's time to upgrade. Get more fire energy. High-dimensional energy intake. You have one chance to transfer incompatible substances. Transfer limit, 1,000 grams. Interdimensional material transfer, vibranium. Ordinary interdimensional material transfer. Plasma thruster fuel vibranium appeared outside Leo fire source. The fire energy controlled this metal, fully activated it, turned it into a strange furnace, completely wrapped around his core, and in the furnace, red and blue flames burned. Chapter 709 Upgrade. Tata-tata, boom. Optimus Prime stood in the open space. Red Spider in the sky provided another round of aerial bombardment. Surfboard recovered from the attack. The severed spiral hand knife fell off directly, and turned into a hand cannon. Megatron watched Optimus Prime raise his hand cannon, and reloaded the ammunition. There are other energy sources on Earth. Optimus Prime rushed out of the smoke of the explosion. Megatron and Surfboard immediately opened fire together. Boom! Another plasma cannon hit Optimus Prime solidly. The continuous bombardment covered him again, and he was almost unable to fight back. Bombardment, the bullets and explosions made Optimus Prime dizzy. Megatron fired another shot, directly knocking him flying into a roadside building. The fate of our race, in the end, is not as good as the life of this human? Megatron did not continue to shoot but approached step by step, and questioned Optimus Prime fiercely. Surfboard also stopped when he saw this, and rested his weapon. Starscream also stopped bombing, turned into a human form, and grabbed the side of the building next to him, carefully holding his weapon, while searching for Sam's position. He saw Sam was at a loss, looked at Optimus Prime, looked at somewhere else, still muttering, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up and stand up! It looks like this wave is stable." Starscream jumped down. How Megatron will deal with Optimus Prime, he didn't dare to say more, but he can deal with Sam first. And Optimus Prime, lying on the ground, feeling the heavy footsteps behind him, and the cruel words of his former friend, spit out, "How can a life make you stop?" After saying this, both of his hands turned into red-hot blades, and he turned around and rushed towards Megatron. Seeing this, Surfboard fired missiles, but this time all his attacks were blocked by Optimus Prime blade. Boom! The explosion covered Optimus Prime figure, and Megatron could only make predictions based on the last observation of Optimus Prime's state, and fired at the fireball, but his plasma projectile completely passed through the black smoke. The black smoke dissipated, Optimus Prime leaned forward with unimaginable flexibility, and instantly approached Megatron. The latter wanted to counterattack with the blade of the sword cannon. But his speed was far behind Optimus Prime. The big man cut off his arm with a knife, and knocked him away with his shoulder. At the same time, Optimus Prime balanced the blade of his arm with his backhand. And the high-speed flying blade accurately hit the head of Red Spider on the wall. The disabled surfboard was already dumbfounded. Optimus Prime used Megatron's body as a cover, so he couldn't shoot just now. But when the two Transformers separated, it was their boss who had his arm chopped off and knocked away. And Red Spider was also shot in the head by the flying knife. This is not over yet. Surfboard aimed and prepared to fire. Optimus Prime grabbed Megatron's chopped weapon on the ground, and thrust it into the hole on Surfboard's neck with a speed far faster than Surfboard. Then, he squeezed it hard. Rubbish copper and rotten iron. Boom! The already fragile part was completely destroyed by the explosion. Surfboard's neck seemed to have disappeared in half, and the tattered head and a little bit of the neck drooped, and his feet lost their strength, and he knelt down directly. After doing all this, Optimus Prime suddenly felt weak, and the weakness forced him to withdraw from the extremely focused combat state. He was so focused on the battle that he had completely ignored the surrounding situation. Would their fight affect Sam? Sam! Optimus Prime called Sam's name immediately. But he just killed Surfboard. Starscream might be so frightened by the headshot that he couldn't fight back. But Megatron would not just stand there because of a broken hand. Megatron looked at the leader, who was supposed to be their Transformers leader. The one who led them to revive Cybertron. And he became more and more hateful when he saw him losing his focus for the sake of humans. His footsteps were light, but fast. And his spark energy and the transformation weapon stored in his head were enough. Enough for him to transform a usable weapon in his other hand. His other arm, which only had claws left, suddenly transformed from a powerless claw to a weighted axe. Weak! Bang! Megatron swung his axe, and a powerful kinetic weapon hit his eyes at the same time. Sam saw it clearly from the side. Compared with the Transformers he was familiar with, their transformation was quite slow. The Cybertron metal wreckage on the ground was like a bitter, mechanical structure lacking lubricant. Although it was also transforming, it was terribly slow compared to the Autobots or Decepticons. This was entirely because Lear could not read the information attached to the Rubik Cube fragments. Unlike other Transformers, when they received the energy of the spark source, they also received the information it carried. Acquiring some innate transformation abilities was like the genetic information that humans were born with, which would naturally allow them to grow up. Lear was a human who needed to write his own genetic information. Fortunately, this round of transformation was slow but steady, and the Transformers in the battle basically didn't notice the situation here. Finally, when Megatron was about to attack Optimus Prime, Sam almost shouted out loud, and Lear finally completed the transformation. After Lear completed the transformation, Sam didn't even see his human form clearly, but only saw the destroyer shell running towards Lear in 2 steps. Then, a super gun barrel of 1.8 meters long appeared on the chest of this thing, and the surging energy dissipated around the gun barrel like water waves. Bang! It might be difficult for the extremely penetrating spike electromagnetic cannon to penetrate Megatron's front armor, but it is absolutely not difficult to penetrate his eyeball. The giant axe chopped down, and Megatron lost control of the weapon because of the attack on his head. The axe cut a deep wound on Optimus Prime's shoulder. But that was all. Ah! The plasma thruster behind the destructive body sprayed, and when Megatron was wailing in pain, it flew directly to his head. For slender but flexible and strong octopus claws stretched out, directly grasping the gap between Megatron's body, fixing the destroyer body tightly on his head. The 1.8 meter long gun barrel pressed against Megatron's other eye. Even if Megatron's other hand was raised, it did not prevent Lil from firing this shot. Boom! A missile exploded directly in Megatron's chest. The impact caused problems with the fixation of the destroyer body. Red Spider rushed straight and knocked Megatron away. Lear cursed inwardly and escaped directly from the destroyer body. In the sky, Starscream, who had captured Megatron, was kicked before he could fly very high. However, he immediately said, "Master, sometimes being alive is more important than anything else." After that, he turned into an F-16 and flew into the sky, while Megatron could only groan helplessly, and also turned into a flying tank and fled the battlefield. Because after flying up, He could clearly see the other members of the Autobots running towards this side on the road. However, their tactic of luring out Optimus Prime and killing him with the advantage of numbers has failed. They didn't catch Sam, and they didn't kill Optimus Prime. Both mission objectives failed. How should he explain to his immediate boss? The fallen King Kong? And all this was because of that strange transformer. The emblem on that guy was unheard of and unseen. Chapter 710 Frankness. What your name? Leo. Optimus Prime sat on the production line of the abandoned factory. Beside him, an Autobot painted mainly in yellow and green was welding and repairing his wounds. Name, Ambulance. Description, Autobot Doctor. Boss, your injuries are very serious. The battle is over. The Decepticons escaped. Optimus Prime was seriously injured. The surface was full of dents from plasma cannons and bullets. The most terrifying thing was the big cut made by Megatron's sneak attack at the last moment. From the perspective of human body structure, the axe chopped off from the right shoulder and penetrated into the chest. You can even see the glittering core from the gap. Although Transformers have very strong vitality, they are quite different from robots in the real sense. When they are injured, they need to be repaired. If there is a metal with a similar atomic structure as a supplement, the loss will not be great. But if there is no metal, they can only rely on the doctor or themselves to convert the metal into the same metal as the body for repair. At the same time, Transformers generally have a core-like place, and there may even be many primary and secondary ones, just like human organs, which are used to maintain some special functions. Correspondingly, their transformation ability is also based on the fire source energy flowing in the body under normal conditions. In simple terms, if the fire source energy is not exhausted and the main core is not blown up, it is difficult to die. But the loss and damage of parts means energy loss. At the moment, Transformers who lack the energy of the All-Spark can be said to be burning their lives in every battle. Their lifespans are mostly longer than those of humans, but they are also limited. All of this is the conclusion that Lear came to in the transformation just now. Snap. All the cables on his body were pulled out and retracted into the body of a Transformer who was all black, covered with armor, and a bit short and fat. Name, Ironhide. Description, Autobot weapons expert. Well, a very unique weapon idea. Not a Decepticon. And very different from the Autobots. And it seems that you are not very familiar with Cybertron metal. But this should be instinct. I also detected a kind of. Should I say that I did not detect a thing that actually exists? Strange. Ironhide stroked his chin, puzzled by Lear's existence. Every Cybertronian, whether Autobot or Decepticon, will obtain enough energy and information from the spark source at the moment of their birth to match their roles. The Rubik Cube fragment may not have much energy and information, but it is not completely absent. If there is no information, how can he complete the transformation? There is no information in the body. To put it in a metaphysical way, there is no soul in the object. Without a soul, how can it be considered life? At best, it is Cybertron casting alloy. Optimus Prime was promoted from an ordinary Cybertronian to a leader. He also understood what Ironhide said, so he was also full of doubts. Leo, it sounds like a human name, not our compatriot. Please explain your existence further. Leo moved his body. I'm not a Cybertronian, I'm a human. The 12-year-old rebellious youth Johnny suddenly appeared in Leo's field of vision, or to be more precise, appeared at Optimus Prime feet, looking at him and touching his calf. Johnny, you just said that? Just hand over our secrets to this super alien giant. Johnny, if I were a human, I am a human, I would definitely cut you open to see what your structure is like. Maybe these aliens think so too. Johnny, and who would believe what you say? We are from other worlds. To be honest, if it weren't for the reality in front of us, I wouldn't believe it myself. The Transformers in the factory all showed curious and incomprehensible eyes. Sam still thinks Lear is bragging and talking nonsense. But only Optimus Prime is thinking seriously about what Lear means. Johnny, damn, this big guy is a big fool? You believe this? Lil, this is just basic thinking and respect, you will never understand it. It hard to understand. It actually very easy to understand. I'm not a human from this world, I'm from another world. Johnny, oh my god, you're really a fucking. Lil added frankly. After hearing this, the Autobots, who were already confused, became even more confused, and collectively showed a blank look. Sam was even more unconvinced, and even laughed. But Optimus Prime thought more seriously, and even lowered his head. looking at Lear with two eyes full of azure light. He was more than 8 meters tall, and his body was made of solid and thick metal. When he fought, he could punch those powerful Decepticons and create red-hot sparks. What kind of power could instantly make the metal that could drive a Decepticon over 10 meters tall become red-hot and deformed? In comparison, Lear now, who was only as long as a normal person arm, looked closer to a human appearance, which made him look less intimidating than metal and a little thin. Obviously, Optimus Prime could crush him to pieces in one go. Lear continued, the spark is a high-dimensional energy. Although I don't know how it works, its scope of work is obviously not limited to this world. I am a human from another world. In our world, there is also a super high-dimensional energy. Maybe the two energies connect the world. Or there are other accidents that I don't know about. But this is how I came here from another world. This may sound like a fantasy, but it is true. I am a human being, but I can think like a machine, telling everything. Johnny couldn't understand Lear's behavior. A fantasy. Sam felt that Lear was bragging, and felt that he had blown the sky. Autobots. Most of the Autobots couldn't understand what Lear said. They looked at Optimus Prime, waiting for Optimus Prime to respond. Optimus Prime. The huge leader straightened up and took his head away from Lear. A strange story. But I can feel your frankness. I believe you. Lear. Thank you for helping me in the battle with the Decepticons and saving my life. I am very grateful for this. Johnny, this big robot is too trusting. Johnny's surprised voice sounded in Lear's head. Lear nodded slightly. Thank you for your trust. As for you, Sam, you look like this. Do you remember what you said in class? Sam wanted to say that this story was too ridiculous. But Lil reminded him of what happened before. He pointed out the error of the mass energy equation in class. And the main argument was, the mass energy equation can only explain the energy changes in this dimension. His head suddenly twitched violently, and he entered that weird information broadcast mode again. Decompose the composition of energy elements. Assume a constant decay rate, and then speculate that in the expedition of the enemy, in order to receive the echo, the 14 galaxies that experienced the chi converged. And finally, the formula for cross-dimensional energy growth will be obtained. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present were similar to those of the students in Sam's class. However, the difference was that they could clearly hear that the strange sound Sam made when he twitched his body was completely a Cybertron accent. Optimus Prime was instantly excited. His two arms slammed on the floor, and his big head suddenly came in front of Sam, which scared Sam directly. What name did you just say? Optimus Prime? Chapter 711 Autobots. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Sam grabbed his head and was a little upset. Since I encountered the Rubik Cube fragment, I have a lot of strange information in my head. Why are you so excited? Chi-Tion stood up and said, sorry, but the name you just mentioned is the inventor of our Autobot technology, the former commander of the Autobots. This must be the information he entered into the Rubik Cube. The Rubik Cube not only keeps us running, increases the energy of our kind, but also has an information database maintained by successive leaders, including the command and history of our clan, so you read out his name. As for the high latitude, it must be the exploration wave sent by Utiendi when he was looking for a new home. The name of the galaxy you just read was the galaxy where he sent the exploration wave. But in the end, I don't know where he went. Sam came back to his senses, and suddenly realized that the information flowed through his brain, and even automatically made him think strangely. Calming down, he found that he couldn't understand the content. But he did mention something about dimension, awe and other things, plus Optimus Prime reaction. He looked at Lear with difficulty, and then looked at Optimus Prime. What he said was actually true. Optimus Prime said, I don't know. I only know that the energy of the spark source is the foundation of our tribe. And the mass energy equation only applies to components other than the direct effect of the spark source. Ironhide and Ambulance nodded. Which is indeed the truth. When they design, operate and adjust weapons or Autobots, they are divided into several working modes. The transformers that are directly linked to the spark source cannot be calculated using the design methods commonly used by humans now. Sam looked at Leo. So in the world you come from, people have all become mobile phones? Leo glanced at Sam. From your point of view, the humans in your world are all idiots. Bumblebee suddenly narrowed his eyes when he heard this. And it looked like a human was laughing. The radio on his body also made a sound. Ha ha ha. I'm going to tell you an idiot joke now. B. Sam felt like he was being tricked. Now, Optimus thought for a moment, and then moved on to the next topic. Now that your origins are clear, I want to know why you stay with Sam. I want to find a way home. Optimus looked at Lear deeply. We also want to. For the time being, we have already regarded the Earth as our home. We have many similarities, but now is not the time to discuss my origins. The most important thing right now is to find out why the Decepticons want Sam head. Also, clear the Decepticons on Earth. What do you think? You're right. Do you have any ideas? Of course. Lil jumped onto Sam's shoulder, pointing at his head. I know a technology that can convert human brain waves into images. It sounds like the technology used by Decepticons to read information from carbon-based organisms. So I said that although you have good intentions, you don't understand humans. Humans need this technology, and I will show you in the next work. Sam suddenly shook, shaking Lil off his shoulders. Wait a minute. I haven't said anything yet. Of course you can say it. You don't even need to say it when you are on the operating table. I can know what you are thinking, but Sam, whether you want to go to college, or want to live an ordinary life, go back and play in the water with your girlfriend. You have to help us do this first. Otherwise, the Decepticons will keep watching you. Can you restore my brain to normal? Of course. A destroyer shell robot walked in from outside, and Lil jumped from the table into the destroyer shell. There was no fire energy carrier at all. After Lil jumped in and performed a simple transformation, it was completely connected to him. Ironhide saw this scene and said with interest, interesting technology. More interesting things are still to come. I will show you the way. Where to go? Wait a minute. Optimus Prime stopped Lil in confusion. You should go with us to meet the humans on this Earth. We have established very good cooperation with them. I know. Lil turned around. But you are not human, you don't understand humans, and the people you cooperate with are only part of humans. What do you mean? It means that the way humans cooperate with you has changed a little bit. Tick tick tick, the sound of helicopters came from outside the window, and the soldiers of the Nest Force grabbed the walkie-talkie on it and connected the communication with Optimus Prime. Minister of Defense, Optimus Prime, the President has issued a new order, and our way of cooperation needs to change a little bit. Minister of Defense, they sent a new consultant. Optimus Prime, I have met that consultant. Minister of Defense, not that consultant, who has been demoted. This cooperation is a bit complicated, but you are going to a factory now. When Optimus Prime heard this, he had an incredible guess in his heart, and looked up at Lil, who had just walked out of the factory gate. The Minister of Defense transmitted the coordinates to Optimus Prime head, and Lil happened to say, it seems that the coordinates have been transmitted to your head. Autobots, it's time to act in the light. Defense Minister, Mr. President, we have tried many times before, and these Autobots are unwilling to provide us with technical support, and it will be the same this time. President, it was the past, and it is now, Minister. Someone has put the entire battle process online, and has communicated with our entrepreneurs. President, he also communicated with me, and my entrepreneurs also communicated with me, and my people also know about it, and people are communicating, or there is a big fight. Defense Minister, they know about it. In the command room of the Nest Force, the Defense Minister, who was busy commanding, looked shocked. President, didn't I say that? Someone has put the entire battle process online. President, this network is a global network, and communication should also be global. In fact, the Defense Minister could hear that the President was very dissatisfied, and his head was very big. But he had to do it. In fact, the existence of Transformers is no longer an illusory lie in the decision-making level of many regions. But as long as Transformers continue to not impart technology, the government of the Berry country can do nothing. Relatively speaking, they are more willing to keep it secret, after all. Even if these aliens are unwilling to share their knowledge, they can secretly improve their technology in the daily interaction. But what if someone with advanced technology, who claims to be able to break the status quo, discloses information to the outside world, and even discloses some technology? At this point, policies, strategies, and the future will all change dramatically because of the exposure of information and the appearance of a person with strong disruptive ability. The President thought of this and instinctively felt that the words of that damned sky-breaking guy were very suitable to be told to his Defense Minister. President, tell the Autobots that they don't have to hide anymore. President, the world should know about their existence. Chapter 712 Simple-Minded Transformers. Bang. Leo, who was on duty in the factory, had just brought Alice's mechanical corpse to the warehouse, and his heavy steel body hit the floor with a muffled sound. Before he had time to wipe his sweat, armored vehicles poured into the street, the soldiers of the Berry country set up a blockade, and finally several men in suits got off the armored vehicles one after another. Who are they? Leo in the warehouse was confused, but his younger brother quickly found pictures on his mobile phone, because these people really looked familiar. That? Sharsky quietly pointed at one of the men in suits. The CEO of Raytheon. Not only the CEO of Raytheon, but also the CEOs of heavyweight companies such as Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Honeywell International, and their respective CTOs and top technical teams, all crowded in this crowded and backward area. This place has nothing to do with where these people should be. Leo felt that this strange feeling was subverting his three views, and regrouped. Just as he was brainstorming, a man in military uniforms came up to him with a team and equipment. I am Lennox, the commander of the Nest Force. According to the instructions, we will block this place. Do you have any other instructions? Before he finished speaking, the sound of various car engines came from the distant streets. Large trucks, sports cars, ambulances, and sedans. The most conspicuous one was the big red pickup truck at the head. The pickup truck completed the rapid transformation from car to person in 1 second. Every part and every structure was passed through the visual system of Leo and the generals on both sides. However, their brains had no way to remember what changes had taken place. The only thing they could remember was that all these cars turned into huge robots in an instant. The truth he had dreamed of. Bang! Optimus Prime's heavy foot made a dull sound when it stepped on the floor. There was a flash of light on his shoulder. Leo looked in the direction of the flash and saw a familiar but different figure squeak. Leo, go to the meeting with them now. I tell you what to do. Leo, what does that damn expression of yours mean? You are famous, Leo, you have money, you have power. And you have become a human hero who reveals the truth. Leo, look, I never lied to you from beginning to end. Did I? Optimus Prime didn't want to act in the sun, but humans are too complicated. Although the fall of Cybertron was also a civil war, the concept was very simple. And the ideas of the Decepticons and Autobots were also very pure. The Decepticons wanted to expand their planet by any means possible, to maintain the survival of their own race, and to restore and continue the glory of Cybertron. The Autobots hoped to achieve this goal under the premise of respecting other species. And if they could not do all this under this premise, then the Transformers would have failed or would find other ways. Their leaders were also very pure. And the intelligence gap between high-level Transformers and low-level workers was even greater, mainly reflected in their ability to think critically. Almost every Transformer is born under the influence of the planet needs and is injected with appropriate energy. These appropriate energies are basically just enough for them to execute their innate role instructions. Whether it is the technical information they carry naturally, or their physical state and strength, their emotions and thinking ability, or their ability to think wildly, basically only depend on the total energy floating value injected into the fire core when they were created. More energy means richer emotions, and less energy means less emotions. In contrast, humans are born with a head full of random thoughts, with basically no skills at birth, and are relatively more flexible. Billions of these creatures, whose emotions and thinking abilities are several times more complex than normal Transformers, are crowded on the Earth, and their social form will certainly be difficult for Optimus Prime to understand. I have forcibly disclosed your existence to the world, and after confirming your existence, people's reactions will be very complicated. Optimus Prime crossed his arms, looking at the factory, and took over the conversation. It's so complicated that it's hard to predict. Humans are inherently unpredictable. Some are cruel, some are kind, some are ambitious, some live and work in peace. Their desires and thoughts far exceed ours. I chose to respect their president opinion. But I changed the president opinion, just by making the truth known. This will complicate the situation, our existence, the war with the Decepticons, and Cybertron technology. Look, you respect the president of the Berry country, but you choose to conceal it, which actually means you don't respect the right of other Earthlings to know. This is written in their laws. Optimus Prime's big head was confused and tangled, but generally speaking he could understand that Leo's words seemed to be right. And this was not disrespecting Earthlings. After all, the president is an Earthling. The government of the Berry country is an Earthling. And the others are not Earthlings? The president of the Berry country knows that he can't control you. And the others know it too. So he can only take a positive approach to contact you. especially on behalf of those outstanding entrepreneurs, to contact you mainly to continue to maintain priority. But you are unwilling to teach Cybertron technology. At this time, you showed up and shared the technology of your world with them. Not yet, but I did promise that, and it didn't destroy your idea. After all, I am not a Cybertronian. You took advantage of their desires. I respected the right of other Earthlings to know. You can ask others what they think. Does everyone want to cooperate with me and praise me? Scanning the network information was just a matter of a second for Optimus Prime. He didn't have to understand everything. But among the 6 billion people, there were only 100 million people in the Berry country. Even among these 100 million people, most of them cursed the federal government. Although this was normal, it still left Optimus Prime speechless. In terms of combat power, he was far superior to the current leader. However, when it came to talking about these specious principles and stirring up trouble in human society, I'm afraid that all the Transformers combined were not as good as Lear. Lennox knocked on the door and walked in. He glanced at Lear, then at the seriously injured Optimus Prime. New friend? To be precise, he is the real commander. He is commanding the human outside, and that human is commanding you and us. Lennox was stunned for a moment, and Lear took the initiative to explain, you know, humans are so suspicious. Although I am a human, appearing outside like this will inevitably cause more unnecessary vigilance. You? Human? It's a little complicated, Captain, but you just need to fight this big guy as before. Lear jumped off the table and walked to the operating room next to him. Now, let's take a look at the information in Sam's head. Then, let's see what the so-called Megatron reverse technology is different. Chapter 713 Cold-Blooded AI Can't Sing. Apart from any factors outside this world, the pinnacle of human technology in this world is in Berry country. Because any advanced technology in this world is obtained by reverse transformers. Mainly reverse Megatron. Megatron fell from the sky to the North Pole. Because there is no ice on Cybertron, the temperature is much higher than the North Pole, causing this big guy to be frozen before he could react. Humans use freezing technology to freeze him to the modern era, and have been studying the components on his body. This is the source of modern technology in this world. So although they look the same, in essence, there are some differences. This is mainly reflected in the strength and structure of the materials, such as various alloys. In addition, there are also devices that use thermal energy. The thermal engine efficiency of this world is very powerful. Since its invention, it has been far higher than the internal combustion engine of the same period. Not to mention modern cars. There are also more powerful artillery, guns and missiles, fighter jets that can more easily reach supersonic speeds, etc. As researchers in this world, it is difficult for them to see what is wrong with this. But Leal has experienced many worlds, and can easily see the differences in the structure and composition of these things. The biggest difference is in high-end fields, such as aviation and military. Their aircraft far exceeds the level of Berry country aircraft in normal history. In the military, they are about to complete the development of shipborne electromagnetic guns. Judging from the performance in the movie in Lear memory, those things are several times more powerful than the Sidewinder electromagnetic gun. Cybertron technology is fully reflected in Megatron. Humans reverse engineered him to obtain the modern technology of this world. Surprising mechanical efficiency and material strength. In the civilian field, production personnel took the initiative to castrate these things, thus obtaining a scene that looks similar to the ordinary human world. You have gained some understanding of Cybertron technology. Lear body kept slightly deforming. If you look closely, you can also find that the metal that makes up his body is shaking. This is him trying to adjust his internal structure. Doctor, is it normal for your body to deform while performing surgery? Sam lay on the operating table, watching Leal deform slightly while adjusting surgical instruments he had never seen before. The chip manufacturing technology in this world is far superior to the level of the Marvel world. The process of the lithography machine has long reached 1 nm, but the designers do not have the corresponding design level. But Leal has, which allows him to easily create the world-first brain-computer interface. Seeing Sam joking while shaking, Leal also laughed. In our world, it's normal for doctors to replace an arm before surgery. Sometimes they may even take drugs. If you encounter a black clinic, some even turn into a giant airplane while performing surgery. Johnny, haha, you're almost scaring this guy to death. How can he be so perverted? Johnny, but if you make a mutual with this theme, there will definitely be people who like to watch it. Those perverts in Night City like to watch these things. Johnny appeared in front of the operating table, looking at the trembling Sam. He smiled. Finally, there is something he can understand. Lil, actually, we already have it now. Don't forget that you have been locked in the Mikashi for 50 years. Johnny, 50 years, I feel like a long time has passed, but it also seems like just a moment. Just like I was in Arasaka Tower just now, and the next second you brought me to this hellhole. Start the injection to push the anesthetic under Sam's skin. This anesthetic is very common, at least it is very common in Lil knowledge base, and it is easy to synthesize. But in this world, it is a relatively advanced anesthetic, requires less anesthetic dosage, and is safer. The operating room was quiet, with only the sound of the surgical equipment. Perhaps because he noticed that Lear was still reviewing the information given to him by the company. Johnny knew that this operation was as easy as breathing for Lear. So he started chatting. Johnny, did you fool that big guy? These aliens are really weird. Their hometown was bombed. But they are still fighting a civil war. The mechanical arm broke Sam's skin. And the probe began to search for the nerves needed for the brain-computer interface. Lil, then what do you think they should do? Blow up the Earth to save their homeland? Johnny, what else? They have lost their homeland, and they still care about this and that. This looks like an old elitist movie, promoting how kind the invaders are, but they are still fighting on someone else's territory. Lil, then you must think Optimus Prime is a hypocritical fool. Johnny, from Cybertron perspective, this guy is simply a spy. He doesn't even want to save his home planet and his people, and he just thinks about respecting other species all day long. Johnny, what the point of talking about philosophy when all your own people are going to die? Lil, in the process of developing nanotechnology, the Arasaka group dumped a lot of industrial waste in Chiba, causing many deaths, just for the old man Arasaka plan to live 100 years. Lil, in the distant past, Arasaka Saburo also participated in a protracted war, and many innocent people died tragically in the war. Johnny, what do you want to say? Lil, the war is largely to save their nation that may collapse at any time due to tsunamis, earthquakes, and lack of resources, to save their state machine that has fallen into a kind of fanaticism from continuing to operate and not collapsing. Lil, when they were doing those things, they had the same idea as you just said. For my nation and country, others can die, even I can die. Lil, they also have a leader. That leader must not be a spy for those war criminals. Arasaka Saburo is obviously the continuation of that spirit, that kind of spiritual leader. Johnny, holy shit, what the hell do you want to say? Lil glanced at Johnny, anxious. Lil, I think you are the idiot. You say you want to do something earth-shattering. Anti-corporate colonialism. But aren't you actually well-educated in your heart? Johnny, you are such a fucking saint. Lil, funny. I exploded 2 nuclear bombs in Night City. And the number of people killed alone is more than 4 digits. I am a saint. What are you? Lil, the big red guy outside. You have seen how he fights. He may have killed more Decepticons than you have scolded. Lil, Johnny. Admit it. You can only talk big. And you are like a sissy when fighting. Because your mind is as confused as a psychopath. Johnny, hack you. Johnny cursed softly. Sat down on the chair next to him. Looking a little lonely. His mind was indeed as confused as a psychopath. For example, now, when he should have been scolding each other, he felt that Lil was right. Sometimes, the more you lack something, the more you shout. He, Johnny's silver hand, has been singing rock all his life, and even participated in the bombing of Arasaka Tower. But his heart was actually very tangled. For example, before he blew up Arasaka Tower, he felt that he must blow it up, because he wanted to rebel against the company, to kill Arasaka, to save the woman. After the bombing, he was tied to the Arasaka aircraft carrier, looking at the woman whose family died in Arasaka Tower. He felt tangled and reluctant again. Johnny, you killed so many people, won't you be unable to sleep at night? He didn't know what he wanted to ask, sitting for a long time, and suddenly asked a weird question. Perhaps Johnny's inner emotions touched Lil. Lil was stunned for a rare moment. Lil, in comparison, I would lose sleep because of my dead friends and the days I spent with them. Johnny, it sounds like you betrayed them. Would you be like me? You are like a lunatic. A paranoid and perverted super robot. What tricks are you playing? Of course, Lil is not a decisive person by nature. Most of the time, he is just an ordinary person. So this time, he hopes to do everything to the best of his ability, with irreparable regrets and hope that he can still fight for it. Lil didn't speak again, but sharing a soul with Lil, Johnny could feel something unique. Johnny suddenly smiled. Johnny, although you didn't speak like a pretentious person, but I think you might be a real person. Yes, I never believed you before. During the conversation, Sam's brain computer interface implantation was basically completed, only coding and adjustment were left. Because the anesthesia was calculated very accurately this time. And Lear's surgery was also accurate without error. Sam regained consciousness almost immediately. Although it was very vague. He squinted at Lear. And suddenly said, "Are you really a human? If you are really a human, can you sing a song for me? I finally thought of how to test you. Don't think of playing tricks. Optimus Prime can tell the AI synthesized song at once. Decepticons. They shouldn't be able to sing." Singing? Lear called up all the skill sectors, and found that he had no skills in this area at all, because it was a completely unnecessary ability. But he remembered that he used to like singing, although it was not very good. "Johnny, now you look like a robot again. Johnny, give this kid a slap. Let him wake up. Otherwise, he won't be able to hear the guitar clearly." Chapter 714 Unfinished Songs. Johnny Silverhand is a rock star. Although he has no record company, nor an agent from a big company. And the money he earns is not enough for him to live in a big house. Compared to bands and musicians with mature business models, he is just an immature poor guy. And naturally not very popular. But if being very popular is the first echelon, he is definitely the second echelon. And he is an unprecedented rock star who surpasses the first echelon in Night City. Music is infectious. And his performance is the type that has absolutely no rivals. It is precisely because of his talent that he can accomplish the feat of attacking Arasaka Tower. The attack on Arasaka Tower was a very sudden plan. In order to conceal the truth and avoid the Arasaka intelligence network everywhere. They only started the real action when the plan started. The most important part of the action, and also the beginning part, was Johnny Silverhand noticed to hold a free concert in front of Arasaka Tower. A concert held temporarily, with a short notice, and only a few hours of reaction time. Johnny didn't even doubt his own charm. He did it all easily, and even did it better than expected. When the concert reached its climax, crazy people even dared to throw Molotov cocktails at Arasaka Tower. Although Lil couldn't stand this second-rate guy in many ways. In the past, or most of the time, he would not choose to be friends with such a guy. But fate is so wonderful. Johnny, the jerk, appeared in his head, and inexplicably occupied his computing power, and even interfered with his work. Thinking from a normal and rational perspective, his mind was full of thoughts on how to limit, or even eliminate this useless thing, while solving his own needs. But perhaps there was an extra soul imprint in the sector that truly maintained human thinking. And there was a certain degree of fusion between the two of them. Lil suddenly had a new idea, in essence. Johnny, the unlucky guy, did not do anything wrong, but was inexplicably bound to Lil. It can even be said that Johnny was originally a passerby. And it was only because Lil needed him that he captured him. The original consciousness of the cyberpunk world. If a passerby he captured was disobedient, did not follow his will, refused to communicate, allowed hostility to grow, and thought of destroying the other party once and for all, then he would be the same as Johnny. It can even be said that this idea may be more similar to those who are far worse than Johnny. He suddenly thought of the original work of Cyberpunk 2077, in which the relic chip completely overwrote the consciousness and thinking of the inserted person, eliminated a person from both hardware and software, and turned that person into another person. At present, he has not been inserted into the relic, but he has developed bad habits because of these trivial things. Isn't that weaker? Lil still has the hopes of many people. He doesn't want to become fickle, and become a person who is completely contrary to his ideal self. Moreover, Johnny is not a bad person in his bones. He just doesn't have a brain on many issues. There are many ordinary people in the world who don't have brains. Could it be that he is forcing them with various means like Arasaka, Yesher Group, and military technology? Lil, I thought you would choose a song with a more familiar style. In the factory, Johnny controlled Lil's arm, just like controlling his own hand. The Transformer's ability to transform, plus Lil's advanced knowledge of ergonomics and motor neurology, made it almost impossible for Johnny to feel the difference between this hand and a human hand. He didn't choose a rock song. And he didn't even choose to sing. A 44-beat ditty, with an 8-beat rest at the beginning, the mechanical arm clapped twice on the guitar. Then mechanical fingers plucked the strings. The tempo was about 140. which was fast in theory. But Johnny's performance did not feel fast. And it did not even sound complicated. As for why it was about 140, it was because Johnny turned off the calibration clock. The musician hoped that he had a sense of rhythm as precise as a clock. But Johnny refused to really have a sense of rhythm at the level of an atomic clock. The song was soothing and rhythmic, unique but not complicated, and it reminded Lil of the days in the Atacado camp, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The Badland was a calm and cloudy day. The sun was setting. Jack, V, Panem, Saul, and even David Gang, and many others. In fact, they had never drunk together in the Badland. But Lil could just remember such a scene. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that the song was missing something, other instruments, and vocals. Maybe it was missing. But there were other strange things. Because the song didn't sound as violent as most rock music. Especially not the samurai style of rock music. The music section ended abruptly at the climax. Just like people toasting and drinking. And the scene suddenly ended. Sam was stunned. He had never seen Transformers really play music. As for whether it sounds good or not, as long as you are a human, it is difficult to ignore Johnny music. The Autobots can clearly hear the rhythm. The pitch and strength changes are obviously not mechanical. And it is completely human music. Except for the special type like Bumblebee. Transformers can't even listen to music. So how can they create music that humans like? The conclusion is that this is played by humans. After talking, Johnny held a guitar without moving. Nor did he speak. As if he was pretending to be an expert. Lil, I feel like it not finished. Johnny, because it not finished. This is rock, but playing it with an acoustic guitar, of course it sounds different, and there's no bass. Johnny, also, not all noisy music is rock, you think it noisy, because the emotions in the song are too strong, and when they are expressed directly, it's shocking. Johnny, soulless music is not music, they don't understand because they're just unsophisticated. Okay, I leave it to you next. Johnny obediently returned to the sector, and after Lil took over his body, he put the acoustic guitar against the wall. An unfinished song? That means it not released yet? But why does Lil feel that the melody sounds familiar? Are you really a human? Sam opened his mouth wide. Nonsense. Lil jumped onto the workbench, patted Sam's shoulder. Are you feeling inferior? You didn't expect that you can't compare to a robot like me as a human? Don't think too much. I really have a doctorate in another world. Lil. Optimus Prime interrupted the two people chat. What are you going to do next? I detected that you inserted a device into Sam's nervous system. We have never studied this kind of device before. That right. You are Transformers. You have never seen humans before coming to Earth. The reverse method makes it difficult for humans to have their own research direction. This thing can read Sam EG signals very safely and export the information to his brain, if you are lucky. Sam was alert. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean by lucky? Literally. If it's just reading the EG signal, I can guarantee it. But to make you normal, I have to guide the energy of the fire source inside. I have never done this kind of work. And there may be risks. Lear glanced at Optimus Prime. The latter immediately understood what Lear meant. Unless someone who knows more about Cybertron technology than you can help you. Is that what you want to say? Lear spread his hands and nodded. Optimus Prime sighed. And Lear could even smell the smell of engine oil. Ironhide? Ambulance. Chapter 715 Recovery of the Remains of the Original Spark Source. You learn very quickly, which is really unique. Human learning ability and plasticity are the hardware configuration of our race. Your deformation method is too direct, inefficient, and inflexible. Although theoretically we can control metals at the atomic level, we will not choose to do so. It is not economical and not efficient. Learn new knowledge. Cybertron basic alloy structure. Description. After the systematic teaching of Iron Sheet, your understanding of Cybertron alloy has reached a higher level. Cybertron alloy can be forged using external force. The most direct way is to forge directly through the spark source energy, but it is extremely energy consuming. The base strength of Cybertron alloy is extremely durable, and is strongly related to the interatomic force. With the support of additional strong interatomic force, heat resistance, impact resistance, thermal conductivity, toughness and other indicators will continue to rise. Using formed Cybertron alloy as the body can reduce the energy loss of the spark source, provided that you understand this metal. Learn new knowledge. Transformation gear. Description. A general term for the basic Cybertron transformation ability, which allows Transformers to switch between different forms efficiently, especially when using high-strength metals. Using transformation gear filling structure can reduce the energy loss of the spark source during transformation. Bonus technology points, 1,000. Current technology points, 20,402. Extremely basic technologies. Iron Skin is giving a simple explanation. They are making a device for channeling the energy of the All-Spark. The ready-made teaching materials and recyclable waste are Alice, who was killed by Lear. The technology in the Decepticon energy core is generally biased towards weapons. If the energy core strength of an Autobot and a Decepticon is 100, then at least 80 of the Decepticon 100 is used to support weapon systems and combat capabilities. For Autobots, the lowest may be only 50. So most of the time we can only transform into civilian vehicles. But you? Ironhide watched as Leal replaced the tool head on the doomed shell and chiseled open Alice's body. Johnny, I can't believe it. I wanted to be with this girl before. How do you have so many skills? Human tricks. I use computers to store information and perform calculations. That too inefficient. Ironhide used to be more like a Decepticon. He was a weapons expert, possessing the ability to make weapons. From the perspective of his creation, he should be closer to a Decepticon. Although Transformers are not as flexible as humans, they are still living beings with souls. If they have souls, they will change. So they are now Autobots. Okay. Come on. Let me test your learning ability. I will help you melt this pile of scrap metal, and you can use it for your own benefit. Ratchet will watch your operation from the side. If he finds that you are not integrating well enough, he will help you. Ironhide raised his arm, and his arm immediately transformed into the shape of a plasma cannon. The transformation process was so fast that Lear couldn't scan it completely. Lear simply stopped peeking and focused all his attention on Alice. The debris flew up under the control of the ambulance and Ironhide. In the eyes of Lear sensors, the fragments quickly heated up and decomposed. Because of Ironhide advanced homework, Lear could clearly identify the transformed gears that once belonged to Alice and the Cybertron alloy that had no function. Under Lear control, the parts began to detach from Ironhide air furnace and fit onto Lear body under the control of magnetism and fire. The metal collided with a light sound, and the deformed gear merged into Leal body. The body, which was originally a solid type, became heavier and deeper, and more like a real human. Unlock new ability, recycling of original fire debris. You have mastered the technology of obtaining fire source energy from the debris containing original fire energy. You can now absorb the fire source energy from the debris, and quickly use ordinary Cybertron alloy to absorb the deformed gear. Bonus technology points, 2,000. Current technology points, 22,400. Ironhide glanced at the ambulance next to him, and the latter nodded, indicating that everything was normal, but he didn't seem to plan to leave himself space to store the vehicle form. Ironhide scratched his head, strange choice. But he was originally human. Maybe he likes it this way. But he stuffed a lot of tool sets into his body. And some super precision mechanical arms, which might look like octopus arms when unfolded. Your body has been upgraded. Faster transformation speed, stronger body strength, more efficient spark source utilization efficiency. New Transformers module, multifunctional octopus arm set. Description, equipped with conventional tool sets, including hacking data knives, high-temperature cutters, conventional prosthetic surgery kits, and conventional technical expert tools. New Transformers module, special spark source computing core. Description, high-dimensional information carriers greatly enhance your information processing capabilities, and also act as a demodulator to connect to external devices. Bonus technology points, 600. Current technology points, 23,000. Leal did not choose to enhance the weapon components, but chose more tools, while enhancing the computing power of his own body. If we evaluate purely by computing power, a core like this can provide 120 petaflops of computing power, which is equivalent to 8,000 CCU in the Cyberpunk world. In Ironhide eyes, Leal didn't prepare high-standard weapons for himself at all, so the remains of Alice are enough for Leal to expand to 2 to 3 meters. So he scratched his head. Why are you still so small? I don't need too many weapon modules. Click. 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 For multi-segmented arms popped out immediately. Super precise prosthetic doctor tools replaced claws, and stabbed directly into Sam's body. Ironhide and Ratchet were stunned for a moment, but soon an octopus arm rose up, and the projector projected the memory in Sam's head on the wall. The brain-computer interface would basically synchronize Sam's brain activity through multiple stimulations. feedback, and analysis, and truly connect his nerves to the cyber modulator. The sleeping Sam would only feel numb all over, and when it was fully connected, Leo would control the brain-computer interface to wake up Sam's brain activity, and at the same time show him a crudely made super dream. This photo of Mutuo was taken by Leo in the classroom, constructing the first-person perspective that Sam might have experienced at that time, and finally evoking his memory at that time. The first scene was almost the same as the classroom, but it was changed to the first-person perspective. The pages of the astronomy textbook flashed wildly in front of Sam's eyes, but they were all filled with Cybertron words. Not only the astronomy textbook, but he immediately walked to the blackboard and drew wildly on the blackboard, all Cybertron words. Seeing these things, Ironhide and Ambulance were stunned. Cybertron words are still very ancient. Optimus Prime must see this. Chapter 716 Another Energy Source. This is the Cybertron language, the language of the leader. A very ancient language, which records that there were 7 original Transformers, running into the universe, looking for energy sources. Strange, I don't know this history. If Optimus Prime had human facial features, he would definitely frown like humans. But even so, his eyes narrowed very obviously, foreshadowing his inner restlessness. Cybertronian writing, and it is the leader writing, very old, so old that even the current Autobots hardly recognize it. Only Optimus Prime, the leader, can find the corresponding writing in his own Spark Core. The information recorded in the Autobots' Spark Core seems to have a natural gap. Most of the other Autobots spread their hands. They know that this is a Cybertronian writing, but that all, there is no way to read detailed information from it. Optimus Prime, who understood the information, was a little confused. He didn't know. What 7 original King Kongs running towards the sun? They build energy harvesting devices on suitable planets, blow up stars, collect the energy of star explosions, and compress it into fire energy. They have a principle: never destroy planets with life. Optimus Prime read, his voice became smaller and smaller, until he read, never destroy planets with life. Perhaps because this message seemed to come from a leader from a long time ago, he felt like he had met a soulmate, or that it was a good feeling to be recognized. But this message sounded different to the people on Earth. Sam, Leo, Sharsky and Fassbender were stunned. What are you going to blow up? The sun? Yes. Blowing up the sun, the death of a star, will generate huge energy. And only this energy can be turned into a fire source. This text records a key, which is used to activate the energy harvesting device buried on Earth. The principal original King Kong hid them somewhere on Earth. Leaving behind a reminder, the dawn lights up the tip of the dagger, and the 3 kings appear to reveal the entrance. Megatron once said that there is another energy source on Earth. He should be talking about this thing. We have to find that thing before the Decepticons find the key. Otherwise our sun will be finished. Sam immediately thought of the key. But soon he had a new question. But if this information is in my mind, he needs to capture me to get the information. How does he know that there is another energy source on Earth? Optimus Prime hummed for a while. The information mentioned that there are only 6 ancient supreme leaders who buried the key. But if all 7 of them agree, they don't need to hide the key. There is only one possibility. A conflict broke out between them, just like the Civil War in Cybertron, divided into 2 factions. Or our war is the continuation of that conflict. The only one that is different. I know why Megatron knows that there is another energy source here. Why? During the time you returned home, we have been chasing the Decepticons together with the Nest troops. Just a few days ago, a Decepticon we killed said this: the fallen will rise. Maybe the Civil War has seriously damaged both sides, but the 6 original King Kongs hid the location of the key, and the fallen King Kong has survived until now. If this is the case, Megatron is likely to follow the instructions of the fallen King Kong. In this way, the time when the Decepticons came to Earth may be much earlier than we know. Sam, who was lying on the operating table, looked at Leo after listening. Is it done? I think I'm in good condition now. Leo didn't speak, but quietly felt the energy of the fire being introduced into his body through the iron-designed Cybertron energy conduit, even emitting a dazzling light as the energy passed through his body. Even if it was just leftovers, the energy in these little cube fragments was a great tonic for a transformer of Leo's size. After seeing Leo's situation, the ambulance said calmly, "You are too small, and the density of the Cybertron alloy on your body has reached the energy storage limit. You need to replenish metal and expand your body." Energy overload, exceeding the upper limit of the Cybertron alloy that Leo is currently using, directly causing light to escape from the metal surface, which means that energy will continue to escape. But soon, the ambulance discovered something magical. These energies flowed through Leo's body, all flowing to his core. Like a river flowing into the sea, the fire energy flowed into the core, and it actually lost its light, completely retracted. Both Ironhide and ambulance showed expressions of surprise and confusion, and at the same time transformed their own dedicated scanners and poured energy into Leo's core, which had almost no reaction, and it was as if it had disappeared, and the radiation level was completely restored to the previous level. Capture new pure fire source energy. Your body structure can already use fire source energy with ease. The modified arc reactor is sufficient to accommodate alien energy. The arc reactor has been charged. The fire source energy will continue to activate the fusion of appropriate elements. When the reactor is turned off, no additional energy is needed to ignite it. You have two options for dealing with excess fire source energy: immediately invest it in the reconstruction and upgrade of the body, or store it in the arc core and wait for dispatch. Two different choices appeared in front of Leo, and he chose the second one without hesitation. Theoretically, he didn't need stronger personal abilities at the moment. On the contrary, there were still many undeveloped ways to use the energy of the spark source. Who knew when new technologies would be available? The arc reactor forged with vibranium was originally used to contain nuclear fusion elements and withstand the high temperature and high pressure of its reaction. But at this moment, it also served as the best container for the energy of the spark source. When Leo had completely absorbed it, he saw the Ironhide and the ambulance looking straight at him. The scanner continued to emit scanning radiation, passing through his body. They were all looking at the same thing, the core of Lear hidden under the thick breastplate. This little guy, who was only 1.2 meters tall, was just incredibly dense before, but now he is a little hidden. They can't scan the vibranium, and the fire radiation scan can't see anything, and can only see it through the optical sensor. You have metals we haven't seen before, amazing. Ahem. Lear coughed twice, took the octopus arm off Sam's head, and put it into his body. It must be said that with the support of Cybertron technology, it is indeed much more convenient to store these tools. Now he looks only 15 centimeters taller, with a metal cape behind him. Now is not the time to discuss this, since we already know what the Decepticons want. We can lure them out and kill them, and solve a potential hidden danger at the same time. We first find the key in the machine, and then destroy them all, just like they did before. Leo looked at Optimus Prime, and Sam suddenly reacted. He figured out the answer to the question: why did they want to capture him when they knew about the existence of another energy source? One possibility is that they didn't know the location of the key. But there is another possibility that they wanted to kill Optimus Prime. Sam suddenly became confident. They are afraid of you, Optimus Prime. But he is not in good condition now. Leo took over the conversation. So this operation must be carried out in the sun. The aliens have done so many things on Earth. How can they do big things without uniting? Now you know the wisdom of mankind. Right? Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime did not speak, but silently moved his buttocks and moved his shoulders that he had just repaired. His condition is indeed not good. Then let's try according to the idea of this strange little man. Chapter 717 Global Offensive. There are more than 200 countries and regions on Earth. Although it is difficult for the top few countries to organize a modern order and production capacity in other places, these top few countries are enough to break through the atmosphere, reach the moon, and even launch equipment to Mars, or launch in a direction beyond the solar system. This world is just like the world that Leo is familiar with. The arrival of aliens, even the alien wars, did not make them put down their disputes. On the contrary, when the available resources seem more urgent and more important, the situation often becomes more dangerous. The battles between the Transformers have all been uploaded to the internet by Leo. Thanks to the preparations before the outbreak of the internet virus, more than 50% of the computers on the internet have been implanted with backdoors through self-clicking, emails from relatives and friends, spoofs, and even attacks on communication-based stations. When this round of direct attacks on the internet was launched, whether it was the Berry country or other countries, they found that they could only watching the truth that was originally known only to a few people being exposed to the world. This is the subtlety of this world. The upper echelons can block the news, but if the news is exposed, it will greatly increase administrative costs and make them reconsider their plans and strategies. The curtain of truth has been lifted. The Minister of Defense sat on the chair, put the documents on the table, and looked at Leo. Young man, some truths must be revealed in the right place and at the right time. Leo swallowed. The last time I saw the Minister of Defense was the last time. On TV, there was a bone conduction headset under his ear, which directly transmitted Lear instructions to his ear. Now is the right time. We have figured out what the Decepticons are doing. There is a device on Earth. If they activate it, they will blow up the sun. Blow up the sun. As soon as it came out, the people in the small room were in an uproar. Even the president on the other side of the screen was stunned. The literal meaning of these words is easy to understand, but when you really think about it, what kind of machine can blow up the sun? Leo calmed himself down and continued to report to the Minister of Defense and the federal government officials across the screen according to Leal instructions. Like you, we don't know what this thing is, where it is, and how it works. But if you are smart, you shouldn't ignore this information. The Minister of Defense glanced at the camera of the video conference, and after a brief thought, he took over the conversation. Even if we believe it, if there is no intelligence, what should we do? Leo turned on the projector and pointed at the satellite map on the wall. The only information comes from Sam's brain. The dawn lights up the tip of the dagger, and the three kings appear to reveal the entrance. This doggerel seems to record the location of the key to start the machine. The tip of the dagger. The ancient Sumerians called the Gulf of Aqaba the tip of the dagger. We believe this is one of the clues. It is located in the Red Sea. This place divides Jordan and Egypt like a blade. 29.5 degrees north latitude, 35 degrees east longitude. The Minister of Defense responded quickly. We must be the first to get the key. That right. Mr. Minister, your brain works very quickly. You will help us win this war. Leo pointed at the Minister of Defense. According to Leal instructions, he was very confident that he would definitely follow his own thinking and actively take over the conversation to change the atmosphere of the conversation in the direction he wanted. But he was just pointing, but his heart was beating very fast. We will deploy weapons here first. The Decepticons will definitely get the news and rush here. In this way, we can control the time of the battle, the location of the battlefield, and actively mobilize the army. We all know that the biggest advantage of Transformers is infiltration, camouflage, and raid capabilities. This tactic can minimize their advantages. The Minister of Defense nodded slightly. This plan was fine for him. It was even to his liking. The location of Dagger Point was basically in the suburbs of the desert. There might be a few people there, but it was much easier to evacuate than to have a fight in the city. Most of their previous pursuits of the Decepticons were in the city, causing too many casualties. Sometimes he would think, after all this, he was still hiding it, and even not communicating with people from other countries and regions. Is this reasonable? But the president has different ideas. President, mobilizing large-scale troops and sending special forces to hunt is one thing. Mobilizing troops to move across the territory of other countries is another. President, this plan is very risky. We don't know how many Decepticons are on Earth yet. Can we use diplomatic means? Leo listened to the instructions given to him by Lear, and his body was shaking. Is your brain full of shit? Sam, who was scratching the brain-computer interface, was stunned. He opened his mouth wide, looked at Leo, and then looked at Lear in the corner next to him. That the fucking president. Everyone was thinking about this question, that the fucking president. The scene was silent. Everyone was looking at this guy who said something shocking. If the president showed his facial expressions, they would definitely want to see what his facial expressions were. Johnny, haha, looking at them like this, am I the only one here who feels happy? But Leo still has to output. Leo's voice was a little trembling. Is it better to carry out special missions directly on the territory of other countries than to negotiate the encirclement and suppression of the Decepticons openly? Mr. President, this is Operation Sun Protection. All countries must know about it. And we must get the support of all countries. The main battlefield is in Egypt. But the real battle is for the whole world. This operation will expose the existence of the Decepticons, and will defeat the main Decepticon forces. It will also allow the whole world to face this threat together, instead of secretly sending out special forces every time, causing huge losses in various urban areas, and then walking away. This time, we must defeat the Decepticons in the sun. Sam, who was still complaining about Leo, suddenly nodded vigorously. He is right. Just a little vulgar. Optimus Prime is injured. We can't be timid anymore. That the sun. If we lose, we will be finished. We can't hide it anymore. The Minister of Defense also thought that Leo was right, but he couldn't agree directly. Instead, he looked at the president camera. The president's face was naturally very ugly. His unhappy mood made his black skin darker, and his expression was a little stiff. But Leo still has something to say. Mr. President, this meeting will also be open. I will make it public. We need the strength of the whole world. Open again? It's not over yet. The president said to the defense minister with a dark face, President, you are responsible for the follow-up matters. Report to me at any time. Since the content of the meeting will be made public, what else can he say? It better to retreat behind the scenes and do the tasks that politicians should do. The defense minister looked at Leo, and then looked at his subordinate Lennox, who looked at him with affirmative eyes, and nodded at the same time, looking in the direction of Leo. A transformer with human consciousness, who is really something, and forced the president and his staff team to the backstage in a few seconds. Ahem, then let's talk about strategic deployment. Finally we can take the initiative. Chapter 7:18 Global Offensive. The strategic deployment must be based on the Berry Army. There is no doubt about that. It is not that Leo looks down on other countries, but at this point in time in this world, the military power of other countries is almost non-existent, and they may not be able to defeat the Berry Army, which has reverse Cybertron technology. But then again, there was once a country in this world that also had the ability to reverse Cybertron technology, but it is gone for various reasons. What Leo needs is not the military force of other countries, but political pressure and support. On the one hand, pressuring the president of the Berry country to publicly and positively deal with this matter, and on the other hand, pressuring Egypt to open up military access rights. At this moment, Leo can clearly lock the president position through the military network of the Berry country, and then send a small robot to control the communication base station or directly eavesdrop on the president conversation. As he expected, the United Nations needs to hold a meeting, and countries with similar economic size also need to hold a meeting. But in the end, they will reach a certain balance, no matter what the demands of the parties involved in the discussion are. This balance point must be based on the disposal of the sun harvesting device. Egypt is the absolute weaker party in the main battlefield, whether from a military, economic, or political perspective. They have no reason to fight against the remaining countries. They only need to evacuate a small number of civilians at the tip of the dagger, which is not a difficult task, now that they have obtained military access. The most advanced troops of the Berry Army can approach from all directions without hesitation. I can mobilize about 90 F-22 fighters and 300 F-16s at hand. If necessary, I can mobilize B-1 and B-2 bombers from the nearest base. But these big guys need to be escorted by small guys. But to be honest, we have not yet defeated the Decepticons in the field of aerial dogfighting. Mobilize as many as you can, tell your pilots. This mission is not to bomb third world countries, they can save the Earth. Lil jumped onto the table. Since the president had left, the rest of the content would not be made public, so there was no need for him to hide behind. The defense minister raised his eyebrows, but Lil did not give him a chance to speak. Don't be dissatisfied, I am just stating the facts. The Decepticon Air Force is very strong, but our goal is to destroy, and their goal is to defend. We can't defeat them in the air. Before taking off, the plane can only stay at the nearest military base or aircraft carrier. The best option for the Decepticons is to attack the aircraft carrier. The Secretary of Defense took over the conversation and walked to the projector on the wall. Some fighters can take off directly from the nearest military base, but others need aircraft carriers as carrier platforms. I need to transfer the Nimitz, Bush, Eisenhower to the designated location. This will take a few days. But if we take action, the Decepticons may attack. I need the Autobots to escort these aircraft carriers. No need. Lil directly rejected the Minister of Defense idea, because he knew how the Decepticons would launch an attack. The Autobots' ground combat capabilities are indeed very strong, but if they attack from the sky, the aircraft carrier has no ability to resist. If they lose their foothold, they can't save themselves, which will only cause combat loss. Do you want to use the aircraft carrier as bait? No, the aircraft carrier is not a ghost ship. There are soldiers on it. If they can hold it, then hold it. If they can't hold it, then flee. How can there be a flagship or flag that will last forever on the battlefield? The Decepticons' attack method is very restrained against aircraft carriers. This is the best choice. Leo knew that. The Decepticons' nests floated in the sky. They would directly carry out orbital airdrops from outer space, and these big guys could smash through aircraft carriers in one go. Even if the Autobots could defeat the airdrop Decepticons on the aircraft carrier, how could a damaged aircraft carrier take off fighter planes? This is equivalent to T-on-G horse racing. But, who would have thought that aircraft carriers would become inferior horses one day? So the military base is where the Autobots have to protect. Until the battle begins, The fighters will take off to cover the ground forces to eliminate the Decepticons. Until we find the key, or find the machine, then the bombers will take off. But bombers are not the safest. I know you have an experimental weapon, an electromagnetic cannon mounted on a battleship. The weapons company will rush to produce it, and directly airdrop it to the battleship for arming. Battleships will be deployed at these locations, and be ready to provide naval artillery support at any time. The Minister of Defense looked at the battleship standby positions marked by Leal, and frowned. The battleship electromagnetic gun is an experimental weapon, and only 1 or 2 ships are armed. Leal marked 8 positions. 8 battleships are enough to cover the entire Gulf of Aqaba. But where do they get so many electromagnetic guns? Leal continued. The ground forces used large transport planes to directly arrive at the scene. And all tanks, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers from nearby military bases were dispatched. The real battle will definitely take place on land, because their ultimate goal is not only to guard the machine, but also to seize the key. The fire must be dense enough to create an entire bombing zone, quickly eliminate any Decepticon soldiers and Autobots that appear on the horizon as the last line of defense. If any Decepticons enter the melee area, kill them. The plan is that simple, we are clear, but they must also be famous. Since they want to destroy the planet, let's have a fight. Any questions? There are about 100 of them. The Minister of Defense frowned, touched his chin, and expressed his doubts. If the aircraft carrier is not defended, once the Decepticons launch an attack, the soldiers on it will almost certainly die. Even if I don't care about the value of those big guys, I can't just watch them die. Secondly, the electromagnetic gun is an experimental equipment. It has never been used in actual combat, and the number is far from enough to cover the coast. Finally, the nearest military base does have troops stationed, but it is definitely not that many people and mechanized equipment. None of these are problems, Leal said slowly. Remember those weapons manufacturers you saw? The Autobots will not share weapons technology with you. As a compatriot, you can trust my technology. The soldiers will not go to die. The weapons manufacturers, who are eyeing them, will soon get new equipment designs from another world. They will be equipped with exoskeletons that greatly enhance their combat and survivability, use powerful electromagnetic rifles that have a chance to penetrate ordinary Decepticons, and most importantly, Leal will equip them with new drones. The Minister of Defense was silent for a moment. I want to see the equipment. Of course. Okay, go to the headquarters now, and instruct them to deploy a joint command and control system. For such a large-scale operation, we need to use all signal equipment, and may need the Europeans to share their satellite information. No. Leal interrupted the Minister of Defense. We don't use satellites. Ah? Then how do we conduct joint command operations? Without a communication system, the battlefield will be a mess. This battle covers land, sea and air. The participating units include aircraft carriers, battleships, tanks, fighters, bombers, soldiers, and drones. Whether it is the number of humans or the number of machines, or the width and breadth of the battlefield, and the strength of the enemy, they all far exceed any opponent that the modernized Barry army has ever encountered. Without an advanced command system, these advanced units simply cannot achieve coordination in multiple dimensions, maximize their combat effectiveness, and may even be defeated one by one, ending in a dismal end. Compared to those cool and powerful weapons, high technology and steel behemoths, the importance of this command system with little presence far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. But Leal knew that the Barry Army combat system, which relied on satellites, had long been riddled with holes, right in the Earth's satellite orbit, right on the Barry Army satellite. A powerful Decepticon had long occupied it, and it would be easy for him to interfere with it. It was a bit far-fetched to develop a combat command system on site. In fact, even the production and arming of the new equipment mentioned above would be difficult to complete within a few days. Fortunately, there was a super-humanoid computer here. I am the command system. Leal looked at the Minister of Defense with his blue eyes. The latter felt that this small, not so big, not so scary little transformer seemed to have a huge army behind him. And in fact, there were indeed a huge army. Leo, Dr. Doom in People Eyes, actually the stand-in for Dr. Doom, was having a cordial conversation with many military equipment manufacturers. He walked into the factories of these manufacturers with a stern face, feeling uneasy, pretending to type on the computer, finally took the hacking antenna handed over by his younger brother, and inserted it into their control terminal. The terminal sent a signal, the signal connected into a network, The virus buried in the internet further mutated and spread, providing huge computing power to support the operation of the control algorithm. Modern human society is a huge factory. Now, this factory is connected in Leal hands, and in Leal hands, it is moving. Chapter 719 Global Offensive. In the Marvel world, Jarvis has used the Stark industrial production materials he has accumulated over the years to optimize a fully automated unmanned factory, and has achieved rapid expansion through the influence of the Roxxon Group. And of course, Leal also knows this technology. In terms of AI production scheduling, cross-dimensional mobilization of industrial lines is far more difficult than what Jarvis did. In the past, this work was done by the little octopus, but this does not mean that Leal does not understand. Cybertron technology is like a delicious little cake for the Barry army. Once the battle between the Autobots and the Decepticons is made public, everyone will be attracted by the alien technology. Dr. Doom is very generous. Lear directly instructed Leo to pass on the finished product design drawings to the military and industrial enterprises willing to cooperate, and all of them have been optimized by him. The basic materials and industrial semi-finished products that are perfectly compatible with these Cybertron details. TS3 Tactical Exoskeleton Series. Description: the modern technology reversed from Megatron allows the humans in this world to have significantly different physical properties and basic industrial products, mainly alloy materials. The humans in this world forcibly refer to the technology of Megatron, lack originality, and have defects in design principles. Your arrival makes up for this defect. TS3 Tactical Exoskeleton is improved from TS2 Tactical Exoskeleton, completely divided into 3 types of tactical exoskeleton. Heavy TS3 Exoskeleton. Support exoskeleton with a load of more than 200 kg, can carry a large number of anti-material weapons, all-round bulletproof and explosion-proof deck coverage, while also having multiple mobility capabilities such as rocket jumping. Mobile TS3 Exoskeleton. Standard 8mm spike armor-piercing electromagnetic rifle. Equipment includes retractable rope, small jet backpack, electromagnetic absorption gloves, and can carry medium-sized auxiliary blasting weapons. Technical TS3 Exoskeleton. Provides auxiliary functions such as battlefield medical and information equipment deployment. Improved penetrating type. Electromagnetic rifle. Description: Cybertron alloy has excellent energy conduction efficiency and material strength. Highly precise machining machines are sufficient to produce perfect electromagnetic weapon barrels, accelerate depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets to several times the speed of sound, tear up the secondary armor and weak parts of the Decepticons, directly threaten the lives of small Decepticons. Sidewinder 2 large vehicle electromagnetic cannon. Description: the deployable vehicle size ranges from armed pickups to battleships. You only need to increase the barrel length and add electromagnetic arrays to complete the deployment. Under extreme conditions, Cybertron alloy allows the electromagnetic projectile to easily exceed 3,200 meters per second and keep the weapon system stable. Iron Beetle 2 combat drone. Description: the main near-ground combat drone, better dynamic structure and better propulsion performance give the body stronger maneuverability, carry more powerful weapons for combat. Peregrine 2 UAV. Description: better fixed-wing UAV, speed up to 660 km per hour, maximum takeoff weight 5 tons, effective load 4 tons. Combines multiple functions of transportation, airdrop, reconnaissance, emergency rescue, communication relay, provides support on large-scale battlefields. Although you have only learned the surface of Cybertron technology, this little breakthrough is enough for you to make a breakthrough in design. Bonus technology points, 3,000. Current technology points, 23400 across the United States. Thousands of production lines have been activated, motor factories, smelters, UV assembly plants, military factories. People were surprised to find that one after another small headless robots walked into their factories. The robots even drove used cars or zombie cars that looked like they had been abandoned for many years, carrying away spare parts. Then countless fixed-wing drones transported the packaged semi-finished products away, and occasionally flew across the sky. The efficiency growth of automated production was like an exponential explosion. As more and more drones and destructive bodies were put into production, this world-first industrial power in its prime actually found that their production capacity was not enough to supply the demand side. Then the drones began to fly across the ocean, spreading the benefits of this massive military equipment upgrade to the world. With production and consumption, currency will be generated out of thin air like seawater, war bonds, treasury bond transactions, printing money, and various coordinated measures came along, but soon they went from doubt, Panic, surprise, greed to panic again, and there were machines everywhere. When a factory continuously produces high-tech equipment, the president will be happy and feel that Dr. Doom has not deceived them. When 5 factories continuously produce, the president will be proud of the new technology, full of confidence in the upcoming war, and proudly announce to the people that they are about to win the war. But when he finds that 20, 50, 100, or even thousands of factories have been fully connected to the automation system, and the sky and the ground are full of machines that he does not understand and that he cannot actually control, he will be silent. Just like the world. In half a month, the production capacity of the entire United States reached an unimaginable height. The global industrial chain was involved, and all available resources were quickly transformed into combat power, forming an industrial miracle beyond conventional understanding. Even the Autobots, even the knowledgeable Optimus Prime who knew a lot about technology, were shocked. And counterintuitive thing is that the mechanical life forms of Cybertron Transformers have the ability to crush humans in electronic information technology, but their own artificial intelligence. The technology is not advanced. They lack this kind of low-level computing module, but it is very efficient in repeating certain tasks, because for this kind of work, they can directly produce a low-level dedicated transformer to take charge of this task. In a sense, they also used artificial intelligence to coordinate production on Cybertron, and even used artificial intelligence with individual consciousness and real thinking ability. It is difficult to say who is more efficient, but they don't have the conditions to organize large-scale production now, and have never seen or even thought about this kind of production, a super industry commanded by a certain important node with a large number of low-level algorithms. This is simply a miracle. Miracles shine. And not only humans and Autobots can see them. In Earth orbit, Decepticon Soundwave is entrenched on a military satellite. It controls the human network and monitors human society from here. But when he watched the abnormal growth of the planet logistics and transportation level, and the rapid growth of peregrine drones flying in the sky, he didn't notice anything. The other party completely avoided the internet, and almost completely evaded his detection. All he could get was a name that kept appearing on the human internet, Dr. Doom. Drones occupied the sky. Aircraft carriers and fighters began to move. And in a completely independent communication network, humans were gathering. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the small planes that had skyrocketed recently looked very familiar, just like the busy working Kong in the sky of Cybertron. Soundwave, Master, something is wrong. Soundwave, humans are mobilizing their troops, they are approaching somewhere. Enceladus, a huge Cybertron spaceship wreckage is located here, like an ancient city. Megatron and Starscream arrived here from the distant Earth, to ask for forgiveness from their master. Fallen Kong, the black metal body, covers the core filled with energy, dangerous red light shines through the cracks in his body. The unimaginable fire radiation shows the powerful energy hidden in his body. Megatron knelt on one knee. Master, I have failed you again. Optimus Prime is not dead. The boy was taken away by them. There is a strange transformer. He has no Decepticon logo, nor Autobot logo. If it were not for him, I would definitely be able to kill Optimus Prime. I was just a little bit away. The fallen transformer narrowed his eyes slightly, and breathed heavily in his throat. Like some beast roaring, what logo? Megatron eyes shone. And he projected Lear figure in the air. And the logo behind him, a semi-mechanized ghost face icon. And the background was a strange circular pattern. Even the well-informed Fallen Kong couldn't tell what this thing was. He squinted his eyes, and straightened up from the chair, searching his memory carefully. But he, who despised humans, would never know what these things were in his life. Especially the circular pattern. That was a fucking hamburger. Soundwave, Master. Humans are approaching a certain coordinate. Damn bugs. Fallen Kong voice became deeper and deeper. You failed. Humans are approaching the final energy harvesting device. They got the information in the boy head. As he spoke, Degenerate King Kong stood up directly from the chair. His body shook and tore off the functional pipes and maintenance tentacles fixed on him, and there were constant snapping sounds in the air. He looked at Megatron. Your failure is fatal and stupid, but we can worry about these after saving our race. Humans want a war. Then we will give them a war. Decepticons, the time to act has come. Degenerate King Kong sucked his scepter out of thin air, and smashed it hard on the ground, and the space began to distort. Chapter 720 Global Offensive. We have been involved in this war between aliens. Dr. Doom has confirmed that the large-scale explosions that have occurred in some cities in the past 2 years are caused by battles between these huge alien robots. Dr. Doom said that we must unite at this moment to face these alien threats together. According to him, these alien robots are divided into 2 factions, one of which needs the sun of our world to save their homeland. It's obvious that when our sun is taken away, our world will fall into darkness forever, or disappear directly. This is the purpose of the Decepticons. But there are some alien robots who are willing to help us and abide by their own rules. They are willing to help us drive away the Decepticons. If possible, they hope to stay on our planet for a short time. This is also one of the reasons why they help us. They hope to treat this place as a new home, even if it is only a temporary new home. I can't believe that the federal government has concealed such a big thing for so long, maybe even longer than 2 years. They completely ignored our right to know as taxpayers, and disregarded human rights. But we can review the president and his staff later, anyway. I will never vote for Mabao again next time. The question now is, Dr. Doom is right, we must unite and win this war together. See? That our robot, Berry Country Industries, invincible. Oh my god, I saw robots driving the cars in the factory next door, and the drone took off from the roof of the factory building. We will definitely win this war. I have used all my assets to buy the recently issued treasury bonds. Treasury bonds are selling like crazy. Oh my god, why are there so many robots, so many drones? They are everywhere. The Hercules transport plane took off. Major Lennox, now a major, with his comrades, sat on the newly modified pre-war maintenance device and moved his arms. Because there is no brain-computer interface, this batch of exoskeletons can only be controlled by AI prediction and force feedback. The actual experience will be slightly worse, not so close to the idea, and sometimes even need to use the terminal in hand to open some special functions. But the sense of power is real. The penetrating electromagnetic rifle uses depleted uranium bullets, the barrel itself is made of high-density metal to carry electromagnetic force, and the high-speed discharge of the projectile. In order to supply energy, it has to carry high-power batteries and electromagnetic arrays. This thing is very heavy. The battery is placed on the back, and it is covered with armor. The functional lines are pulled all the way to the gun. There are also ammunition feeders on the chest and underarms. The whole set of equipment weighs 30 kilograms. Even a strongman can carry this thing to the battlefield. But if he does not wear an exoskeleton, the recoil from shooting can easily break human ribs and collarbones. This is only the specification of the mobile TS-3 exoskeleton. The heavy TS-3 exoskeleton combat soldier next to it is completely a mobile bunker. After wearing it, the height must exceed 2.3 meters. It can carry an armor-piercing machine gun as a conventional weapon. There are also rockets under the armor. It is no exaggeration to say that if they were to fight a Decepticon about 5 meters tall alone before, they would be crushed and run around. A team of 7 people would have to die at least 2 or 3 people before they could find the weak part of the Decepticon and cause casualties. It's different now. They can fight the Decepticons head-on. Lennox flexed his gloves. I feel like a transformer. Don't let the equipment make you feel like you're floating. Next to him, Epps was wearing a TS-3 exoskeleton for support. But this is the first time we've fought such a large-scale battle against the Decepticons. Yeah, Lennox shrugged. Before, we either ate dirt in the desert, or we were terrorists who couldn't even talk clearly. To be honest, the Decepticons changed my life. If they hadn't attacked the military base at that time, I might have retired in 2 months. It'd been 2 years. Epps smiled. Click. In the cabin, there was a slight sound. This faint sound was completely unnoticeable under the flying noise of the Hercules transport, but the built-in filter radio device on the exoskeleton noticed this slight sound, the sound of metal activity, which can be used to identify the sneaking Decepticons. However, it was not the Decepticons who made the noise, but the destroyer shell robot standing beside the cabin. Lear is about to issue combat instructions. The aircraft carrier is about to enter the combat area. The 2nd Airborne Team. You will land directly on the tip of the dagger and search for the key with the Autobots. The tail door of the cabin opened, and the violent wind rushed into the cabin. The protective mask of the exoskeleton rose. Looking down at the ocean, they could see through the tactical mask of the exoskeleton that the transport plane had just passed the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. The transport planes kept flying at about the same speed, but were about to disperse. Fixed-wing drones kept flying low, providing a stable combat network and battlefield situation scans. Whoosh! The tightly arranged F-16 fighters flew high in the sky, making a deafening noise. Previous battles had made them forget that humans were the masters of this planet, and had made them forget how many such weapons they had in their hands. But this time, they finally remembered that they were not unarmed, unintelligent natives of Earth. Get ready. Just when they saw the land, and the destroyer was about to issue the airdrop order, the communication was suddenly severely interfered. Whoosh! An F-16 fighter, with strange patterns, instantly surpassed the fighter cluster, and inserted into the flight formation in a very discordant way, ka-ka-ka-bang. It was the Decepticon. Starscream instantly transformed in the air, grabbed the human fighter that was unable to react in time, and fired several missiles at the same time, directly hitting the fighter that flew too close. Boom! The debris from the explosion fell down. Red Spider transformed again in the sky, chasing the scattered fighters into the sky. But soon, a huge Cybertron flying tank pierced the sky, and the wreckage of the fighters kept falling. Decepticon. Boom! Red Spider rushed into the sky. At the same time, the fiery red meteor pierced the atmosphere, making a creepy tearing sound. Observe that an object was thrown directly from orbit, the USS Nimitz. The target is you. Boom! The meteorite directly hit the aircraft carrier behind Linux. The violent impact broke the behemoth into two pieces on the spot. The deck of the aircraft carrier gradually broke and tilted. The fighter planes that did not have time to take off kept sliding down. The huge Decepticon grabbed the broken edge and rose from the ground. With just one airdrop, they directly made this war behemoth lose its combat capability. If it were in the past, humans would have been pissed off. Aircraft carriers are their combat command center. Without the center, what can they do? But this time it was different. Their command system was everywhere. A dazzling light suddenly flashed on the bridge deck, and the Decepticon head stuck in the fracture burst into flames, and howled. The battle has just begun. Megatron destroyed an entire formation of fighter jets and rushed to low altitude, and deformed in the air, and smashed directly into Linux transport plane, and blew up the transport plane engine with 1 foot. Decepticon, attack! The transport plane trembled violently. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely lose the direction in the tremor, but Linux and his men had the most advanced motion assistance system. The body of Doom flashed a dazzling red light. Jump! The team jumped out of the cabin before the plane exploded, turned around and raised their guns. Megatron was a little surprised, but he didn't care at all until the plane under his feet suddenly exploded. Boom! The fire covered Megatron's sensors. The shock wave made him lose his footing. His head was exposed. A round of terrifying volleys came at him. Dr. Doom says hello. Boom! Chapter 721 Purpose. Okay. I'm going back to school, Johnny. Oh my god, this kid. They're a big fight outside. He's still thinking about going to school? The war drums are roaring. Leal is sitting in the command room coordinating this global offensive. The aliens are like demons from the sky, breaking into the atmosphere, fighting with humans, blood and flesh flying, iron wailing. The torn air transmits the explosions on the battlefield. But some people just want to go back to school. Sam looked at the war on the screen, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Fate made him sit in a beautiful Chevrolet when he was young, making his life, which should have been ordinary, full of ups and downs, and even about to become magnificent. How many people, when facing the roaring waves and thundering clouds, would first think of taking a surfboard and conquering nature? The fact is, most people would imagine that they would enjoy that feeling, but would never embark on this road that is obviously a road to death. Besides, outside this combat command room are all professional soldiers, intelligence personnel, politicians, technical experts in various fields, and mysterious robots everywhere. After extracting the energy of the fire source and reading the information inside, Sam is just an ordinary person. Does this place really need a college student who has just entered college? Through the camera, Leal looked at Sam's honest look and said, Optimus Prime must have said that you are important. Sam collected his things. Yes, now we know. The important thing is the information of the Rubik Cube fragments. Now you have the information, and you have a countermeasure. I've seen your resume. Lil continued. Most humans can't survive in the center of a disaster. Those who survived are survivors. And you are a survivor. Yes, I'm lucky. Sam paused as he packed his luggage. If luck can determine everything, the world has long become a huge casino. First roll the dice for an exam, roll the dice for a job, roll the dice for salary, and finally the lucky ones go to college, get a job, and get a high salary. When things are too complicated, we will simply say that it was just luck that things turned out this way. But if you hadn't gotten on that car, how would you have had this opportunity? What do you want to say? Sam stopped what he was doing, looking a little excited. You want to convince me to go to the battlefield? In such a complicated situation. Do you think that a college student like me is the only one missing? Johnny Phantom appeared in front of Sam, looking at the boy expression, and making a mocking sound. Johnny, look at how cowardly he is. Can I lend him a hand to give him a blow? In theory, Leah should let Sam go. This guy has a lot of ideas, and he has a very good relationship with the Autobots. When he is watching me, I always feel like there is a camera behind me. He is not like his 3 roommates. He is essentially a young man with little experience, but he wants to see the world and make a lot of money. If he really decides on something, he will really bite the bullet and do it to the end. He just reacts slowly and is confused, like young people of this age. If something bad happens on TV that shocks them, he will definitely type on the internet like everyone else and discuss it with others indignantly during dinner. But as long as it comes to how to really change this thing, excuses will pop up from the bottom of his heart. Isn't it a death wish if I go alone? What the point of me being alone? I'm just an ordinary college student. I'm just an ordinary person. Johnny, why did you persuade him? Lil suddenly said this because he felt that Sam, a young and passionate young man, was just like himself in the past. It was just that this young man had the opportunity to save the world, but because of his intervention, the situation changed dramatically. Most things have traces. Lil just felt that. Maybe Sam actually wanted to be not that ordinary person in his heart, but just to be the person he dreamed of, which was too difficult, and he might not even see the way. But if you don't try your best every time, the regret afterwards will definitely hurt you more than the confusion at this moment. But there is no need to persuade him. Lil retracted his thoughts. You are right. It is difficult for you to change this war. If you want to go home, and leave the rest to the Autobots and the Barry army. With every step Sam took, he felt his steps getting heavier. This was what he had always expected. But he always felt that he had lost something. But no one can stop him from running towards an ordinary life. Johnny also looked at Sam back, and became quiet. Johnny, but he is just a child. How is the battle going? Advancing steadily, but our battlefield is not here. Johnny was stunned for a moment, and flashed from the door of the room to the side of Lil. Johnny, what do you mean? Remember? I said, we want to go back to Night City, and the Autobots have the technology that can help us go back. The Autobots have the technology that can help Lear go back. The technology was originally hidden in the Rubik Cube. But as the Rubik Cube broke, the information also became fragmented. But Lear knew where to get the thing. Sam mentioned the name when he was talking nonsense, Meteor. Meteor was the former leader of the Autobots, and he once quelled the civil war of the Transformers on Cybertron. The way to quell it was by using the new technology he invented, the space bridge technology, a space transfer technology that can transfer stars. The enemy of the sky, using the space bridge technology to transfer a star to the sky above Cybertron, solved the energy problem of the mechanical planet, and temporarily calmed the civil war. But after that, for the leadership of the planet, the civil war broke out again. The ability to transfer stars is likely to be used to transfer Lear, directly transfer him to a designated world. As early as the Autobots and the Barry army entered a state of war preparation, the demand for industrial materials reached its peak, when countless companies and R&D departments interacted with Lear's separated technical database and AI. He got all the available technology and resources. Humans once froze Megatron at the Hoover Dam, stored the Rubik Cube, and reversed the Transformers to obtain modern technology. Now Megatron is alive and threatening the Autobots and humans. The cube has also been broken into pieces. But not all of the research products of humans have disappeared. The federal government has hidden them very well. But no matter how well they are hidden, they still need people to study them. People will move around in society, and there will be enough data on their movement, which will be enough for Lear to find clues. In addition to the combat units deployed on the front battlefield, he now has 5,000 different combat units to mobilize, hidden under the huge production network. Robots are also collecting debris containing fire energy. According to the plot, the enemy spaceship is on the dark side of the moon. It only takes a little fire energy to activate the dormant old guy. Johnny glanced at the motionless Leo, and suddenly disappeared and appeared at the window. Johnny, it seems that you have a plan. I like this world very much. After this battle, can you stay for a few days? Johnny, I have never been welcomed as a hero. Chapter 722 Joint Operations. Ah! Megatron head was hit. The head that was already chopped off by Optimus Prime exploded with several more parts in the explosion. The spiked armor-piercing bullets designed specifically to penetrate Transformers' armor no longer bounced off like ordinary bullets after hitting them. Instead, they left bullet holes on them, and even penetrated his metal skin. The explosion was mixed with the small-scale EMP design commonly seen in Cyberpunk. The shock wave and electromagnetic pulse invaded from the gap, shaking all his sensors full of snowflakes. Phew! Boom! The fixed-wing drone slashed through the air like a sharp sword, carrying a large amount of explosives and smashing directly into his chest. The explosion caused a terrifying shock wave. The chaotic airflow blew Linux away directly. The entire team lost their direction, but the machines on them did not. Puff! The fixed steel cables on the exoskeleton shot out in the wind. A fixed-wing drone flew through the air and was hit by the steel cables. Linux felt a huge force pulling him away. Looking up, Megatron turned into a flying tank mode in the explosion, rushing out of the fireball with flames on his body. Spinning and rushing in the air, missiles and plasma cannons flew everywhere. Boom! The explosion covered the sky, directly blocking the follow-up support drones. Megatron combat capability is too strong. Prepare to land. Cold combat instructions came to his ears. Linux looked down and found that they had entered the air above the land. The fixed-wing drone glided at low altitude, and the hook was released. These soldiers smashed directly towards the land. At the moment of reaching the ground, the auxiliary propulsion device on their bodies was fully running, which greatly reduced their falling speed. Bang! Even with the cushioning of the thrusters, the exoskeleton soldiers weighing hundreds of kilograms fell into the desert and raised huge dust. Some soldiers were walking on the moon, their thrusters intermittently running at full power, allowing them to leap over the houses or wreckage of the human villages in the desert, rushing forward, reducing the impact. But they were buffering, and the Decepticons would not give them this opportunity. Bang! The Decepticon sat in the empty cabin and smashed directly into the desert. A sand wall rose from the ground. A black mass-produced Decepticon rushed out, holding a cannon in one hand and waving a big knife in the other hand, rushing straight at the human team that had not yet gained a foothold. Boom! A fixed-wing drone flew across the sky. A bomb dropped from the sky and directly blew up the Decepticon. The Decepticon was blown upside down in the air, and he shot down the drone with a backhand shot. But when he fell to the ground, the human team on the ground had already made adjustments. Linux and his comrades raised their weapons and fired. The headless Decepticon fell to the ground, and the team that had completed a round of volleys was a little stunned. They killed a Decepticon in one encounter? The most shocking thing was the soldier wearing a heavy-duty TS-3 exoskeleton. This huge exoskeleton even made him feel like a mecha in some works. A total of 8 anti-material explosive launch tubes were all emitting black smoke. At the moment of the launch just now, he felt like a rocket launcher. But this was just an ordinary Decepticon. When the soldiers looked up, they saw a desperate scene. A blazing fireball tore through the atmosphere, and the Decepticon orbital airdrop turned into a metal comet and fell into the desert, rushing straight to the battlefield with a shock wave. The earth trembled, sand and stones splashed, and ammunition flew. The humans of the Nest troops had just landed, and had experienced the scenes of aircraft carriers being sunk and fighter jets being destroyed one after another in front of them. It was simply a hellish scene. The Decepticons were deployed from nowhere, and they occupied the core area in just a moment. How could humans advance? They had never seen so many Decepticons. The battle zone allocation is complete. Please arrive immediately and hold on to your assigned battle zone. Wide area bombing is coming. Please find cover. The explosion dyed the sky red. Countless drones, as the vanguard, passed through the fireballs and smoke screens produced by the explosions, and were deployed or even rushed directly to these big guys at high speed to respond. Explosives rained down from the sky. Just by looking at the scene, Linux could imagine how powerful it was. Take cover. Several heavy TS-3 exoskeletons immediately poked out fixed tripods from under their feet. The huge shields unfolded, and the scene became a huge steel bunker. Boom! The desert seemed to be covered with a carpet. The power of the wide area bombing continued, completely drowning the first batch of Decepticon airborne soldiers. The flames rose, like a signal to attack. Optimus Prime took the brunt of it, rushed into the smoke, and 2 burning swords frantically harvested the blown-to-pieces Decepticons. Autobots, attack! Optimus Prime stared at the area where the Decepticons were densely landing with eyes like burning flames. He had a feeling that if he got the leadership module first, he would not only be able to defeat the Decepticons' atrocities, but also find a way to save Cybertron. The tomb of the original King Kong was just ahead. The chaos of the battlefield made him completely ignore the sky. Some kind of terrifying energy was accumulating, as if it was about to tear the space apart. Johnny, the battle situation is good. Can we move these things to our world to blow up the military technology and Arasaka butts? Leo, the technology is okay. In terms of industrial capacity, this world may be several blocks ahead of ours. Johnny, what a pity. I really want to see Washington being blown up. Johnny, you said we are going to the moon? Leo, to be precise. There are still 15 minutes left. The spacecraft will land on the dark side of the moon. Leo, humans did not tell Optimus Prime the truth. They had contacted alien life forms long before Megatron arrived on the moon. Leo, the contact location has been erased by them, but some information can still be inferred from the records of the equipment used. Leo, on the bare moon, a broken Cybertron spacecraft is not that difficult to find. The moon is empty, only loneliness. Lear has already obtained a method to detect the radiation of the spark. In fact, even without the help of the Autobots, it would not be too difficult to screen out the radiation of metals in the lunar soil on the dark side of the moon, because he knows that there must be a Cybertron spacecraft there. Johnny, I don't quite understand. Why don't you explore the moon with that stupid big guy after the war? They know more about Cybertron technology than you. Right? Lear, yes. Optimus Prime knows more about Cybertron technology than me. And he must know about space bridge technology. Lear, but just like he is wary of humans, he will also be wary of me. Although he knows that I want to go back, he will not take the initiative to propose this technology. Johnny, did he warn you? He believed your weird story about traveling through the world. Lil, so I said, Optimus Prime is just honest, but he is not stupid. Don't always think that honest people are stupid and have no opinions. There is a huge gap in the combat power between the Decepticons and the Autobots. The fundamental reason is that the Decepticons were originally the defense force of Cybertron, while the Autobots are more of a logistics and technical research team. Optimus Prime has super combat power, but he likes to do research. Optimus Prime is his godfather, and of course, he knows the space bridge technology. He knew. But he didn't tell Lear a word. Just do your own thing. And take the initiative where you should. Johnny, you kid. I thought you were very open before. But I didn't expect you to hide something big. Johnny, but if someone keeps it secret from me and contacts an old friend I thought was dead, and plans to dig something out of his head, I will definitely think it is a betrayal. Lil, the situation is very complicated. And this contact must be kept secret from the Decepticons and Autobots. Only in this way can you make your situation more proactive. Lil didn't know how long he could stay here. If he didn't act quickly, he might get nothing and waste an opportunity. The cold dark side of the moon, without the sunlight, could only reflect the faint starlight in the vast universe. There was a difference between the reflectivity of metal and the reflectivity of lunar soil. The high-precision sensors and powerful spectrometers allowed Leo to see different things. He found the Arkansas. At this moment, countless sensors were alarming. Linux, what is that? Chapter 723 The Fallen. The Decepticons' orbital airdrops are precise and fast. No country on Earth can find out where they came from. But just as Leo expected, the Decepticons are very passive. When the gangsters have hostages, even if the police can pull 100 tanks, it is impossible to release these big things at will. In the past, the Decepticons always had the upper hand, either hiding in human society or getting information one step ahead of humans, making the Autobots and humans run around in circles. All the achievements of the Nest forces were just a few hidden Decepticons. Megatron might not even know what mission to assign them. This time is different. There is a device on Earth that can blow up the sun and harvest energy. The Autobots will never use this thing, but the Decepticons will definitely see them as the last hope for the revival of Cybertron. The Autobots and humans found a hostage, and the upgraded troops rushed here like a tide, forcing the Decepticons to rescue without any rules. The Decepticons' airdrops are very accurate and very fast, and it is even impossible to figure out where they are airdropping. But they will definitely land at the tip of the dagger in Egypt, and land near the machine. The strategic lead eventually put the Decepticons into a tactical passive position on the battlefield. Megatron was flying in the sky, fighting with those damn human fighter planes. But what about the ground? Human tanks, armored vehicles, soldiers, and warships on the sea were approaching quickly. They had few troops on hand, and they had to defend the dagger tip. The tactical thinking of those equipment restricted them tightly. What they were facing now was no longer just a covert operation. A Nest force without a lot of support, and an Autobot team that was left alone by humans. It was a battle where humans could really use their strength. Humans surrounded them in the area they swore to protect. Behind them was the solar harvester that could save Cybertron. They couldn't surrender. Megatron thought of this. The energy of the fire rushed into his limbs and bones violently. His head, which had been beaten to pieces, burst into sparks, transformed into a flying tank, swooped down from a high altitude. The target was Optimus Prime. Ironhide looked up at the sky and shouted to Optimus Prime, "Megatron is approaching." "Then let him come." Optimus Prime prepared himself, but before he finished speaking, more fixed-wing drones broke through the Decepticon air defense network at high speed. The enemy density in the target battlefield has reached the threshold. GPU 43/B. Mother of bombs is ready to be dropped. Please find shelter immediately, including you, Autobots. Optimus Prime didn't care about that. He only focused on the white flying object in the sky that was getting faster and faster, and bigger, and didn't care about the fixed-wing drones that rushed into the battlefield at high speed. As it turned out, he had greatly underestimated the destructive power of humans. Or maybe he knew how destructive humans were. But he was used to dealing with the Decepticon threat on a small scale with humans. The fixed-wing drone arrived above the target, and the Decepticons used their metal bodies to form a defense line, blocking the human troops from the area they were guarding, enduring bombs, missiles, and artillery fire, as if they had nowhere to retreat. And behind them was their homeland, Cybertron. The humans roared and carried their weapons, slowly moving forward in sync with the tanks, vowing to remove the poisonous stings planted by the aliens in their homeland. Optimus Prime and Megatron were facing each other, and they only had eyes for each other. The battlefield was in chaos. No one paid attention to the drones that were flying in the sky and being shot down. But some drones were completely different. Mother of bombs. The pinnacle of non-nuclear bombs. More than 9 meters long and weighing 9.5 tons of super high-performance explosives. 24 mothers of bombs, aimed at completely eliminating the stubborn Decepticons in the area. 24 mothers of bombs, with a total explosive equivalent of 264 tons of TNT, each with an effective explosion range of 1.6 kilometers. After lethal deployment and calculation, the entire 20-kilometer range was shrouded in flames. The intense flash was enough to blind the soldiers who were close to them. Their tactical goggles were automatically adjusted, and the AI tactical headsets also automatically blocked out the deafening sound. Only the hissing sound remained, and the spectacular mushroom cloud that rose up like a nuclear explosion in front of them. "Get down!" Whoosh! The shock wave came like a tsunami. The sand and debris turned into huge waves in this round of impact. Whistling, the shock wave completely blew Megatron away, and Optimus Prime had to stab the blade in his hand into the ground, knelt on one knee, fixed on the ground. Bang! Megatron fell to the ground and rolled up. He and Optimus Prime looked at the explosion. It turned out that their strategy and tactics had been completely passive because the solar harvester was discovered. How many Decepticons died in the explosion? Without an energy source. The death of a soldier meant less combat power and less hope for the revival of Cybertron. "No! Megatron." Optimus Prime turned his head, and the two looked at each other. "Go to hell with your failure." Anger was reflected in Megatron's red eyes. "Never." Huff. The flames and mushroom clouds of the explosion suddenly spun unnaturally like a storm, as if some supernatural power controlled the heat, distorted the air pressure, and a terrifying firestorm swirled up to the sky. When the flames and smoke were all blown away by the storm, Megatron and Optimus Prime looked at the battlefield at the same time, only to see that those Decepticons, who should have been turned into scrap metal in the flames, were just burned by the flames, and the power of the explosion seemed to have been completely reduced. They looked up, looking at the eye of the storm. A huge black King Kong stood on the top of the pyramid. Under the black armor was energy flowing like lava, energy surging, as if red thunder was surrounding him, waving the scepter in his hand. Fallen King Kong. The source of that powerful force instantly became visible. He distorted the power of the explosion. "Ants, you don't deserve to enjoy the sun." The fiery eyes stared at Optimus Prime. He didn't want to fight directly with the Transformers, who also had the power of the original King Kong, but now he had to do so. "But first, we must deal with the ants around us." The scepter of the fallen King Kong shone brightly, and the tightly clenched fist of his other hand suddenly loosened. The storm exploded instantly, and the terrifying impact force was released to the outside, directly blowing away the human troops on the front line. Puff! In an instant, the human beings felt dizzy, thunder exploded, and the fallen King Kong disappeared at the top of the pyramid. Boom! This huge guy instantly appeared in front of Optimus Prime, and the scepter in his hand hit Optimus Prime hard. My brothers can't stop me, you're just another ant. Huff. Johnny, what the hell is that? Leo, fallen Kong. The spacecraft landed on the surface of the moon. An engineering robot more than 3 meters tall executed the AI protocol. Separated apart of Leo core, this thing seems to share a certain information processing ability from a higher dimension, completely overcome the communication delay. This communication ability Ironhide didn't teach him, but he felt that it was just like interdimensional communication. Johnny, we don't care about them. I thought you were going to help them win this battle. Leo, this battle doesn't belong to us. I've tried my best. If they want to win, they have to rely on themselves. Johnny, wait a minute. Johnny appeared beside Lear. His brows were furrowed like twists. Johnny, why are you such a jerk? Leo, my goal from the beginning was to go back to Night City. Do you think if I saved Optimus Prime and helped them mobilize the world military and industrial forces to fight the Decepticons, they still couldn't win? How much better would it be if I went into battle myself? Johnny, no, I don't think you tried your best at all. You just wanted to go back selfishly. Leo didn't say anything. Johnny also suddenly paused. He suddenly thought of what he said before. The Transformers are even having problems with their own survival. So what do they want to do to protect humans? If they can never go back to Night City, then what do they want to do with the humans in this world? What wrong with being selfish for yourself? Chapter 724 on the Moon. The Ark crashed into the moon due to an emergency landing, and the hull structure was severely damaged. Humans concealed a lot of things, and even because of their own confidentiality measures and subsequent personnel changes, they themselves did not know what was here. The work on aliens was handled by an agency called District 7, but this agency was not in the government sequence at all, and was directly responsible to the president who established the agency. It was not until 2 years ago, when the Transformers began to become active, that the president knew about this. But after the war 2 years ago, District 7 was disbanded, and many files were directly sealed. The intelligence personnel who received them didn't know where to sort them out. This caused them to miss an important message. And the Autobots didn't know that they had a spaceship that landed here a long time ago. The landing of the Skybreaker on the moon was actually similar to Megatron force landing in the Arctic. The long journey and the destruction of the life support system caused them to rely on their own fire source to resist environmental changes. Continuous low temperatures will force them to hibernate. The temperatures at the North Pole and the dark side of the moon are ridiculously low. Megatron was controlled by ice, and Optimus Prime hid in the escape pod and went into hibernation directly. However, although Optimus Prime is Optimus Prime's adoptive father and teacher, his thoughts actually changed in the late period of the Cybertron Civil War, at the end of the Civil War. Before he left Cybertron with the space bridge technology, he reached an agreement with Megatron that he would no longer abide by the ancient oath. The oath inherited from the original King Kong. That is, the oath not to destroy a planet with life. In Transformers 3, Optimus Prime had been lurking for a long time. And when everyone let down their guard against him and thought that the Decepticons wanted to control him and thus the space bridge, he suddenly turned the tables and killed several Autobots by surprise. Optimus Prime was still a little confused when he killed Optimus Prime. Why did his teacher become such a loser? But Lear knew that the reason was very vulgar. Optimus Prime had developed the space bridge and temporarily calmed the civil war on Cybertron. But after the planet was split by new factions, the Decepticons and the Autobots, he found that reconciliation was impossible. If he couldn't beat them, he might as well join one side. But which side should we join? The Decepticons were all born in the Cybertron Defense Force. Their weapons and technology are sophisticated and powerful. The Allspark is basically allocated to the weapon system. On the other hand, the Autobots are mostly workers and researchers. The Allspark is mostly used to support their research and work. When you have a gun, do you still need to work yourself? The truth is the cannon. Instead of continuing the Civil War, instead of being unable to win, it is better to join, recognize the Decepticons, abandon the oath, and save Cybertron in the fastest way. So when the Civil War between the Autobots and Decepticons entered its final stage, Optimus Prime thought that his teacher had fled with powerful technology, on the one hand to prevent the Decepticons from obtaining this technology and spreading the seeds of brutality to the universe, on the other hand to find new solutions. But in fact, at that time, Megatron had already reached an agreement with Megatron. He wanted to find any suitable star, use the space bridge technology to close the distance between Cybertron and the stars again to solve the energy problem, reignite their homeland, and consolidate their rule. Johnny, so this archenemy is a beast. He betrayed Optimus Prime, betrayed himself. Leo, Optimus Prime will never believe my words. Unless he is stabbed by archenemy, I don't have the time to watch them play such betrayal drama. Johnny, don't say you don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I really don't believe it. Leo, aren't you ashamed to ask this question? The 3-meter-tall engineering robot pried open the wreckage of Cybertron, dragged a huge toolbox, and arrived at the bottom of the arc. There used to be hundreds of energy pillars here, most of which have been dragged away by the Decepticons. Megatron originally planned to take back the cube and then wake up the Titans. But the cube was gone. The cube was gone. And the Fallen pointed out that there was an energy harvesting device on the Earth, which rekindled his hope. And the result became what it is now. The Decepticons, the Autobots, had no time to pay attention to the moon. The Titans lay in the shelter. And this huge transformer had an extremely anthropomorphic face, and even a smooth metal beard. His head armor and logo are somewhat similar to Optimus Prime. Even the body structure and height are very similar. The fire energy is all huddled in the core, the body lacks energy to maintain itself, and the metal is covered with a white film as if corroded. Leo can't detect the fire radiation of the Optimus Prime at all. Johnny, he dead. Dead Transformers can only be reborn by using items such as the Rubik Cube or the Leader Module that contain a lot of energy and information. But it is not necessarily dormant. 2 years ago, Megatron was melted by Sam with a Rubik Cube fragment, and a large number of body functions failed, and the core was scattered, which was basically equivalent to death, and then was thrown into the sea by humans. As a result, the Decepticons snatched a little Rubik Cube fragment from the human military base. It was really just a little, and a fragment as big as the one absorbed by Lil. Just this little fragment touched Megatron, and the wreckage of an unlucky Decepticon, and he was reactivated. The situation of the Archer was definitely much better than that of Megatron. Leo believed that the debris he brought had enough energy to awaken some of the Archer functions. Under Leo control, the engineering robot took out a large number of restraints used to restrict the Archer, as well as the energy delivery device used to extract the remaining fire energy in the debris. After completing the connection, the robot jumped to the Archer chest, and directly transformed into a tiny microcontrol probe, which pierced into the Archer chest. Let's see what else is in your body. Bang. The energy transmission pipeline lights up. A powerful force flows into the fire core of the enemy. Johnny, I feel like this is like giving a car a jump start with a dead battery. Johnny, after the car starts, you don't have to worry about the battery running out. Are you sure we can control this big guy? Leo, that because the power of the car electrical appliances is not high. As soon as Leo finished speaking, the chest of the engineering robot suddenly opened, and he jumped out from inside. Johnny was stunned for a moment. Johnny, damn! Why are you on the moon? We are on the moon. Lil on the Earth is just an empty shell that shares part of his energy. The real him is here. He even hid these things from Johnny. He did them all when his access permissions were turned off. The arc reactor on his chest is completely open. The energy pipeline is grafted from the energy transmission device to his body. The arc reactor forged by vibranium devours this leader, who inherited the power of the original King Kong, like a bottomless pit, absorbing high-quality fire energy from him. Although the fire of UTND was rekindled, the low temperature and energy leakage continued to erode his core. He was like a battery that was constantly leaking electricity. No matter how much voltage he used, he could not support his entire body. Only his brain was partially active. It felt like a ghost paralysis. UTND, we need your technology to transfer the sun and ignite Cybertron. Tell me the technical details. Chapter 725 Positioning. What on earth is that thing? Egypt, dagger tipped from battlefield. Lennox hid behind the bunker and yelled madly into the intercom. Lennox, command. We suffered a major blow. The Decepticons we have never seen swallow the explosion. Lennox, the encirclement was broken. The scene that people could not understand completely stopped their brains. Such a large-scale bombing, enough to defeat the Decepticons gathered on the battlefield, but the heat, shock waves, flames, these abstract concepts, these things that should not be controlled at all, were manipulated in front of them like magic, distorted, and finally a round of explosions pushed their encirclement outwards by hundreds of meters, creating several gaps. They have seen Transformers transform, and have also seen them use their spark radiation to control metal. But they have never heard of such a large scale. It is simply magic. The Fallen Kong. one of the original Kongs, is several levels higher than Optimus Prime in terms of seniority. In terms of level, whether it is the Decepticons or the Autobots, they were originally just servants of the original Kong. This huge Kong raised his scepter, staring at Optimus Prime, who struggled to climb up from the ruins with his two eyes. The fallen Kong showed a hint of excitement. Optimus Prime's spark radiation is very special, and it must be related to him and his original Kong brothers. If there is anyone who can threaten him on the battlefield now, it must be Optimus Prime. But Optimus Prime is in very bad condition. He has a powerful spark source, and his every move has a power that other Transformers can hardly match, which can provide powerful weapons, and is compatible with almost all Cybertron technologies. But he has no weapons, cannot build a space bridge, cannot control electromagnetic force on a large scale, and even has no powerful equipment and weapons. The fallen King Kong walked towards Optimus Prime step by step, while recovering his condition, while examining this Transformer, which may be the descendant of the original King Kong. "You are too weak." Fallen Kong rushed towards Optimus Prime, who hurriedly stood up to deal with him. The mechanical clicking sound came from the crack hit by the scepter, the broken electric sparks flashed as he punched, the air whistled, the earth trembled, but he was facing something more powerful. Fallen Kong's huge body was like a steel barrier. Standing in the center of the battlefield, the long scepter repelled Optimus Prime attacks again and again, knocked off his blade, smashed his armor. Fire rained in the sky, the battlefield was shrouded in billowing smoke and flames. The smoke covered the sky like a black curtain. Megatron artillery fire poured down from the sky. The battleships guarding the coast were attacked by the Decepticon Air Force. The blue light of the electromagnetic cannon tore the sky apart. But the Decepticon fury became more brutal, with the powerful counterattack of the fallen King Kong. Bang! With a loud bang, the scepter hit Optimus Prime visor hard, parts flew everywhere, engine oil leaked. This huge robot was not in a trance, and was about to swing his other hand with his backhand. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, Optimus Prime felt that his fist was controlled by some invisible force. The descendant of Optimus Prime traitor. Fallen Kong narrowed his eyes, and used some invisible force to control Optimus Prime fist with one hand. "The sun will be used by me, humanity. The era of slavery is about to end." The sound of the building collapsing appeared in the heads of Fallen Kong and Optimus Prime at the same time. In such a chaotic battlefield, this sound was just a whisper in the wind for them. Theoretically, it would not cause any reaction. But at this moment, the two of them felt a special fire radiation at the same time. If Lil knew all this, he could make an inference based on the familiar plot. Fallen Kong belongs to the original Kong. Optimus Prime actually has the blood of the original Kong flowing in his veins, and the leader module is actually a special key for the original Kong to exercise his authority. Both Transformers looked in one direction of the battlefield, and the same answer appeared in their minds at the same time. Leader module. The fallen King Kong raised his legs and wanted to run away. But Optimus Prime was quick-witted and used all his strength to pounce on him before he could mobilize his strength to create a space bridge. Optimus Prime, Autobots. Protect the leader module. Optimus Prime, Lear. We need more support. Megatron felt like he had just woken up from an eternal loneliness. After waking up, the world in front of him was bizarre. The light was distorted into a mess, and the vibration sensors were filled with irregular vibrations. His limbs seemed to be tied to a 10,000-meter abyss. He could remember that he had limbs, but he couldn't remember how to move them. His energy core was ignited by that tiny ray of energy, and the fire energy flowed. Logically, the temperature of the body of the Skybreaker would continue to accumulate heat due to the inefficient heat dissipation in space, gradually returning to normal levels, and finally returning to normal. But Lil completely controlled his core output, which made it almost impossible for him to rely on such a small amount of energy to quickly reach normal levels. The weak energy awakened his thinking function, and a strange yet familiar voice came into his head. Skybreaker, we need your technology to transfer the sun and ignite Cybertron. Tell me the technical details. Lil synthesized the vocal frequencies commonly used by Cybertronians, and basically simulated the Cybertron language. But the semantics were obviously very rigid. However, the brain of the enemy can only maintain the minimum thinking, and is completely unable to distinguish lies. He is thinking about Cybertron. Space bridge technology. Yes, the technology one invented. We can use it to transfer a star, harvest the energy of the star, and rekindle Cybertron. The blue energy enters the arc reactor through the energy extraction pipeline, and the thoughts of the enemy are also vaguely perceived. Analyzing the thoughts in the fire is like analyzing the thoughts in the human brain. which is analyzing the thinking of the living body. However, the latter is very mature. For the former, Leal is a pioneer of this technology. He could only cross the river by feeling his way through the stones, constantly using words to induce and decode and adjust. Space bridge technology is a technology that uses pure fire energy to break through the boundaries of space and time. Only fire energy can supply this technology. Leal, I know, tell me how to use it. The Civil War is still going on. We found a star harvesting device on Earth, but the Autobots are preventing us from saving our homeland. Leal, tell me how to use it. I want to transfer all the Decepticon troops to Earth. Control the harvesting device. After that, he transmitted the battle situation to the head of the Skydiver. The image of the battlefield was projected into Megatron's head, but what Megatron saw was the approaching salvation, and what Lear saw were the Autobots and human troops retreating step by step, and his autonomous combat drones. The Corvus were almost invincible, and the injured Optimus Prime had no way to compete with him. And Optimus Prime was at a disadvantage, and the Decepticons led by Megatron were completely enough to suppress the Autobots. Ah! The star harvesting device. It seems that the original Corvus has indeed been here. Listen carefully. UTND mind became clearer and clearer. And Lear decoding became clearer and clearer. Thoughts may exist in a higher dimension. But when this information reaches this dimension, it can all be analyzed. UTND even took the initiative to open his own database and transmitted the Cybertron text to make the decoding faster. The answer you want is in this data link. In order to save Cybertron, there are hundreds of energy columns on the spacecraft. The energy in the columns is enough for us to transfer Cybertron. Or the army. Leal, no, our troops are farther away. I need you to help me correct the transmission data. Destination coordinates, Cyberpunk world. How can he locate a coordinate that is not in this dimension? Leal looked at Johnny. Johnny's appearance was suddenly irresistible, searching Johnny's silver hand. The consciousness appeared in his head. The event log, you can clearly see a series of chaotic energy states, information records. Leal didn't know if this was useful, but this was the only clue he could use. Leal, think about how you got here. Think about Night City. In the confused consciousness of UTND, a strange living creature appeared in front of him. He began to wake up. Chapter 726 Second option. What is Night City like? Even Johnny himself is not sure. But just as Lear thought, Johnny appearance, Johnny consciousness comes entirely from a method he does not understand, that is, the system that has been with him since he woke up. The occurrence of the event must be recorded. The record includes not only Johnny nonsense complaints, low-quality jokes, but also the record of changes in Lear hardware every time he appears, including how the fire source carries his consciousness, how he and Lear are bound. Tracing back to the source, if there is any way for Leal to locate another dimension, it can only be the energy characteristics of Johnny appearance, and the energy changes when Johnny thinks. Johnny was confused by Leal's request, but he still sat in front of UTND obediently, frowning like a meditating monk, pinching his eyebrows. Night City, Free City, Decadent City, Indulgent City, Nothing City. Their world is a complete pile of shit. A strange species appeared, and UTND mind became clearer. You are not a Decepticon. Who are you? UTND excitement caused his fire to overload. But Lear immediately increased the charging specifications, making the energy pipeline almost full. Warning! Your hardware power is difficult to support the arc reactor to continue to increase power. If the current power is maintained, the fire energy may overflow. Lear didn't care at all, and directly increased the frequency of the core computing module, overclocking to the limit of the hardware. The thinking ability of silicon-based creatures is getting faster and faster. Leal controls the engineering robot and takes out a huge laser cutter. Leal, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you have to help me calculate. If not, I will destroy your ideal. I understand that you want to reach a special place, but the coordinates of this place are not. This set of data does not conform to the basic laws of the universe at all. This will make the energy required for transmission extremely high. The energy column in the ascending spacecraft is only enough for me to transfer Cybertron to any position in the galaxy. If it is the coordinates you provide, I have never seen such coordinates. But it can be calculated. The energy demand will fit the function. You can calculate it yourself. This is a demand that cannot be met at all, unless you take another path. UTND helped Leal with the calculation honestly, and to Leal's surprise, he also gave the calculation method and the specific way to correct and adjust. When Leal finished the calculation, he immediately understood the meaning of UTND move. Utini hoarse voice sounded. This is the answer you want. His voice was cold and ruthless. Harvest the energy of this star. Convert them into fire energy. And make my clan prosperous. The energy is far more efficient than any other energy in this universe in opening the space bridge. You have learned a new technology. Space bridge. Description. Use the high-dimensional energy of the spark source to tear a crack outside the dimension, crossing the distance of time and space. Note. Activating the space bridge positioning will restore the interdimensional material transmission function and interdimensional communication. Now that you know how to use these energy columns, what will you do? Bonus technology points, 3,000. Current technology points, 26400. Lealhart was in turmoil. The technology, he got all the methods. But the answer made him. 5 people were confused. The voice of the enemy of the sky sounded again. Help us harvest this star. Cybertron will be grateful to you. I will help you return to your longed home. Johnny, what is this guy talking about? He means, we are going to blow up the sun here? Johnny is not a fool this time. Sam returned home, hugging his parents and girlfriend, watching Today News at home together, and sitting at home like other ordinary people, waiting for new news. But the network and communication are either controlled by the Decepticons, or controlled by Leal to support the battlefield control. The only thing the people of the world know is that aliens are fighting in their homeland. If they look up, they can see the Decepticon airborne troops passing through the atmosphere like meteorites, as well as busy planes and drones. However, as the battlefield entered a white-hot stage, the sky became clear. People were in a heavy mood, but they could do nothing and knew nothing. It felt like a group of people secretly voting for their life or death. The moment the answer came out, there were only 2 endings left, life or death. Sam couldn't stand it at all. He felt like his heart was being grabbed wildly, and his irritability was suppressed. If he continued to stay at home, he would probably go crazy. Fuck. Sam kicked his dog magic ball toy away. But just then, a shabby car drove towards his house on the empty street. Sam suddenly felt a little dazed. It was just like when he didn't know Bumblebee was a transformer. He drove towards him in the appearance of a shabby old second-hand car. But this time it wasn't a transformer. He saw an acquaintance. That was Agent Simon from District 7. Although District 7 was disbanded by him, he is definitely one of the people on Earth who knows the most about Transformers. Squeak. The car stopped at the door of Sam's house. Sam was stunned. He stared at him unhappily, with some helplessness, some alienation, but also some hate for not being able to make a good person. Are you still going to watch there? I think that Dr. Doom has charmed all of you. Get in the car. What for? Get in the car. Simmons stuck his head out of the window angrily, and his clothes were scratched by the edge of the broken car. That guy has been investigating our old files. And I didn't know that the Berry country had a moon rocket plan recently. Someone launched the moon to the Earth. Do you know about this? Is it related to your alien friends? Sam shook his head in confusion. Simmons put his head back. That right, Decepticons, or that Dr. Doom, they must have someone interested in things on the moon. Details determine success or failure. We need to know what is hidden. Get in the car, lead the way. Bang! Optimus Prime was blown away by the huge force. Fallen Kong walked to the ruins of the broken temple, and smashed the wreckage that had been there for who knows how many years with a scepter. The metal scepter shook, stones fell, revealing the metal tomb. The corpses of other original Kongs were huddled together, emitting a faint blue light. No! The defense line was being torn apart step by step, just like the hope in Optimus Prime heart. Every inch of the battlefield collapsed under the violent artillery fire. The soldiers slumped beside the ruins and corpses, and the electromagnetic rifles in their hands made a crackling sound. The fallen King Kong pulled out his scepter. The tomb was broken. The leadership module, it was here. The leadership module was about to be taken by the fallen King Kong. In the original book, when Sam touched it, it turned into pieces. This was the remaining consciousness of the original King Kong testing the holder, testing whether they were qualified to use this thing. And Sam also arrived at Optimus Prime with the powder of the leadership module, won their recognition, and obtained the real leadership module. But if the consciousness of other original Kongs disagree, the fallen Kongs will not be able to use this thing. So why should they hide it? Johnny, do you really want to blow up the Earth here? Johnny squatted beside the wreckage of the Ark, using the sensors on the rocket, looking at the Earth from the moon. He had never seen the Earth from here, nor had he ever seen the starry sky from here. 2 completely different worlds, but almost identical from this angle. He was also confused. He knew it was a jerk move, but he himself was a jerk. What position did he have to stop Leo? Just looking at Optimus Prime, who was willing to sacrifice himself, who was fighting like a fool, like a Cybertron traitor, even though the hope of returning home was right in front of him, who had the chance to save his homeland right here, he suddenly felt a little ashamed. But Johnny Silverhand had been feeling ashamed and guilty all his life, and he was used to it. Johnny, that fine, anyway, our fellow countrymen and alien friends from another world, seemed to lose this war, and it had nothing to do with us. The energy columns beside him began to operate, and Leo began to control these energy columns according to the method of the Skybreaker, while extracting more fire energy from his body. Johnny didn't need to look back to know that Lear was activating the space bridge. He just looked at the planet and said without turning his head, "Johnny, I guess we don't have any choice. Welcome to join the asshole club. Lil, sorry. You are the only asshole among the two of us. There are no perfect options in this world. But at the crossroads of life, there can never be only one option. Never make excuses for being an asshole." Chapter 727. A raid across time and space. AI will never look at something that it considers irrelevant when executing a thread, such as the Earth that is about to fall into darkness. Although it is a different world, this Earth is exactly the same as other Earths. When Leo was young, he only saw photos taken from the moon. When he was able to reach the moon, all he could see was a planet riddled with holes due to a large-scale war. When the world was young, he was an insignificant little person. When the disaster was irreversible, the world could never go back to the past. Standing here, he has the ability to decide the future of this world. Although saving a theoretically irrelevant world will not change the previous outcome, he is now in almost the same position as those who once had the ability to decide the future of a world. At the moment he saw the Earth, Leo suddenly realized that at this moment, choosing to pat his butt and leave is a complete betrayal. Betraying himself, betraying those who believed in him in the past, present and future, betraying them, and in fact proving that he and his former enemies are the same kind of people. This feeling is like a part of the soul is filled, the maximum current design beyond this body flows into the computing module, and the core processor, which is not considered a computing module, is also overclocked to the extreme. Blowing up the sun is definitely not what he wants to do, the sun of this Earth. It will definitely not perish today. In the silent space, 5 energy beats float and arrange under the control of the fire energy. The stored fire energy bursts out, the space is dyed blue, the dimension is cut at this moment, the curtain fixes the channel, opening a channel in the unknown world. UTND only felt that his entire core was surging, and his mind became clearer and clearer. He looked at Leo in horror. The energy core of their leaders was completely different from that of ordinary Transformers. Even those professional Transformers of normal size might not be able to withstand their power. How could this small Transformer, which was actually only 1.2 meters tall, absorb and control this energy? The violent fire energy completely filled the energy transmission pipeline, and the metal was completely dyed azure blue. The arc reactor even exposed radiation, and there was no way to perfectly hide the true location of the core. UTND became more and more sober. His sensors suddenly found that if he only relied on those elementary Cybertron energy transmission pipeline designs, these things should have been melted long ago. But under these elementary pipelines, there has always been some extremely delicate and strange metal that has been bearing the fire energy. Looking at this piece of metal from another world, UTND's mind was filled with doubts. But soon, he was dragged into a passive operation. The engineering robot directly opened UTND's skull. The octopus arms on his body started at full power. Black smoke billowed, and the dazzling laser smashed through UTND's chest, ripping him open. His core was exposed. "Ah! What are you doing?" UTND's scream startled Johnny, who was shocked by the brutal scene. "Johnny, what are you doing? Don't we still need this old guy?" The energy column was forcibly modified from its original program. UTND's fuzzy brain was filled with data and calculations instilled by Leo. The fire energy continued to flow out from the core like a flood. After Leo's rough calculation just now, these 5 energy columns may not be able to do much, but they are far enough to send a 1.2 meter tall little guy to the Earth, break through the Earth-Moon channel, and let him appear on the battlefield instantly. Not only that, the energy of the 5 energy columns is completely overflowing. Leo can even take one of the energy columns across the space bridge. The so-called second option is that Leo takes this energy column and carries an instant rate across the distance between the Earth and the Moon. Johnny, have you ever crossed the speed of light? The tool module of the engineering robot fell off bit by bit, and the color of the energy bar in Lear's hand changed from blue to red. Optimus Prime, Lear? We need more support. The fallen King Kong took the leader module. Calculation completed. Lear suddenly found that the 4 pillars could carry some other things. The space bridge started. Just when Lear tried to make the final position calibration, a similar space fluctuation appeared on the Earth, which just helped him to locate Egypt. Optimus Prime dragged his nearly disabled half-body and watched the fallen King Kong pry open the tomb of the original King Kong and took out the leader module from it. The leader module? A key containing special energy. A treasure that symbolizes the power of the original King Kong and the most effective source of fire. This small object is like an alien dagger, and in the hands of the fallen King Kong, there is no luster and light at all, as if it will be broken in the next moment with the howling wind. Optimus Prime even hoped that this thing would break right now. But the energy of the fallen Kong, which was strong enough to distort and explode, was all concentrated in his palm, stopping the collapse of the leader module. The red energy seemed to break through some kind of defense, penetrated into the leader module, and finally successfully activated it. The expression of the fallen Kong showed a grim smile. The sun belongs to me. The space around the fallen Kong began to flicker again. In the sky, Megatron landed on the pyramid not far away, smashed through the camouflage outside with one hand. Input energy to Optimus Prime, or the human army. This is a war that no outsider can see, but it determines the fate of the Earth. And the result is, they lost. Why did they lose? Maybe they should not have spared more energy to guard against their own people. Maybe they should have taken out more troops, more weapons, and thrown themselves into this battle with a more determined mentality, but they just couldn't do it. Even this extremely educational scene could not be conveyed to the hearts of people outside. Perhaps only when the sun exploded can they find the problem. Space torn, fallen Kong raised his scepter. The direction of the space bridge was up to the top of the pyramid. Just then, an unfamiliar force tore the space bridge he made, like taking a ride, and severely knocking the space bridge he built crooked. Suddenly, the desperate Optimus Prime suddenly received the message, "Leo, prepare to fight back." Blue light flashed. He did not complete the shuttle as before, but something rushed out of the passage. This is a tiny guy. Compared with him, this is an ant. Ants are not only tiny, but also ridiculously backward in appearance. They look just as low level as human slaves. Their joints, armor, and everything else had nothing to do with being powerful. A transformer with the appearance of a slave. But the energy rushing out of the channel is far beyond his imagination. The overloaded energy column exploded with great power. The energy melted the restrictive metal of the column itself in an instant, like a spear piercing the head of the fallen King Kong. He raised his hand, but the unimaginable high temperature easily penetrated his armor. Cracks spread on his hand. Even his proud special ability could not resist the energy column piercing his hand. This is impossible. The energy burst like a raging wave. Boom! Chapter 728. The same leader. The sudden explosion stunned everyone. There was no black smoke, no flames, only blue energy bursting out in an instant. Particles dissipated in the air, like dust drifting away. Bang! The huge body of the fallen King Kong was smashed to the ground by the impact, and the huge sand waterfall made the stunned parties regain their mobility again. No matter what happened, the situation has changed. Megatron! The fallen King Kong roared to the sky, and Megatron turned into a flying tank and landed directly beside him. His arms had been blown off, and the front armor was melted by the high temperature of the explosion, and the visor turned into a fluid and dripped slowly. But the leader module is still in his core. Optimus Prime wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch an attack, but he was already at the end of his strength. Each of the previous blows of the fallen Kong had caused great damage to him, and now it was difficult for him to even stand up. Megatron wanted to find the trace of the attacker, but the fallen Kong shouted, "Go to the harvesting device." "Yes, sir." Huff. Megatron engine soared into the sky, and he fired a few missiles at Optimus Prime, knocking him down again. This round of changes gave the Decepticons, Autobots and humans the same breathing time. The Decepticons realized that something was wrong, and they had obtained the leader module, and began to approach the pyramid. This approach gave humans and Autobots time to approach this side. Optimus Prime, Lear? Is that you? Lear, it me. Squeak. The space was torn again. But this tear was obviously a little unstable. Bang. The core and limbs of the archer were thrown to the ground, emitting a faint light. Leo jumped out of the space bridge. Optimus Prime looked at the wreckage on the ground. His head was full of questions, but he didn't know where to start, or what to do. Ironhide, ambulance. Leo didn't care about that. He shouted to Ironhide and the ambulance, who were rushing over. Transplant equipment. Optimus Prime lay on the ground. Wait, this is the Skybreaker. If you wait any longer, the Earth will be gone. Listen carefully, the space bridge can be activated once more. I will transfer you to it. You only have one chance. All the problems were hidden in his heart. Optimus Prime nodded silently. Ironhide and Ratchet Hands popped out long power supply lines. One side pierced into the core and equipment of the Skybreaker, and the other side inserted into the core and wound of Optimus Prime. All these equipment were decomposed under control. And the ammunition, alloy, armor and equipment that could be used were all optimized and adjusted before being connected to Optimus Prime body. Unlike Skyfire in the original work, Skybreaker has no flight components, but has the hardest armor. Leader Blade, Leader Shield, Arm Anchor and Cosmic Rust Gun. And its energy level is much higher than Skyfire. At the same time, similar structures and deformed gears make the combination more stable. Optimus Prime, who already has outstanding strength, has become even stronger and has completely turned into a giant. The energy of the space bridge can only be used one last time. Start from the moon and move this behemoth to the top of the pyramid. Leal stood on Optimus Prime's shoulder, and the energy column far away on the moon started again, breaking through the gap in time and space, and a space gate appeared in front of him. Remember, you only have one chance. Optimus Prime felt the surging power in his body, even though he still had 10,000 questions in his mind. Even though the two people who looked the same were actually completely different species, and came from completely different planets and even different worlds. They still had a backup plan, but he knew that they all had a goal now. There was no need to know each other thoroughly. No need to talk all night. A strange tacit understanding was formed at this moment. They were almost a kind of leaders. Let go. At the top of the pyramid, the seriously injured Fallen Kong took out the leader module from the core, and Megatron smashed the top of the pyramid with a punch, completely exposing the tip of the harvesting device. This huge device is hidden under the pyramid, deeply rooted in the Earth crust. When it is activated, the planet crust will be pierced. A steady stream of activation energy will flow out from the core of this active planet, filling the device, transforming into spark energy, forming a spear of energy, piercing the sun, detonating it. Detonating the sun, Cybertron will be reborn. Decepticons, degenerates will rule Cybertron. Megatron looked at the broken degenerates. Master, your injuries are. As long as I start the machine, I can get energy. Puff! The sky exploded. The last energy of the energy column was exhausted. Optimus Prime suddenly rushed out of the air, jumped straight over their heads. Megatron reacted very quickly, immediately transformed his cannon and aimed at it. Optimus Prime couldn't dodge in the air, but he had a shield. Bang! The cannon hit the shield. Optimus Prime didn't move, like a giant with unparalleled power, falling towards the artillery fire. Megatron couldn't stop Optimus Prime at all. The shield smashed hard on Megatron's body. The shield broke his arm directly. The huge force twisted and deformed his body. He couldn't control himself and slid down from the pyramid. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Parts flew everywhere. Oil kept coming out of his mouth and wounds. His hands were limp and powerless. He watched Optimus Prime stabilize his body, and he could only keep falling. Megatron yelled his men names for help. Stars scream. On the other side, Optimus Prime stepped on Megatron. His shield got stuck in the pyramid. Fallen raised his hand and swung huge rocks to fly out, but these things could not even make a scratch on Optimus Prime's current body and armor. He could only watch the back that he had just beaten up without any ability to fight back, crush the pyramid like a giant soldier, smash the machine, and wave the terrifying sword at him. Puff! Red Knife cut Fallen Kong in two with one cut. With unbelievable and unwilling thoughts, Fallen fell from the top of the pyramid, watching Optimus Prime aiming the cannon in his hand at the harvesting device. Gradually losing consciousness and watching Fallen Kong falling, Optimus Prime charged the rust cannon in his hand and aimed it at the machine. I rise, you fall. Boom! The rust cannon hit the harvester. This weapon from the former Autobot leader, Optimus Prime, contained a virus that could corrode and dissipate any metal. The solar harvester, which had been built for thousands of years, just like other things that had existed for thousands of years, was blown away by the wind. The Decepticons lost their target and leader, and were either killed on the spot, or fled into the sea in panic, and the haze of war began to dissipate. People looked up and saw Optimus Prime standing on the top of the pyramid. The sun gradually fell, and sprinkled on him, as if he had been coated with a layer of gold, and even the dissipated metal powder was emitting light. In the glory, Lear sat on the top of the pyramid, looking at the battlefield. Not saying anything. Just looking at these people. It seems that I am as stupid as you. Optimus Prime. If Optimus Prime body is like a steel fortress reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun, Lear is completely like a person who is neither a human nor a transformer. Optimus Prime said slowly, "We need to talk." You gave up the plan to join the Decepticons and detonate the sun. It's surprising. But it expected. The battle makes the unstable energy explode and connect to this world. Keep looking for what you want. Unstable energy is about to explode. Chapter 729 Cybertron Logistics. We won. Fallen was killed by Optimus Prime, and he destroyed the Harvester. When Sam and his former District 7 agent broke into Dr. Doom's mysterious hut, he found that people were opening champagne. Perhaps because they were too happy, or because they believed too much in the ability of Dr. Doom, they didn't notice that Sam had entered the restricted area, and even hugged them. The two guys were confused. The awareness of discovering a huge conspiracy and being ready to sacrifice themselves to save the world suddenly disappeared, replaced by doubts and confusion. With this confusion, Sam took Simmons through the cheering workshop and walked all the way to Leal's office. However, this most advanced and powerful central control room in the world has become an abandoned server station with black smoke and Leal rounds of overclocking. Even the one who, in Sam's opinion, is Leal himself. The robot also lay on the console. He dead? Sam couldn't believe his eyes. Simmons was also completely stunned. He didn't expect that the alien super conspiracy he guessed was not true. This mysterious transformer instead worked hard. Communications are restored. The cheers of the signal monitoring personnel came from outside the office. Now they can tell the world about the victory. Meteor. You said he has reached an agreement with the Decepticons. I used the technology you taught me to suppress his core activity level, which is equivalent to giving humans anesthesia. In this case, the Transformer consciousness will be blurred, and he will lack judgment of familiar voices. Then I used his familiar voice to seduce him to retrieve relevant data. Just like I read the information in Sam's brain. Although humans and Transformers are very different in structure, to some extent, they are very similar. The Autobots and human armies are cleaning up the battlefield, and global communications are slowly recovering. Optimus Prime turned into a super truck and drove Lear through the uninhabited desert. This scene reminded Lear of the time when he and V drove back to Night City from Atlanta. Lear continued, I used Megatron voice. And I told him that we have now found the star harvesting device on Earth. And we only need more troops to defeat the Autobots, absorb the power of the sun, and reignite Cybertron. Lear has a full set of communication records and operation records. But these are not impossible to forge. Optimus Prime has been turned into a component and installed on Optimus Prime. Even if he doesn't believe it, he has to believe it. It's hard to believe. Optimus Prime is the most suitable leader I have ever seen. He ended the Cybertron Civil War and taught me. People change. Or he has always been like this. But you just don't know. Maybe, if it's true as you said, he not only betrayed us, but also betrayed himself. Lil sat in the truck, watching the setting sun. Space bridge technology can give me a chance to go home. In our world, there is also a war going on. I must go back. This is what I was worried about. I was worried that if you knew this technology, you would do whatever it takes to find it, and find a way to use it to return to your world. If my guess is correct, the power required to open a passage to another world is astronomical. If you don't extract the power of a star, it will be impossible to succeed. Your guess is correct. Optimus Prime was silent. The truck drove quietly in the desert. After about 10 minutes, he spoke. Earth is a beautiful planet, but in comparison, I certainly prefer Cybertron. Megatron thought I gave up Cybertron for humans. But I want to return to Cybertron, to my hometown, much more than he does. But sometimes, desire does not mean you can do whatever you want. You are right, Optimus Prime replied. I did hide the existence of the space bridge from you before, because I did not trust you. And I knew you were hiding something. You know, for us Transformers, your use of the wreckage is equivalent to humans obtaining energy from corpses. We do have the practice of dedicating resources to our companions, but taking it actively, that is the style of the Decepticons. Lear nodded slightly. Johnny, so the big guy was suspicious because you devoured the corpses of their kind like a ghoul? Johnny, in that case, you did treat them as robots. This is definitely not all. It can only be said that the combination of the details revealed by Lear did make Optimus Prime full of worry. But Lear certainly thought of this problem. I know. Lear didn't explain at all. If he put himself in their shoes, he would certainly consider this situation. But he just wants to do it. It's that simple. Just like Megatron doesn't understand why Optimus Prime, who obviously wants to return to Cybertron and rekindle Cybertron, has to give up one opportunity after another to revive Cybertron for his own moral shackles. There are so many ways that are not understood by others. If you keep making mistakes because others don't understand, how can you be a leader? Lear's non-explanation is also an explanation in a sense. And his actions prove that he is definitely a suitable ally. Optimus Prime. Lil continued. I'm going back to the world I want to go back to, because there are things I care about there, and I need your help. I will you save my life, and save the Earth, and reveal the possible betrayal. More importantly, we are all outsiders trapped on this planet. No. Lil shook his head. I'm not trapped. I just can't find the way back. In fact, I have stories in both worlds. Thanks to the explosion of the space bridge, I can probably go back to one of the worlds now, where I'm still fighting. Optimus Prime was stunned again. The truck head was lost in thought. I didn't expect that after so many incredible things, and hearing so many incredible stories from Lear, he could still come up with new tricks. Lear continued to say solemnly, there are 5 energy columns on the moon, and the Ark. The main control column has been burned by my overload in the battle, but the remaining energy columns probably still have some energy, and the structure is still intact. I have an idea, which may help me establish a connection between the two worlds. I hope you can use Cybertron technology to help me win the war. In return, when I return to this world, I will help you return home, help your home planet recover, in a way that is consistent with your oath. And there are tricks. Optimus Prime never expected that Lear would say such a thing. Reignite Cybertron? It's a bit heartbreaking to say this. I have cooperated with humans for 2 years, but humans have never considered their affairs. Of course, it is unlikely that humans can help them. But Lear is different. Lear cannibalism behavior is not actually his disrespect for Transformers. Because from Lear answer, if they were not Transformers, but a group of green people, he would also do so to obtain more resources. There is no flattery or exchange of interests, but only the facts in front of him. Although the two sides have different codes of conduct, they are not serious. The vigilance and alertness are being removed. Optimus Prime found that Lear was more honest than he thought, and he was relaxed. This conversation in the desert brought Optimus Prime and Dr. Doom Lear closer. You have won my trust, and I look forward to that day. Chapter 730 Cybertron Logistics. This is the Daily News. The alien invasion that shocked the world has ended. Our brave soldiers and alien friends, to be precise, they are called Autobots, have fought back the Transformers called Decepticons in Egypt. What? You said you can't tell the difference between Autobots, Decepticons, and Transformers? Why do aliens want to fight on our land? Well, according to the latest revelations of Dr. Doom, and the revelations of some insiders, we can understand that Decepticons and Autobots are like two political parties, like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. But this metaphor is not appropriate enough. If you have to say it, Decepticons are more like the defeated faction in World War II. The battle is over. Delegates of various countries have confirmed the cessation of the battle in Egypt. The United Nations will hold a world hearing meeting next week. Dr. Doom Assistant will be a witness at the meeting to reveal more intelligence. But if you ask me, Amaba and his staff should have given more explanations for this. The American president, especially President Hoover decades ago, should have given explanations for this, but he can no longer speak. You may be curious why it was Dr. Doom Assistant who revealed more information to us, because according to the latest news, this mysterious alien, whose super brain, which had produced enough power to increase the military-industrial capacity of the United States and even the world by several orders of magnitude in less than a month, was killed in battle. I must say, I feel sorry and ashamed for my previous concerns and doubts about him. This mysterious alien friend not only revealed what the Berry country authorities had concealed, but also disclosed the technology he used to defeat the Decepticons, and sacrificed himself. If the Decepticons proved that aliens were not friendly, then the Autobots and him proved that not all alien life forms were eyeing us covetously. Now, the crisis has been resolved. We are temporarily safe, but how to get along with these aliens? More discussion is needed. Okay, this is the Daily News. Now let go to a commercial. Dr. Doom Mysterious Factory. The once advanced and mysterious facilities and equipment have been damaged by Lear overclocking. The robots collapsed to the ground. The drones were scrapped on the roadside with black smoke. Sam grabbed a piece of the wreckage of the Doom body. The logo printed on this thing is neither Decepticon nor Autobot, but it looks much more in line with human aesthetics than the other two Transformers factions. Optimus Prime? Is he really dead? Optimus Prime stood up from the side. He is gone. Absolutely true. I can't believe it. A human hiding in the body of a Transformer. We can't believe it either, but he left us a very valuable legacy. I will represent the Autobots at the United Nations meeting next week. I hope you can join us, Sam. Me? Optimus Prime nodded, and looked at Sam's three roommates at the same time. The so-called legacy left by Lear is a bit complicated to explain. But in fact, it gives the Autobots a chance to integrate into human society. Leo and his left and right generals have always appeared in the outside world as Dr. Doom. But now the truth is out. They are actually just assistants. However, this assistant will get the right to dispose of the wreckage left by Lear, as well as the support of the Autobots. On the surface, these things belong to the Find Out the Truth About Him that Leo once established website, a registered company. Sometimes, the integration of the outside world is the lack of such a vague and unclear opportunity. If Leo survives until the end of the battle, he holds the lifeline of the global internet and the world's largest military-industrial production capacity, and any country will be vigilant. But if it is claimed that Leo is dead, according to the law, these things belong to a personal company, then there is a little legal basis. The Barry country will certainly not support the foundation of this company, but as long as this company is willing to share technology and resources according to Leo wishes, other countries will definitely support the establishment and operation of the company. This is true within human society. Outside human society, the existence of a company makes it easier for Transformers to explore and settle on Earth, or even in the solar system, in a reasonable and legal way. That is to say, the Autobots will actually support the existence of this company. A bridge between the Autobots and human society, which is nominally a company, is thus established, and this bridge is no longer just for the Barry men. Ha ha. We are going to the United Nations. Leo and his left and right generals clapped their hands in celebration, hugging each other in excitement. Seeing this, Sam was a little emotional, you know. A month ago, he said that his three roommates were mentally ill. Seeing this, Optimus Prime added, Leo, he predicted that you might come back. As he said that, he threw out a holographic projection device, projecting the appearance of Leo sitting in the center console. Leo, do you think I want to destroy the world? If I really did that, you would probably be sitting on the ground crying now. Leo, think clearly. Whether to go back to be an ordinary college student, hide the days when you got on that Chevrolet in your heart, or stay in the car for the rest of your life. Leo, if you don't want to regret it, try your best to do everything you can see well. Sam was still savoring Leo chicken soup, and Simmons next to him raised his hand. I join. Find out the truth about him. CO Leo and two chief technical experts looked at him in confusion. Who are you? Agent Simmons straightened his clothes. I'm an old senior with strong subjective initiative. Be more respectful. Kid. What our first mission? Optimus Prime stood up, looked at the sky. Moon landing. A few days later. The dark side of the moon. There is a lack of medium that can transmit vibrations in space. When the huge wreckage of the Ark was disintegrated and recast, it was still quiet here. Optimus Prime brought his technical experts here and found the Arkansas. There should be hundreds of energy columns here. According to the Archimedes, the rest of the energy columns have been taken away by the Decepticons. During the Egyptian War, the overloaded energy column exploded, causing the already dilapidated Ark to be covered by the wreckage. The Autobots moved the ruins little by little, and found the few energy columns that were barely usable. Seeing this, Optimus Prime took out the leader module from his chest. This item, which symbolized the highest authority of Cybertron technology, flashed a faint blue light in Optimus Prime's hand, and it seemed to be one of the stars under the starry sky. The information inside has been erased by the fallen King Kong, but it is still full of energy. This energy can restart the energy column, and then execute the program set by Leo. The space bridge technology pierced that world. In the endless ocean of cosmic fluctuations, this ray that would have been hidden in other identical fluctuations has become meaningful. You have located this world. Interdimensional communication is enabled. A new laboratory is enabled. Cybertron Logistics Laboratory. Description: the Autobots will provide you with research support in another world. But every time a certain amount of information is transmitted, your technology points will be deducted. Note, the mechanical technology of these metal lumps is not bad. You have independently established the first interdimensional channel. Bonus technology points, 5,000. Current technology points, 31,400. Chapter 731 Higher Specification Transformation Gears Unstable Energy Bursts. Synchronizing. Your soul relies on the energy of the fire, burning fiercely in the arc reactor. Technology points minus 10,000. Your body cannot bear such a powerful energy source. The additional energy of the fire will be stored in a small fragment. Current technology points, 21,400. The soul has gone through so much, Lil suddenly felt. Soul. Perhaps it is not a fictional thing. In this universe, the speed of information processing is actually physically limited by the speed of light. Assuming that the CPU clock cycle is 1 nanosecond, then in this time, the electrical signal can only be transmitted on the wire for about 30 centimeters. As the chip frequency increases, the distance that the signal can propagate in one clock cycle continues to shorten, which means that when the chip is larger and more complex, the signal simply cannot reach the far end in time. The speed of light limits the transmission delay of the clock signal. Although the cyberpunk world has developed super complex multi-core architecture, hyperthreading technology, biological computers, and other technologies, the speed of light is still there. Perhaps the soul is something that cannot run successfully under the speed limit of light. In some unique way, it operates outside this dimension. When Lil took the initiative to kill his body and turned into AI, he was already cutting off the connection with his soul. Once a long time has passed, the soul running somewhere will completely dissipate, and he will become a complete AI. Now, the fire may have reconnected him to his soul, although it is not as strong as before. But he is now much more fulfilled. I'm back. Sitting upright in the center console, Lil carefully breathed the Latvian air for the first time, feeling the wind blowing in from the cave. But this body is too mechanical, from the perspective of Cybertron. It is too rigid. The fragments containing extra fire energy floated in his hands, flashing brilliant blue light. Interdimensional information transmission is in progress. Lil, Optimus Prime. In my world, I have better basic alloys and energy sources. I need you to help me design a new body. Ironhide, well, nuclear fusion. A very bold design. If you are sure that your core can support this reaction, then you do need a better energy supply system. Ambulance, the original gears will definitely not support your needs. But we don't know how to make more advanced transformation gears. Transformation gears are the basic source of Transformers' transformation ability. And most of the time, they also carry weapon modules. In the world of Transformers, Lil, as a Transformer activated by the Rubik Cube fragments, was born with a gear, but it basically only supported him to transform from a mobile phone into a human form. With the guidance of Ironhide and Ambulance, he knew what this thing was. And after absorbing enough energy and waste, he upgraded the gear. But the Lear in this world does not have a transformation gear, and the original gear was obtained from the Decepticon Alice, which is already the limit to support a 1.2 meter tall fully functional body. Optimus Prime, try this, maybe you can find some inspiration from it. Optimus Prime, old friend Megatron, please do something for us. Parts of Optimus Prime body and armor begin to deform, and begin to shrink inwards. Finally, he pulls out a strange gear-like object from his body. This gear-like object continues to undergo tiny changes, like the heart of a living thing. From a structural point of view, it can be called an atomic-level super metal lubricant and control motor. This is Megatron transforming gear. Optimus Prime, the leader module can open the permission of this transforming gear. Transferring gears requires a huge amount of technology points, and the technology points are insufficient. New research can be carried out, analyzing Megatron transforming gear. Ratchet, boss, but analyzing this thing is a bit difficult. Optimus Prime, then we will find an Autobot who can analyze this thing. Let go back to Earth. The transformation gear of the Skybreaker has been stored in the lunar base, and the project begins. Ambulance, okay, but we can simply imitate the external design of this gear. Ambulance, shake. Come here. New research project, transformation gears of the enemy. Description, Dr. Doom deserves a better body, without the worry of being in another world, with better alloys, more energy sources. You need to redesign your body. The original transformation gears are only suitable for small robots. You need a better design. A series of scanning data and construction suggestions were transmitted to the core of Lear Fire. The more than 2 meter tall full-function robot began to transform violently. because the transformation gears of the Skybreaker were too complicated. Lil could only give up some functions. Perhaps his mentality had changed. He was no longer so obsessed with absolute efficiency and a body that could cover almost all usage scenarios. The heavy armor began to fit the body. The powerful weapon system gradually fell off. The computing module stayed in the brain. And the extra octopus tentacles gradually disappeared. This body was more like a human. In other words, after putting on clothes and masks, no one could tell that it was a robot. But if they attack Lil as a human, they will definitely find that this is simply a body of steel. The new body structure is completed. Description: using a large amount of chrony titanium metal as the frame. It has super strong defense capabilities. The arc core that accommodates nuclear fusion and spark energy will be enough to support ultra-high power equipment. The core deformation gear that imitates the deformation gear of the enemy will give you the ability to transform into an armor equipped with ion thrusters and ultra-high temperature cutting blades. This is a body that is almost the same as a human, without too many functions. But it means that you are no longer a pure AI. However, the deformation gear still cannot carry a body that is too large and too much spark energy. You have stored a small piece of fragments, which may have other uses in the future. Standing up, Lil's original body of destruction began to deform. The spark energy flowed from the arc reactor, invading every atomic gap of this robot, connecting atoms with a unique force, and executing commands. In the past, the command to move each limb would clearly flash through Lil's head. For him, the action of raising his arm was not as incomprehensible as that of humans. He controlled the current and voltage, and the movement of each motor, and the deformation of the joints were clearly visible. This time it was different. Although he could still accurately mobilize and understand every detail of the movement, even the changes at the atomic level, he could also temporarily block this function like humans, and use the computing power. Focus on some seemingly insignificant things, such as feeling whether the air is fresh or whether the birdsong is pleasant. As he stood up, the destroyer body, which was already advanced in this world, became more solid, a fully functional robot more than 2 meters tall, which was advanced in the eyes of humans, was just a dull puppet in the eyes of Cybertron. But now it was different. It was constructed by imitating the deformation gears of the Skybreaker, and its body contained vigorous energy. This small body could burst out with huge power. After completing a series of complex changes, Johnny found that the load on his body began to decrease, and he appeared in Lear field of vision. Johnny, from one control room, back to another control room? Where is this? Wow! Lil pulled up the cloak and windbreaker on the wall, covered his body, and walked outside. This is home. Chapter 732. Poor countryside Johnny. What? The youngest doctor in the world, chairman and founder of the multinational Atlas Group, Dr. Doom, who split the United States? Johnny, I want to play with a girl. Hurry up and find me a girl. Lil, are you sick? Johnny, I want to be scared. As Lil returned to the Marvel world, he began to scan the intelligence and information that the automatic crawler and his subordinates had recently entered into the main control. Johnny also started to read it. Seeing this, Johnny's facial expression went out of control. No, buddy. You're not a street kid. Right? But a closer look shows that Lil is not born rich. He was hit by a traffic accident with an illegal transport vehicle when he was young, and became disabled. After he became disabled, he relied on his mom and dad to take care of him. As a result, his dad died of overwork during the care. After waking up, he faced debt and physical disability, and the threat of his home being annexed by a black-hearted developer. There was even a fight in the neighborhood. Although the intensity of this fight was much smaller than that of Night City, Johnny was not a fool. He even learned some of Lil's rationality, in a city where the law is basically functioning normally. In a city where the worst fight is to use a submachine gun. Driving a car in the street to chase people is already adding intensity to the city. Night City was not a crime-ridden place from the beginning. Generally speaking, when a place where people live and work peacefully suddenly has people stealing and extorting without punishment, the next stage is robbery, armed robbery, home invasion, and street fights and gunfights to distinguish who gets which territory. However, the deterioration of New York gradually improved after Lil started a homeowners association and a workers' mutual aid association like a fool. Johnny felt a tear in his brain. Lil is definitely the most powerful criminal in Night City. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break into Arasaka database and kidnap him. Even in the Transformers world, He is definitely not a flawless good guy like in most movies. If you only watch the news in the Marvel world, Lear is really an important figure who is extremely capable, but also extremely cruel. And it is difficult to judge whether he is good or bad. However, Johnny can also see Lear's history of making a fortune. Lear's glorious deeds, which are so glorious that Johnny feels ashamed of himself. He thought everyone was a good street buddy, with guns and medicine in their hands and a gun. Not to mention respecting neighbors who have little money and are timid, and honestly obeying the law. Such nonsense. Johnny, tell me, you are such a wanted criminal and antisocial. But you are a good guy here? Johnny, I don't believe it. You must have a small black room for fear. Leo was confused. Leo, you mean, people like me have to be scared? Johnny, stop pretending, I'm not laughing at you. I'm still going to join you. Take us over quickly. Leo, go away. The data Johnny read was the previous one. In fact, after Leo arrived in Latveria, he was ready to enter other worlds. After turning off the bitch sector reserved for Johnny, the world in front of him became much quieter. The base where Leo is now is located in the mountain. The interior is like a castle, supported by a high-strength alloy frame, using exoskeletons and tools to directly dig walls and pipes on the rock and soil. The construction makes little noise and is well concealed. When Leo walked out of the workshop, there were 2 Latvian guards guarding the door. Like all Latvian people, they have chronic diseases or disabilities due to long-term hunger and cold. One of the 2 people has a large piece missing from his face, and the other has a prosthetic abdomen. The limbs, mainly the fingers, can be replaced to varying degrees, which just leaves a convenient interface for the exoskeleton. This level of prosthetics is considered to be of medium to high standard in the cyberpunk world. In the eyes of modern people, the cyberpunk world is a world where prosthetics are rampant. But in fact, in the middle and upper levels of society, prosthetic transformation is very restrained, especially military prosthetic transformation. Johnny is more and more convinced that this guy must be the kind of capitalist he is very familiar with but unfamiliar with. But when Leo walked out of the room, Johnny secretly glanced at the sensor, and what he saw from the 2 guards' eyes was a little strange, although the 2 guards looked very professional and motionless, and there was almost no fluctuation in their eyes. Johnny felt that the 2 guards really regarded this job as a kind of mission-oriented job, and even mixed with a part of enthusiasm. It was a bit like the way he played the guitar. Johnny, I underestimated you. Shao Lizzie. I didn't expect you to learn the tricks of Arasaka. And you brainwashed them a lot. Right? A small line of text appeared in front of Leo. Leo didn't say anything, and walked straight outside. This secret base has all the professions necessary to maintain life. Gardeners, farmers, skilled workers, construction workers, security guards, and researchers. The only difference is that gardeners cultivate genetically modified animals and plants. Farmers cultivate soil from Wakanda. Skilled workers operate engineering robots. And construction workers use exoskeletons. All data will be transmitted to the Institute for Data Analysis and Optimization. Unfortunately, Latvia's scientific research level is not high. The main work is just ordinary operations optimization and collecting experimental data. Johnny was not unfamiliar with all these equipment. But what was unfamiliar was the harmonious atmosphere here. The atmosphere that was tense but not full of complaints. The atmosphere that was full of energy but not so suffocating. Could anyone really have such a pleasant time at work? Just thinking about it. Leo's sensitive sensor allowed Johnny to see the workers who were repairing the pipeline talking through the wall. Hey, Philip. Let's study advanced mechanical principles together after get off work. Sure. I just happened to think of some strange technical problems recently. They were even discussing about signing up for classes after work. And they were still saying it with a smile. Johnny, an uneducated second-rate person, a super rebellious youth who skipped classes when he was a child, did not work when he grew up, was a deserter in the army, and returned home to fight against society. Could not understand what was happening in front of him at all. What does it mean? Why do people like to work? Why do people like to study? Why can they still say it with a smile? Johnny, your brainwashing skills are really too strong. Maybe you are the one I need to hit. Leo, haha, some uneducated people are getting anxious. Bang. When Leo walked through the passage, the conversation stopped. This stop made Johnny feel that he was fine. The situation was even more outrageous than he had imagined, because he was surprised to find that not only the security guards in this place were highly cyborgized, Even the production staff had to undergo such a high degree of cyborgization? It must be that Leo, the terrible capitalist, alienated these workers. These poor people must now be able to prove that Leo must be a rich bastard. After all, what employee would not be afraid of the boss? What kind of workers wouldn't hate their leaders? What kind of workers wouldn't hate their leaders? Before he finished thinking secretly, Johnny suddenly saw the expressions of the Latvian people, who stopped talking and looked at Leo. It couldn't be summed up in 1 or 2 sentences. If it was just admiration, it might be that the weak admired the strong. If it was just gratitude, it might be that Leo took their land first, forcing them to have no way out, and then brainwashed them. If it was just obedience, it might be that they had become accustomed to a life without resistance, and suppressed themselves from questioning the unfair system. Or maybe it was just fear, dependence, love, in short. As long as you look at it with this kind of thinking, Johnny can always make up 10,000 reasons. But the way the Latvian people looked at Leo was too complicated. It was so complicated that Johnny could hardly deceive himself. These people were brainwashed, deceived, and controlled by power. Walking out of the fortress, out of the mountain, the quiet mountain village stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, where people on vacation were singing and dancing together in accordance with the local customs of Latvia. Although they had the most advanced technology, theoretically they could also enjoy the most extreme technological entertainment, but they chose this method with the least technological content. No mutuo, no drugs. They are real people who chose their own leaders. This even made Johnny feel strangely jealous. Leo, you said that music has a soul. What do you think of the music here? Johnny, I don't know what they are doing in this remote place. Johnny, but the music is good. Chapter 733 The New King. In addition to big cities like Night City, Johnny Mind only has battlefields submerged by steel torrents, corpses and black smoke. In fact, this is not Johnny's problem. In the cyberpunk world, as early as 2020, the rural scene has disappeared in history. Just talking about the Berry country. The collapsed economy has caused the prices of daily necessities to soar. And the internal division has made transportation an expensive service. The countryside without industrial capacity cannot support humans to enjoy modern life. Anyway, Johnny will not go to that kind of countryside. There is only one reason for the existence of the countryside in the cyberpunk world. That piece of land can make money. Either it can grow alcohol too, or it can dig oil. Both situations are working. The latter will leave a flaming oil well after being abandoned, and the former will leave a desert after the owner goes bankrupt or leaves for other reasons. But no matter what the reason, after a group of people leave a pile of desert, there will always be another group of people coming outside the city for the same reason and repeating the same thing, coupled with rising sea levels, wars, and other factors. The Berry country with its rich small villages never existed in that world. It doesn't even exist in Europe. There may be scenery that looks similar to the Latvian countryside, but it must be paid. Johnny looked at the mountain village outside, the blue sky, breathing the fresh air, and even seeing birds. Johnny, are those birds? I can't believe I can see so many birds. And in the wild. Feeling that Johnny is not so outrageous anymore. He wants to hack a woman as soon as he opens his mouth. Leo reopened Johnny Pussy sector. Once it was opened, Johnny appeared in the woods. Lear walked along the forest path. The heavy mechanical body stepped on the soil, breaking the branches and fallen leaves on the ground. The birds just looked at Lear curiously, and did not fly away. Johnny, why don't they run? Is this your biological weapon? You provide a good idea, but no, they are just ordinary birds. Lear glanced at the birds on the branches, and now they flew away. Maybe it because our gardeners are intentional about maintaining the nearby ecology. They are not very wary of machines and humans. Johnny, why? People in Night City say that almost all birds carry avian influenza, which is the biggest hidden danger to urban hygiene. Only a fool would believe this. But you are actively raising birds. It must be for your personal interest. Right? Of course, it not my personal interest. It not even my decision. Christopher believes that this place needs a good ecological environment to maintain its disguise. At the same time, the work of collecting biological information can also be used as part of the skill internship. Biotechnology is a very important product of my company. Johnny, biotechnology. Haha, finally caught your trick. You are not doing any lizard man experiments. Are you? Leary paused for a moment. I really want to say that your guess is quite accurate. But I will talk to him about these things later. Johnny, but this place is really good. It just lacks a little passion. What are we going to do next? Retire here? Of course not. Don't forget that the world berry country has been divided, and they all say it was because of me. Johnny, I understand. I knew you were not easy to talk to. Johnny, this is a strange feeling. When I was young, I thought the split of the berry country was caused by corporate colonialism. They tricked me into working as a soldier for the federal government, which was controlled by a company. Johnny, now I think the split is not bad. I can watch a super company dog being wrong. You should be a dog owner. Watching the dog owner beat up the new America. When you were young, you thought, what did you think later? Johnny leaned against the tree, looking at the bird that landed on the grass and said, Johnny, I now think they are not as good as this bird. If they were all blown up to the sky in exchange for a bird, I would be happy to see it. Typical nihilistic psychology. The injured patriotic youth fantasizes about his revenge on the world. Johnny, whatever you say. It can be seen that although Johnny cursed, he really liked this Latvian town. After saying that, he leaned against the tree quietly, looking at the people singing and dancing in the town square, and then at the animals in the forest. Seeing him like this, Leo simply opened the wildlife database to him, so that he wouldn't say there were mice in the woods when he saw a squirrel. This town is very peaceful. However, everyone in the town also knows that the situation is not good. As a pilot base, Leo told Christopher that he must pay attention to the quality and skill training of the first batch of residents. As for physical disabilities, it is not a problem at all. Under this development idea, the people in the camp receive the best education, and the channels for obtaining information are also open to them. They are fully aware of what is happening in the world now. Although it feels a bit disconnected, this town disguised as a medieval town may be the most educated area in the world. They sing and dance, full of hope for the future, and keep learning at all times, because they know that the situation is bad. Especially recently, Leo rode a horse enhanced by implants in the countryside, and Christopher accompanied him. Telling him about recent events, boss Christopher paused. The Grand Duke of Latveria has recently sent out a lot of patrols with guns, and he seems to have received help from the outside world. Some of these patrolmen were even recently recruited, and their only mission is to find our traces. A group of poor people who have never been restrained. In the hands of the Grand Duke of Latveria, they have become demons. If they can't get what they want, or if they have their eyes on something, they will burn, kill and loot by force. It is a very typical medieval style. The Lord needs people, so he issues equipment. For the guards who are used to enjoying power, burning and looting is the norm. The newly joined soldiers are naturally influenced by the bad guys, and they naturally follow suit and enjoy the pleasure brought by violence and control. But the productivity of the Middle Ages could not support a brutal ruler to continue to mobilize the army on a large scale to do these things. If no one was engaged in production, the country would only perish. The situation in Latveria is different now, as long as the external military aid does not stop. The Grand Duke of Latver can continue to organize a group of robbers who can only burn, kill and loot, raze this land to the ground. And no ordinary people will survive, even if they want. Those who sponsor them can turn Latveria into a de facto mercenary army, which doesn't cost much anyway. Of course, it would be nice to just give up Latveria after the matter is done. Anyway, no matter what, this place will be finished if it goes on like this. This guy. Christopher pointed at the photo of the Grand Duke and said, he even accused us of being traitors internationally and violated local laws. Humph. Leo didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of people. I don't know who taught him to do that. Boss. Just say it. Leo raised his head and looked at Christopher. Since the beginning of this conversation, he has always felt that this kid seems to have something to say, but dare not say it. This fear is not because he is afraid of Leo, but because he feels that any of his suggestions are not as good as Leo's decision, and it is a waste of time to say it out. In general, it is a manifestation of lack of confidence. Christopher was shocked. Leo's current body is too oppressive, compared with the previous 2-meter-long destruction body. This body under the cloak has almost no obvious mechanical features. But the sturdy body, the height of nearly 1.9 meters, the sense of power shown in his gestures, and the unfathomable knowledge reserves, make people feel excited. This sense of oppression did not frighten Christopher. Instead, Leo's commanding encouragement gave him courage, allowing him to truly speak his mind, which was also the mind of other compatriots. I don't think we need to worry about the accusations of shameless people and the opinions of the outside world. But Latvians need a new king. After saying this, Christopher felt more and more that it was right. And it should be like this. We need a real king. Chapter 734 Unfurling the Flag. Johnny, want to give yourself a new king? This guy is really interesting. Most books will talk about how people in various countries overthrew the feudal system, how to send the king away, or divide the king power, so that the nobles and kings can no longer do whatever they want. Power no longer flows in the blood, as if some people are born with the power to control others. Christopher certainly knows this history. His education level is actually much higher than Johnny. An illiterate who doesn't read books. He not only read more books than Johnny, his natural intelligence level, according to the standards of the cyberpunk world, his brain grooves are denser and deeper than Johnny. It is precisely because of this that he knows the gap between himself and even the whole of Latveria and the outside world, not to mention the gap with Lille. Lille importance far exceeds the entire land of Latveria and the people living on it. It is also he who brought opportunities to this land, breaking the lifeless situation here. People overthrow kings, slave owners, and even so-called capitalists, all based on the fact that the overthrowers are not only powerful, but also capable of building a better world. If there is only violence, society will still degenerate after the overthrow, because the gap between people is too big. So big that even if Lille doesn't want to control them, or even wants to talk about equality with them, they will never be equal. It is important for people to know themselves. Johnny is a model of lack of self-knowledge. But Christopher is the opposite. He knew why Lille emphasized education and knowledge. But the gap was here. Everyone here, except for their passion, was too far away from Lille. So far that even if Lille wanted to release power like a saint who didn't care about power, there would still be all kinds of people filling the power vacuum. At that time, who could be sure that the people filling these gaps would be better people? There could be no better choice than Lille. So no matter who came up, it would definitely be better to let Lille directly control these powers. For Christopher, the conclusion is so simple and counterintuitive. Blindly applying modern systems is not suitable for Latveria. Once the Grand Duke of Latveria is overthrown, the literacy rate here will drop directly to the lowest level in the world, and the living standard will return to the Middle Ages. The world situation does not allow Lille to improve the level here step by step. If high technology is used, it will definitely become what Christopher imagined. These are all things Johnny cannot understand. In his opinion, the world will be free and things will get better. Did Lille know this? Christopher didn't know, but he felt that Lille must have considered it. He just wanted to express his thoughts. We need a king. The situation in my Latveria is different from any country in history. We need a king as strong, kind, calm, wise as you. Just as there has been a situation that has never happened here, we also need a philosopher king that has never appeared before. Lille looked into Christopher's eyes. His expression did not change at all. But he sighed inwardly. Because it was true. You cannot expect a group of people who were still living in the Middle Ages a second ago to directly step into modern society after overthrowing the king, or even fully absorb science and technology and humanistic thoughts that surpass the level of modern society. With a brain-computer interface, the learning time will be greatly shortened. But it will take time after all. Thinking of this, Lille retracted his gaze and looked at the projection device on the wall. I have my own judgment. Tell me about the enemy situation. Even though Lille did not make any judgment on this, Christopher felt relieved after speaking out his inner thoughts. Because no matter what, he felt that Lille must have thought further. No matter what, that must be a future worth devoting their lives to. Our scouts received news that these arms were most likely transported from the east and north. And during this period, the intensity of the battles in the war zones around us has been reduced. And the enemy influence is very strong. The weapons mainly include conventional military firearms, mainly AK series, which are easy to use and low in cost. In addition, there are ordinary bulletproof vests and grenades. What worries me is that, considering the recent situation in neighboring countries, they may have secretly sent in professional mercenaries. These are conventional military forces. In addition, there is news that some metal giants have appeared under the Grand Duke. Not Vladimir. Vladimir is the Grand Duke of Latveria. The original title of this family was only Baron. But recently it suddenly became a Grand Duke. Maybe it was because of expansion. Or maybe the brainless tyrant was promised such a reward by those who supported him. In short, he is now a Grand Duke. As for the metal giant, according to the images sent back by the scout team, this is the first version of the Death Warrior and the Rhino Man, which is a land combat unit improved from it. Each of them has the combat capability of several main battle tanks. and its application range is much wider. Christopher's face turned gloomy. According to our intelligence, in order not to make the EU sensitive, these modified equipment were shipped in one after another, and the people inside are all locals. Most of them are Latvians, who are unwilling to obey. Johnny, forced prosthetic transformation, aren't they afraid that the prosthetic will go out of control, and the people inside will become cyber psychopaths? This is where Marvel villains are so powerful. The people inside have long been cyber psychopaths, but the control method they use can intercept the signals of the prosthetic user itself. Unlike the military technology of the Atlas Group, Roxxon and Hydra individual arm technology is more inclined to completely mechanize humans, and only uses the nervous system in their bodies to maintain the computing power required for the coordinated operation of equipment. In other words, the people inside were just human computers to a large extent. Our technicians think we can go straight to the castle of the Vladimir family. Kill that guy. Seize control first, and then deal with other things. Raid? Lil shook his head. We don't raid. As he said, he controlled the zoom of the strategic map, showing a total of dozens of military camps and villages under the control and monitoring of Vladimir. Lil can definitely control this brand new body to break through the defense of Vladimir Castle and kill the Grand Duke inside. But people can only liberate themselves. Gather the people. Give weapons to everyone who is willing to take up arms and attack under my banner. And give knowledge and tools to everyone who is willing to live under my banner. We will push forward every military camp. Execute every puppet who succumbs to the Vladimir family. And save everyone who would rather die than surrender. On this land, unfurl my flag. Awaken the people on this land. And tell the whole world that Latveria has a new king. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 735 Unfurling the Flag. Dad, what are we going to do? In a village in Latveria, Andrei was patrolling the village with his teenage child. As Latveria's most valuable resource, a relatively strong man, he was naturally conscripted into the army, and the farm tool in his hand became an AK-47. The AK gun system has a very simple structure, very reliable, and is a firearm that can be used without any brains, and you don't even need to learn how to maintain it. Anyway, people and guns are equally cheap, and if there is a problem, just replace it directly. Even children can provide support. If they can't shoot, just carry a bag of ammunition. Faced with his son's question, Andrei squeezed out a stiff smile. If the leader asks us to find someone, we will find someone. Bang. The ground is shaking. The improved Rhino armor is more stable. As a four-legged robot, it can better move between the mountains of Latveria and provide cover for the army. But for the Grand Duke of Latveria, this thing has a more obvious advantage. It is majestic and frightening. This giant quadruped robot, over 4 meters long, walked on the mountain road. It was completely a metal monster. On its back was a cyborg that had been completely converted into military weapons, which was an improved version of the Death Warrior. These two heavy armored units monitored and controlled each search team, which was the most direct expression of the will of the Grand Duke of Latveria. I don't know where the tyrant got these things from. The red eyes of the Death Warrior were like the eyes of the tyrant, and suddenly swept over the paused Andrei, who felt his hair stand on end. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from beside him. Andrei looked at the door in shock, only to see the Latvian soldiers directly under the Baron kicking the wooden door open, and kept laughing at Andrei. Ha ha! What a coward! The peasant was so scared by the Grand Duke guards that he couldn't move. Andrei was indeed frightened and couldn't move, because the one in the huge metal giant was his former companion, the Grand Duke. Regular army. Not only had guns, but also a full set of bulletproof equipment and high technology, and it looked very professional. However, if someone who has received real military training saw them, they would be able to tell at a glance that their walking posture was not like training. Rather than holding a gun, they looked more like holding a fire stick. They definitely knew what a gun was for, but they were not used to using this weapon. 3 regular soldiers walked into the village and searched the dilapidated houses separately. One of them kicked Andrei in the ass and said, "Go in and explore the way. You know what to do." Andrei touched his butt, pulled the child to laugh, and walked into the house. The so-called houses were actually thatched houses that had been there for who knows how many years. The stone foundation and walls maintained the basic framework. Wanderers settled here one after another to keep warm and perform simple maintenance again and again. But they would never stay in these places for too long, because they knew that houses could shelter them from the wind and rain. The Grand Duke of Latver also knew that no one wanted to be found by a tyrant, and would rather wander in the wilderness. Walking into the house, Andre could see many decorations on the walls and floors that were similar in style, but very different in appearance. Either woven with flowers and grass, or crafts made of vines and branches. Even in the difficult life of exile, people could still find things to use their imagination and express their creativity. Every Latvian would leave something like this in the place where he stayed, and those who came later would smile happily when they saw it. This is the unique local culture. But the Vladimir family did not have this kind of culture. First of all, they did not need to water at all. And secondly, how could they, who were able to contact the outside world, appreciate the art of the mud-legged people? Andre habitually stepped over the wicker weaving at the door, which seemed to be something woven to welcome the tribesmen. But he was very careful, and the Grand Duke guards behind him did not have this awareness. Click! The boots crushed the weaving, and Andre instinctively turned his head and looked back, only to find that the wicker and flowers used to weave this thing had long withered. This was not a difficult detail to notice. But at this moment, he suddenly focused on this point. The Grand Duke guard raised his eyebrow when he saw the scene, and kicked Andre in the heart. The strong man kicked the long-term malnourished adult easily, and slammed him to the floor. Bang! Dad, bang! The child was also kicked away. I asked you to work, but you looked around. What? You don't want your eyes anymore? Or do you think you are a person just because you have a gun? I dare not. Andre crawled to his son at the speed of light. An adult foot on the torso can easily kick a child out of breath, as long as the position is right. His son is like this now. His expression was distorted. He had difficulty breathing. His limbs were stiff. And the fear made this child, who was less than 10 years old, completely panic. The pain in his body was aggravated. He wanted to call his father, but he couldn't speak. Short and tense breaths kept coming out of his throat, like the gasps of a dying person. Radovan? What wrong with you? What do you want to say? Dad is here. You are so fucking weak. Don't worry about your son with a broken chest. If he can't breathe, he deserves to die. The Grand Duke guard suddenly turned his head and looked at the corner of the wall. The house seemed to have collapsed. The logs from who knows how many years ago were piled up in the corner, which just formed a corner with the stones and other branches. He seemed to hear a sound inside. The guard strode over and reached into the corner with his big hand. Ah! After a scream, he dragged a woman out directly. At this moment, screams, roars and gunshots were heard from other parts of the village. In addition, there were shouts from other bearing guards. We found their heads. But all of this, in Andre's ears, was not as loud as the faint breath in his son's throat. The Grand Duke guard raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene. He laughed strangely, and took out a small injection from his bag. Don't cry, there are great benefits to working for the Grand Duke. I have something that can save your son. Look at this. They say what this is, morphine? Anyway, it a good thing, it can save your son, but you have to prove that you are one of us. Right? Hearing this, Andre looked at the guard fiercely. The latter shook the syringe and kicked the woman in the abdomen. But you have to set an example for those traitorous peasants. Drag her out and shoot her in front of their leader. The Grand Duke is rich now, but he has to recruit loyal people. After doing this, you will be considered a member. I apologize to you first. I didn't expect your bastard son to be so useless. After saying that, he stood behind Andre and whispered, but it doesn't matter if you are not loyal. The Grand Duke now has many ways to turn you traitors into loyal Iron Knights. We are old friends. But sometimes fate is so strange. You have no food to eat. But I have food to eat. Think about it carefully. Yes, Andre and the guard were even friends a long time ago. But one chose to work for the Baron, and the other chose to wander with the tribe. Andre looked at his son, who was lying on the ground, twitching in pain, and kept reaching out to him. And then looked at the woman who was lying on the ground begging for mercy. And what should he do with the broken weaving by the door? Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the house. A fireball rose, and the shockwave directly knocked down the Grand Duke guards. The sound of metal friction and collision was as painful as grinding teeth. The next second, the house in front of Andre was smashed down by the rhino mech. The rhino mech collapsed in the flames. The man in the green cloak stood on the top of the rhino mech, one hand deeply pierced into the head of the mech, and the other hand held the so-called Iron Knight. It was simply a god descending to earth. When he turned his head, Andre felt that his soul was frozen. Stand up. The house collapsed, and the sun shone through the roof. Andre saw in a trance that under the sun, A green flag with a black cross was flying. Chapter 736 Unfurling the Flag. Recalling the first time he met the king, Andre described what happened that day like this. But in fact, the king may not have spoken at all, but Andre felt that. He stood up that day. In front of Andre, the dim house was smashed, the sun shone, the flags flew, and the terrifying Iron Knights turned into scraps in an instant. In fact, he only knew at that time that the king was the person that Vladimir, the traitor, was looking for. Yes, Vladimir is the traitor. There is only one ruler in this land. King Lear reigns over his land. Sophisticated design. This technology was originally a design in the military design reserve of the Osborne Group, but as the Osborne Group was split and acquired, the military technology part was transferred to Cybertech. Cybertech is a human-computer interaction equipment research company under Hydra and sponsored by Roxxon Oil, but unlike Lear, they were aiming for military technology from the beginning. Military supplies absorb funds directly from the Pentagon, and after the completion of the project, the money can be shared with those related people. As a result, they have become a tight interest group, entrenched in the federal government. Once they control the parliament and the government, it will be easy to convert military technology into civilian technology, even if there are still technical difficulties. Can't they control the legislative and executive powers to control the circulation of goods? With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Leal still has to praise the brains of the cyber technology talents. They also know that without the support of Jarvis and Dr. Zola, they have no way to compete with themselves in information technology. Therefore, the new generation of Rhino mechas have the same design concept. Once these armors are assembled, there are no external connections, not even maintenance windows. And the formula of the alloy of chrony titanium has obviously been successfully reversed by them. In theory, conventional weapons cannot penetrate the armor of this thing at all. Once people wear it, they can only be war weapons for life. Obviously, Roxxon and Hydra are busy with the civil war in the Berry, but they believe that these high-tech experimental equipment must be enough to flatten Liberia. And Lear equipment must not be able to penetrate these things, even if they may not catch Lear. It doesn't matter, they just want the world to see what happens to the people around Lear. But chrony titanium is already an outdated material for Lear, and now he has a better weapon. Click. Cybertron Weapon Module, Ultra-High Temperature Cutting Blade. King Blade. Description: Optimus Prime and Megatron have the same ultra-high temperature melee cutting weapon, which has a cutting ability far exceeding Cybertron industrial-grade cutter, carries unimaginable high temperatures, and has very good hardness performance. Reference to this so-called leader weapon, melee equipment, and the deformation gear of the enemy, Iron Skin has designed a small blade suitable for you, powered by nuclear fusion and spark energy at the same time. Cybertron alloy as the skeleton. Its surface is covered with ultra-high specification magnetic field barriers, which restrain high-speed plasma on its surface, and the working temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius can easily melt any metal. Bonus technology points, 600. Current technology points, 22,000. This deadly long sword with a working temperature of more than 10,000 degrees Celsius can destroy any metal on this earth, naturally including chrony titanium with a melting point of no more than 4,000 degrees Celsius. This metal was once an epoch-making military alloy invented by the Osborne Group. But now, it is just a slightly harder piece of iron in front of Cybertron weapons. Click. Leal easily cut through the shells of the Rhino and Death Warriors. When the King Blade pierced the armor, the data probe on its surface was also connected to the mecha, completely stopping the self-destruction program, and cutting off the human-machine connection. 2 half-dead Latvian residents were caught by Leal, because the Rhino and Death Warrior prostheses are completely enclosed. The internal heat dissipation is very troublesome, and can only be dissipated through liquid. And the human body surface must be covered with a layer of heat dissipation material. Theoretically, after working for a long time, the human skin will gradually die. But Leal only scanned it lightly and found out how they solved this problem. It seems that the manufacturer of this equipment has made a breakthrough in prosthetic implants. They directly sewed this layer of composite material to the skin, which is equivalent to an artificial skin. In this way, there is no need to consider the problem of skin permeability. The disadvantage is that the human body will completely become an airtight tank. After doing all this, Leal body began to transform. New transformer form, flying posture. Upgrade from Cybertron logistics support. Description: Tony Stark designed the world's first small electric propulsion device used in conjunction with a small nuclear fusion reactor. With the help of the products of the arc reactor, Fuel and super strong energy source. The propulsion device can provide thrust that is extremely close to or even exceeds that of chemical propulsion. Combined with suitable aerodynamic design, it can allow the aircraft to fly at supersonic speeds. However, Cybertronians have other ways to use fire and thrusters. And in terms of aerodynamic design choices, they far exceed the human body. Ambulance, Shake, and I improved your flying posture. To be honest, we didn't expect you to have this kind of energy technology. Ambulance, we haven't done much research on aircraft, but we refer to Ironhide particle weapon and strengthen the particle control system of the thruster. Ambulance, and we designed a new flying posture for you. The thruster Tony designed for Lear actually has fixed wings. Even Lear himself relies on this structure. The pure human form will produce very large resistance in high-speed flight, and the stability is very poor, and it will consume a lot of energy in long-distance flight. There is a reason why airplanes have wings. But in general, human technology is not strong enough. As a transformer, Lear is not an airplane, and does not need to have people sitting inside. He is not Tony Stark either. And a human body is needed under the steel. His body is designed with hundreds of micro-air ducts and adjustable aerodynamic surfaces. The powerful fire sensor can quickly collect flight data and make real-time adjustments through the auxiliary computing module, achieving dynamic control that is almost impossible for human machines to achieve. Boom! A deafening sonic boom sounded over the town, like thunder. If the Rhino and the Doom Slayer were terrifying Iron Knights to these ordinary people before, then Leal just now is God. Christopher looked at Leal soaring into the sky with longing, and the same was true for Andre, who was rescued by him. God! Who is that? He saved us, and even saved Shulif, who was trapped in the Iron Knight. Hearing this, Christopher looked at Andre. He is our king, the Real King of Latveria. As he spoke, he walked towards the center of the broken village, looking at the civilians who had just been rescued, the refugees who had almost died, and the tribesmen who had been dragged out of the mechas and prosthesis, and were terrified, and had not yet regained their vision. For hundreds of years, tyrants have occupied this land, wantonly taking away our land, food, and even our families. Now, they are even ready to destroy our souls, continue to imprison us with fear, and enslave us with steel. Before, we had no choice. We couldn't imagine the future when we were exhausted. But from today on, you have a choice. He raised the flag and shouted, "Our true king has raised the flag. Should we continue to flee, obey, or take up arms, slaughter the tyrants under the king flag, and take back our homeland? Stand up. We will not become machines. We will not become fuel for the tyrants. Today, we are united under this flag." Chapter 737, Unfurling the Flag. What is that? How come my Iron Knight is gone? Vladimir, the theoretically legitimate ruler of Latveria, is covered with a precious velvet blanket, and has all kinds of wines he has never drunk before, and treasures he has never seen before. Yes, although Vladimir is thousands of times richer than the average living standard of Latvian people, if the average living standard of the locals is 1, the average living standard of the world must be 2 or 300. Vladimir is a lord who longs for power and a rich world. But he can't enter the modern society, no matter how hard he tries. He burns, kills, robs, and digs deep into the ground. But he can only squeeze this little money from those poor people. Sometimes he really wants to kill all his unruly people, and then ask them in hell, "Why are you so poor?" Poor is fine. But he runs around when collecting taxes, wasting manpower and material resources. If the average living standard of Latvians is 1, then the wealth level of the Roxen group must start from trillions, which is simply inestimable. With just a little help, this so-called Grand Duke will lick the stinky feet of foreign rich people like a dog. As long as the foreign rich people pretend to be a little bit and call him a noble aristocrat, he will not even think of himself as a puppy. He will even have an illusion he is a noble aristocrat, and the overseas rich are just a group of businessmen without orthodoxy. This is his birthright. But he is not a fool. He knows exactly how powerful the Iron Knight is. His daily pleasure is to be in the noble monitoring room, playing the role of an omniscient and omnipotent king in his imagination, monitoring civilians to succumb in fear, until one of the monitoring screens suddenly turned into noise. Then, there seemed to be constant thunder in the sky. In broad daylight, there was thunder. Offline, a bearded and long-haired guy was welding at the table. But when he heard something was wrong, he quickly sat on a chair and slid over. There are no cyborg doctors in Latveria. In fact, as an emerging industry, except for the Atlas Group, which has a large number of samples and training investment. There are no wild cyborg doctors at all. Outside the Atlas Group, every prosthetic doctor is a technologist with something to offer. For example, Anton Vanko, who is assigned here to provide technical assistance to the Duke of Latveria. Looks like this guy has bad skin. Is dirty with oil all over his body. Doesn't like to wear nice clothes. Has a cigarette in his mouth. Looks sloppy, but his eyes are really sharp. And if you look closely, he looks a little disdainful, mainly towards the Duke of Latveria. He is now in the workshop, where he performed hundreds of operations, successfully mastered the techniques he had acquired, and completed the transformation of those peasants. His techniques were also improved as a result. Vladimir looked at the workshop on the monitor, asked in confusion, and his tone was a little irritable. What do you mean by disconnected? What line? Why is there a loud noise in the sky? How can there be thunder in broad daylight? It is sonic boom. Sonic boom? What is a sonic boom? Sound explosion? What are you talking about? Is it witchcraft? Anton ignored the illiterate man and immediately returned to the console. Something is attacking our camp. What is this? Anton kept calling up the cameras near the disconnection point. Some of these cameras were placed near the base, and some were on the guards. The high-speed camera could only capture a black shadow. Some object with an extremely fast speed fell from the sky and instantly killed the huge rhino mecha. Although the image is blurry from the outline, it is a humanoid shadow, which is exactly the same as the target image sent to him by his employer. A super combat armor that can fight in the air, powered by some technology that the Stark family stole from his father. It seems that the target we are looking for has come out by itself, and it is still alive and kicking. Is this the troublemaker worth billions? I must take him down. This deal is too profitable. Anton was increasingly speechless about his temporary service object, worth billions. Too profitable. Troublemaker, this lord has a mysterious arrogance and is very stupid. In the Soviet Union, even elementary school students may be more educated than him. Although Leal is Anton mission target and enemy, even a fool knows that if you can buy the head of this Dr. Doom for a few billion, it may be the most profitable project in the universe. Although this guy net worth is no longer counted, but before the split of the Berry country, his net worth was estimated to be at the trillion level. The whole of Latveria tied up is not worth as much as a hair of Dr. Doom. I really don't know where this illiterate gets his confidence from, and he still thinks that he is his troublemaker. If there is a value that can match his, it can only be me. I am the destroyer of Dr. Doom. Maybe the contemptuous look was too obvious this time. Vladimir was directly angry. What that expression on your face? I warn you, my Iron Knight was bought with real money from your master. Now give me more Iron Knights. Since the guy jumped out, we must catch him. Seize my billions. I will dig deep into the ground, turn over every inch of land. Anton no longer wanted to care about this idiot, and silently began to carry out the final training he designed, while mobilizing troops. He saw something interesting in the surveillance. Those hungry, trembling refugees actually appeared outside the base with guns. Go to hell. Vladimir running dog. Bastard, I'm here to take your life. Hang the Duke. For the king. Anton was stunned by the scene. How did these guys suddenly turn from refugees into thugs? No. Anton looked again. Although these guys were ragged and pale, they were much more energetic. More importantly, they had flags behind them. Although their equipment was not good, they at least had AKs. They had flags. Although they were still afraid and terrified, they were more angry, determined, and willing to sacrifice their lives. An idea came to his mind. These people were not refugees, nor were they thugs. They were the resistance. Are you deaf? The noisy Duke was still barking. Anton scratched his ears and said impatiently, Can't you see it yourself? Why look for it? They're all here. Vladimir looked at the screen, his face full of disbelief. The sheep actually pointed his weapon at his soldiers. This insult was no less than stroking an iron pipe in his face, and pouring engine oil on his face. He was furious. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them all, and those who are still alive will be sold abroad as before. Anton turned off the communication directly, and even locked Vladimir in his own palace. Although it was necessary for work, he could no longer tolerate this brainless idiot. Sender, Anton Vanko. Recipient, Big Boss. Anton Vanko, the person you are looking for has arrived. But he seems to have started a civil war with those peasants. Anton Vanko, since he has disrupted Latveria internal affairs, I will start peacekeeping. Big boss, go ahead. Chapter 738 Unfurling the Flag. The air flows through the wind tunnel, the wind howls, and the sonic boom resounds through the sky. The land of Latveria awakens under Leal's flag, and he can overlook the entire country from here. In this dormant land, people who have suffered hundreds of years of oppression are taking up arms and resisting the tyrants. Johnny, that right. Johnny, awesome Leal. Leal remained calm, but Johnny in his head seemed to have an orgasm. What Leal was doing was simply what Johnny Silverhand had longed to do all his life, but could never do, running like the wind, and igniting the consciousness of resistance in people's hearts like fire. Leal did even better. He was faster than the wind. Even the wind could only howl behind him. The strong wind in the micro-wind duct seemed to really hit him. This strong airflow could kill people in a minute, but when it hit Leal's metal body, it was just like tickling. For the first time, Johnny felt that metal bodies were really great. Just when Johnny was going crazy, Leal immediately locked onto one of the Duke's strongholds. The Rhino mech and the Death Warrior raised their heads and locked onto him. But in this land, Leal, who had a mobility close to Mach 5, could not be locked onto by any of their weapons. The distance of several hundred meters was closed in an instant. Missiles and shells hit the air. When the exploding fireballs bloomed in the air, the blade in Leal's hand had completely cut through the Rhino armor. Boom! When he raised the altitude, the Iron Knights of the Duke army, who relied on the power of others, became scrap metal. The King Elite, who had been guarding outside the camp for a long time, riding on reinforced horses and holding high the flags in their hands, shouted to the civilians behind him, "The king has defeated the enemy Iron Knights. Take back your homeland." For the king, Leal's attack directly destroyed the Iron Knights. The sonic boom alone made those Duke soldiers, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, collapse to the ground, and they were unable to move due to fear. Only the bullets from the AK could help them regain some consciousness, but not much, because they were about to die. Johnny, Leal, you are so fucking awesome. You are so awesome. Johnny cheered wildly in Leal's head like an excited monkey, back when he was at the mountain base. He was still thinking. His partner first thought he was a street kid like himself, but in the end, he became the leader of a big company in another world. As a result, he still hadn't accepted his outrageous identity and exposed Lear's shameful deeds. He became the king again. He was the king. Who the hell liked to kneel down and say, "Long live the king"? But the situation changed immediately, no matter whether he was a king or something else. In this situation, he loved Lear to death. Maybe Johnny's emotions affected Lear, and Lear began to recall the past at this time. Yes, this is the feeling he wants. He wants the world to have no more parasites like Vladimir, and no more cold-blooded consortiums like Roxanne that regard human lives as worthless. He wants to change the world with new technologies and scientific advances one after another, and use this power to crush those guys, and then take a different path from them. First, start from Latveria, start from those who trust him, worship him, respect him, start from those who have been oppressed, lived in backwardness, fear and ignorance for hundreds of years. This will be a new era. But first, this dawn must not be created by him alone. Going straight to the Grand Duke of Latver is definitely the most efficient way, but it is definitely the way that makes the Latvian people feel the least. When freedom and new life come too easily and mysteriously, the battle only takes place in the hands of two power holders. How can they feel that their lives are under their control? Even if Leal killed Vladimir single-handedly and lifted the armed oppression on these civilians, they would only be confused. Is this the world? It is bad today. Good tomorrow. How good it is. How bad it is. Isn't it all a matter of words from the kings and dukes? As for how the Grand Duke became the king, how would he know? Maybe tomorrow the king will become the president or something else. What does it have to do with him? As a pariah, you just have to hide in the ravine. And if the guards pull you to work, you go to work. No matter what happens to you, just hide in the ravine and live one day at a time. Such people will only sink into numbness, praising for good and cursing for bad. But they can never change anything. Leal does not need civilians to take up arms, but he needs civilians to have the courage to take up arms. Only the brave can rise up and build tomorrow. Leal worked tirelessly to kill every Iron Knight who blocked the stronghold. It seemed brutal and easy, but it actually consumed a lot of energy, just to let those who had the courage to take up arms run towards the victory in his mind under his flag. Leal, Christopher, report the battle situation. How many people do we have? Christopher was as excited as other Latvian people. It is always better for the king to lead the army in person than to assassinate the enemy. What moved him even more was that Leo could have ended this farce more easily, but he still chose to use up a lot of energy to cultivate the confidence of these people. He was cultivating the backbone of this country. All civilians who turn to fight will carry electronic tactical tags, and these tags will be directly included in the combat network. As a country with a population of no more than 500,000, Vladimir's regular army only has 5,000 people. But in this round of Super Purge, he recruited tens of thousands of people to join the search. Leo personally joined the battle to turn all the Iron Knights into meaningless units. Wherever this flag goes, people there will resolutely join the resistance, except for the forced transformation people who cannot join the battle for the time being. Almost all the young and middle-aged people who were forced to join the army joined the battle. Tens of thousands of troops are advancing towards Vladimir Castle. Christopher, Your Majesty, all Latvians are holding your flag. Christopher, but the people need time to gather in the capital, I beg you. Leo, needless to say, launch a general offensive in 2 days, mobilize drones, ensure sufficient supplies. Leo, throw information in at the same time, only convey one message. Vladimir must die. No matter what he does, he will die. Christopher, yes. Leo shuttled through the clouds. At the same time, a call came from the European Union. Speaker Schultz, Leo, you are interfering in Latvia internal affairs, and the United Nations has something to say. Leo, I am a Latvian, and I am not only a Latvian, but I am also their king. Leo, if the United Nations points fingers at my behavior, they are interfering in internal affairs. Leo, during this period, any military unit that intends to approach or enter our country for transit will be attacked indiscriminately. Leo, I mean what I say. After saying this, he lowered his head and began to scan the ground. The border line is nearby, and Latvia is surrounded by countries in war, and most of the country's wars are behind Hydra. It is normal to send puppet regime troops to infringe on sovereignty. But no matter how tough they are, can they be as tough as the aerospace carrier? Just thinking about this, Leo locked onto a small armored force that was about to enter the Latvian border. It looks like they came from Sokovia, looking for death. Chapter 739, Unfurling the Flag. World tensions escalate again. President Barnes, who elected president of the Berry country, has issued a joint declaration with the 9 states that declared independence. President Ellis betrayed his people and the sacred law and illegally colluded with foreign forces. President Ellis said that President Barnes, who colluded with the Atlas Group, was the one who colluded with foreign forces, and the one he colluded with was African blacks. The United Nations Security Council refused to withdraw the aerospace carrier and said that the national unification of the Berry country was the main cause of global chaos. They have an obligation to help President Ellis quell the civil unrest and call on other countries to impose an economic blockade on the independent state, and to help President Ellis, a friend of the world. After the bombing of the New Future Zone in New York, Atlas Group issued a statement. It will not turn a blind eye to the atrocities. Before this upheaval, the company was a leader in the global high-tech industry and had made achievements in many fields such as energy, medicine, and prosthetics. Because its owner, Lil Lee, was wanted by President Ellis, the company has been deregistered by the Berry Stock Exchange, but the European Exchange still retains the company registration and remains silent about President Ellis' incident. Oh, urgent news! Civil war has broken out in Latvia, and the rebels have surrounded the capital of the region. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but this name just reappeared in the news last week. I will help you review it. Lil Lee, the owner of Atlas Group, attended the EU meeting for the first time last week after the bombing in New York. These rebels seem to be shouting to support a new king. It really Lil Lee, the voice of the Berry country, reports to you that Latvia has recently been plunged into war, and the local situation has deteriorated rapidly. According to frontline reporters, Lil Lee, known as Dr. Doom, was found in the area and provided weapons to the rebels. It is reported that Cybertech and Peak Technologies have provided military assistance to the local government forces, and the United Nations peacekeeping forces will also enter the area in the near future. At the same time, Constitutional President Ellis and their supporters issued a statement. This is the meaning of Dr. Doom existence. Wherever he goes, there will be war. The war broke the harmony of this quiet little country in Eastern Europe, and broke the ecological balance between people and nature. You know, even though Eastern Europe has been in chaos for so many years, there has never been a war here. It is clear who brought the war. BBC News brings you the latest information on the world situation. just after the founder of the Atlas Group returned to Latvia. A new round of rebellion broke out in the area. It is reported that this round of resistance was organized by local people, who could no longer tolerate the violent suppression and searches carried out by the ruling party. Now, they have raised a new flag and have elected Lil Lee, a half-Latvian young man, as the new king. President Barnes of the election-Berry nation said through a special line that this is a just cause. The locals have been oppressed for a long time. It is the people who choose the leader, not the leader who chooses the people. The latest war report, the UN-authorized peacekeeping force was destroyed by a UFO on the way to the peacekeeping. According to the return video data, this is Dr. Doom. The United Nations issued a strong condemnation. But Dr. Doom refused to communicate. He even said that if necessary, he would declare war on the whole world. The capital of Latvia. The capital is backed by a mountain. The mountain is extremely high, and the part above the mountainside is covered with snow all year round. Relying on this natural barrier, the capital enjoys tranquility in war-torn Eastern Europe and remains poor. However, the height of the mountain means nothing to Lille. This is the best observation point. Speaker Schultz. The United Nations said that you destroyed their peacekeeping force tanks at the border yesterday. Lille, I said, whoever intervenes will die. Speaker Schultz. Lille, you are too tough. Snap, Lille hung up the phone. Looking down from the mountains, tens of thousands of rebels have completely surrounded this decaying capital. Torches and lighting tools flickered around it, forming a large-scale siege camp. At night, this capital fell into silence, even darker than the siege camp in comparison. In contrast, the siege camp was not only large, bright, but also very lively. Hundreds of years of oppression had left them with almost no time to gather together. When the Iron Knights and brutal guards swept every corner, they could only flee in all directions. Now, the king flag had been raised, and they were surprised to find that some of them were surprised to find that their relatives, friends and children were still alive. The living sang and danced, hugged and cried. But some people found their former friends or relatives in the kill records. Not everyone would choose to die rather than surrender. Compared to continuing to struggle, succumbing to power and being able to dominate others is also an attractive choice. After all, such thoughts are not uncommon. What kind of work is not work? Isn't it all for survival? Andre sat on a big rock, hugging his son, looking at the gun in his hand in a daze. He has two good friends. One became Vladimir Lackey a few years ago, the other was like him, wandering with the tribe. Just before the flag was raised, the fate of the three was completely different. The Lackey was arrogant, the other was stuffed into the Iron Knight. He almost watched his son being kicked to death. If he didn't want to see the scene, he would have to kill another innocent person. This land has always been so harsh and unreasonable. But it's different now. He instinctively raised his head and saw the flag flying in the camp. He suddenly felt a strange sense of power in his heart. Dad? The son raised his head in a daze in his arms. Where are we? In the king camp. Are you confused? The boy wrapped himself in a blanket. I feel like I'm dreaming. But this is not a dream. As long as we work hard, it is not a dream. The heavy and unique sound of horse hooves sounded, and the sound of drone rotors flapping came from the sky. People of Latvia. Christopher, riding a horse, quickly passed through the camp. His high-pitched voice was enhanced by the vocal prosthesis in his throat and transmitted to every corner of the camp. Pick up your weapons. Wherever the horse went, people picked up their weapons and equipment. Although they were not trained and their movements were not uniform, this scene was still full of power. This was the cohesion that the Latvian people had never felt before. The king is about to attack. The wind was howling, and the huge sonic boom cloud smashed the clouds, revealing the moon hidden in the clouds. Boom! Circling the camp, everyone could see his flying posture, and finally, Leo landed right in front of the siege camp. The defenders on the wall were trembling as they watched Leo. This man was simply a god. The metal body was flashing coldly in the moonlight, and the green cloak and cape were dancing wildly in the wind. Looking at the high-spirited people, Leo raised his hand high, raising the king blade that was as dazzling as the sun. The capital is just ahead, and the cowards and tyrants are inside. We will keep going until we take off the tyrant head, until we take back our home. Chapter 740 Unfurling the Flag. From the uprising to the siege, Leo took less than 3 days to raise this huge Latvian resistance army. Vladimir had never seen so many untouchables with weapons surrounding the capital. In contrast, the capital under his rule was silent under the shadow of war and rule. Like a dead city, the only sound came from the drones that flew across the sky from time to time, and the broadcast it carried: "Give up resistance, put down your weapons now, and join us in resisting the rule of the false King Vladimir. End the atrocities that have plagued Latveria for hundreds of years. Unite." "Pa!" Vladimir, who was trapped in the room, threw his wine glass fiercely out of the window. He now felt that everyone in the city was a traitor. Not only the untouchables were traitors, it seemed that the guard's eyes looking at him had become wrong. But he could do nothing. The outsider named Anton Vanko actually locked him in his room. What a shame. Boom! The sound of the sonic boom was deafening. Vladimir was startled and sat down on the floor. Dong 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 dong. The bell rang. Vladimir was in a trance for a moment before he realized that it was the alarm bell. They launched an attack. But why was the bell so close? Bang! Soon, a loud noise was heard in the castle. Vladimir seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He climbed up the balcony railing and screamed to the people below, "Kill them! Kill the pariahs and the usurpers!" Bang! 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 Gunshots suddenly came from near the castle. Leal was at the forefront of the rebels. This time, he did not choose to fly in the air. Instead, he sat on the reinforced horse and approached the city wall directly. As the flag behind him approached, something unexpected happened. Gunshots and screams suddenly came from inside the city wall. Then a man suddenly came out from the city gate. "Your Majesty, we are opening the gate for you." Click, click, click. The gate made a sound, and the gate opened. This situation did not only occur at the main gate. The capital of Latvia was not strictly an ancient castle surrounded by gates. Only some areas of the outer wall had ancient walls, and there was one at the main gate. In other places, the bearing guards used sandbags and battlefield supplies to build trenches. These guards looked well equipped, and their bulletproof vests and uniforms were printed with Vladimir coat of arms. But when those ragged people with miscellaneous equipment approached with roars and flags, they began to get scared one after another. Not only were they afraid, some of the soldiers even jumped up on the spot and pulled the pull ring on the grenade with a roar. In other places, the soldiers in the strongholds all laid down their weapons, raising the white flag in surrender, and some not only surrendered themselves, but also tied up a lot of prisoners. The huge capital had no ability to resist the rebels at all. Even if Leal did not take action, they just heard Leal name, saw Leal flag, and completely gave up the idea of fighting. The mighty Leal army broke through the defense line outside the city without even encountering any resistance. Soon, the streets, the city walls, and the alleys were all filled with people united under the Leal flag. After several days of sweeps and propaganda, almost no one was willing to work for Vladimir. Only those who knew they were unforgivable and extremely vicious resisted with a fluke mentality. But even this little resistance was crushed by the friendly forces, who were determined to surrender. A total of 21,440 rebels launched a general attack. But this battle did not reduce the number of this huge team, but instead increased the number. Not only did the Baron troops turn against him. As flags fluttered in the city, residents hiding in the houses also opened their doors, either waving to cheer for Leal army, or directly joining this mighty team, staring with eyes, eager to rush into the castle and tear the damn Grand Duke to pieces, leading the army to continue approaching the castle at the core of the capital. Leal did not fire a single shot until he reached the front of the capital. The most elite troops of the Grand Duke were here. These soldiers were dressed in neat uniforms, carrying complete weapons, and their faces were stained with blood and dust. These people looked like they had experienced a battle. In a sense, they felt that they had experienced more battles than the rebels. Here, under the castle, the leading soldier had no fear, no reluctance, and watched Leal move without moving. This scene looked extremely strange. And what was even stranger was that a hysterical roar suddenly came from the balcony of the castle. "What are you doing? Shoot! Kill that traitor. The ruler of Latvia ordered you to shoot. Shoot!" People only then realized that on the balcony of the castle, an old man with long golden gray hair, wearing Latvian noble clothing, was roaring wildly. Obviously, this was Vladimir. Because the crowd did not get Leal permission, they forcibly restrained the urge to send him to the west with their weapons, and instead glared at him. Looking at this once high-ranking ruler, his feet went weak again, and he collapsed to the ground and ran into his room like a madman. There was only silence and stillness in front of the castle. On one side were all kinds of people from Latveria, and on the other side were the former Baron guards. Both sides were not only silent, but they did not even move. In the end, only Leal was left approaching the gate step by step. "Make way!" stand at attention. The former Grand Duke guards made way. The real Grand Duke guards had already been killed by them. And the ones who were here now were soldiers who were to serve the real king, fighting. They had already done it for Lille. And the smoke of gunpowder. They did not want to happen in the last step of Lille reign over this capital. However, they could only kill the ordinary soldiers. Boom! 2 huge rhino mechas broke through the castle. And the death warriors sitting on them raised their weapons. But before they could shoot, before the shrinking Archduke could rekindle hope again, a storm rose in front of the castle. And the scorching King Blade cut off all the enemies in front of him. In the eyes of others, the terrifying Iron Knight had just rushed out of the castle, and was chopped down by the sword of Lille, who jumped up. Their king rushed into the castle to win the final victory. In a place unknown to anyone, Anton Vank pressed the button. What a spectacular show. But you are so arrogant as a king. Even the most powerful predator will be afraid of traps. Let me see what you can do. Little king. A mechanical twisting sound was heard. And 2 whips flashing with electricity lit up in the dark.